Futures back to the upside here this morning as we get going into another very important, or could be very important week here for the market. More mega cap tech earnings to come. We'll hear from the likes of Alphabet coming up this week, Amazon as well. Palantir after the close tonight. Closely watched stock. We'll talk about that coming up. So far this morning, futures, though, looking pretty good on the back of a little bit of cautious optimism here, dare I say. That is a bit of a reversal coming from what we saw early on this morning. Everything was downside, metals downside, especially gold, silver selling off here, Bitcoin tumbling obviously over the weekend below 80,000 here. We are trying to bounce this one as well. Oracle, barely, this is a 15-minute chart, barely a red candle on this chart so far this morning, straight to the upside on a big debt raise that is maybe shoring up the sentiment here about Oracle.
Certainly.
One of the things they were worried about, or the market seemed to be worried about with Oracle, was how they were going to fund all these things and the debt, the amount of debt that they were going to raise to facilitate all the things that they were talking about. Also, remember, non-farm payrolls end of the week. That's going to be really, really key on the back of the Fed that we saw with, you know, the optimistic hold, I guess, was the way we took that decision from the Fed. But if this comes out on Friday and we see, you know, finally a little bit of cracks under the hood in the jobs market, narrative could change again.
Yeah, the narrative continues to be low higher, low fire, sort of an equilibrium in the middle. It's kind of good news for now. The economy does continue to grow. The wild card, Brendo, is this Kevin Warsh appointment. It seems to be pulling the market in two different directions. There's his history of what he's thought, you know, from an ideological sense. Small balance sheet, you know, restrictive policy. And then, you know, you look at the appointment, well, President Trump has made it very, very clear he wants rate lower, but so how does that kind of jive with Kevin Warsh's kind of philosophy and his historical decision making? Yeah. So the market's kind of in a wait and see. I'm not sure if he's scheduled to speak anytime this week or soon, but I think the market's really going to be looking for clarity from him about how he wants to go forward. Separately, there's a whole bunch of stuff moving here, not the least of which is nat gas. 17.25%. UNG is getting clipped. I guess we're on the other side of this cold spell. Maybe not this side of the border, but maybe south of the border. And then, as you mentioned, Oracle, big, and Unity as well.
Yeah.
Closing in on 10%, up over 8.
Yeah, nice look for you this morning. NVIDIA, disregard this candle. There's deep prints coming through right now. Everything's looking pretty wild at the moment. NVIDIA to the downside here. Questions regarding their tie-up with OpenAI, whether it will or maybe it won't at this point actually happen and actually transpire. So NVIDIA downside a little bit here, but as I said, all of these things trying to get back to the upside currently. AMD looking about the same right now, still in negative territory here. We'll hear from AMD tomorrow. As far as, you know, the semiconductor argument goes, going to be an important report as well.
Oh, no question about it. I want to hear more about China. We've been like another on again, off again situation today with NVIDIA and China. But what I'd like to hear is the MY455, which is that China-specific chip, going to have the kind of audience that the H200 has. We've heard about, you know, 400,000 confirmed orders. Some were reporting 2 million. We heard very little about AMD's China revenue, so I'll be all ears for that.
The initial headlines, meanwhile, on the metals side of things that I saw anyways, or the narrative this morning was very negative once again. Looking anyways, when we opened down here this morning, this is SLV, like this sell-off from Friday was just going to continue. But here we are trying to bounce right back to basically where this thing closed on Friday, around $76, still down significantly off the highs, along with gold this morning, along with Bitcoin, as I said, back below 80,000. We'll touch on some of the BTC-related stocks. It's worth noting, yields all downside this morning. The dollar coming off a little bit once again. So, I mean, it looks to be a little bit of a wait and see here, I guess, ahead of more economic data later in the week.
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like, Brendo. And we saw the inverse correlation between gold and the dollar. So if gold, what's gold down now? Well, GLD anyways down 2%, likewise with SLV. So I expect a decent day for the US dollar, but you never really know how these ones, they could recover by the end of the day.
The one thing that's kind of interesting here is coming on the back of the first batch of, you know, mega cap tech earnings last week. Here we are, the market kind of still in the same spot here, really just kind of chopping around. I mean, we were hoping that that was going to provide a little bit more certainty. Maybe by the end of this week, we see a little bit more. It's hard to tell.
And like the chip trade is back in focus again. Like 9 articles that I reviewed this morning said AI chip trade or AI chip build out back in, or concerns about it. And you know, I feel like we alleviate that every couple of weeks. Like a Taiwan semi comes out, says we're going to spend through the roof. We can't meet demand. ASML can't build these things quick enough. And then we get a minor headline that reignites this whole concern. And here we are again, mostly negative.
Absolutely jam-packed week on the earnings calendar. Once again, we'll be with you Monday through Thursday, essentially every single night, talking you through what's happening as far as earnings as they come out. Again, Palantir tonight, AMD tomorrow. We'll get Google, we'll get Amazon. Going to be absolutely jam-packed week. So very important for the overall market, guys. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday. Welcome, everybody. 20% of the S&P's reports this week. So this is the big one, obviously, and what I like about it is it's like nice and spaced out. Like instead of, don't pile them all into one day as far as the ones we're going to watch. It's like we can focus on Palantir today, we can focus on AMD tomorrow after the close, and throughout the week, Amazon, Alphabet as well. But over the weekend,
be a good one.
Bitcoin did it. Like Bitcoin finally went down into that prior breakout level, right? Like all the chatter, I mean, I've been waiting for this to get down in that low mid 70s for a while, and it looks like we had that moment. You can say everyone can sort of speculate as to how this all started, but let's be real. Everything started to go with the wash. Once a pick got made, you had gold and silver, and then Bitcoin over the weekend. But what's crazy is, and I heard your reaction, is UNG. Like UNG's also double digits. So when you have natural gas moving as well, oil pulled back significantly because there's potentially progress on talks with Iran. So yeah, there's a lot going on going into today. And on top of that, Disney reported earnings this morning, if anybody cares.
Yeah, nobody does. Went up a little bit, I think, Disney there. I was watching. So right now we're just going through all these prints right now on silver, back to 74.50. So we'll have to wait to see, man. We had a big trade there on Friday. We'll see if we can do it again today. But I'm looking for shorting around $80. We'll see if we can get up there. 75 right now for SLV. And yeah, you mentioned Disney. So here we go. Let's see. Quick little look there. It got up to like 115, 116, I thought. Yeah, on that report. And then right back down in as their major revenue source, again, theme parks. So not the streaming, obviously, the theme park business. But yeah, that's going to the downside. We'll wait to see how good consumers look. And then SNDK, like we're not even talking about SNDK. And of course, that was up 25% on Friday and then gave it all back. And still wound up, I believe, slightly up on the day. But we got into 530. That's a nice little rip today, back up to 595. But there you go. You fall back down there into 575. I don't know, man. The market was actually doing quite well early. Then we just had a little bit of a drop down. Now we're trying to battle back. So, yeah, I mean, ahead of all these earnings, it has not been a great earnings season really so far. I think it was like last year it was 81 or 82% beats. We're in the 70s for this year, but a major announcements coming this week. So there's the NASDAQ right now trying to battle back. But, yeah, gold as well, silver, everything, not gas. As you mentioned, Neil, it's going to be quite a wild ride here today, but we have Michael Noss coming through. It should be a good look for him as well. But yeah, I like the Oracle play too today. Yeah. I think it's gone down way too far, way too fast.
Finally finding a bottom.
You know, is there going to be enough money? Yeah, I mean, look at the chart. Actually, it looks pretty good. Neil has
5 points so far today. Just held $60. What's cool about the level? Well, I mean, it hasn't been cool for a while. The stock. No, but what's interesting about the level down here is you go all the way back to when it looks like it was making this little rounded bottom, support there, off the 150. That's effectively where we're bouncing right now. Not a red candle in sight for Oracle on the 15 this morning, blasting higher. And ultimately there's all this concern about them raising debt, and they basically got their bond reaffirmed, and it looks pretty good. I like the bottom that's here technically, but I want to see the market open on this one. And if you can hold on to this 170 level, it's going to look pretty spicy. But yeah, there's going to be a lot to look at this week. And as you said, like we weren't really mentioning like off the bat that SNDK, and then you look at some of the other names within the group, like it got lost in the sauce because of what was going on with the metals, that you had a 10% pullback intraday in Micron. You know, like that's not nothing. And like you said, SNDK was a pretty big round trip as well. And it looks like Tesla's not the only stock that cares about 420, because Micron double bottom Wednesday and Thursday at 420, and then this pre-market 420 top. So I think we got a key level here on Micron if it can't seem to hold on to that. Memory chips as well, finding a bit of a top. Parabolic moves all around. Sometimes you have to have these kinds of dips, and it seemed like Friday was just one of those risk-off type of days where just about everything was falling with the exception of, volatility.
Yeah, we have, it doesn't even seems worse than it is. ES is only down 0.4 right now. The Nasdaq's only down 0.7. We've had roller coaster rides of, 1-2% during the day alone. So ES right now seems to be fine to me. We'll have to hold, obviously, VWAP here this morning. So at 6,900, we cracked 7,000. We've talked about the where this Nasdaq and where ES has been going. It seems a lot worse when you look at certain individual stocks, like a Palantir that's gotten, hit pretty good. But tonight, as Brendan mentioned, we're going to be live tonight. I don't know what time Palantir reports. They're like pretty much the biggest one tonight. So we'll see, hopefully just after 4 o'clock, we'll give those to you live. Then we'll look at the names that are reporting around this. But Palantir had it's not actually down. See, there it is. I was going to say there's too many prints coming through right now on the dark pools. But Palantir was down to 146, made its way back up to 150 here today, and now hovering around 149.50. So just ahead of earnings with no major news catalysts that I could find. Palantir up. It's not down 3%. I don't know what's there's for some reason there's just a lot of prints coming through right now. I don't even know what's going on with our servers right here, but it's not like a dark pool dump time. But there's a lot of obviously mistakes happening here. So we're at 149.50 right now for Palantir, up about 1.5%. So we'll see if they can wind up holding fort. And then, yeah, NVIDIA is another name that we always look at, 188, 1888888 right there we just saw. So, another name that's been holding its bid for a minute, right? So we'll see if all these names can keep the tide to the upside. So let us know what you guys want to trade here today. I don't think there's anything wrong with looking at IBIT or silver or Palantir on days like today where there's actually something going on. I mean, what a disaster crypto's been for the last 8 months or so, like just almost pointing straight to the downside. And now you're going to see, a big time continuation here today. And you sort of tick into this new zone for IBIT as we're trying to break below, 77-ish thousand there for Bitcoin, with Kevin Warsh appointed Fed chair, hopefully going to get confirmed and everything. And yeah, we're going to wait to see, as we mentioned, the balance sheet and everything with Kevin. And I'm not sure if that means anything for crypto, but crypto definitely not following by the way of silver and gold on the way up, but it does seem like it wants to follow it on the way down. So not a great sign here for BTC, right at some nice sort of inflection points here. So yeah, it should be really interesting. This goes all the way back. President Trump was November of 24, right? So yeah, we're right back to where we were when we had the election for crypto. So not a great year, obviously, for this. So yeah, there it goes right back down in. But whatever, ups and downs, right? I mean, if you bought it a year ago today, you're down. But if you bought it back in last November, there, you're kind of flat. And so we'll wait to see. I mean, everyone's holding crypto. And I don't think anyone's really trading in and out of it as far as an investment. No, some people.
Michael Saylor ain't.
Trading vehicle. Yeah, I don't. I know that there's that number, like, if it ever gets into the 67 or 72,000, but it doesn't matter. They're not liquidating.
They're not liquidating.
They can financial engineer that position, man. Well, they can raise cash against it.
He's not. Based on at least all the stuff that I see online, he's not even out of the money, right? I think it was like 73 or 74.
Even if they are, though, it wouldn't make liquidate.
It's psychological. It's a psychological thing if he goes underneath. But I think too much weight gets put on Michael Saylor as if somehow he is Bitcoin or MicroStrategy is Bitcoin. The other story that we didn't mention, but if you're looking at, I don't know, critical metals, USAR or MP, is the talk of this potential stockpile. I think it's being called a reserve for the U.S. government in critical metals, starting with potential 12 billion. So you'll see CRML is going to be up, and interestingly enough, when I look at the visualizer, everybody, it's USAR that the group seems to like a little bit better. There's Micron number one. Interesting. Okay. Good morning. Micron number one. So yeah, now Oracle I'd expect. Okay. Palantir has earnings. Silver, obviously. Trade desk, what I've expected you guys to be interested in the trade desk. There's a few people in there. So remember, if you're seeing this and you're like, what the heck is that? Then you have to jump into the chat. And if you're in the chat and you type, say, $, I don't know. I'm just going to do Intel because probably no one has today. $Intel into the chat, and I see people putting Micron, Robinhood. You'll see those start to drop down, and then the most popular names get to the top, and then we tend to try to cover what's near the top of the list. And Micron is holding for it. Did I type Intel or INTC? Someone else typed Intel. I actually did INTC, so just $, and then the ticker for sure. Yeah, there's Tesla, and Micron keeps on getting more love, which is interesting. Like I said, Micron had a 10% drawback from the highs on Friday. Pretty big day of movement, which got overshadowed by pretty much everything else that was going on, and mostly in the metal space, for sure. But yeah, should be an interesting one. And the other thing we didn't talk about there, Sharif, is it's the beginning of the month. So you got Chinese EV deliveries. Not so good if you're XPeng, though.
Yeah, I didn't have a look at XPeng yet. I will in a second, Neil. These deliveries are definitely going to be important to see if the Chinese tailwind there is still, they're still benefiting from the subsidies. But Brendo, you know what I saw this morning? Now, it's not confirmed, of course, but Ford pushing back against reports that they're trying to tie up an agreement here with Xiaomi. Now, I don't know if you remember, Ford CEO.
Yeah.
Remember when he basically went on a podcast and said, "Hey, my daily driver, being the CEO of Ford, is a Xiaomi SU7. I like it so much, I had to import this thing, pay the 100% tariffs that come along with it." No, but his point was clearly that we're behind, we need to catch up. And then there was a headline today that said something to that effect. Again, Ford is denying the claims that they're in talks as a potential partner here with Xiaomi. They called it completely false. Xiaomi didn't respond for comment, but something to keep an eye on.
Something tells me Daddy Trump would also deny that very, very quickly if they ever went down that road. But let's talk Oracle here. A lot of people still wondering what the hell is going on here. Oracle up to 175. Nice move in the pre-market here. We actually gapped down significantly around 157, 156 early on this morning. Straight higher since on this. Plans to raise 45 to 50 billion in 2026 through balanced equity or debt financing to fund cloud infrastructure growth. That was the big sticking point, if you remember, for Oracle going back to the end of last year. A lot of people saying, okay, this is a ton of debt with few, actual paying customers at this point. How the hell are they going to pay for this?
Well, the immediately, kind of what I look at here is why is the stock up 4, 5, 6% on debt raising? So to me, the market was looking at this, the report of them trying to expand their cloud and saying, I don't think that they have the ability to do it, at least not with the way that the current accounting is. So raising about 45 to 50 billion in the stock up over 5% may mean that the market is more, calm about how they're going to be able to do this. But apparently it's going to be a mix of debt and equity. It's not just going to be one. The capital is earmarked, as we've always been talking about, for their contracted cloud demand and the RPO, that huge RPO that they keep reporting. Hyperscalers continue to accelerate. Global data centers hitting $61 billion in 2025. Just keeping an eye out here for any other comments. And the layoffs. TD Cowen analyst noted Oracle may consider 20 to 30,000 layoffs to free up capital, which would make sense if they're, kind of clogged up financially. That's one way we've seen Amazon do it as well.
Yeah, who, by the way, we'll hear from later in the week. Just checking here. Even with today's gap, guys, Oracle's still in a 50% drawdown off all-time highs.
Yeah, it might even be more than that. What is? It's 173. Yeah, it's almost exactly 50%.
Pretty much, exactly. I mean, it was worse, obviously, on Friday. And it's worse if you looked at it in the pre-market. But no, it obviously hasn't been good for Oracle. And sort of what I was saying earlier about where it's trying to bounce, it's better shown on a weekly chart, because then you can get a sense of when it started going a little bit more parabolic to the upside, like structure, consolidated here, holding right around this 160 area. And if it's going to make a bounce, like, it would make a lot of sense that this is a good spot. But then I was also telling you guys, like, I'd like to see 170 hold the open. But I was just kind of looking at VWAP, but prior high is a little closer down to the 169. So almost like the 169 to 170 area. That's the key bounce zone today. I think the start of a temporary bottom can at least be in play for gold. It doesn't mean they're out of the woods, but in the same way that it's not like gold and silver we're going to go up forever without some kind of a big retracement. It's not like Oracle's going to go down forever without catching some kind of a bid. And maybe we'll be able to see if it's got any interesting options flow, although I suspect there's a host of other names that'll be of interest to Joe as we get our Monday options look.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I forgot I had this. So we'll take this one off here. All right, it's all right. We'll take it off. I forgot I had it on there. All right, guys. No Oracle today. We'll take a look at Oracle tomorrow. Good morning, everyone, and happy Monday. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's hop into the world of derivatives. Now, we're going to start things off with Tesla on Friday. All right, we've seen that this name was continuing to climb a little bit higher. Obviously, some positive news coming out with Tesla. Potential merger. Now, at that 435 strike price, guys, once again expiring this Friday, we had some volume and open interest there. Nothing substantial. I'm going to think we're going to start to see these sizes slowly dwindle. Why? Because we're getting nearer dated expiration cycles. You can now get 0 and 2 DTE on some of the Mag 7s. So what I was looking at, you have the February expiration cycle that is going to be today, and February 2nd, February 4th, and February 6th. So every 2 days, you're going to have OpX on some of these names, mostly the Mag 7. Now, as for volume, guys, 8,666, and open interest sitting around 5,120. Now, as for the bid and the ask, we're a little bit wide there, surprisingly so, $25. Delta relatively high as well, too, with your gamma exposure. Out to money IV, 42.7%. But one thing that I wanted to note here, guys, once again, 86% loss of value within this contract in the span of a month. And I mean, if you go over to actual Tesla's chart, it's not down that much, right? So options writing, there's something there for sure in those further dated contracts, especially when the liquidity starts to step in. Moving on, guys, we're going to get a double dose of silver here today. Volume around 45,300 and open interest, no, that is 241 contracts at that $80 strike price. We are down substantially from that. That is going to be expiring today. Now, as for the bid and the ask, guys, $2.25, $2.35, a $10 spread, delta 34 right there, and your gamma is around 0.038. At the money, IV once again is extremely high. If things do start to cool down, considering on Friday we had that 30% drop in the actual underlying, you might be able to sell some IV on that. Now, double dose of silver, what am I getting at here? This is going to be a put contract at that $70 mark. You can see we're trading almost at that specific zone there, guys. Now bumping back up to $73. But at that specific level, we have 23,300 contracts with open interest around 1,360. Bid and ask a $20 spread there. Now, as for your delta, 0.265, I mean, it was out of the money, but you're getting closer, so you're going to see an increase in that right out of the gate, and then your gamma exposure relatively light. But the same thing with your at-the-money IV, 143.6%. Be cautious just in case the momentum to the downside continues. Now moving on to RGTI, taking a slide yesterday, guys. This put contract growing drastically in value, going from approximately 30 cents all the way up to $1.60, even a little bit more, or $5 almost there, guys. So that is a big time move in RGTI. $22 mark right there. Volume only 132 contracts, but open interest sitting around 2,920. Bid in the ask, guys, relatively wide, $35, which is expensive for a $22 name. Delta, considering it's so ITM, 0.905, so 90 delta right there, and then your gamma 0.068, and your at the money IV slightly increased with 89.4%, and we shall be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah,
Thanks, Joe.
we don't really talk about the quantum names enough.
I know. I was just looking at it myself. That's a big move down there on Rigetti.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay for
Breaking
locates.
through the 200 now.
It looks like a continuation.
Back to where it was in July.
Wow.
What is going on
Round
here?
trip. This is where it was when everything started to break out in September. Like the actual breakaway on Rigetti was right here, like $16.50. So you're 10% away from that. I kind of like this one for, like I said, I have to pay for locates here, but if looking at this short, I'm kind of thinking there's 18.5 support, resistance to potentially resistance today. So yeah, that's why we go over and look at the options, because suddenly you begin to realize that you're not necessarily, you can't watch everything, but if you have the right indicators and pay attention to watch the show and watch the community, you can certainly find opportunities out there that maybe didn't make your list. And I feel like this is one.
I mean, everybody can obviously do their own little song and dance here with options, but I think for Tesla, like, it's just in a pretty good drawdown right now, and we've gone through earnings. Well, we sort of know the pivot that the company's made by shutting down the plants and the production, keeping the plants open, but shutting down production for the S and the X, and that they're sort of switching over now, Robotaxi and Optimus Focus. What about playing longer dated calls now for Tesla? Because like, it's gonna be pretty choppy, I feel like it really hasn't done anything since September. So to try to make a call within the next couple of weeks that it's gonna go back up here or even back down is gonna be a difficult call to make, I feel like, unless you have some sort of insight. But I really like Tesla for a longer term look there. So maybe tomorrow we can get Joe around the midday or something to look at leaps or something like that for Tesla, because I think that, like, looking a year out or whatever the proper dating is on that, I think Tesla has a great opportunity here. Take advantage of sort of this down push in Tesla being down about, I mean, if we take 500 as its high, I know we sort of looked at that, down into 420. So you're down like 15% or so right now. I feel like there is going to be some value in trying to get something longer term for Tesla. I mean, because it's Tesla, it's going to be super expensive to play those games. But that's why we have Joe and we can talk about options. And even people in the chat are very, very educated about that. So we'll definitely have a look at Tesla for the longer term. I think I like those plays better than the shorter term plays. Coming through. We have, Amazon, Google. It's going to be a good week of earnings for sure. Kicked off tonight with Palantir. We're going to join us every night at 4 p.m. and then we'll go until it gets a little slow. But Amazon right now down a little bit. Google's down a little bit today. Nasdaq's down. So, Bitcoin's trying to get lower. I mean, it's trying to hold, but still lower, below that 80,000 finally. So I don't know. I think there's a few little sort of kinks or whatever in the armor here today, and we'll see what winds up happening for this week. I'm a little nervous for earnings, but this is why you don't trade around earnings. I think it's difficult for an investment portfolio to trade around earnings. Like Microsoft down 10, 12% that day. We didn't expect that. So if you bought that pre-earnings, you're probably fine in 6 months or 1 month,
or at least
5 days. But better to wait and have a read on what the market's going to do to your stock before you make that prediction. Because even Meta was upside, and now Meta's back to 705 again or something today. I think it went to 7.
Apple was up.
Apple was, but remember,
it lost it, and then actually Apple had a really good rally on the afternoon on Friday, by the way. While we're at it, I know we'll throw it back over. I think we're going to have Michael coming on through at some point, but the entirety of the afternoon, Apple had a really good rally, with the exception of, I guess it was like a sell. It must have been like a sell imbalance. I guess the entire market was a sell imbalance. But this went like $7 from VWAP for the second half, and then kind of pulled back. It's red again today. But all these earnings names, It doesn't matter how good. It's weird because it's like the numbers have been better than the reactions so far. So it makes you wonder what's going to happen as we get later on in the week. But then keep in mind the other side of the equation is from the side of the spend that we're still seeing from the hyperscalers. Technically, you kind of are 2 for 2 with Meta and Microsoft continuously still spending. So that's supposed to be propping up some of the chip names in that side of the play. You might not have known it from Friday, but we'll get the chance to see how Alphabet and Amazon are going to be doing with regards to their spend. My guess, it'll be just like the others. Like, they're not slowing down, but that's just a guess. And that could be good. If you get that confirmation, that could be good for some of your energy names. Maybe your GE Renovas. We'll see. Again, I kind of look at that two ways when we talk about how much Meta was spending. It's like, okay, well, it's not necessarily seen to be the best thing for them, although the market didn't hate it because they're up 10%. But ultimately, it's still going to be good for the NVIDIAs of the world. Like it's hard to look at that 10 to 15% higher than expected CapEx spend and be negative-ish about NVIDIA because of that. You wouldn't know it from NVIDIA today, though. NVIDIA just can't seem to catch the bid recently. It's a weird one. Somebody's accumulating the stock, yet it just doesn't want to go up. So like I kind of feel like the longer that this happens, probably the better. It's like it's coiling, just getting ready to take off. But it's 8:30 already. I don't think we have anything big in terms of economic data today, although I do believe, what time is it? It's like 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we get some ISM, and then S&P manufacturing at 9:45, and then 10 o'clock. A little Fed speak as well today, but mostly clear until we get earnings after the bell. And it's not just Palantir. There's Simon Property Group also comes out at 4:05. Okay, like those are the two big ones at 4:05.
Yeah, I traded that Simon Property during COVID. I liked the dividend, and it was a good
I know you like that.
Yeah, I'm probably not still in it. If I am, pretty small. Yeah, AMD again off that 260. Just because you're talking about Nvidia, this one came into a perfect level if you were looking short, and that was just last week. So I still feel like if this can come back into 200, that's another dip buy zone, and you just play these ranges. The market's just a really funny thing, man. It's basically just moving. Like that whole Warsh thing really turned everything upside down on Friday, which really sent silver getting crushed, and it was starting to question a lot of these different assets. So, wow, SLV is, that wasn't just at 75. Yeah, I guess it was. So silver right now hitting the skids, man. I got it on the sticky note as a short. I don't know if any of these levels will hit though, because we're starting to come down. I was actually trying to look at something around $80 again, but that doesn't look like, 78, 80. This is kind of the area now that I'm looking at. I may have to adjust the note. The note already has it written down as 80 short, but silver right now, yeah, what a wild ride there. I don't know if Michael's going to be talking about some of this, but we had silver and copper and gold and platinum. I mean, anything, any sort of a metal. You can look at the metals company. I mean, there's many different ETFs, different stocks that focus on all this. We had a good question about Barrick Gold on Friday as well. Not a question, but just what do we think about Barrick Gold? And, collecting a dividend or something and going for a miner might be a decent idea now as well. GDX, the gold miners, instead of just gold by itself. But look at this 50-period moving average, right? I mean, we've been holding pretty good for a minute on that as well. So, all right, man, without any further ado, we've got Michael coming through, which is always exciting. We'll hear what he has to say. Oh my gosh, it's Michael's favorite time. Beginning of a new month.
Exactly, new candle.
So he probably, didn't have too much of a social weekend. I know he looks at over 300 charts or something.
3,000.
He always likes
hundreds.
He'll probably give us maybe a closer to an exact number, but I know it's a busy time for Michael because he does like these charts. So let's throw it over. Brendan's got some discussions with our favorite, Michael Noss.
Yeah, we're going to go to the first part of what you guys were talking about there. Talk a little bit about silver, some of these metals, and what a move. I mean, Sharif and I were just discussing this move on Friday specifically for silver. Going back to 1980 even to find anything even remotely comparable to what happened on Friday. As I said when we came on at 8:30, we did see a little bit of a follow through igniting or starting to happen here this morning, but we are bouncing right now.
You're seeing it in some of the margin positions here, Brendo. So the CMEs raised the margin requirements both for silver and gold. So we're trading, to the downside could be interesting. Gold futures margins increased to 8% from 6%. Likewise with silver up from 11 to 15. We saw this before with Bitcoin. Once Bitcoin starts becoming volatile, the margin requirements go up. The amount of money that they're willing to front you goes down. So that has a way of contracting liquidity, and that could tighten them the price ranges a little bit. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, volatility off the chart. Let's bring in Michael Noss, get his take from a technical standpoint, what we need to know here as far as this trade is concerned. Good to see you as always, Michael. Good
to see you.
The narrative has been, if China has a forever bid on silver right now, technicals kind of get put in the back seat a little bit, or how are you dealing with that from a higher perspective here overall?
I try to ignore the narrative entirely because I always find the narrative is something kind of told after the fact, right? No one was talking about this China thing when silver was in a multi-year base, and now that it's broken out, that's what's interesting. And don't worry, I'll have monthly charts to you. We'll just do that on Friday. But yeah, I felt this was important to talk about because it was a huge move on silver. And a quick shout out to Caleb at Cubic Analytics, because I stole some of his charts. So if I steal charts, I want to quote them. So we're going to talk about what happened, when it happened in the past, and why I think it's happening now. And the story that I think is more important than, a China bid or things like that. And the first is this is just a chart from yesterday. So if you take a look at the bottom pane, what that indicator is, it's a rate of change, but I just set the period to 1. So it's just showing you how much silver normally moves. And this is going all the way back till 2017. And I put the purple line at negative 15% to show you that it's got nowhere even near there, even in 2020, even in all of these crazy moves. And then you can see what happened on Friday, well beyond 20%, right? It was down 30 something at some point, bounced a little bit at the end of the day. And then I tried to go back, and this is why I had to go to my buddy Caleb and take his charts, because you have to go back to 1980 and 1987, like Brendo was talking about, to get anywhere near a move like this in silver. And what I wanted to do is anytime you see something like this, it's really beneficial to go into the past and say, okay, well, what happened? Were these, short-term buying opportunities? Were they, a reversal in a trend? Is this a good dip to buy? And with only 2 examples, I don't know if this tells us too much, but it's interesting to take a look at anyway. So this is the one from 1987, and you can see the red line right at that 20, I think it was like 20-ish% down move, more than 20% down anyway. And if you zoom real in over the next couple days or so, the next couple weeks, there was a little bit of a bounce there, but after that, it kind of fell apart kind of completely and, retraced all the way back down. So sometimes these price shocks, again, can be playable. For us short-term traders, maybe we can take a look at dip buying or something like that, but you can see generally not. Didn't make a new all-time high, didn't get back up to those highs, and then started downtrend right after that. And then if you look at the next chart, this is 1987, where it did the same thing. And yes, again, a little bit of a bounce happened after that. However, all the way back down. Funny enough, I didn't bring the chart, but these 2 charts happen at the exact same price, 7 years apart. So this was kind of interesting that this was the area that silver had resistance at, right? The first one happened, this is CFD, so you have to do some weird adjustments, but they happened around the same place on the chart. And then again, small little bounce, and then this one fell apart as well. So not a great, if you're a silver bull, not a great historical example, but there's only 2. This time could certainly be different, but most times it started to down move. Now, this is what I think is actually going on more than anything, is that if people remember back to 2020, there was, what everyone called the Tina trade, right? There is no other option. And that's why people bought stocks, is because there was nothing else that you could possibly get any sort of return into in a zero interest rate environment and all of that. In this case, if you look at what's happened in silver and gold since 2025, and then you look at this chart, and this chart is the dollar. So the DXY is the dollar compared to a whole bunch of other assets, the Canadian dollar, yen, euro, all of that. And you can see the dollar has been falling apart, and the dollar over the last couple of days, where silver really, really accelerated, not only fell apart, but broke that little support line that I drew there at about 96. So the dollar was accelerating lower. People were jumping from the dollar into other assets. And it's important to note, silver and gold, they're priced in the dollar, and that's the main asset in which they're traded. So if the dollar gets cheaper, it makes sense that these other assets can get more expensive. I don't think it's a coincidence that the day that all of these fell apart, we had this big lift in the dollar, and not only a lift in the dollar, but back above this support zone. So for me, more than even looking at the silver and gold charts, I think that we have to pay attention and look at a dollar play. So this is about 96.50 is the support zone. So I think a pretty interesting rule of thumb that I'm going to look to trade this week is that if we continue to move up in the dollar, if we're above that 96.50, I think I want to potentially take tactical shorts on silver wherever I can. And if this just reverses and rolls over, and this was just a dead cat bounce, and we end up making new lows and breaking down in the dollar, then maybe we get that nice resurgence back in gold and silver. But the last quote that I want to leave you with is from Luis Yamada, who is one of the original CMTs and market technicians out there. And her quote was always, the bigger the damage, the longer it takes for repair. So if we are thinking silver is going to go back up and gold's going to go back up. That was a lot of damage. So if that saying holds true, that means potential long time it's going to take to repair.
If you look back, though, just, if we remove silver from this equation and just look specifically at the technical aspect of this, a historical type, move higher and then a historical type retracement of that move. As you said, two examples here to go on just with silver specifically. But again, if you remove silver from that, can we make an argument that's a little bit, more conclusive around the unwind continuing here just on a broad basis, just maybe just on percentage of the actual move itself, first up and then down?
Yeah, I think so. If you were to take silver off it and you were just to put Bitcoin on it, which is one thing I did on the weekend, and you look at these parabolic moves that then crack, quite often they're just not bouncing right back up. Maybe that crack doesn't really continue lower. It could just be that we're in for some high volatility range for a long period of time. Eventually, in all cases thus far, Bitcoin has gone back up and made new all-time highs, but sometimes it's been many years since that's happened. So you could look at it with also, your favorite kind of low float penny stock thing that just shoots up and gets super, super parabolic. And then after it does that first crack to kind of flush everyone out, that to me is more interesting. And I think it's a good sentiment thing. Imagine you've been shorting silver the whole way up and you've been having a really bad time. And then all of a sudden that's completely wiped out and now you're up money on the trade. I think it just emboldens the shorts a little bit more and it scares the longs a little bit more so that any rally back up is harder. And I think that's why that saying of, the bigger the damage, the longer the need for repair, because there's a lot of people out there that if this thing starts to rally are now kind of bag holders in silver. So, we're at 72 on SLV. There's probably a lot of people from 80 and 90 that if we start to get back up to that price, they're relieved after the panic day they had on Friday. And I think there's more people looking to sell than buy at this point.
All right, you mentioned the term tactical short on something like this. I think there's going to be a lot of people in that same mind frame and in that same, mental state of approach going into not only today, but maybe this entire week. Just run through your concept there, run through, what people need to see to really get, a little bit more belief in that.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that all-time high as an exit, and any bounce into that all-time high, again, assuming the dollar is still holding up and being strong, I'm going to look to take shorts. And the way I'm going to do it personally, and it might not be perfect, so any bounce kind of into that range, I'm going to short. But I'm actually going to take, there's a ZSL, is a ultra short silver ETF. So this is just the same chart flipped on its head. I've already taken it. I took a trade in this on Friday. It worked out really well. The thing I like about this as opposed to shorting the asset itself is that this can only go to zero. So if I am sizing myself correctly, if I am completely wrong and say overnight there's some crazy move in silver that gets halted or whatever it is, this can only go to zero. And for me, that is a better way to play. It might not be the most profitable way to play, but I know at the very least I can't go completely under and it can't wipe out, a whole life's work from anything like that. And when you're shorting an asset that's going up or down 30% in a day, you do have that danger of, was it TCGL that went from $2 to 400 or something for no reason. Things can get wacky. Things can get crazy. So I like this as an asset. It's plenty liquid. It's double short. And again, you're buying it and you're just knowing that if this thing drops to $1 tomorrow, you're just sizing yourself that you're going to be okay.
Yeah, great concept overall. Great stuff. Michael Noss, have a good day today. Great week. Lots to look forward to this week. We'll speak again on Friday.
Talk to you Friday. Have a great week.
Fantastic stuff, as always, by Mr. Michael Noss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these analyst actions here this morning. At the top of the list here, we have Autodesk, ADSK, getting a substantial price increase from roughly around $255, to which we're currently trading at, to $319. You're up about 1% here this morning. That upgrade is going to be by JP Morgan, also going from a neutral weight to an overweight. Now we have Futu Holdings, guys, a name that we don't quite often talk about, but we're getting an increase in price, guys, going from a neutral to buy to $213. We're roughly trading around $116. That upgrade is going to be by Goldman. Now McDonald's also getting the nod, guys, going from a sector perform to sector outperform with a price target of around $360. BTIG research giving us that nod, up 1% here this morning. Now Shopify as well too, guys, going from a neutral to a buy. You're up about 1/3%, a little bit more in the pre-market session. Now as for some of the downgrades here, guys, we have Chevron going from a buy to a hold, with the price target being lowered to approximately $180. Now, HSBC Securities saying on that one at 1.86%. We are down here this morning. Now, Best Buy as well too, guys, getting the downgrade. You're down 1.6% here this morning, going from an overweight to a neutral, price target being lowered to $76. Now, Circle Internet Group as well too, guys, initiating a sell by Morgan Stanley. You're down 2.25 there. Price target being lowered from, to $66 from $69. And SoFi as well too, guys. Price target being lowered from $36 to $33 by Needham. You're down 1.3% this morning.
I feel like Joe was really excited about that the Chevron downgrade.
You like the Chevron one.
It was the way in which it got said. I'm like, we're just hating on Chevron. But the one that actually stands out to a certain extent is going to be that Circle, because look, obviously by now everyone probably knows what went on with crypto over the weekend. I'm going to make the assumption that everyone does, and if you don't, Bitcoin got smashed, and so did ETH, and so did pretty much everything else. But Circle on Friday broke its all-time low. Now, it being an IPO, that just goes back to June of last year at 64, but it broke without a huge plunge. So it lost that 64, got a couple bucks further, and recovered right back into $64. Well, guess what? We're underneath. We're underneath that 64 as we speak. So upgrade, downgrade doesn't really matter in this particular case. I think that this is a continuation until proven otherwise, and there's really just the one level to look at, $64. Like, it showed you on Friday that there was resistance at that spot. So Circle is going to be on the mind, certainly, and it just goes into that list of, I suppose, IPOs. I almost said IPOs from this year. IPOs from last year, which have not been doing too well the last little bit. Even as the market was at the highs, a lot of these high-flying IPOs that were crazy in the middle of the year are really starting to come in or continue to come in. Circle, just another one at that $64 level. All-time lows made on Friday. Look for them to hold underneath that today.
Yeah, no, I was going to say this Autodesk is kind of interesting as well to me because, again, software automation here, computer-aided design. It's just, obviously getting hit by sort of the AI downtrend there and coming into a pretty good level. Autodesk has been great stock for a very, very long time, and it's coming into some bid zones. We get an upgrade. So we'll have to wait to see if ADSK can sort of catch a bid from these spots. But I kind of like this name in this area. Again, we've seen Adobe and some of these major design names get hit. These guys are a little bit different. Here are their computer-aided design. It should be, engineering. Like, I don't love the stock, but when I was looking at it, I thought maybe we're at some key levels. So between 250 to 240 here for a little bit of a bottom there on ADSK. I'm not sure if they've reported or when that's coming due, but ADSK, a name to look at there. I'm trying to find out the calendar as I go here. They are confirmed the Feb 26th. So a little bit of time here for ADSK, February 26th. So yeah, a little upgrade. We'll see what happens there if you own this one in your portfolio. It's good to see that finally potentially catching a little bit of an upside play here. Just 7,000 shares, so nothing to worry about right now. But yeah, okay, that's some upgrades and downgrades. It's not all about those names today anyways. You know, we'll be figuring out what is going on with crypto, what is going on with silver and gold, and then some names, Oracle, flying around there, and Amazon, Google on watch this week, Palantir on watch tonight. AMD is gonna probably have a huge move today. I like the circle breakdown, of course, Gemini and some of those other names that have recently come to market. Coinbase has been really hit badly as well, and then MSTR just goes with the flow. So,
BMNR, actually,
BMNR, yeah.
While we're talking about those things, BMNR is also a flat bottom break as well. Like if you, this is not like an all-time low or anything like that, but effectively, yeah, it lost that 2024, 25 level, and it has, unlike Circle, it has way more room to go back up before it even gets back to the prior low. Like it could pop $1.50, so that's like, it could pop 7% from here and still be underneath that prior low. So even if there's like a relief rally today, like I could see a world where, I don't know, if I don't find the short in IBIT, like BMNR, even if we get a huge relief rally, I'm still going to be looking for a top on that somewhere. It is, as Michael said, like when you have hefty pullbacks, like on a day one, maybe it emboldens the shorts in like silver and gold. Well, the other side of it is when you've been trending down and you break down underneath the bottom, it's the same kind of thing. It also emboldens the shorts because hedgies are like, well, we're in the money, we can add, and that kind of thing. Believe me, they do. They don't just sit there. They're usually aggressive with these types of things. So yeah, there's lots to watch. Only 10 minutes until 9 o'clock. I know we're going to go through the rundown and everything. And I just want to remind everybody, I'm not calling anybody out. It's just Juan Padilla. We know AMD is a mover and they report tomorrow. Just make sure you type $ in there as well. So $ZSL, $CVX. If you do that, it ends up showing up on our visualizer and we're able to just make sure we're talking about the names that you're interested in. I know that ZSL, and I know we didn't we mentioned this a couple of times on Friday, but I just want to remind everybody that right around or just before 1:30 on this, there was like a little bit of a flash crash where silver moved, like this pulled back about 15%, I want to say 15 to 20% in just a few minutes, in about 5 minutes, and silver moved a couple of points. So if you're not, so just to think that it's going to sit there trading on par, I think this one's a 2x. Let me just double check. I don't know if it doesn't really say, but it's ultra short. I believed it was 2x. It should be 2x, but that doesn't mean it's going to always hold that correlation exactly. And that can be an opportunity. It certainly was when it dropped in to VWAP here, and you didn't see SLV move. But just keep that in mind. I heard Michael mention talking about trading this, and if you happen to be trading it, just know that it did flash crash, and silver had barely moved when it did, and you can find yourself getting wiped out when fundamentally you're like, well, why is it moving anywhere? Silver didn't go. Well, if enough people get liquidated, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and remember, it's just like a hedging instrument. Yeah. It's not meant to be held for long term. It's great to trade. It does, day trade. We saw billions of shares go through, obviously, last week on ZSL. So day trading, great, but don't try to buy and hold that thing over a year or whatever like that. It'll get, it will not act the same as the underlying, that's for sure. Palantir now above 150 again, starting to make a little bit of moves here, PLTR. I have it, the sticky note is out. I have this written down here as a long. It's the only long I have written down today is PLTR. So just sort of exciting to see how this is starting to go back to the upside right now. NASDAQ's still down. This one's taking out highs ahead of earnings. So maybe potentially a little bit beat up, but there'll be some traders that will take this profit. Right? We had sort of talked about that last week about swinging this potentially long into today. And there it goes up to 150. So there you go, man. We talked about swinging it over the weekend. You're up 2.5% from the lows, though. Still a long way to go before this name gets back to where traders will be happy. But Palantir tonight should put up a good number. Auscarp is too smart of a guy, but who knows how this market's going to treat this this high flyer, to be honest with you, with Palantir tonight. Probably, I'm not sure what the expected move is here, but probably double digits on PLTR tonight. So, all right, man, it's going to be a good one. Let's go back over to the desk, see what the boys are up to. And we're getting ready to rock and roll, man. Only a half hour now before this market opens.
Double checking here on Disney. The earnings call is on right now for Disney. I don't know, does anyone care about this? Mm-hmm. It's, top line beat, strong parks number, improving streaming profitability, lower EPS. I mean, the segment overall income specifically was down slightly, but we're back to session lows here basically for Disney right now after that that initial move was higher in the pre-market here to 118. Right back through 110 again, the earnings call on currently.
This was a good report for the most part. There were some issues, obviously, as there typically is with a big company like this, but really what stood out was the experiences. They're talking about domestic parks really bringing in more money. International parks, maybe not so much. Their cruise segment's doing really good as well, Brendo. They talked about their streaming. Streaming's picking up as well, 7% year over year. For the entertainment segment, when you look at streaming specifically, we're up 11% year over year now to $5.3 billion. Now they're stopping reporting their streaming subscriber numbers every quarter, much like Netflix. They'll give it to you sporadically when they feel like it or when it makes financial sense to. But not a bad report. Sports continues to be the CapEx usurper. That one only edged up 1% year over year, but their net operating income fell 23% because they had to keep paying these bigger acquisition figures to pick up these sporting rights. So profitability was hit by that, and that's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, overall, as I mentioned, not terribly exciting here this morning. 110 is, if you zoom out onto a daily time frame, 110, a bit of a pivot here, guys. Sitting back here once again, what do we do with Disney here?
Well, the breakout's going to have to wait. I think, we'll just kind of give this one a wait and see. There was a big 118 level that could have broken out. I mean, there's good things, as you mentioned, like reaffirm the buyback is possibly a good thing. But it need to be breaking this level. You go right back to the November earnings, and it ticked 118. So like I was just like, I wrote one thing down, that this is only interesting if it was trading. You could at least been trading off that level, maybe even for a short, but now you're $8 underneath. Doesn't really seem all that likely that you're going to get the Disney breakout. So this will be more of a pass. Give it a wait and see for like the 2-3 day rule if it can hold the prior support at $109. That's very reasonable, given that it is a solid report. But for now, disappointing for them. Was looking like it was a potential breakout, but that's the issue. Like you get the call coming in, like they're trying to go with the new CEO. I believe it's the Parks guy. I forget his name. That might end up getting that lead, and the market's seemingly still disappointed with Disney. It's interesting because they're not all streaming, and they do have a good solid fundamental business. But yeah, when you look at them compared to their streaming, I guess, competitors, not doing as well. And they're not in the spot of Amazon Prime, Apple TV. You can't. It's harder to compete when they don't care if they make money, and you do need to make money. Like you're in the Netflix realm, and it's not like Netflix has been getting that great of a go of it either. So that's the other side of it. Like Netflix has been getting punished in its own. So like the sentiment isn't even all that good here for Disney. Oh, that's right, not split adjusted. So I got to zoom right in, so you can see. Yeah, this one still pulling back as well. So you still have Disney weighing on itself. No 118 breakout. We'll just wait again for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, thanks, Cheryl. I'll try to fix the mic up there. But, it's just like, it hasn't done anything. Like, this is basically dead since May. So it's like we had some, pretty aggressive moves to the downside. Obviously, you're sitting there around $80 has been like a COVID level as well. So Disney has been, like, really beat up at some certain points in its last 5 years or so. And it's had a nice recovery. So this is what we're talking about, what I'm talking about anyways. Let me go over to a weekly chart on Disney, and you can sort of see some of these bottoms. So there it was. Like, this is the only time I've been buying Disney when it's been down here, and just not exciting enough for right now. It's just, we can see what it's doing. This is a weekly chart. It's been doing nothing since this big move back in November of 24 again. So again, we talked about the election and how everything was going nuts during that time. But Disney basically dead money for a while. Play the dips, play the rips. But other than that, man, up to 125 has been a good little level there. And then back down into 100 and change, potentially also not too bad either. So you're coming into that low end right now for Disney where you may want to try to pick something up. But to me, it's just not exciting enough to look at here. So Disney, I think we'll just, lay back on this. It's pushing lower. If you follow, SoFi had a banger report. and it's obviously in a little bit of a more attractive space right now than theme parks, I would say the financials, and they got crushed on their earnings day. So they were up doing real well, man, up 6-7%, and then whoops, downside there for SoFi. So yeah, for me, nah, I'd rather wait and see what happens with Disney and just give it a couple days to get probably hit, and then buy it up, you know, if you can get something down near this 102, 103 area for Disney. It's going down there. There was nothing in the report that's like, oh my God, I got to jump in there and buy this. So I would say down 2%, probably getting a little lower. I'm pretty negative on the start of this week right now, so maybe that's influencing it. But for me, Disney is a sort of a stay away for now. I guess we can go back over to the desk. We can get ready to go with our rundown.
Get into this morning. Let's have a look at the market here, and then we'll talk about what is to come coming up at 9:30.
692 on the dot, guys. That's where we closed out on the SPY on Friday. We're not that much down. We're down a 1/3%. We're finding that key area of support again. That 687 to 686 area seems to be a key area of support. It goes back to last week. On the 29th, when we sold off aggressively, we found a base there. We're trying to retake 690 again. So that's going to be our first area. If we can get above 690, that $10 level, fantastic. We clear it. We're looking at Friday's close as second level of resistance, 692. We sell off, Brendo. We're looking at that 687 again as support.
VIX back downside, worth noting, volatility coming off yet again. If you haven't done so yet, below in the description is the link for the watch list. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's free. All you need is your email address. You can get that, and has everything you need to know in the pre-market that's moving around and why. 40%, Bitcoin is basically 40% off the highs. We are bouncing right now for, that's IBIT, obviously, on the daily chart, but we are bouncing right now. But a lot of people, I think, getting a little bit stressed about that.
They are, yeah. This is not good. And especially, its propensity to be super volatile, and this is feeding into the narrative. So first time since April of last year, AKA the tariff tantrum, that we have been below $80,000, dropping to an intraday low of just below 75, Joey, 74,876. That is not good. A 12% drop over the past 7 days as well. Certainly not a glowing endorsement for a long. The sell-off, I should say, erased more than $200 billion in Bitcoin market value. I stress not market cap, because there is no capitalization here. Analysts are pointing to a broad risk-off shift across global markets, not crypto-specific stress, possibly as a result of the new Fed chair being announced. Forced liquidation, something we always keep an eye on, Brendo. Amplified volatility with over $2 billion in Bitcoin long short positions liquidated since Thursday. Then Saturday alone saw another $2.56 billion in total crypto, not specific to Bitcoin, crypto liquidations, which ranks amongst the 10 largest single-day events on records. And you obviously, when you have a sell-off like this, everybody wants to chime in, with investors reassessing the macro policy again ahead of Kevin Warsh succeeding Jerome Powell. He's throwing a super curveball in here, Brendo, because what he's been appointed for is one specific thing, and his historical ideology is something entirely another.
And I was actually just reading a note this morning that basically suggested he may do nothing until early next year, which is, as you said, a huge curveball. This portion of the show, guys, brought to you by our friends at Spot Gamma. We've all bought the dip, convinced we'd found a safe entry, only to be hit with painful losses. But what if you could see where pressure was building, somewhere most traders never look? In the options market, join Spot Gamma Wednesday, February 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern for their free live webinar, Volume Trigger, the #1 crash indicator. You'll discover how to apply options-driven signals to see when the bottom can fall out. Insight every equities option and futures trader can use to generate an edge and avoid losses. Scan the QR code to reserve your seat and start putting Spot Gamma's top early warning alert to work for you. Joe, you good? Joe's good. All right. He was struggling with breakfast there this morning.
We've all been there, right? Something goes down the wrong pipe, and well, let's just say Bitcoin went down the wrong pipe over the weekend, for sure. And we're right into, hey, the good news is prior resistance turns into support, which is bounced once all the way back, just go all the way back into April. and we're attempting to make a little bit of a bounce now. That being said, I went over BM&R and was sort of like, hey, we're still in a breakdown mode in a lot of these names. But the other way to look at today for me is, if you look at that 80,000 wick, right? Like when we dropped into this zone, we first bounced 80,000, and then the trend line turned into resistance, all that well and good. I'm just kind of feeling hold initially underneath, first the 80, and then here is like 84. So those are the two spots. I think waiting for the fade is going to make sense. And we're going to be trading IBIT. That's usually how it goes. It's going to work out to around the $45 level. And if we gap higher, then there's the 46.5 zone on IBIT. So that's where I'm looking short on IBIT. And then as said with BM&R, bit of a different beast. Obviously, this is ETH Treasury. If we do get all the way up there into prior lows, this would be like a secondary play over in BM&R. But looking to short that pop. And when you look at it on the daily, this has been the spot that Bitcoin has been trying to get to for a while. So when we get into that daily chart, I do expect if we can't here again, like going back into April, if we can't regain the prior lows, then the consolidation at the bottom before breaking down underneath would make some sense to me. So if we're going to consolidate in this range, you got to pop back into the prior support.
So I have written, I mean, you said down the wrong pipe, but I think it's probably down the right pipe. I mean, no one's been talking long here for a minute. So I think crypto, no one, I don't think has been talking about buying any of these dips. We've been talking about it being in trouble for a while. So I'm just going to say congratulations, basically to anybody, which I don't have my thing on my stream deck, but congratulations to anybody. Yeah, there you go, you got it. To anybody that's been short. I mean, it's been breaking down for a minute there. So I know for me, it's no surprise. And we wrote down 46 short there. About that, we were looking at the XRP ETF as well, XRP. That's trying to break down. But yeah, there goes IBIT. I'm looking at 46, man. I mean, it's where the 200 period moving average was when we wrote this thing down. Now you're at 45.5. I think it's worth a real good look there, and that's the breakdown levels right into here, 46 bucks. So, hey, man, if we do get a bump up, which I'm not sure we will, to be honest with you here, but if we do, then let's sit here and try to short some IBIT in and around that $46 mark. And here's XXRP. This one lost a bit. Remember, it was $11. This is like a triple levered, maybe it's triple, maybe it's a little bit more. XXRP, well, it won't be more than tripled. Actually, 2 times long. So we were talking about this level too on the daily was right into here, right here, that break 9,950 last week, and then whoops, now you're down to $7 right over the weekend. So this level keeps getting beat up. Look at respecting this 50 period moving average, nice bump higher there for XRP, and then right to the downside. So yeah, man, some of these names just continue to get crushed. A BM&R, just another example of that as well, but down 11, 12%, and then Coinbase, like, you know, if you want to play maybe some legislation coming through that might benefit the space, that's obviously going to help out Coinbase. But Coinbase has had 10 straight down days, maybe more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 or so straight down days, it looks like, for Coinbase. So they really can't catch a bid at all. This name's, you know, been been double digits before, and it may be on its way back there. I don't want to call that because that's 50% lower than where we are. But, you know, getting to the downside. And then, honestly, I mean, we had said that Robinhood was going to be in big time trouble, and I called 90s when this thing was at 150. Now it's at 95, and this is the problem. When stocks get clobbered like this is another name that's down 30% from 150 down to $100. This name is another one where when there's blood in the street like this, you don't want to buy it. You know, it's like we always say, oh, when it comes down here in the 200, I think this is going to be a good buy, but it's down here for a reason. So you got to now wait to hope that crypto can turn itself around. And then I think Robinhood's going to be great. I like the story behind Robinhood, the fact of the matter that they may or may not get at least a part of those Trump accounts. I think that's going to be a huge thing for them. I don't necessarily believe in this tokenization world of stocks and all that kind of stuff. I don't think it's that inefficient right now, but I do see the benefits of that, you know, same-day settlements and everything. I do really like that, and that's what I thought sort of blockchain was going to do maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but we're just waiting for, again, more approvals and these products to actually hit. Obviously, with Polymarket and everything, Robinhood is going to be a one-shop-for-all sort of place, and I like it for that. But I also like SoFi and all these names getting hit to the downside as we continue to watch crypto slide. Because, you know, when crypto's doing well, all these names kind of continue with it, right? And with crypto being down to 78,000, there's just not as many buttons being hit. There's not as many people happy about their positions. There's not as much trading going on in accounts. And that's what happens when, sort of volatility goes the other way, downside. Traders scared to maybe buy these dips. When we're at the top, people like trading in and out. But down below here, I think there's a lot of sitting on hands. And Webull has just been another one of those names, man, where it's just been crunch city on Webull. Again, like this name, wow, like IPO around 13, 14, 15, all the way to the upside. Like that just got blown out, obviously, as a lot of IPOs do. And then now you're at the all-time low again. Every day is an all-time low for Webull, and today is just another one of those days. If it ends in Y, then it might be down for Webull. So today's Monday, yeah, ends in Y. So I think you're good to go here, down 1% on Webull. This market is getting nasty. All right, Palantir tonight. Palantir is going to put up a number. Will the market respect that number is a completely different story. 151 and change right now. The market's kind of getting pumped a little bit here today with a lot of negative stories, but it's Palantir up almost 3%.
A lot of highlights, a lot of positivity going into this report tonight, but this is another chart. If you zoom out onto a daily time frame, I mean, 25-ish, 25, 30% off the highs here for PLTR, but coming back into really, really significant levels here that could hold.
We're expected to report 4:05 tonight, so it'll be right after the bell, and I'm sure we're going to have that market recap show, so make sure to catch that with us, guys, after the bell. It's going to be live. And ahead of earnings, Brendo, they actually launched a new product, a new operating system called Chain Reaction. It was launched back in December, but it is a new operating system, and it addresses surging AI infrastructure demands, and it focuses on, coordinating power, compute, networking, construction workflows, everything that we've been hearing that's important right now for the AI build-out. So in addition to AIP, their main platform, Chain Reaction, getting some interesting looks here. The company renewed as well. We know government contracts are still part and parcel for this company. $955 million contract with the U.S. Navy, and also approved another $480 million from the U.S. Navy. But they did expand their partnership commercially. We've been talking a lot more about that. Commercial revenue is growing at a faster CAGR than now government revenue, and that probably pleases investors, with Hyundai, being the latest partnership that they announced in January. They reported $1.09 billion in revenue last time, with EPS coming in at 21 pennies. Let's see how that does compare to this quarter.
Yeah, lots to look forward to coming up, and we definitely will be here for that 4:05. Join us, won't you? Just seeing this, you can add Snowflake to the ever-growing list of companies that are teaming up with OpenAI. Snow and OpenAI signing a multi-year $200 million partnership, embedding OpenAI models natively into Snowflake's Cortex AI across all major clouds. So we did pop up to 210 there on that. Came right back down, though, guys. Not a lot of volume there for Snow.
Yeah, everybody's got to get the deal with OpenAI, apparently, because they have infinite amounts of money to spend, right?
No. Finally in the money on that stuff. Like, I sold that thing at 220 and felt bad about it, but now it's at 190.
No, it's right back.
I feel good about that.
Eventually it comes. It's weird. Like, it's like, I always feel like you sell something on the way to the upside, because you're like, oh, I think it's overextended. It usually looks bad for a while, but eventually these things that go parabolic come back in a little bit. As far as Palantir goes, like, they're going to, I don't think anyone expects them not to beat today, and I don't think that's going to be the story, right? Like, when you have almost 80% last time year-over-year growth, like, the numbers need to be impressive. I feel it'll be almost, okay, is there anything people can point to for a disappointment? And then that could be the issue. We'll check the expected move and all that stuff later tonight, obviously. But I like looking at what happened at 155. I think this is the level that's key today, at least for myself. I know you're looking at the 151 breakout, but this consolidation at 155 and the kind of this bottom tail wick here at the 55 level, that seems like a very big spot. And it's out in the ether today, like it's in the middle of this gap. But just looking at the daily chart, I think it gets there. I would play like an over-under deal. Like, if it reverts going into that and kind of trends up, reverts at 155, that's one thing. If it's closing above 55 on a 15-minute, then I would look maybe continuation longs. But because it's so far away, it's not going to make a list. I have to go another 3% to get to that key level on the daily.
Yeah, I have Palantir written down here. I mean, we wrote it down early, obviously. I don't know how we sort of, like, it just kept on going higher. When I wrote down the long, I was kind of like, I can't believe I'm writing down a long, but we wrote it down here at 146 to 147 there. And, you know, of course, when we're writing that down, it's, you know, 148, 149. Here, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and then it just broke that 150 and kept on going higher. So for me, let's just wait to see if we pull back into Friday's close. So that's why I wrote down 146 to 147, this general area. Like I said, I didn't realize it would be up $3 or $4 since we wrote that, but what are you going to do? Just trade it. The market's going to have its fluctuations, especially early. So Palantir just looks to be, again, one of those names that's going to dance around just a bit. There's not much. I mean, Oxy here maybe has a sell early on as well. There's XOM. I don't know if we're going to. Oil. I was going to say oil and gold. So old has been down today. So yeah, we'll wait to see what's going on with XOM and that gold trade. CVX as well. Those guys reported on Friday. Great reports. You know, gave back a little bit, I think, early, and then yeah, rallied into the close. Yeah, so there it was down around midday, and then you know took out highs going into the close yesterday. You didn't happen to see Justin Bieber at Grammy's performance, did you?
Not live.
Okay, it was one for the ages, man. That guy is like, Justin Bieber, just shout out, oh Canada. That guy like bodied everybody at the Grammys yesterday. That guy, I have no idea where it was, LA or something like that. I'm not sure where it was, but Justin Bieber just stole the show once again. So shout out to Canada, one of the best voices you're gonna find, pure talent there. That was amazing. So I thought that was really cool. But my daughter was watching it and she was like, he's out there in his underwear. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's how they roll.
Very, very interesting right there. Basically just serenaded Haley, and it was just like, honestly, people were just crazy. So go check that out. Justin Bieber yesterday, if you get a chance to do that. The guy's still killing it. 31 years old. All right.
31 years young.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very young. Yeah, well, the guy's been a crazy career. All right, let's go back over to the desk here, and we'll talk about NVIDIA and OpenAI.
Yeah, back downside right now, actually. For NVIDIA, we had the big gap to 187.50. We get all the way back to basically where it ended on Friday, coming off a little bit. Yeah, Wall Street Journal reporting this morning, essentially implying that the deal between them, which is $100 billion, by the way, may or may not happen. There's been a few comments specifically from Jensen's side, I think, over the past couple of weeks that have indicated that he's maybe feeling a little bit cautious, specifically on OpenAI, not necessarily, obviously, the industry.
That would not make Jensen the only one, Brendo. I think there's a lot of people that are questioning OpenAI's dominance right now as the premier large language model. Let's talk about this. We know that $100 billion investment into OpenAI is not finalized, which, you know, creates that short-term uncertainty. It also reflects sensitivity to any perceived wobble in NVIDIA's AI growth narrative rather than a change, you know, to the core fundamentals. But here are the deal details in case, you know, you've forgotten them. Back in September, NVIDIA and OpenAI announced a partnership to build out a 10-gigawatt facility of AI compute, along with a potential investment of a further $100 billion. And internal discussions at the time indicated the investment was non-binding. CEO Jensen Huang reportedly raised concerns last year, this says, around OpenAI's strategic discipline and the competitive landscape, including pressure from Google and Anthropic. And we've seen really Gemini 3 make a big move as of late. Over the weekend, Jensen Huang publicly denied the claims of dissatisfaction with OpenAI, calling the reports of tension nonsense. And he reiterated the final investment will not necessarily reach $100 billion, but it's not being canceled. He also emphasized NVIDIA's strong relationship with OpenAI, and he confirmed the company will make its largest ever investment, Brendo, as a part of the ongoing fundraising. So he's trying to assuage concerns, but you know, when there's smoke, there's fire.
I mean, you could also say he didn't go into any kind of detail as to when and, you know, a timeline or anything like that. So clearly it's not anywhere near the top of his to-do list at this point. So adding to, as you said, the uncertainty here around this whole thing maybe falling apart. 190, guys, was that support from late in the day on Friday.
That support, I'll tell you that much. You know, like we said a little bit earlier on NVIDIA, it's been just holding fort pretty much in a $5 range the majority of this last month. There's been a few days underneath it, but for the most part, like, you've been chilling out in a very range-bound trade, unfortunately. And I think if you get more of that, like it's about 186. at the bottom. I think that's kind of like your support. Until proven otherwise, it's kind of your support level. But I'm feeling a little bit bearish on the chips today. And just kind of looking at, like, you had a false breakout of the high on NVIDIA. I know you have to get up to like a 92 to get to that resistance spot, and it wasn't even the weakest on Friday. Like, I look at what happened on Intel and Micron and say that, hey, we're still in an environment where if you're looking at the chip space, every name except for NVIDIA is moving. Like, every name is moving more than NVIDIA. Like, they're all moving. Micron moving more than NVIDIA. AMD is moving more than NVIDIA. Intel's moving more than NVIDIA. SNDK is going to move more. So you're just going to get a little bit extra volatility. SMCI, like, I could go on the list. But if this is a sign that we're getting a bit of a topping tail, then I'm looking for the fade. And specifically, like, it was Intel on Friday because this was just holding that 49, like fail up into the 50, and then just trend down pretty much the entirety of the day. And I'm looking at the Thursday low, this little pop zone to 47.5. So I'm going pop and fade, but in Intel instead of NVIDIA as far as the chips go. And for those, and we had mentioned whether you're looking at Micron or not, very similar, failed breakout, all day trend down. Like, it's got a similar setup to the other chip names as well. So they all have this weird false breakout on Friday reversal thing, which leads to some bearishness.
Okay, yeah, look, I already said this already, man. Like, NVIDIA's doing absolutely nothing here for a long time. I mean, if anything, it's starting to get back up to the upside at least. So I would say instead of trying to play short on NVIDIA today, which I think it's going to be, I mean, it's down to 1%, I would just wait to see if we can ever take out this 194, 195 area again. Like, it's just kind of doing its thing. We've had this roller coaster, and it's not interesting enough for me to even look at right now. I mean, we're sort of pulling at straws here. I mean, it's down 1.5%. I think it's something to look at would be a Micron or a SanDisk or something in that area, SoxL, whatever. I'm more interested in this. We're about to break right now the pre-market lows coming in right here for silver. So this is going to be something interesting to me, maybe a break of 72.50 right off the jump right there. With only 10 minutes left. We had that huge trade on silver on Friday where I was saying it was the biggest trade that I've ever put on the show. We went short right here on silver. We were short $90, and then it cracked into 70s there for SLV, and we actually had a couple reloads up here as well. And the play, what we should have, we had written down was 88.50 break short as well, because that was that pre-market low. So right there on silver right now. The problem is you're above VWAP, so I don't know if that's going to be like a clean break immediately there on silver, but taking out VWAP, taking out that low of the day, and then if you wanted to get out and you're wondering where to get out, maybe 74.50, 75. So you kind of got to give yourselves about $2 to $3 worth of room there on that silver move. So take as many shares as you can hold for that if that's going to be your play. But watch out for silver trying to break below right now. So I'm looking at silver, gold, IBIT, Palantir, and then the futures with the TQs heading into with only 8 minutes to go. So those are all on the note. Those four ideas: silver, Palantir, IBIT, and the TQQ. So I'm going to be focused there early. But Tesla, really, again, I like that stock for the long term. I've talked about buying leaps in that thing. Let's go find out the story with Tesla, and then we can look at some levels.
Back downside this morning, coming on the back of crazy volatile end of the week last week. Bloomberg, among other media outlets, reporting this morning they're close, SpaceX and XAI, on some sort of arrangement that would, I mean, it sounds like roll all this into one and then maybe take it public instead of just SpaceX.
Exactly. It's exactly that. And they've articulated 4 reasons in the Bloomberg article. I'll summarize them for you guys. Why this is even happening, what's Elon's motivation. Firstly, the formation of a private mega entity. So the merger would combine 2 of the world's most valuable private companies, XAI at around $200 billion and SpaceX, valued last time at around $800 billion. It would create a consolidated empire worth over $1 trillion before any market premium is even applied to the combined company. And there's vertical integration here of AI infrastructure. So the strategic moat would be using SpaceX's Starlink hardware to, host these orbital data centers. And I know it sounds insane, but he's been saying this for a while. He wants to put them in space. Free solar, and there's no cooling because the vacuum of space is super cold. They've already filed, SpaceX that is, for permission to up to launch to 1 million satellites, kind of positioning them to provide, this massive off-planet computer system. And the capital allocation and synergy. So the deal effectively bridges XAI's high cash burn with a company like SpaceX, which has a good revenue stream already under it. So kind of helps offset a little bit. And he wants that $1.5 trillion valuation, Brendan. Combining these two could possibly get that. Yeah. He's never in competition with anybody, is he?
Only himself. Does it make it more attractive or less attractive?
I don't know, man. I don't know. They're saying it's making it more attractive because you'd have sort of that vertical integration push. But yeah, that's a great point because then you're looking at XAI, who's burning through cash to no end. It's a bit of a liability.
But as you were saying, it's a great product. So which do you lean on? Lots of things to consider, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, well, as far as like the SpaceX XAI thing, I think it's all about what your time horizon is. I think in the absolute short term, most people are going to look at that and say, come on, how are you not going to say it's a drag on SpaceX, at least initially. That said, if you're talking about the synergies, it makes a lot of sense to me as well. Regardless, whichever direction this goes, I think people are going to be excited for it, like the market will be excited for it. So if it ends up with an IPO later in the year, we'll be excited for that. Still on that outside chance that maybe there is a way that you can get in via Tesla and there would be some kind of a merger and then you could combine them all together. I think that put a bit of it tried to put a floor on Tesla last week, although only mutedly doing so around the 420 level, which is right what we're back to. So it didn't really do much with that bounce off of 420 because we didn't hold any of those gains at all. Like we're right back into the 420 level. I consider this kind of an obvious over-under on the 15-minute. I'm only trading Tesla over if it holds 420 on the 15 and then look for gap fills. I'm not super bullish on things today. So like if I see a support level, I better really be in love with it. And when it comes to the EV names, I'm actually my head keeps going back to Rivian, which is continuing to break down. Like this has just literally been a short until it is not. Like I think there's like 2 or 3 green days in the last 3 weeks here, maybe 4 green days in the last 3 weeks for Rivian, and it's now underneath the 200 period moving average as well. So if I'm looking bearish, I feel like there's other EV names to go to other than Tesla. Like just always pull back into prior support levels. That'll be the 15 today on a Rivian. But yes, for Tesla, it's above that 420. It just couldn't do much with it outside of one rally yesterday. Friday.
Yeah, okay. I was, same kind of way. I mean, I'm thinking negatively today, and it's already underneath. So I would say, shorting this name around 424 to 426. That's where your 200 period moving average is right now. I don't really want to touch Tesla, though, today. I'm not super excited. It's not like a huge story or anything for them. They reported last week. I think this is day 3 now, so maybe now you get a little bit of a bid coming for Tesla. So yeah, I would just say look at these lows, man. We've bounced off of 416 twice last week, and maybe we do it again. So that's all that means for Tesla. We'll see if there is a little bit more of a actionable trade there. Look, I love the car. I love everything about Tesla. I love the stock, and I think Elon's going to figure it out. Whether or not he decides to merge XAI with SpaceX, with Tesla, and everything all together, wrap it up into one big stock, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't even surprise me if he changes the name of the company. Like I don't know what's going to happen here, but Elon's got an idea, and I'm just going to wait to hear what it is. And I'm a shareholder in it, and I'm not dip buying. I'm not doing anything right now with Tesla, to be honest with you. Nothing coming here on the NASDAQ to start the day. So my trades are still going to be all the same, man. Looking at SLV breaking, and I said pre-market low, but obviously I understand that we've been lower. I'm just talking about this most recent low right there. So everybody in the chat talking about where the pre-market low is down in the 64 area. I'm just talking about this recent low right there since we sort of started. I think if we drop through there, that's going to be a trade for me. But we're coming up to gold and silver right now. So let's go back over to the desk. We'll hear a quick story about gold and about silver, and then we'll talk to you how we're going to trade it. Get ready, man. 2.5 minutes, and then this bell gets rung.
Back downside right now, in fact, for both SLV. Here's GLD as well. I just brought that up just to see if it was doing the same thing. In fact, we're back to session lows. I mean, when we had Michael Noss on, we were kind of, it's coming back a little bit. We were kind of bouncing a bit on silver. Gold, not so much, but it looks like we might get some continuation here.
Yeah, as low as 5% this morning on gold after a 10% drop on Friday. Silver as well, more than a 12% drop at one point after a 30% collapse on Friday, the worst day, as we talked about earlier, since 1980. And the U.S. dollar index has strengthened as a result, up 0.8 since Thursday, kind of pressuring the dollar-denominated metals. But a firmer dollar here reduces foreign demand for gold and silver and raises the opportunity cost versus, yield-bearing assets like treasuries and other bonds. And as a result of the weakness, CME Group, off which the futures are traded, raised margin requirements after that violent move for gold futures. Margins got increased from 6 to 8%. Silver, kind of the same move, up from 11 to 15, Brendo, reflecting some of the brokerages or the exchanges' concerns about some froth.
A ton of volatility, ton of volume, ton of interest, guys, still in both of these for today, the rest of the week probably. Thoughts on silver here?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, usually these kind of unwinds don't happen in one session. So the way I see it, until proven otherwise, it's going to be a fade. These are going to be SSR, by the way. SLV is going to be short sell restricted. But I'm going to look at, after what I saw in ZLS, that's where I'm going to focus, so everything will be inverted. But I have 79 to 90 written down as a resistance zone. And if I see SLV get into that, then I'm going to be looking to go long ZLS instead of SLV. So I do think that's a good resistance spot. By the way, there was just a bit of a pop there in Apple, probably a small buy imbalance as expected. And then NVIDIA with a small sell to the downside.
All right. Yeah, just looking for some early trades here. We talked about what I was looking for silver, so 72.50. I mean, we could run up into 74.50 as well right now. I'm not really, the name that or the level that I wrote down was in the 80s. So let's let silver settle down just a little bit. 78 might be the ultimate top there for SLV, but giving that a second. With only 5 seconds to go right now, we want to thank everybody for joining us early. We're open at 8 a.m. on YouTube, so make sure you guys do check us out on YouTube at 8 a.m. every single day. Okay, obviously silver doesn't really care if the market opens or not, right? I mean, it's going to trade the way it trades, so we're going to have to wait for silver. And the same thing with IBIT. So it's not at any levels yet for me to really do anything. I like a 46 short on IBIT. Maybe if we get up to 45 and we somehow rally right now as this market opens, then we can look at something, but not much happening right now for me on those trades. The only name that is now open and active for me that I was looking at was Palantir, and that's coming in just a little bit here for PLTR. So I like the long, but not something that I think we need to hold on to if it does wind up breaking. So watch out for a 148-ish long to get started in and around there for me. 148 if we do drop down in for Palantir will be a trade. But wow, boom goes the market, man. Huge upside play right there in the NASDAQ. Almost getting green first tick off the open.
Yeah, almost getting green, and thank goodness. I actually keystroked Intel at 46.5 instead of 47.5. So I was in, immediately punched out. We're waiting for $47.50, 2 set upside. And you mentioned we're headed, oh no, damn it, NVIDIA. Okay, well, it's not on this chart. Okay, good. I had this crazy wick on my other chart, but it's an NVIDIA heading back into the upside. I have a 93 wick that's on my other chart, which doesn't make any sense. So NVIDIA actually heading lower is what I wanted to point out as the market heads into set upside. Looks like this name's still weak. And of course, AMD up, Intel up, NVIDIA down, so that stays basically the same. Micron looking pretty strong as well as that starts to head back into the upside. So far, the NASDAQ wants to the upside, so nothing too crazy coming into play for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is barely moved off the lows here, despite this move up. If we don't actually get to 45, I'll have to take pre-market highs.
Yep, exactly. All right, so we're just chilling out right now. We've got, look, I wrote down 54. That was a little bit of it was a big move up here for the TQs. So we'll start a little trade into 54. I want to take trades that I think I like. And I mean, right here for the TQQs, if we're looking at a little bit of a chart here on a 5-minute chart, you're just coming up into this area right into here of 54. So just trying to find out if we do wind up breaking too much above where we are right now on this TQQs. And it looks like we're getting right into our level of 54. So we'll be a little short underneath it. We should be short around here. And instead we're short at 80s. But here we go, like just in a little too early. Let's see what winds up happening here with this play. We're short right now, and it's starting to go back in. So we'll take a little bit out in the mid 70s if we can get it. We're short now at 80. We'll take a, like I said, if we can get a low 70, that's fine. And that just went down into the 40s before we started taking this trade. So yeah, we should be shorter at a better price, but we're not. So we'll deal with this. A break of 54, we can get out, give it a little bit of room over top of that. But yeah, so far there's the short. I mean, I was thinking short anyways, I think, today. So we'll take it against that trade and see how far we can go down, just out a little baby piece. We're short at 53.80 right now. So 20 cents under where we wanted, but you know, can't get all the perfect prices. Let's see what winds up happening here with the TQQs today.
Yeah, and I mentioned, I forgot to mention GME. We put a tweet out about that one, and I see it in the chat. GameStop is in play lately. Michael Burry and what's his name? And Cohen buying, Michael Burry going to be back into it. There's a 25 breakout level on GameStop. That's very, very key. So IBIT came into the pre-market high. I'm just kind of zoom way in so we can get some scale here. But I want to see if we hold that 44.5. Got it on the way up, but on the way back in, I wanted to add to it in the 40s if we could. So it took some out in front of VWAP, and we're going to look for the 44.40 area on IBIT. Silver, yeah, really not moving. Not at all. So we're still inside range with SLV. It's not doing a thing as we speak. And then critical metals, like some of the USAR and CRML, both up significantly. CRML is up 10%. I don't know exactly what USAR is, but this is one that I'm watching. No breakout yet at 15. But the dip into VWAP, if we're not going to break the 15 level, at least initially, is going to be in play. I was looking at a 15 break, but it just reversed at 14.90 instead.
All right. You know, we're still doing it, so we're short here. We're 25 cents or so in the money. We'll still wait for a bigger move here on the TQQs, and we'll wait. So we do have we're a pretty full position, but now we've emptied out. We've already emptied out right now, to believe it or not, a third of this trade already right now on that downside push. So just getting out, we took the, I mean, our short was 81s, right? So getting out at 61s, that's pretty good. That gives us about that 1-to-1 if we break through. So just, we wanted to get out about 50% of our trade or so, you know, between, depending on how we feel about it and what the time of day is, you know, so we're out of about a third right there for close to 1-to-1. We should probably put another, I'm still bidding 50s, so I sort of was hoping to get them all out in and around there, and then try to hold half to see if the move does come through. Remember, at 9:45, and thank you everybody for watching, you know, you can get our watches, you can get Sharif's morning note. At 9:45, we have S&P manufacturing PMI expected as 52, and then the manufacturing PMI for January expected 48.5. So yeah, those numbers definitely going to be affecting some of this play upside right there. So there it is, man, right back into the reload area. I'm not going to reload it. Let's just wait to see. Look, if the futures go down, we're there. If they go up, we have our stop. So take some profits where the profits lie. And then now we just got to wait, man. It's only 5 minutes into this market. Looks like it's going upside. Like I was thinking short. Doesn't look like that's going to be right. Here goes the market trying to break through 54 right now. And this is a key level for me.
Yeah, I did get CRML, we got into the volume-weighted average price, but same with IBIT. It bounced volume-weighted average price, broke out the pre-market high, so I'm out of that one. And if we get to 45, that's the key level.
Downside.
If we get to 45, it'll be right around that 79 change mark on IBIT. But it looks like we're still front end of that move on IBIT. Obviously, 6% is meaningless. It's a 24-hour market. But yeah, it's still going to be red. But I got to wait for the 45 level. CRML, just, I'll quickly show you, bouncing off VWAP once, retaking the pre-market high, and it's now got a bit of an inside range. So if I like this one to the long side, basically want to play it if I can get VWAP into a potential 15 break on critical metals. USAR, even if you're choosing between them, USAR is already broken out, whereas CRML is still trying to break that prior level out. So hopefully it can play a little bit of catch-up or a catch-up to the upside.
Yeah, both.
As the market, I know, it's catch-up. Catch-up to the upside is CRML and USAR trying to go. All of the metals plays are up with the $12 billion reserve that the president is discussing implementing now.
All right, so we'll have to slap a fail on that. I mean, now the market goes higher there. The only thing that I said about this last week is like sometimes when markets break levels, I should be thinking about going long. through them, but yeah, did not do it here. So we'll take the L and then just wait to see what this market wants to do. Like I said, early play, first 5 minutes, thought the market could go down, hit our levels. We waited for it, didn't necessarily happen. So let's just cancel. And, you know, like before we'd be like, let's reshort, but let's not get into that play yet, as we just talked about that number coming through. You know, with this this bigger bid coming through today, look at Palantir, man. This is actually going the other way. So this would have been one that, you know, we had thought about going long, and maybe we should have down there at that 148 level. We wrote down 146 to 147, so we almost got into those areas. With that move down, that's what I was sort of waiting for. They want to go long Palantir and short the futures at the same time, but the same seems to be working out. But still, like, you know, it was up 2.5%, giving back 1 full percent now, back into 149. Did tick under 148 or so, close enough to it. Now you're hovering underneath VWAP, so we're gonna have to give this one just a little bit of time. I mean, I'm almost thinking short now for Palantir, but where do you get out, right? It's not enough of a not enough of a reason to go short yet. Just kind of hovering around, trying to get it all figured out. Futures trying to pull back just a little bit. Some of the bigger stories today, you know, you guys wanted us to look at Tesla early. We do have the stock visualizer that you can look at. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. Here's Tesla down 3%. So right into that 416. We said that there were some levels there from last week that we had bounced off of. So right now, Tesla thinking about doing that again. But the market's up and Tesla's down pretty good right now. So, hey, who knows what's going to happen to Tesla if the market ever goes down? You know, we could get really flushed out there. But a good base forming at around 416. It was really 415 there. So, yeah, you know, this could be a decent long here if you want to give yourselves $2 worth of room on TSLA as the market turns green there today. Not a bad call. Let's wait for a little lower, but trying to base out now on Tesla, maybe 416 if you're lucky enough to get that, and then you use 415 as your out. But here comes Tesla trying to make back some of those gains that they've lost early here, down 3%, TSLA.
Yeah, speaking of down, I do see in the chat someone saying, what just happened to SoFi? You're right.
No.
We'll get there in a second. Yeah, on a day where the market is up, SoFi is probably going to break your heart. CRML couldn't break the 15. So the breakout through about 14.5, gets to 1490, and then stalls. So while USAR continues to go, it's up, I don't know, 3 or 4 percentage points further. This is yet unable to break out that 15 level. Still like it for a potential break above there, but if it can't go, then you just got to scalp into it. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe, everybody, especially that subscribe button. As I see, we're 78% of the viewers subscribe, meaning 22. I like the number 22 for Will Clark, but I'd like it if the not subscribed number was a little bit lower. Let's get that into the teens, everybody.
Yeah.
And look, one of the reasons why is so that you can ask us questions and mention things like SoFi being down 3%. So I'm not aware of a story specifically for SoFi, but remember they've been selling after earnings. Disappointing because they had a very strong quarter, and it was a strong move to the upside that completely reverted and is continuing lower. Now through the 200-period moving average is SoFi, and that support on the weekly charts is going to be in and around $21. Could see it. It could easily see SoFi testing that level. Unfortunately, does not look very good for them. Yikes.
Yeah, no, we have another position right here. We did take that Tesla long. It does go $1 in the money, and we didn't do anything about it because we were waiting for VWAP there. So little silly action trading there. But we'll get some out at 416.60 right now, 5%. I'm waiting for much more, but we got to get to 417 and change first. So if we could break back above 417, then we'll take out 20% or so. But trying to see if Tesla wants to mature up just a little bit here. You know, like I said, we did have $1. We could have basically made back everything we lost there on the TQ's short, but we didn't get it out. So now we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. Just trying to wait against this 414 low here. Market is booming a little bit. We've seen Tesla before base out early, right, and then go. So, you know, just like what's happening here, there's the move up, here's the move down, based out, and then absolutely ripped up, right? Every morning, Tesla does have, I mean, this one kept on going, but maybe you're looking short here, basing out, then tanking. You got to be careful with it, right? So we got to have our stops in. So we're going to watch out to see. There's the move down. We'll see if it's trying to base and go. So that's what I'm dealing with right now on Tesla. Trying to get out of 20, like I said, trying to get out of another 20% above, not another, but trying to get out of 20% above this 417 mark. If we can get that, there it is. That's $1 right there on this name. Let's see if it can continue to go higher. We will take that piece out on that 417 break, but look what happens. As soon as it breaks it, whoosh, right back down to the downside. So we're out of only 25% of this. So that was a good one, but then stopping immediately pretty much there at VWAP and just returning right back down. So you got to have your orders out to get filled. We did there. So far, so good here on Tesla. And then because you had mentioned SoFi, let's just have a quick little look at Robinhood. I mean, I'm assuming, wow.
Oh, what the?
Oh, sorry about this,
whoa,
Joey options right there. Well, what's going on right here is that this you know, the emperor has no clothing here when crypto goes to the downside, apparently.
Yeah, but Bitcoin's bouncing.
Yeah, no, I know. Bitcoin's, what is it, 78?
Well, it's not further down than what it was before. Like, no, I'm only saying that because
8 is lots.
8%'s a lot when Bitcoin is like ticked up, I don't know, 1%, maybe,
did not
although that looks like it's rolling back over. Also, Circle's down 5%, but at least Circle has the excuse of making an all-time low on Friday and continuing its move down. So even with that bounce, Circle looking weak and underneath VWAP, if IBIT is setting up again, but if IBIT wasn't setting up again, I'd probably look to short pops on Circle. So there's the rollover top here at about 44.8. I had to zoom this in. When things gap like that, it is what it is. You don't care about what happened on Friday. If we can't get to 45, it looks like we're getting a bit of a trend break here on IBIT to try to jump into said short. But it is Circle and Robinhood that are much, much weaker in the crypto space. BMNR is blasting to the upside. So it's these types of plays which are looking better. Yeah, VWAP on Circle is going to make sense. And Intel is now at that 47.50 level. So AMD and Intel both booming to the upside. Market might be flat, but this is up 2 points. AMD, let me just double check for everybody. I know a lot of people are asking about AMD. AMD up 3%, very similar charts and looking incredibly strong. If we don't get a trend break, this is kind of that spot that I was looking for level-wise. Morning support on Friday, and then midday support, and then resistance. So if we do not get some kind of a trend break, I don't enter into the trade because we're screaming to the upside right now in the market. We're about to have, that's right, we have economic data in just a couple of seconds with it, Era.
It's not going to be the most closely watched print. That'll be the ISM manufacturing PMI at 10. But before that, we get the S&P manufacturing PMI right here at 9:45 in 10 seconds now. 52 is the forecast prior, 51.9. Sean mentioning those numbers earlier today. So again, we are expecting a slight increase here for that S&P manufacturing PMI in just 1 second. We are going to get this print, just waiting for this to populate here. For me, again, that is the S&P manufacturing PMI, and I am just waiting to see this number. Give me a second. My thing's having issues. As you can see here, market still near highs, a little bit higher than expected here. 52.4 is that S&P manufacturing PMI print, above estimates of 52 and the previous print of 51.9. Again, we're getting an ISM manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. That number also expected to be higher than the previous print. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Meanwhile, we are now back where we need to be with a good, decently positive day so far here as we go 1 for 2. We get out immediately on our TQQ trade as that blows to the high side pretty good. And then there goes Tesla, man. We got a 418.70 fill there. Yeah, 418.70. So 418.70 instant fill there on Tesla. Let's see if it continues to rip higher. Right now, it's $2 and change in the money on TSLA. What's up, Adara? I'm out of half.
CNBC reporting here that Netflix, so you're going to be on watch here, Warner Brothers shareholder vote on Netflix deal is likely to be held in March. Again, CNBC reporting that the Warner Brothers shareholder vote on the Netflix deal will likely be held in March of 2026. So just a month away. Back to you.
That's weird. Like, I can't, okay, why would Netflix feel the need to fall almost $1 just because they're announcing when the shareholder vote is going to be? Doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. But it is, Netflix was super strong up until a second ago, and now it's absolutely, it's falling back into the volume weighted average price. I'm actually eyeballing Warner Brothers, which for whatever reason is popping right to the deal price. So this is double topped. The cash value is $27.75. It's trying to break it out. I might take a revert. I usually revert long on this only, but I'll look a short reversion off of that high. If this is the only news, it's just they're announcing when the shareholder vote is. That doesn't seem that significant to me.
All right, guys, we're now at our daily goal, which is always a good one. We got some money back in our pocket, and we're just going to act like we've done this before because we have. Here's Tesla, $4, and I do have another, so I'm out of half of this trade right now. So we still have half, but I am waiting for another 15% of my original. So we'll be into 1/3 left. If we do take down 420, I'm going to be offering that. It's where the 50-period moving average is. So far, so good here on Tesla. We're just going to wait to see where it goes right there. So, okay, that's Tesla. We can look over and see what some of these, what some of the broader stocks are doing here as well as we get going, man. It's 9:47 right now. Market's been open for about that 20 minutes. So if we're just going to quickly look, it's NVIDIA with the downside move. Costco and Amazon, the retail sector doing quite nicely today. Eli Lilly. So everything's pretty green. Tesla's down that 3%. We're all over that. Hopefully that, yes, sir. Hopefully that can mature upside as well a little bit there. Energy, we talked about silver, gold, all the rest of them downside today. So is energy names, right? So energy, oil's been getting hit just a little bit there. It's nice to see the financials, despite Robinhood, which is right into here, a big ugly down 9% today, and SoFi is not part of the S&P 500, so it's not in this little chart. But the big banks are doing quite well. Actually, now that I look at it, it's JP Morgan's down, but BAC is up, Morgan flat, Wells Fargo up, Goldman flat as well. Goldman and JP Morgan down. Berkshire, a very, very interesting name to look at. And then there's Coinbase to the downside today as that market's really started to bleed, right? We talked about how crypto not doing well. NVIDIA down 2, AMD up 4. So yeah, like talked about a tale of different names and different companies.
A second ago.
Right there, yeah. So let's have a quick look at AMD. There it goes, like just Rip City to the top side for advanced micro devices. And NVIDIA, we did have that story today about NVIDIA and OpenAI. So I guess, I don't know, maybe they don't like that investment or that potential there. So down to 187 goes. NVIDIA was not on the radar today for me. I'm just, if we want to talk about this Tesla position just real quick, it's the only position that we have on right now. Yeah, look, 416. Generally speaking, I would have loved to get that print, maybe waiting a little bit too greedy for it, up there at 420. Let's still stay with it. We're trying to hold out VWAP. We just kind of bounced off of that right now. Another out would be a trailing tick out at 417.50 if we do take this 21 period moving average. But for me right now, here we go. Let's mature up right now for the big trade for me today. Tesla trying to go. We're still waiting at 420. Hopefully we get that marker. And sure, it's 420. It's nice, but I've been getting out at pretty much all the even dollars. So we can puff pass on that and have some fun with the actual level. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. If there's momentum, it should break through this 420 level. And I'm just sitting here because it's the 50 period. If this was at 419, we would have done the same thing. So here we go upside, but we just did bounce a little bit off of 420 there. So let's just put that exact same order at in the 70s. There we go. We get that out now. And there it goes, man. That's a big trade. 350 there in the money for Tesla. We now have a third left of this trade. So let's just see how far it can go up right now. So I'm long Tesla. We're short Warner Brothers. And let's just see where this goes. Hopefully we take out 420 and sky's the limit on TSLA here.
Yeah, sky's the limit as the market almost to 7,000 on the ES. It looks like we're going to get to. Intel just broke $48. That's up 4% as we speak. It now has 2 points on the trend. So there is at least a trend that I can revert on this if it does get up to that 50 first. Yeah, 50 is going to be a good level. By the way, we did not get our IBIT fill, unfortunately. IBIT's rolling back over. Bitcoin is rolling back over, I should say. So I want to try to grab it on the way to this 45, but the current high is 44.8. So I'm going to jump into this one short as the market blasting, but this is not really going. And it was a good thing we got at a CRML, almost said CMLR, critical metals. That initial break does not take it through $15. It's almost red on the session now. So we took that little breakout trade into the 15. There was no break of the high. I don't think I'm going to try another long in this. That's a false breakout of the high of the day, and now you're coming back underneath. So it was a one and done on CRML. Probably USAR doing the same thing. Exactly. It was one breakout trade, and then they sell the news. So is what it is. It's like the second or third time we've seen that. It actually happened on Friday with these names as well. Like the only trade you had was the initial breakout, and there was nothing after that. So I feel like Intel's going to be the next trade. If I don't get that pop in IBIT to get me short, then the next opportunity is going to be Intel breaking the trend line. And when it does, just want to be ready for it. There it is, just tagged 48. It'll have to get back underneath $48 to break this trend line. Up 3.5%. It's mostly a market rally. There was no particular positive story for Intel and the chips in reality. There was one small NVIDIA story. I don't think that's carrying the morning at all. Just a relief rally in the markets, but I'm not believing it when we're only 15, 20 minutes in. We still have overhead resistance. So Warner Brothers set off that high currently, but this is one a little bit more interesting if we can break this trend line, because we have almost $1 to VWAP on Intel.
Okay, we have, I think there's a lot of interesting things trying to set up right now. Like, so first of all, our Tesla trade is through the moon, so that's going to be great. Like, that's now at 421 almost, so we're at $4.50 on that, and that's like, we're clocking that one, that is for sure. But yeah, silver just took down that level that we were talking about of 72.50. We didn't execute against it or anything. It's not really moving as violently or anything like we had noticed there on Friday. Obviously, we don't expect that kind of movement to continue to happen. I mean, that was a monster trade there on Friday when we were in the money $30 or something to the downside at the maximum. It's not even really doing a whole heck of a lot today. Like, I would rather, again, I guess I got to get rid of that. Maybe if I get rid of this wick, I would rather sort of short it near some of these tops for now. Hold on a second. I just got to get rid of this data for one. Oh yeah, see, that's wrong. 73. Let's just go to 97 as well. We'll pretend like it didn't do anything, that one. But right into there shouldn't affect these prints. 74.50. If we're lucky enough to get something in and around there, which has shown us the top for silver, I think that might be something to look forward to. And yeah, we can get this. Let's just wait for 422.50 now on Tesla. I know that sounds crazy, like we're waiting for a $7 winner, but 422. Let's just go to 422 then, okay, crazy guy? We'll see if we can get that one, and then see if we can get a play up near those levels. As we're doing it again today on Tesla, we had some big trades last week. We'll see, obviously we can replicate some of this right now, but Tesla trying to make that move now, and we're here for it. So as long as it continues to make that move higher, we'll sit here with it, waiting for 422 now on TSLA. Nothing else printing out, man. I mean, in and out. Like, we've made almost now double on our Tesla that we lost right here on this TQ trade. So, for me, it was well worth it. We did put on some risk here because we were waiting, for that bump up into 54. Unfortunately, we had 54.80s. We should have been more specific, and then the hit wouldn't have been as bad. But there it goes to the upside. So far, so good there. And then the only other trade, and I was just talking about silver, potentially should go short there. And the other one that we had looked at that we should have chosen, we wrote down Palantir, man, 146 to 147. It only gets as low as 148, but there goes boom in the night, goes PLTR. So yeah, not a bad little uptick there for Palantir today, heading into earnings, up 2.68% now. So yeah, so far so good on all these trades. People want to talk about GameStop. Neil's into
GameStop
Intel.
broke 25, actually.
Intel, Warner Brothers, Tesla so far today.
Yeah, GameStop did break that $25 level and looks like it's absolutely flying. This is a good level on the daily. There was no new catalyst with GameStop, so it is what it is. Like, I think it's just purely technical as far as I can see. We did talk about this with Michael Burry and what's his face?
Cohen.
Mike and Cohen as well. So Burry and Cohen have been the catalyst, and you're breaking out through that 25 level as we speak. Might play some pullbacks in there. I didn't like the pre-market volume on it, but sometimes pre-market volume is not the be-all, end-all. Looks like it's got a lot of juice to it, at least this morning. So we got the trend break on Intel. As always, give it to the prior bar high. VWAP's $1 away, so this is not like Intel where you give it 5 cents because you have a bit of a wider target and a wider berth on that bad boy. And Warner Brothers still doing exactly the same thing, but silver just broke down, and I said if it did, then ZSL, I'd start looking for that long position. So ZSL is, with silver breaking some of the lows, and it's just, look, it's the pre-market lows from this morning, not overnight. Just get that out of the way when it just broke the low, and you're breaking out this high here in ZSL. So I want to start buying dips. If we're going to start trending up, higher lows, just want to play those everywhere we can on ZSL. As long as silver trends down, basically you want to be long this. But remember, trade this always with stops because it had a mini flash crash when silver didn't move. So I wouldn't be in this without some kind of a trailing stop behind you at any point. But I want to buy the dip back into prior high.
Yeah, we literally wrote this trade down and didn't take it. The break of 72.50. It's on here. It's actually, the number one trade here today is to take that silver breakdown. It just happened right in front of our face, and unfortunately we miss it. So I'm going to try. I'm trying to get it now, but now it's really starting to make that move lower here, breaking lower. It doesn't look like it wants to slow too much down here. If it does try to bump up, then yeah, there it goes. Then we can try to, I'm going to try to grab some right now. See, I keep on pushing lower and I'm not getting anything. So we will take a small fill here in the 90s, but might be a little too late. First position right now on silver. I should be short, honestly, $2, well, at least $1 ago. So we'll see if we can play this one back upside a little bit and then watch out for VWAP and all these little levels. And if we wind up breaking down through that, then we can get out. A break of 418, we only have a third left of Tesla. So I think we did a good job sort of explaining, oops, that's not Tesla, although it should change with my chart. Breaking through VWAP, we'll get out of a third of this and then hold 20% left, okay? So if this does wind up breaking down here through 418, then we'll stop out of TSLA and we'll see how far that one wants to go back in and potentially think about reloading into there. So yeah, just on the silver trade, because I know some of you guys are looking at this, we should have already had this name, right? And so that was the break there of 72.50. We'll see if we can get back up to there and get some more if it comes back up into 72.50. But for right now, it is trying to push a little lower. We can check out what's going on with GLD real quick to see what that name's doing. Obviously, it's pushing and probably coming back. Yes, it is. And then a quick check-in on the DXY, which maybe I'll put over here. We can watch out, see what the dollar's doing. That's had an impact there as we had Warsh last week and or on Friday morning, and then all of a sudden, all the action in the dollar and all the action in these metals started to pop through. So right now, the U.S. dollar hasn't really done anything in the last half hour. So we'll still continue to watch out for this silver trade and see if it wants to print a little bit for us, as we're now short at 71.12s here on SLV. Its low tick there is in the 90s, so we can put a bid there just to get something out. You know, we know how violent silver can get, right? So let's not just take the profit immediately on this thing. And there it goes, Neil. There's another 50-cent winner right there on SLV. So I'm glad we're both sort of in this silver trade, but here we go. Nice downside play, man, here on SLV, and we're about to get stopped out of a little bit of our Tesla trade, but we're making money on this silver as well. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah, so we've got all the trades we wanted today: silver, the futures, and then we have Tesla, which is a brand new one. So we'll just wait, but we're short silver now, which is what we want.
Yeah, futures actually stalling out. We're going to go to Darren in a quick little second, but futures stalling out at a big level on the NASDAQ on Friday, just very quickly. Here's your top. It was actually the pivot point on Friday, right in here at about 25.8 on the NASDAQ. So you're getting a nice turnaround. Just so happened to coincide, hopefully, with Intel getting to this turnaround point. But I'm looking 47.
My Tesla did.
I said 47.5, and then I was sitting in front of 47.4. So let me just adjust that order. In front of $47.5. Then the volume weighted average price here, which is gliding up, and now it's at 47.2. So it'll be about 80 pennies to VWAP instead of $1 because it was trending to set upside. So that's working back in. I got a little bit of ZLS out, but then it's starting to come right back. So we're kind of flat-ish on that silver trade. It's just the inverse. That's why it's going to show that I am long, everybody. So we'll see what's next. WBD, by the way, is pulling back into VWAP as well, but it's going to be Intel that I think is the most volatile. If it bounces off 47.5, this was a key. It was a key zone of support on Friday. I want to make sure I get a second leg out in front of this 47.5. And I might have to tick up into the 60s to get it.
I think we're going over to Adara.
Are we? Oh.
Happening now here, guys. We did get that higher than expected ISM manufacturing PMI, 52.6, well above forecast of 48.5. So this is the second manufacturing PMI print in a row after the S&P manufacturing PMI print that's going to come in a little bit hotter than expected. And keep in mind, we were already forecasting hotter than the previous print. So nice look there for those PMI prints. Again, they're going to be hotter than expected. Here is the NASDAQ right now, trying to find some support around that 623 level for the triple Qs. Lots on watch today. We're still going to have Bitcoin and metals plays in focus. BTC, and this is MSTR, so a related play, initially gapping down, pushing higher off the open, and then giving back a lot of that move already. Then, of course, you have SLV and GLD. These ones having quite the rough session going back to Friday. Silver especially selling off in the double digits percentage, but right now not really able to find too much support. I do want to talk about some earnings plays here. DIS. They reported this morning before the bell. We're going to get Palantir after the bell, certainly more closely watched. Also, ORCL here. This is the SLV chart. So I'll pull up ORCL. ORCL certainly on watch after announcing further fundraising plans. Initially stock gapping down on this, then pushing higher after Fitch reiterated its credit rating on the stock regardless. So ORCL and DIS on watch again. Palantir after the bell. Back over to Neil and Sean.
Now let's talk about PDS Biotechnology. That's PDSB over on the NASDAQ, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the US in just a few years. You can learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them, and again, over on the NASDAQ, PDS to the B. So, and thank you, Adara, as well. Could have hit the key, but didn't. The market's headed right back into the high, so I think it might have made some sense, and we did. Took another leg out in front of 47.5, although Intel's still heading back into the downside. Want that VWAP. Again, the target's to VWAP in this particular case. Why? Well, because it's an upward trending stock. ZSL does not break out the highs, which means we don't make a fresh low, but I want to buy the dip on a higher low in front of 255 to 260. So this prior resistance level, looking for it to turn support and just stair step it to the upside. GameStop, everybody, still going. Still hasn't pulled right back into the 25 level to join, but given that that's the level on the daily, that'd be a good place to try to pick this one up as it continues to go 5%, almost 6% to the upside. And one last one, because we haven't really covered this unfortunate move to the downside on Disney. Yeah, almost a full 7% to the downside now. Disney on the lows. Wasn't like the quarter was bad, but it's absolutely getting throttled. Just zoom out and you'll be able to see 102 here on Disney. But this could be one where you're just giving it a couple of days to settle down, because the report wasn't all that bad, but this earnings season hasn't really been about that. They just don't seem to care. They'll sell off anything these days.
All right, we got right into a pretty key level here, obviously for silver, as we wanted to reshort it. So not reshort it. We only got out 20% there. So we'll short that against that 72.50, which was a level that we wanted to talk about. So there it is, another short, not another short, just adding to the short. It's the same position. We are, we're comfortable with this position right now, but definitely thinking about this 73 area right there. If we break above 73, then I think we should clock out of silver. But right now we're short in the 80s. So so far so good. We'll see if we can get something out if it does come back in a little bit. Yeah, I think we should take some profits if we're able to do that. But yay, lucky or good or both. But there goes Tesla right back up there into 420 again. We did get some out of our trade. Like once we broke right there, once we broke right there at 18s, we did get a little bit out. We bought it back at the 21, then just sold a little bit more of our position there at 420 again. As this has been the high, we'll still try to let it go to 422. That's going to be our level. And I was bidding at 415.70s there. No, sorry, 415.20 to basically get near that low again. That didn't come into play, so we sort of wait on that one and see where we go from there on Tesla. So let's see if we can get some nice upside plays. I mean, look at the market, really starting to go again. So not too bad at all right there for our Tesla trade. Screaming northbound, that is for sure. All right, man. Yeah, we haven't got anything out yet on this play, but we did say we wanted to go into silver up here at 72.50. So we did. I mean, we got 40.39, so it looks like it's going to come back in again and give us another opportunity to get some more, but I'm not going to do that. VWAP is at the 60s, and then honestly, like, I don't want to just completely stop out at the very top there, but I don't think this will be the top. So we're going to wait for 73 or so to sort of clock out of that one, and then if that does happen, that will be an L, obviously, for silver. But I am looking to get a little out if we can fall back in and just take a small little piece, because we're short right now at this price. We're short at 84s. So maybe this will, maybe it will come back in. There it goes, and give us a little bit of a bid now. I'll take a little bit more. We just bounced off 75s there. We'll put another bid down there, see if we get something. I'm in the I'm in the 70s and then in the 50s. So you got to take profit when you see these kind of moves play, man. We really nailed silver on Friday, like I was saying. to all of you. It was the biggest trade for me ever on the show, and that's been like 5 years that we've been doing this. And here it was right here to start the day off with that silver trade. And we hit it around 10:30 right there, and then it just fell all the way in the rest of the day. So that was silver on Friday. I don't think there's enough. Well, who knows what's going to happen today, but right now it's not necessarily looking like it wants to do that same kind of a move, but we're still here for it. Into silver, into TQs early, and then still waiting out for this Tesla to wind up doing something. But here goes silver, man, right back up to the upside again, trying to break through 72. So, yeah, okay, good. We get to 73, Phil. So far, so good here on SLV. Let's get to the downside, man. Your number one trade here on the sticky note today, and so far it'll be PNL 2 because of Tesla, but here it comes screaming back in. We're bidding 71.50 now on SLV.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can see every single time you're like, oh, it takes up or down. I'm seeing the exact same thing on ZSL, which is how it should be. But I want to remind everybody, if that disconnects, I want to trade that because if it does another kind of flash crash or disconnect, I want to be on it at the time so I see it in real time as it tries to go. But it is bouncing higher, which means silver's going lower. I've moved my stop to break even on Intel, so it was a trend break here, giving it to the prior bar. We got halfway to VWAP. But now we're starting to head back in, so we got a break-even trade there on. It can't turn into a losing trade anyways. And then ZSL, we said we'd buy the dip in front of the prior high. There's the prior high, bought the dip. Now looking for it to get right back into the high. So we haven't made a fresh low yet, but we did bounce off the prior resistance level, and we'll look to play this back into the high of the day. If it's going to trend, I just want to look to be buying the dips on ZSL. Obviously, it's going to, like I said, it's going to be inverse. So when silver goes down, this in theory should go up. But I'm not forgetting, and I'll care more about this in the afternoon, but it is worth mentioning that if it does disconnect, I want to be all over. If I see silver not move and ZSL go crazy, no matter what, I'm reverting it. I'm just looking for that spot. Like if I see some kind of disconnect, I'm not going to arb it. I would just take ZSL in the other direction.
Oh, man. I know we're talking some silver here, but honestly, like I have a lot of risk associated with this trade right now, so we had to cover some down there at 71, man. That just absolutely, like we said, we were waiting for 72.50. I'm not glad that we missed it the first time because obviously, you know, we would have liked to have this trade 2 times, but we only have it 1 time, but I'm glad we do have it that 1 time there on that move down and really to cover a decent amount on those kind of moves. Like we don't always have to expect silver to run like gangbusters every single day. So we have to make sure we do take a little bit out. Next, Phil, hopefully I just put another bid in the 50s. Hopefully we're able to get that. And we still are waiting for our out. If we break above 73, we can get out of this one. And that may be what the case is. So let's put 73 out there as our flashing trade. If it does come to that point, we'll get a little bit out there. And then we'll just work on it from there. Actually, maybe I'll put another offer in and around 72.50. Like I don't want to go red on this, but obviously if it takes out the top, we will have to do that. Another out as well, as we'll start cooking up some profits, and we'll say shout out to DJ Collard right there. But another out on Tesla in and around 419.50. See if that one now wants to come back in. We only have 20% of that trade, but I'm going to take out actually a little less. I'm going to take out another 5% right now. Put us down to 15%. There it is. We take it out at 14.75. Get us down to 15% now on this trade, and we do get another out again here on silver. So, all right, let's go to our other trade alert that we had sort of looked at today and hadn't gotten in was Palantir, not doing a whole heck of a lot. AMD was really Moon City earlier on as well, and that still continues to go. Wow, another 5% right there for advanced micro devices, but who cares about what we're trading because we're just trading the same stuff. Let's go over and see what you guys want us to look at here. AMD, yeah, Robinhood down to $91 right now. That is pretty crazy to see how low that name's fallen there as well. Considering how many people love this name, sub 130, 140, 150, now you're down to $90. Same thing over here with my friend over here, SoFi. I'm invested heavily in SoFi, not in Robinhood. So maybe have to make a move there. SNDK not stopping as well. One of my largest holdings, of course, Apple, 264. That's up 2% in kind of a raised market, so that's nice to see there. USAR, we had that story about the metals today. Tesla, you know, we've done well to get out of some of that near the top, so happy with our Tesla trade, only holding 15% of that. That's going to be PNL 1 pending what happens with my silver. Netflix there. had some stories today. You're trading Time Warner, or Warner Brothers, so that would be something to look at there. Micron, again, another big day, up to 429, up another 3% there. But it's silver that's got all my attention right here, down 5% today and looking to hopefully get a little bit lower. All my risk and all my day right now pretty much associated with this silver trade. So I'm going to put another bid here into the mid-30s, bang, get that trade. And now we can sort of sit on our hands a little bit as silver's really, really working out for us. A very, very big day on this side. And then we'll have to wait to see what happens with Tesla because it's just still $2 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. So good trading over there with Warner Brothers and IBIT, and we're just going to wait to see what hopefully happens with silver. Maybe we can get back down to some of those lows.
Yeah, I want to shout out the super chat we got here, but it was there was no message, so I can't actually throw it up there. Unfortunately, it's Jeff Guin mentioning, well, just giving us a super chat. There isn't even any context. Danny's boy, you're going to see up here after silver crashed on Friday. I had to move back into Obi's car. If you guys have any leftover tilapia today, I will take it.
I told him, but too bad I don't think Obi owns the car. So
yeah, it's a bit of a running joke, and the whole Obi's car thing. That being said, it's only one day. Hopefully things will turn around. I know if you're long, it has been a rough one for SLV. We'll see. It hasn't been as volatile nearly today for sure. But thank you guys for the super chats. Do appreciate it. Did say that Intel trade couldn't turn into a loser because I put it back to break even, but it did get back to the break even. So we had a keystroke early. That was a mistake. You have to just jump out of it when it happens. And then we took the trend break finally. 47.5 was the level that I liked. It got there and didn't break trend. It got to 48 and did break trend, but we only got halfway. So you got to VWAP and then no further. And then ZLS, again, bought the dip into the prior high. Haven't really made a new fresh high yet, but it looks like we're tracking toward it. I'm saying new high. I'm talking about since the open. Right, like not overnight levels. Like if you get to overnight highs, that'll be a little bit closer. Well, Friday's highs will be pretty good here at the $2.80 level. So I have one offer before we get there, and then we'll see if a breakout's going to even happen on that bad boy. So thanks for the super chats. Keep letting us know what you guys are interested in. Haven't really seen too much. Like the only small capper out there that I've seen in the ether was people talking about GameStop. I'm assuming there's got to be something else moving in that land except for GME, and that's stalling out a little bit. Like GameStop kind of chilling out up 6% and hasn't made a fresh high in about, 15 or 20 minutes or so in there. So let us know again what you guys are watching in here. WBD is kind of creeping back for me, which is working, but it hasn't fallen apart yet. And I've only been going long this stock because it's been underneath the deal price, but it did tick up. The deal price is $27.75. So it tried to break the high and pull back in, but there's been no VWAP break to come all the way back down to 27.5, which is what I'm waiting for.
I'm still trying to cover. I just covered some more. So we got like more outs on silver, man. Like that just went right back into these levels. We took a bunch of outs there at 71, a couple more here at 71.35. So yeah, it's still going to be. It was funny because when it was down there, it was my P&L number one, and now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So I'm not getting super nervous about this. I mean, we've held this for many, many dollars, and like I said, literally the biggest trade of the show's history, the biggest trade that I ever put on Sands and IPO was on Friday on this name. I just don't get the same feels that we're going to absolutely collapse today. So let's take a little bit more off here. We did get some more out there at 170, at 71.70, and now we'll see if we can get a little lower. So the first couple takes there was 71. This is coming back in a little bit here, so I think we got to still respect our strategy, and that is to stop out on key levels, and that for me is going to be this 50-period moving average, which is now down to 72. 60s or so. So I think we got to change our stop right now and get out a little bit. Good just recent out there on Tesla as well. I was going to say before we went over to silver, it's still bouncing around this 419. It's not a whole heck of a lot of action here on Tesla. So out. We now have 12.5% left on TSLA and about half on this trade still. So not didn't get out enough, obviously, near the bottoms as silver is starting to absolutely rip higher now, back to the upside on SLV. Okay, Adara, what you got behind that desk over there?
I saw some people mentioning this in the chat, using the chat screener, and I do want to talk about Estee Lauder because there's a story for this, but it is undoubtedly incredibly weird. Estee Lauder moving higher, and I am not joking because one of the heirs to Estee Lauder, Jane Lauder, she's married to Kevin Warsh, who is the nominee here from U.S. President Trump to take over as Fed chair once Powell's term ends. So yes, I am not joking. I am seeing speculation here. Estee Lauder's running because the wife, or I guess, sorry, one of the heiresses here is married to Kevin Warsh. So in case you're wondering why EL is at intraday highs, that is why. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time. I mean, we've had J.D. Vance's wife is on the board of, I forget where, but you know, that's what happens, man. These people are obviously well connected, card-carrying Republican there. Yeah, I mean, you know, Nancy Pelosi's the greatest trader of all time.
Well, that's a difference.
And she's a Democrat, right? So, okay, here we go.
They might actually change that law.
Yeah, maybe they will.
It actually has a chance to go through.
Yeah, I think they should be allowed to invest wherever they want, but as long as it's public, right? So, okay, here we go. 72.10, 72.15 coming back in right now. So a couple good outs again there for silver, but watch out, man, as this wants to tick a little higher. It's just not trading as well, obviously, as we did there on Friday with it. But silver, we're still, I know I'm talking about the same names, but the TQs, like that was a missed opportunity, just not reversing into the long. But there that name goes, man. The only stock that we've lost on there today, early, right? Just early, we took some profit, and it was nicely in the money, and then it just cooked us straight there to the upside. At least it cooked us right there. So now we'll wait to see how hard this one could be going to the upside right now. But the TQ's trying to make a move, as is silver. So yeah, we'll just sit on our hands right now. I've got the positions I want. Maybe looking at Palantir could be something. I think silver's, I only have, for me, I'm just silver and Tesla, both positive, TQ's negative. So yeah, I'll go 2 for 3 just on those two names. But Palantir, one of my other names, is not doing a whole heck of a lot there. So I don't know how you've been doing on IBIT, but that was another name that I was looking at.
It's 50-50 so far, but nothing big. Like, I mean, on Warner Brothers, like you've done way better on it last week than this move. Again, it needs to follow through, and then I've been doing better on the long side than the short side because I like the longs on. It's a buyout. I like the long better than the short in a general sense. There's more security usually if you can find a good long trade, but that's neither here nor there. I actually think SLV or silver in general is still holding structure. It's just not, look, it's not as crazy as it was on Friday, but like the structure of it still looks pretty good. Like it was choppy in the morning on Friday, and this is still pretty, solid floor. We just haven't really broken out any tops. So I'm going to continue to just buy the dip into it if we can. And throw up the super chat if you can, Andre. Just throw it up there before we get to the page. Zen Zombie, small cap eye on DKI, not moving, but a lot of volume. That was on the watch list. That was that Dark Icarus? Dark Iris. Icarus. Why do I have Icarus on my brain? Dark Iris. That was on the watch list this morning. They gapped up on earnings, but volume, again, you're right, volume's good. Here's the problem. I'm not a huge fan of things that lose the dollar level, especially when it does so like right away at the open. Like the first move this stock made at the open was to lose a dollar and halt down, and now it's consolidating underneath the dollar. So unless you're, like I know if Luis was on here, he'd be talking about it's such a good short because it like immediately loses there, and then they shorted in front of the volume weighted average price. My guess is we don't even have locates of this. We don't. We'd have to pay for them. But yeah, when you immediately lose VWAP like that, that tends to be a bit of a bearish signal, I would think. But yeah, volume over 100 million shares is fine. Just doesn't look very strong. Danny's boy just proposed to the Kraft cheese heiress, fingers crossed. Well, I mean, can't hurt. You never really know. You got to shoot your shot, right?
Okay.
Certainly would allow you to get that cheese at a discount. I'll tell you that much.
What he's hoping
and then obviously that business would do much better, right?
Yeah, I would think so. You got to get the right input costs. Okay, so we got another out there on Tesla. Let's have a look at other things now. I'll do a little bit of work on IBIT for you guys. That's it, over, work done. Let's have a look at Coinbase here. It's just not moving, right? So Coinbase, again, this could be a trade. I mean, you're always going to be watching out to see what's happening there, but, downside for them up to now you have VWAP, you have the 200, you have everything just lining up for Coinbase right now. So this is actually setting up to be a break long, in my opinion, because you can have this supporting 21 period sort of ranching upside right there. Trying to hold VWAP, trying to hold everything right now is Coinbase. So this could be, get down, silver, man. Break that 71, and oh boy, man, will we have a very, very big trade on there for silver today. But trying to, once again, sort of expand outside there on Coinbase. I like this hold. I like a hold of 187.50, honestly up to 190, like 189. 189.50 into this area. There it goes. So here we go. Here goes. Okay, good call there on Coinbase, it looks like, as it's starting to get back up to the upside. Look, I'm not even looking at crypto. We're just looking at this chart here and this nice little uptick right now for Coinbase. So kind of just found that there. I mean, we didn't take it, but it just goes up about 70 cents on me talking about it. I wonder if our good friend Kathy Wood is watching the show again. No, Ant, I'm not buying it right now, but I do understand that maybe you just did on that move up there. But I like it. Bouncing off VWAP, bouncing right there. We'll see what winds up happening a little bit there with Coinbase. And I just keep on going back because honestly, man, this is the biggest notional position today on the show. SLV, maybe Tesla might have been actually. Tesla probably was notionally because of the price of it. But here we go, man. Nice move right now for Tesla. Nice move for silver. We're really doing quite well. We're actually at 2 times our daily goal, so maybe we should shut it down. But it's only 10:30, so starting to get a little bit out, starting to make me a little bit nervous about what's going on. Nice move up there for Coinbase as well. Nice move up for Tesla. Nice move down for silver. So, hey, everything's sort of panning out. Panning, you know, the gold panning. Pretty good now. We'll wait to see. Another bid out for silver. Hopefully it collapses back in, man. But I don't know. Just keep getting out until something eventually happens. Hood down 9%.
And Amazon just took out the high of the day. Maybe someone does know something. But in the chat, people are speculating they like the earnings ahead of time. We still have some time. We got multiple days before we even get to Amazon's earnings, but it's partly the market just breaking out. So we are heading into the 247, which was last week's high, but super strong move. You're looking at what's strong in the Mag 7 here today before we go to Adara. Amazon, super strong. I just typed in Microsoft, and it didn't do anything. Microsoft, not so much. So softies still, they don't like... They just really are punishing these guys after earnings because they're still down in an upward market. Let's go look at some small caps with Adara.
I liked the pan pun there, Sean. Good one. I want to talk here about these small caps. FUSC, starting with Fuse Machines. Again, ticker for this one, FUSC, announcing a strategic partnership with Modulaire to bring Fuse Machines AI studios and related AI services to enterprise clients. So again, AI-related tie-up here for FUSE. Nice look for this one. Then we've got LUMN Lumen. Not only are they reporting earnings tomorrow, but they do have a catalyst today. It's worth noting slightly larger market cap here. Just under $10 billion market cap, though they do have a 6.7% short float. And this morning, again, ahead of their earnings tomorrow after the bell, announcing they've completed the sale of their consumer fiber to the home business to AT&T. And last but not least here, USAR along with MP, TMC, CRML. A lot of these rare earth minerals plays on watch after Bloomberg reported that the U.S. administration under U.S. President Trump launching a $12 billion strategic mineral stockpile to counter China's dominance in this area. So again, metals plays including USAR, CRML, and MP. You also have FUSC and LUMN. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Back to you, the guys.
Lowering our offer here. Silver just absolutely hot dog cannoned. Silver just absolutely hot dog cannoned itself to the downside, man. And we just got a 70-60 fill. Down there, and we took some more profit as it was coming right back in, man. You just see the net sort of just starts to stack up, and you know, like it's like, okay, we'll have to take some profits out there. So we did take that out, and then of course it bounces right back up. Let's change our stop now. We're going to stop out at this 50 period. So it's at 72.25. So $1 higher than this. Obviously, we can't turn this one into a loser now. So it still looks like Tesla will be P&L number 1, but we'll still hold on to this 72. Let's just say a 72. Well, I mean, this is going to keep coming in, but let's just see what we're doing. 72.25. All right, so, 72.25. I put 6 right there. And if that comes back up to that upside, then we'll just trail out of the rest. But hey, man, let's get another bid out at 41s like that. And we'll let this one continue to go. So yeah, we're just, it's not really moving that much, but we'll take advantage of those moves. And we don't really have, this was against us, obviously, and then it ripped back up. So starting the trade down there at that 71 breaker, we kind of got FOMO because we initially talked about this break right there at 72.50. Remember, you guys all sort of in the chat earlier in the morning, you're like, wow, the real low is down here at 64s, but we liked that sort of pre-market area break. It happens right there. I must have been, I guess I was on Tesla and didn't even really notice it. We were talking about it as it was coming down, but I wasn't sure about it. Then all of a sudden it broke and I was like, okay, here we go again. But then it ripped back up, gave us the price that we needed. And right there, silver now doing its best job to keep me profitable today. And that's so far so good on the day. It's going to be a nice green day for sure. And part of that is obviously with these two trades, I only have 3 trades on. Let's see if Microsoft has rebounded at all today. Okay, a little bit. I mean, it's still down, but it's rebounded a little bit. It was 425 up to 428. This is another name where I'm just pretty loaded up right now. We've got the Noah's Ark of tech names in the account, and it's kind of like I'd rather just look elsewhere or buy indexes. So I don't think I'll be buying more Microsoft, really, no matter how far it goes down. But nice move there today to try to hold out on this 420 break, hopefully lower on, or hopefully higher on Microsoft, and hopefully that is the low bid there, 420 for MSFT. But yeah, see, so holding on to some silver here as it comes back in. And yeah, I'm just going to sound like a broken record. We're trading the same stuff and it just keeps on going. So there goes silver, nice downside play. Take another bid out at $71 there for ZSL. So I don't know, man, four bucks in the money on these two positions and pretty comfortable holding them.
Yeah, pretty comfortable right now, but I'm trying to get an answer for one of the viewers here, and it's Andrea, and hopefully maybe the community will be able to answer this one. I'm not for like that TCGL that was going nuts last week. Like, what's happening to it? I don't know. Maybe they've changed to another symbol or something along those lines, because it's not. We don't have it in the system today. It's not actually trading today. So again, I don't know. You could probably look it up, and I'll keep my ear to the ground if we see anything, or maybe Adair will be able to let you guys know. We didn't really trade this one anyways, but I know some people are kind of hammering this one, $10 to $330. But again, as I said, I don't have any particular idea what's going on with it. I just moved the reload. Well, sorry, I just canceled my reload to try to move it up here on ZSL, because look, we're still in the same range. It's just a pullback into prior high, and then back into the top, took another out, kind of waiting for it to get to the highs now to get out. And I'm going to look for the 60s. I was getting in the 50s last time. I'm going to look for the 60s on the dip buy, and then we'll just go back into that trade when we get the opportunity to. When it buys, just buy the dip and continue the trend up. And it's trend down in silver, but it's trend up in ZSL. As far as Intel goes, you still have a ton of strength in both Intel, AMD, and some of the other chip names, but you are getting into that top zone from Friday. 49.5 is the absolute high. The lower high is about 49. So I'd look for another trend break if we break this $0.50 on Intel. And even better if we can set up the trend break on the 15-minute chart. Then I'm going to like it just a little bit more. Dare, did you have an update on that stock?
No, I have nothing. Benzing is acting like it is no longer trading. No one on Google is mentioning why it's no longer trading. I have absolutely nothing to tell you. It's really weird, guys.
Yeah, hopefully no one swung that trade. I have no idea what happened to that stock. That's a weird one.
I apologize. I don't even know what I guess I'm up. But Tesla, we just got some more outs there at 420. Let's go have a look at the imbalance, the stock visualizer rate here. So let's have a quick little look over here right now. Apple, so SNDK, wow, 662, man, another good one. Let's look at Robinhood actually, just real quick. Silverman is just, like, we've got a big position, so we're covering on the way down, and it's breaking lower. So I feel like, again, a little bit flush just because of sort of the success of that trade. But okay, so let's go over to Hood right now. So Robinhood again, great bottom at 90 bucks, man. I mean, what a good look there. You know, was there something that maybe we could have looked at from Robinhood in and around 90 that gave us that kind of a confidence, right? If you go back here, wow, all the way back, Joey, into the summer months right now for Robinhood. So if you don't take that profit right now, you've been sitting on your hands for 7 months, well, you can average back in, because there's a nice long move back to the downside, right? And what I mean by that is it's taken a while to get there. This was 155 high, and just many stocks going up and going down, but Robinhood, wow. Yes, Neil. Holy shit, man, I hope you're crushing this, because there goes silver right down into 70 again. Forget about Robinhood. Here we go. There's silver. Nice move down. We got to take some pieces off, man. That's $70 flat now for SLV. We're now $6 in the money, both Tesla and silver combined. Here we go. It's a monster move to the downside for SLV. We are share size appropriate. I mean, we never have enough, but we still have a good amount right now. We have about 20 to 25% left on this position, and there it goes right now into the downside. Look, even on this trade, I've only made a third of what we made there on Friday, but still a really good one. Nice move to the downside here on silver. Capture that profit. Take it again, put another bid out there. Let's wait to see how far this goes down. But again, a trade mentioned, the number 1 trade idea. Yes, let's go, Neil. Good trade on ZSL, great trade on SLV as we continue to pump lower.
I'm out at high a day.
Yeah, sorry about that, but here it goes.
Sorry, 5 days in a row.
No, great job.
5 days green on silver, and it's been taking one trade. It's just one idea, the breakout above the prior high or a trend break.
Yes.
So I've just essentially gone station to station, and it has not lost yet. So 5 times out of 5, I'll take it. But the next trade to me is going to be a trend break. Like, there was obviously a trend break on Friday, but this trend break, just for everyone out there, this trend break on ZSL was not silver breaking the trend. It was ZSL breaking the trend on its own. And I wouldn't expect something this extreme to happen unless I might look at the same time of day. It was about 120. Actually, it was exactly 124. I'm not saying about 124. It was right about 124, 125 when that happened in the afternoon. So if it does break trend, I'm more of a dip buyer on any kind of a downtrend that I want to take the short, right? So this is going to be an inverse. But again, I've really only just taken like one theme, and it was kind of the breakout of that prior high. WBD sort of doing its thing, but it still hasn't followed all the way through to the low of the day, which is, I don't know, it's not disappointing. It's just I would like to see this down into the 27.5, 27.4 range and then start looking for reversal long, because I'll play that in both directions as well. Yatube saying ETH is up 5. No.
Nice job, Yatube.
5%?
Yahoo.
Oh, you've got 5% on ETH. Because I was about to say, I'm like, from the lows, this hasn't really moved that much here, but it is trending to the upside. It's still obviously gapped down. For sure. I still think BMNR, and I said if it filled in the entirety of the gap, I would look for some kind of reversion.
Come on.
Yeah, that's like $1 away. BMNR is still $1 from filling in that gap, so we're still a ways away from that trade really following through for and giving me a short opportunity in BMNR. Good recovery so far in crypto, but if you kind of take a step back and zoom out and look at how far we've come back, and the Bitcoin's at 78.7. You know, what's ETH at? 27.2? Well, sorry, 23.7? Yeah, like we haven't really pulled all that far back to the upside. I still think it's still relatively weak as far as I'm concerned. Just going to have to pick our spots looking for that short.
All right. Yeah, like whatever you guys want to do, put some stuff in the chat there and let us know what you guys want to talk about, and we will get all over that. But yeah, wow, what a day, what a move. What about Uber right here as well? So Uber, okay, bouncing off 80, so that's not too bad. I wanted to have a quick little look at that. Saw that it was, upside, taking out day's high right now for Uber, and obviously talk with robo-taxis and everything has really hit this stock, and it's not been performing well, man. It's bounced off its 50-period moving average a couple times. Boom, boom, boom. Downside actions here happening for Uber. So just be very, very careful and see where that one winds up going now. UBER. Hopefully it continues to make a move back upside and hold out for this $78. But right now, Uber just yuck. Downside, that is for sure. Yeah, there is... was it Life? There's some sort of there's a few different on Ethos's Life. There's a few IPOs
this week
day, or this week.
Not today, but
there's ones later. Bigger than last week that are coming through. One that's bigger than York.
It's a Forgent Power Solutions FPS.
Yeah, no, there's another one that's bigger. There's the one later on this week that's bigger than all that.
That's too.
Okay, SND. Yeah, there's one that's almost $5 billion, I think. SNDK. We just had that. It was at 660, so that had a nice move. And I just wanted to look back to see what the high was there on Friday, because we had gotten close. Yeah,
679-ish.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 670. Yeah, I guess that little tick there, right at 930. As soon as we opened up, yeah, there it is, 677. Back into this basically between like 670 to 680 kind of area, right into there. And then we got right back to that today. Right, and so like, wow, what a move. That was 540, then in one day it's back to 660. That is wild right there on SNDK. So there it goes. Zen Zombie with the super chat says he wants to talk about Fuse. So Adara, what's the news on Fuse right here? Fuse machines.
AI modulator deal, with basically allowing Fuse to have their AI services connect with enterprise customers through Modulaire. This actually was featured in our small cap recap at 10:20.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so there it goes, man. Fuse, thanks to Dara, all over that one as that continues to go a little higher. Just 113 million shares today, so good job on Fuse as that continues to make some moves. And yeah, just looking to see if it can hold VWAP. That's 274 down to 220. I mean, 220 is a 200 period. We really like that one. And then there's a bunch of sort of consolidation levels right there. So this is potentially a great little level for Fuse as well. But yeah, good job there, and we'll just wait to see what is exactly going on there with Fuse. Not too many like instant like stories here this morning, so yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if this market wants to do something. I mean, XOM was pulling back.
Yeah, nothing out of the ether.
No, just big trades on Tesla, silver. You're going 5 for 5 there. Congratulations. 5 days in a row, 5 for 5. Follow Neil's trades on silver, guys. And then, yeah, so we're still holding on. But yeah, Tesla right there, $5 now. Look what Tesla's doing. Oh my God. As this one just literally doing everything today. Just $5 in the money on Tesla, $2 in the money on silver, man. And we're $7 right now in the money on these two trades that we've been holding for you all day and discussing them. So hopefully you're able to follow some of this, and it's a big, it's a really big green day, and we're really happy to do that for you guys one more time here. So market's blasting, P&L's blasting. Hopefully you guys are blasting those likes and those subscribes as well. We have Joey Options and Sharif coming through for you very, very soon. So if you're bored of us, you got more guys coming through very, very soon, and that should be a lot of fun. So get ready for that. I'll take another bid here on SLV, but 70.55 coming in right there, and yeah, good one. Let's just see. We're getting lighter and lighter on all this.
Yeah, well, getting lighter and lighter for sure, but the market isn't really showing signs of slowing down yet. This is the NASDAQ here. I'm hunting for another trade in Intel, just waiting for the reversion, and it'll be first pullback was here, so there's support, there's support, there's support, so there's now 3 lines on the trend break. So if it breaks trend again, look for the trend break back into VWAP. But the NASDAQ's trying to crack that high as we speak. So there's your 15-minute on the NQ. And we're also right at Friday's tops. So Friday's high also going to be today's high. So I think you get a little bit of resistance. That'd be good timing for reversion. Just doesn't mean it has to happen, right? Like we're at a resistance point. It doesn't mean you're going to turn around. But there is that possibility for sure. And Microsoft, I don't know why. It tried to go, like Microsoft was one of the weakest Mag 7 names, and then it tried to go, completely rejected the top again. It still feels like this one's in the penalty box after earnings. You just can't seem to get going, unfortunately, for soft. We already showed you guys Amazon strong. Apple's up a couple of points today. So, yeah. I mean, Apple's now, it's not through the highs from the overnight when we showed you guys, what did we stall at, 267, 268 on the aftermarket show. But it looks like we're going to get there. So again, you just wait. Usually it's a couple of days, but Apple was waiting 1 day and buy the dip. Microsoft, you're still waiting for a good reason to buy the dip on that stock. And I can't come up with one just yet for Softy. I think we'll have to see the comparison when we get like Amazon and Alphabet. More importantly, Alphabet. Maybe we'll see a little more action on Microsoft if Alphabet can maybe give a bottom to the group. ZLS, just looking to see if it holds this trend. We're pulling back off of that double top from Friday, but the double top also here as we might actually break the trend line. If we break this trend, I'm waiting for the volume weighted average price to get back in again. Again, I'm not trying to go in the other direction unless it goes parabolic down. Let's go up to Adara, see how the rest of the sectors are doing. Specifically, actually, I'm curious how oil will be doing because they were down a bit.
It's actually a pretty mixed look here, guys, but I will start with oil. As Neil mentioned there, energy minerals is going to be to the downside. We know that oil was in watch here, as US President Donald Trump reportedly indicated. Could be some talks with Iran. Iran has been, of course, a source of geopolitical tensions as of late. So interesting look there for oil. Utilities are going to be weak here as well. Industrial services to the downside. Consumer durables to the downside, led by TSLA. Health technology strong. Producer manufacturing quite strong. Caterpillar and LRCX both on day 3 earnings, both to the upside. Finance here being led by Visa. This is a day 2 earnings play. Retail trade to the upside, as mentioned, AMZN will be reporting after the bell on Thursday. Tech services and electronic technology do get a little bit more mixed than a lot of these other sectors where you generally have sectoral trends. Electronic tech mostly to the upside, AMD and Micron and INTC all strongly trading higher here, but NVIDIA down by about 1% amid some confusion over its OpenAI investment. Then you get tech services where you've got Microsoft and Meta, 2 of the 3 Mag 7s within the sector to the downside, though Google is to the upside, Palantir and Oracle stronger as well, along with ServiceNow, guys. So overall mixed look in tech, but generally a lot of these sectors trading in tandem together. Back to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Adair. Oh, wait a minute. We got a key for that. What are we even doing if I can even get it?
Thank you very much, Dara.
Why don't I have the president say it? For sure. JC Money. Okay, I get it. I say ZSL. We're Canadian. Sometimes I say Z if I'm doing the rhyme, but
I would say ZSL there.
I say I'll say ZSL. If I'm literally singing the alphabet song, I'll say Z. But now ZSL is just an easy. Like ZSL is just it's weird to me to even say it. So I understand most of our viewers are American, but it's not like you guys are confused. You know exactly what we're talking about, so it's all good. But I do want to jump back if we can. Circle's finding a little bit of life, which usually means if we're looking at what was the worst this morning, it was Robinhood, still down actually almost 8%, so I guess it's not doing that well. And Circle, both of those catching a little bit of a bid to the upside. But I'm still going to be watching for that BMNR. Yeah, it's starting to stall out. I thought maybe we're taking another leg higher and we'd get back in and close that gap into Friday's lows, but we're not close yet. So it still feels like Intel on a trend break will be the next thing. Just want to double check AMD. Yeah, AMD profiling almost exactly the same as Intel is. Might be up 5%, which is more than Intel. Actually, no. Yeah, just a little bit more than Intel, but the charts are almost the same. So it's possible, I'm looking trend break in Intel, but it's possible AMD could do the same thing, which I know a lot of you guys are watching at the same time. Zen Zombie. Fuse trying to break $3. You're in at $2.76, you say. Hit the like on that one. Fuse, which I know, Sean, you were just talking about, and Adair went over as a small cap runner. There haven't been too many that have been, I guess, profiling, above the volume weighted average price, doing good volume, trending up. So Fuse does stand out for sure. Just try to remember, this one does have some pretty obvious levels coming in. It doesn't have a lot of history to it, so just underneath the $4 level, and then like the $3 lower high that it's at. These are significant kind of bag holder levels for the stock. And a lot of times you get there, you're going to see some sell action that you have to wait, kind of wait through and be patient.
All right. Yeah, just trying to be as patient as we can be as well with all these tradings today, right? We only have 15 minutes left. We'll go over what's for lunch, but we've been eating up this market today pretty good as Tesla, we just got our fill at 422. So that is along at 416. So right there, that's $6 as that keeps on going back up to the other side there on Tesla. So I'm just waiting for that one. And then, of course, silver, as I said already, this name. I keep on changing my stop, but I'm just wondering now, I guess we should just keep on doing what we've been saying doing and being disciplined. Like we said, we really sort of banking ourselves on discipline, right? I mean, you can't, if you don't have a trade idea and you don't execute against it, then you can't know how to repeat yourself. And so that's the key to using more shares, gaining that confidence is like your rules are being followed and they're working. The minute you break them, either way, it's not a great sign. So, let's just stay in there. I mean, it's how Neil has gone 5 days in a row being up on silver. Follow the rules and do the right thing as much as you possibly can. So even on this is what we're doing. I'm going to wait for this 71, basically a 71 break. We'll put that order in now, and on this move down, I got to, again, try to follow the rules. We just touched the low of the day again on silver there, so we're going to try to, get another piece out right there at 70. But let's put that stop in. We'll cancel our old stop, and let's go to 71.11s or so, because we'll just take that fill out there. We'll get some out at 71.11, and here we go, collapsing back in. We're at the highest P&L spot we've been at all day now. Thank you, obviously in part to the short that we have there on silver. Your number one trade idea, and we keep saying that, but it's like, this is what you have to do, is stick to what you're doing. And I mean, this is what we're doing. We're putting out ideas and we're trying to stick with them. So there's Tesla right here on our morning note, right? So sorry, SLV there. And then the TQs was a 54 short. We are out of that stat, so which allows us to be where we are. If we keep on averaging in and getting smoked on that trade, then it's a bad deal, right? But nicely cooking here. Now back into the day's low. Yes, what a hold there on silver as we start to fall back in. I still have about 10%, a little bit more than that back on, and silver still doing its own thing. But this is what I'm talking about being disciplined and having the ability to just say you're wrong. There it is, out. As soon as we broke 54, we gave it to 54.10s. It broke higher, and then we're out of that. So if we're still in it, then basically we have a flat day, but we're not, and we go back over to a brand new name that's just hitting lows of the day right now. That is SLV. So look, it keeps on bouncing off these lows, and we put another bid there at 85. We get that immediately. Wow, we are really starting to P&L up right now, man. So that's a good one. The cash cow is here today on ZSL and on SLV, but realistically, I've actually made more money on Tesla, but this silver trade is still a huge one, and we'll see if we can get a little lower. All right, Adara, 1047, what you got for us?
I have news on Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk announcing the latest results for its CagriSema, and usually when they announce results for this drug, the market does not really like it. Announcing that there was apparently 14.2% weight loss here in type 2 diabetes trial for CagriSema, superior on both HbA1c and weight versus individual components, and the profile seen as safe and well tolerated. Now, again, none of this sounds bad, but CagriSema generally just has not been well received, again, as I mentioned earlier, when we get these updates. So CagriSema, which is like a compound weight loss drug here from NVO, causing a little bit of a drop in the stock, at least temporarily. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Remember, Eli Lilly reports this week. It's a big week for earnings. 20% of the S&P 500 reports this week. Obviously, starting with Palantir tonight. I think they're the only, they might be the only S&P 500. There's probably at least a couple of others, and AMD tomorrow, and then we get Eli Lilly is going to be next, and obviously we talked about Alphabet and we talked about Amazon, going to be some big ones throughout the week. And you have us, and the best thing about it, it does mean that the aftermarket show to cover all of these earnings is pretty much every day except for Friday this week. So we'll be on at 4 o'clock to cover Palantir tonight, then back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for all of your earnings needs. Again, just make sure you stick around. You don't have to do anything. You just stick around for the afternoon, and then you're going to be good to go. And it'll be all four of us covering the entirety of the week. All right, Intel broke the trend, so I'm back into the trade. Is what it is, and we'll give it to the prior bar high because that's the standard practice.
All right, what's up, Tyrion there? Sean, you have the Midas touch. Ting. When it comes to precious metals there, the Tin Man. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, like I said, I mean, hopefully you guys are trying to follow some of this as there goes SLV right down into the bottom. But I got to go find it out because we're getting on. And thank you so much for all of that. I mean, it is what it is, right? Silver's been moving, and we knew silver would have a big day today. I was actually didn't even really have Tesla on the watch, and Tesla's the one. Silver, we nailed it on Friday. We're nailing it again today, so sort of as it goes there. And yeah, don't worry, guys. Thankfully, well, it should not be tilapia today. We did have it last week, but today, it's Greek flags. These guys never really disappoint. Oh man, wow, what a downside. I mean, this silver is really starting to crack lower and lower and lower. I'm going to have to put out another bid right there. Hopefully, we get these 21s, and then boom goes the dynamite there. We'll see if we can do that. But wow, what a move down for SLV, and we've got in again the number one idea today: souvlaki grilled chicken. I mean, whenever we have Greek food, it's always some sort of a chicken thing right there with roasted vegetables, lemon roasted potatoes. That's a little Greek as well, with mixed green salad, not Greek salad.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so nice day today and tomorrow. We got lunch all week, and then do we have any? Oh no, it's Canada has.
It should
Family Day coming up. We don't have.
Yeah,
any,
it is a holiday. It's
we have a holiday here too. MLK? No.
No, Canada. Well, sorry. The Family Day is the same as President's Day.
Oh, President's Day.
Yeah.
Okay, what day is that? It's coming
whatever
up.
Is it 2 weeks? I thought it was 2 weeks.
It's coming up.
2 weeks today, I think. When's
tilapia
President's Day?
souvlaki.
2 weeks today.
Yeah, 2 weeks today. Okay, good. You have a couple Mondays coming off there. Good. Need some sleep, man. Don't get much sleep around my house. That is for sure. Okay, Adara, it's 10:50. Let's go talk about money talks.
Fun fact, we don't actually have Family Day in Manitoba, so shout out to that. Let's talk here, though, about this U.S. dollar, because this is now a 4-day green streak for the DXY. We know some of this negativity, which began when we heard some rumors or reporting essentially that there could be some Japanese yen intervention with the help of the U.S. Fed or Treasury. That was denied. Once that gets denied midweek last week, we start to see this reversal in the dollar. So nice look here for the DXY. Bank of America weighing in on what we could expect here from incoming Fed chair, at least Fed chair nominee here, Kevin Warsh. BOA saying that Kevin Warsh is very unlikely to bring any rapid policy shifts during his time with the Fed, though he could potentially push for a smaller, shorter duration balance sheet, because we know that that's something that he has advocated for in the past. They do think that near-term rate cuts are very likely to be supported, even though there has been a lot of speculation based on his past comments and decisions that Kevin Warsh is a little bit more hawkish. Furthermore, internal resistance will make any changes gradual rather than transformative. So even if Warsh did want to make these massive changes, B of A thinks that it's pretty unlikely he would be able to do so. We did get some economic data earlier today. S&P manufacturing PMI 52.4, above estimates of 52. Then ISM manufacturing PMI 52.6, well above estimates of 48.5. Now, tomorrow we are going to get some more economic data on watch, chiefly the JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. Eastern. We are expecting a little bit of an uptick here. Forecast 7.25 million versus the prior print of 7.146 million. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Only about 7 minutes to go, but the content revolver had a good question. I'm going to throw it up here because I think it's pretty. Everyone always asks, like a lot of times, it's like, well, where did you come up with this level, this or that? So we don't mind going over it. CRML, an article mentioned that you were reading, lots of call options at 15 and 15.5 strikes, confirming the level of $15. Can you walk through how the level was critical? And it's pretty simple. Like the first thing, I always look at the higher time frames. So I don't get to the 15-minute. Like I'll usually start with a daily or weekly. If it's an investment, I'll probably look at a weekly or monthly first. But on the day trade, I'm always looking at the daily chart first, and then I'll slide to the 15-minute. Well, on Friday, rejected $15. On Thursday, initial move down, and that first opening candle. A lot of times there's so much volatility in the open market. I want to see what happens right after it. And right after that, you rejected 15. And then in the afternoon, you rejected 15. So it was a pretty clear triple top at the $15 level. Unfortunately, I was looking long into it, so it was just like a $14.50 break into 15, and that's all it could do. If you're looking short, obviously that would have been better, because you could have just shorted this level that never breaks the 15, and then it goes like $1 instead of trying to catch like 50 pennies. But that's where the level came from. Again, just I find when in doubt, zoom out for key levels. And obviously 15, like almost any small cap stock, $10 and $15 are going to usually be pretty big levels. $5, like little things like that will make a lot of sense. All right, so that reversion on Intel starting to come back in. I'm taking another leg out in front of 48.3. And then we have a couple of legs to get down into the volume-weighted average price here. So second time's the charm. I did have a keystroke on this. I was actually putting an order in 47.5 and put it in at 46.5, got in and out. But we've tried the second time for a trend break on Intel. This one up 4.33% for Intel. The stock doesn't move small anymore. It's NVIDIA that doesn't want to move these days. You know, the volatility is going to be in Intel and AMD. Another super chat from Control Alt Escape. Another day in the JPM trade. You're a happy fella. Yes. Still like those banks, except for SoFi right now.
I actually like SoFi more right now than I ever have, just because of the price to the downside. Okay, so silver right now, you know, we've been covering on this way down. Like, we have $9 in the money. We're $6 in the money on Tesla, and that's still the trade from the open. This is actually going to be, well, they're both almost exactly the same right now. So I don't really know what to do with this trade, but I'm just going to hold it, see if we can do it. I'm still going to try to respect my own rules here. So break of 420 on Tesla, we'll get out. I mean, this is $6 in the money, and we had about a $2 worth of stop. So I think it's definitely worked out for us. So we'll stop out of this one if it does break through the 50-period moving average on a longer movement there. So 419.9, let's just go 419.99, right? If it breaks it, then we're out. And this stop order will work perfectly fine. We do have the same kind of a feels now, although we are pretty light. I'm not even sure how many shares we had to begin with anymore on SLV, but doesn't really matter. The trade that we have left, I'm still going to try to use the 50-period moving average. We haven't broke that at all today since this move had sort of happened to the downside. So, you know, we always were marking down silver as a short. So, yeah, what's up, Danny Dollars? Yeah, I know it's crashing. This is why I'm telling you guys that I'm still in this. And I don't know if it's crashing or not, but it seems like it, down 8% right there for SLV. So another big move happening for silver. In my own portfolio, I'll probably go in and buy some gold at some point again, just average up into this trade. Even though it's making a move down, we'll still see if that can hold some of these bids. Once this gets into that 50-period moving average again, which would be it's pretty much trying to get right there right now, 403, 404 or so. That would be a good little dip buy opportunity, I think, for GLD. These were it got over there overnight. These are dark pool wicks that let us know where we printed a little bit overnight. So 405 and change, maybe we can get to that. And oh boy, there it goes, man. All the way to the downside goes silver now making new day's lows here, you know, since we sort of started charting it. I know it went lower there around 1 or 2 a.m., but here comes the move back in for SLV, and just a good one today, and not much to talk about other than that. Our Tesla may come out, and again, I have like less than 5% left of this trade. Our target was hit right there. Like, we got our 200 period, and then we got 422s. So like, targets hit on that, and we just work off of that there. The other trade that we had today, as written down on our note, is Palantir. And that kind of just kept on cruising upside. Yeah, not much going on right here for PLTR, as the move looks to be a little extended ahead of earnings. Join us tonight at 4 p.m. and we'll stay a little late, and we'll figure out what's going on with PLTR and move forward with that. So yeah, good earnings. Here comes Tesla. We will get out of that one. It will be, for now, P&L 1 for me on TSLA. And here comes. So a break of 420, we'll get out of our last 3%, and then we'll just move on off of that one. So yeah, man, silver just keeps on crashing. Great call. I know Neil had this as well, so good call for everybody there today. And yeah, what's up? You can put the super chat up if you want.
This might not be what you want to hear. How are we feeling about Ford and Lucid? You're still holding? Well, Ford, I don't have strong opinions on Ford, to be honest. I just kind of feel like that's been following GM a little bit, so that's pretty reasonable. Lucid, if you're holding along, I'm not sure off of what. I guess it bounced off the 200-period moving average, but like, I don't care too much about that. Like, I think realistically, you reverse split, you broke the low, and you haven't broken trend back to the upside. So until this breaks the trend, I want no part of Lucid, because a lot of times it's the easiest short in the world to just wait for something to reverse split and then just short the way up. So I don't really see anything interesting in Lucid till maybe breaking above the $12 level, and then you get some momentum behind you. And as far as Ford goes, it's been a nice trend up. I would just prefer GM. Like, I think the 50 period's been telling you the whole story. It just continuously bounces off the 50 period simple moving average on the daily. As long as that trend holds, great. I think it kind of gives you an obvious place to get out when it loses that trend. So if it loses the 50 period, I'd probably jump out if I had it, but I'm not in this one. I used to own shares of GM. I don't anymore. And I feel like that's just it's been a little bit better. But either one of these loses the 50 period and they both go, would be my opinion. But yeah, I would just respect that trend line as far as it wants to go. And I know it's 11 o'clock, but we haven't talked too much about GameStop. It's now up 7%. It's trying to break the high again. It's just been consolidating up here. It dipped once into the volume weighted average price. That's a fail for not. Well, I mean, you had to be watching the stock, which wasn't on the top list of stocks to be watching. It was like 5th or 6th for me, but it does bounce nicely off VWAP. Maybe it does that again for another opportunity out there. We're gonna hopefully enjoy some Greek food with not a Greek salad and send you guys to the midday. It is the Professor and Joey Options.
Tell them what it is. Boom.
I'm sailing away. Oh man, I'm looking at a cruise, my boy.
Oh,
what's going on, beautiful people?
Is that why you're asking me about it?
Yes, sir. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif.
Let's do a transaction for the people right here.
Transaction.
So you can get the
you're gonna punch a little bit out, eh? All right.
Pops up
Wet
here.
your beak super quick.
See, come on. Let's see if we can catch that fill.
You're gonna catch it. Don't worry, it's coming.
Boy?
Here, it's coming. Let's say hello to everybody though. Let's shout out Jay Bet Trading. We got iGrow Fighting, Tisha, Perkins, Mike PD Ryder. We got Dino. We got a proper dang Paradox. You're back, man. I haven't seen you in a minute. Maybe I'm just missing your name, but Loco Trades. We got the Donkey Trader, Bastone, Sana. Something, man. We got New Loon. Shout out to Donovan Henry and Shadow 7S7. Sit and Spin. We got Benton C. It is all this. We're back 6 points clear of City. City can't hang, bro. We got Robert Lewis, Ryan O'Day, Big 40 Nephew, Angry Rob Entertainment. Shout out to Jordy VWAP and Sahil. We got DAP 711, Mr. Janky Stock, Grandmother's Garden. We got Pizza Gang, Kittner Boy, Brandon Cycle, and that Hit That Wick. I like that. Hit That Wick. Who else, man? LMD Network. We got Dabba Dabba Doo, Leroy, Duran Gordon, Danny Day Trizzy, and Pizza Pie. Good morning to everybody, Joseph. Good morning to you.
Yeah, it's good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. A lot of entertaining stuff going on, that's for sure. Crypto sliding. We're getting some downwards price action here this morning in silver. A masterclass put on by Shakur Stevenson. Remains featherweight champion. So a lot going on here. But aside from that, guys, let's talk a little bit about these markets. A little scalp. There was an error made on my behalf right here on Tesla. I went to punch a certain amount of size, and then I look at what I got filled. I made a mistake there, and sure enough, I only had 10% of what I wanted. So we get a nice little add-up pop, and then it eventually comes into my break even. So we're not worried about that whatsoever. But let's head over to what we have been cooking on here today, and that is going to be silver to the downside once again. So 73 short, roughly 72.94, and then we take that all the way down to 68.50. I am sitting on approximately 40% of my remaining position with a price target of around $68 to be exact. But let's go over what we're looking at here today. Am I thinking Palantir short up here? Yeah, I am actually, to be honest with you. Same with the NASDAQ. You're slowly starting to get a curl over here. NVDA did pop right back up into roughly 190, but we know that there's a lot of supply zone in the 90s. We see a little bit of a rejection on that front. Tesla, once again, we take that opportunity, but forming this bull flag here or ascending wedge, whatever you would like to call it, you get that break up. You unfortunately can't break through some of those pre-market highs, and then you come right back into the volume-weighted average price. So keep an eye on those names. A nice little rebound here from that $68 mark roughly in SLV, bumping up $1.30 right now up to $69.28. Regardless, 40% left. I mean, once again, 68 is my final target, but those are the 4 or 5 names that we have on our radar this morning.
All right, man, let's get right down to work. Here's what I'm looking at. I've got 7 names that I'm interested in. A couple are holdovers. You'll see ZSL or ZSL. Shout out to my American friends out there. It's continuing to go. This is one that we certainly were all over on Friday, and we were involved in it when it did this. This 125 candle that lost every single level. That was real. That was a real print, and a lot of people got caught offside there. Now, mind you, it recovered, ended up making new intraday highs, but maybe, I was telling Neil over the weekend, maybe that was a sign of things to come because like 3-4 candles on the 5-minute chart later, all hell broke loose to the downside, down into 215. So ZSL holding higher lows, and I believe, yes, making higher highs above the highs of Friday. Those highs were to the dot. $2.80. And Assassino just let me know in my ear he's going to be very upset if you guys are not liking and subscribing. We still have 22% of you guys that are watching that are not subscribed. So, you know, it's a free country or countries, wherever you're from, but we would be infinitely in your debt if you could hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, let the algorithm.
You got to pay tax out
You got to pay tax. Well, we're taxed everywhere, Joey. I don't want to get into that again and start getting emotional and angry.
Yeah.
But let's move on from that. Let's cut the crap, Joey. CatX, we were all over, not Friday, but Thursday, because CatX did this on the left side of your screen on Thursday, and here it comes again. Now, we did have a high of around 617. But I'll submit to you guys the real level was a resistance of $6 because it spent almost no time there. And in fact, no closing prints on the 5-minute chart above 6. But here it comes again, and I really do mean that. 51% in the Ville of Green, 584 high, getting well extended from that 10 EMA on the 5, which just happens to overlap with that $5 whole dollar psychological area support or resistance. That's where the 10 EMA is showing, but the price is far removed from that. 584 up 53%, and looking to take out highs. It is very strong. It is very aggressive. I see Fuse. Shit, thank you. Zen Zombie for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. FUSE is already on the side chart. But this one, I think OB would say it's holding structure. Entertain me for a sec. Look at this. 2 2/3 clear area of resistance, whether you're looking at 810, 815, again at 845, yet again at 855, and even yet again at 930. But all hell breaks loose at 940. We clear it, and we clear it decisively, going up to 3 2/3. Forget about that 2 2/3. Lo and behold, though, it sells off, true to form with these small cap gappers, holds a key area of technical support. What is that? Well, it happens to be bouncing off that white line. If you know that white line, you've been watching for a while, that is always the volume-weighted average price on my charts. But it's also 270, right around that 2 2/3. So I love when this happens, when a key area of price action, resistance or support, overlaps with another key area of indicator, technical resistance or support. So I'm very interested over here. Now, that's the good news. What's the bad news about this FUSE? Well, it's certainly got resistance at 3, Joseph Options, because it's wicking above 3, having really a hard time closing anything above 3. It's also, you know, undecided, I should say, about, you know, the trend. Some candles breach prior candle high, some don't. It's not making, you know, that very clear lower high, lower high, lower high setup, lower low, lower low. No, it's not doing that. It's a little sporadic, so you need to be alive to that, because if you're going to place your stops at where you think price is going to hold up based on prior bar or prior 2 bars, think again. This one's zigging, it's zagging. Try to catch it when it's hot, so to speak. There's a whole bunch of others. AXTI, another holdover from Friday. You can see we were trading this monster right from the get-go. This one suffered from one affliction, though, that it couldn't recover from on Friday, the lower high situation. That's kind of why I drew that trend line there, because I wanted to get into it once it broke that lower high. Now, alas, that didn't happen. It ended up giving up VWAP. Today, let's see if it sings a bit of a different tune. It's got another good day under its belt, having closed on Friday at 18.5, showing me a $22.20 high. Zigging and zagging with that whole dollar level right now at 22s. I used to ride on 22s. Oh. So I'm just keeping my eye on that one. We're going to look to punch into some of these Joey CatX, looking like it's bleeding its own blood right now.
All right, man. Nice looks there. Yeah, I got my small cap scan up as well too. DKI and Fuse at the top of the list for me. 140 million shares and 129 million shares traded on today, respectively. Here is SLV. You're down another 7%, but starting to get a little bit of a bounce here. So you get a $1.65 move right there off of that 68.50 low. So things are looking pretty good right now for silver. Once again, I am short. $68 was going to be my final target. Doesn't look like we're going to get that just yet. This move may be sustained, and some strong engulfing prints right now. Yeah, Assassino, pull up the super chat there, my friend, and see what we got going on. Was there Tesla news? Why relative pullback?
There is the Elon merging news that we talked about this morning. It's more likely than not now that apparently it's going to be an XAI, again, all speculative, XAI and SpaceX merger prior to the IPO. So, I mean, that's not directly correlated or relevant to Tesla in a technical sense, but it's Elon Musk adjacent. So it has a way of doing that, but I don't know. Well, you know, Tesla was also being floated around as a possible merger candidate. So maybe the fact that XAI is taking it away from Tesla, the market feeling negatively about that, unless there's a different Tesla headline. From
Why
are you laughing?
Because merger.
Merger?
We're talking merger.
Or,
you don't
I
know
don't
what
know
that's
that.
from, man.
Semi-pro?
Semi-pro, when the Flint Tropics might merge into the NBA. Yeah. It's a joking merger, man. Yeah, you wouldn't know because like they're obviously like this no-name basketball team, and they think that they're going to the NBA.
Oh,
so
and
we're talking merger.
we're talking practice.
Yeah.
No, and let's just let's get it out in the open right now. There was more Epstein files released over the weekend, and your friend Elon there was named in them. Now he took to X to kind of try to point the finger at other people. He said that Reid Hoffman was trying to get him to come on Epstein's. I don't know. Anyway, I don't try to follow. I tried my very best not to follow that, but sometimes it's in your face. And
same.
So anyway, that was in the weekend. That could have something to do with it.
Yeah. Just all I seen was just Prince Andrew, obviously up to more shenanigans, and then your boy Bill Gates as well too. Anyways, aside from that, guys. Yeah. I mean, anyways, that guy's long gone, and rightfully so. All right, let's get right back in here. A nice big time bounce here in silver. Let's see if we're going to curl over once again and maybe head a little bit lower, or that's it. We may not see any more selling. I am holding on to 40% more of this, so this is a little bit of a tough pullback to sit through. I mean, you go with $2 right back to the top side, which isn't fun. But anyways, aside from that, we still had a pretty good trade on that one. We'll go 2 for 2 on the morning. We're not going to complain. We'll be patient and wait for other things to come into play if there is. The NASDAQ short might be a decent one. NVDA is starting to form somewhat of a hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. Your L could be roughly just below this. So it's either it breaks up, you go and test this previous pre-market high and then that high of the day. If not, if it breaches just a little bit below the volume weighted average price, you just get out, give it a buck or so, and then hasta la vista, baby, on that one. But silver now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 15 straight minutes of buying pressure here in silver. Oh, I got to show you guys something hilarious. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it or anything, but it's actually not that funny, but it's funny when you're on the outside looking in. So metals trader loses at least $144 million on Friday. Jose sent me this from the algo room, and then bro decided to flee China after that. I would probably flee China as well too if I lost $144 million. I think it's something around how many I mean, it's a lot of cash, man. So bro had to get up and get out of there immediately because I'm sure he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But as for Palantir, we're not doing too much, right? Like this pre-market price action, we were strong. And we mentioned this time and time again. Typically, when you have a strong pre-market move, you're going to see a little bit of selling right out of the gate or move back in towards the volume weighted average price. And that has been the case here. So keep an eye out. It may break up. Risk profile is defined find around $149.75. I would be looking to get out of Dodge if you are thinking long here on Palantir. But silver, a big time rebound, guys. This is what I'm talking about. These pullbacks can get extremely annoying, but we've been positioned relatively well. A couple more dollars. We won't complain about it, but 68 was going to be my final out. I would have released at least 75% of my position. Now at this point, it's either a reload or I'm going to get stopped out break even. And I have a feeling that I have that little bit of a hunch that we might get stopped out break even. Why? Because look at the volume really start to pick up here to the buy side and just the consecutive buying stepping in. So 15 minutes straight to the northeast. And if we don't reject VWAP, then who knows what can happen? It can break and climb a little bit higher. So that might be the bottom in on SLV.
All right, man. We're in a couple of positions here. Let me just get into this. Is Amex, yeah. So I'm trying to get back. I'm trying to work my way into CADX. But there goes Fuse. Fuse is breaking out. We got tens on. We just wet the beak there at the $0.25. FUSE. Here it comes again. Let's go ahead now. Set up at the third. Crap! I didn't get enough shares initially, man. Third, and then now we're gonna have to set up at the fourth. I was expecting this one to zig and zag, man. I wasn't ready. For this one to break out fully. I was trying to build my position into it. Dang it. Anyway, whatever. We're going to have to deal with the shares that we have here. $0.25, zigging, zagging. There is resistance at the $0.25, though, just based upon like that 2-3 candle setup from 9.55 till 10.10. So let's watch to see if it can clear the $0.25. Then the $0.50, we're looking at resistance, and then the high a day, obviously, which is 67s. 67. Boom. Wow, Joseph. It took out all my orders. Into $0.50 we go, and I'm out of shares now. Simple as that. Dang it. Okay, so we're going to have to figure out another way to work in here. Watching, I'm going to have to flip to the 5-second chart so that I can spot areas of local support and resistance. Looking for a 330 dip, 330 flat top. Looking for a move there. Here comes 330. Got in here at 330. Looking to defend into 320. So that's what we're going to do. Looking for that kind of continuation. So we have 31s on. Let's go ahead and throw that order in now so that we remove the subjectivity from this. So showing me mid 30s, 33, 35, looking for continuation into the high 30s. I saw some resistance at the third of $1, like 330. This is on the 5-second chart. So you never really know, obviously, whether that's going to hold up. It looks like it's losing it. Right back up into the mid 30s, looking for continuation now into the high 30s. We're not immediately getting it. So it looks like we're going to have to either pack our patience or we're going to get stopped out if this one breaks down. I was trying to get into CADX, man, because this one dipped into VWAP. Then I saw Fuse taking off, and CADX now is like, jeez, man, it's like 50 pennies removed off the low, so I didn't get an opportunity to get into this one, but it was a great VWAP hold just south of 5, rockets right back into 5.25. It is still suffering from that same affliction, though it's been suffering from that topping tail candle at 11.05, which is lower highs. So you need to be careful getting in here at CATX, because it may not be done bleeding its own blood at the moment. So we're going to have to see exactly what this one has to offer. So waiting here on Fuse, looking for a hold of $0.33 and a move back up, possibly into that 40, 50 penny area. It was a quick price spike up, but it didn't clear that $0.50, right? So that $0.50 is my next level of technical resistance, given the implied balance high at 945 and 950, those candles there, they both close south of the $0.50. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. And then I got back into ZSL. We're doing it live on this one. We got 67s on this. Let's wet the beak at 71. Then we're going to set up in the mid 70s as well. And then if we can get something even in the high 70s, we'll pack the patience there. My move here on ZSL, it loses 60, I'm out. Reason is, I see prior area of resistance at 60. That's from the pre-market, right around 820, 825, double top into 60. So if it holds up there, which is above the volume weighted average price, by the way, which is at 55, 54, then it keeps me as a trader. If it doesn't, I'm out. Simple as that. So that's what I'm looking at, Joey, looking for Fuse to continue into the high 30s, low 40s, now having gotten more. And then looking for a ZSL. Here comes Fuse again. It takes out my order, and then it drops aggressively. Watch out here. Fuse could end up being a topping tail candle. It was a price spike up to 50, took out all my orders, and then an aggressive sell order came in. What happened there? Oh, printed me, then it stopped me out. Okay, I'll get back in. What do you got?
All right, good stuff there. Yeah, Rohin, brother. I mean, I was buying, like when I first started buying IBIT was right at the IBIT offering, or IPO, whatever you would like to call it. And then we're essentially right back at those levels right now. So yeah, it is kind of garbage that we give back X amount of unrealized. I told you, and it's been dead money to this point now. Because we're right back to where we started initially. So if we go slightly negative, it's nothing for me to get out and then just hope that we get a little bit of a better price than the actual IPO. So yeah, it is what it is. Bitcoin is extremely volatile. You give back a lot of gains. You're gonna have to sit in this for a couple years, right? So maybe we can bounce back a little bit faster, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. There's obviously something going on behind the curtains. I think there's a set price that these guys want to start slowly turning the price action around at, but we don't know that. So here it is on SLV, guys. Getting that rebound, we did get a move back into 70.50, now starting to come back in. Let's see how we react around the volume weighted average price. I think that's going to be a big inflection point, and if we do reject and head a little bit lower, if there's some big signs of indecision, then maybe we can rock and roll with an ad here on SLV. But yeah, Gorb, nice work on NVDA as well too, my brother. Nice print on the 5-minute candle at 88.30s. You're now pumping up to $89. Not a horrible look whatsoever. And then as for Palantir, I'm thinking consolidate and then maybe a curl over and a break of that 150. But what we want to do here is catch the top end of the range, right? Like I don't want to sell the support and then have to have like a lengthy risk to reward ratio. I think that's really important to note. RR is extremely important. If I'm in at the top end of the range, I could give it to the pre-market high because then that's when I know I'm essentially wrong. You have a break of certain levels and then you get out of the position, opposed to me getting in at the lower 150s, and then I have to give it $1.40. We want to keep that RVR as tight as we possibly can, all right? So that's what we got going on. A nice break up there in silver. Looks like we're going to rebound here, guys, but the volume's slowly starting to cool off on the lower time frames. P Pro 8, volume weighted average price slightly different than what we got going on TWS. So we'll see if it breaks that and the volume does start to kick in, then we'll have to get out. I mean, that's $4 or roughly $3 now of ITM that we give back with 40% of our position remaining. So a nice hefty strong pullback. After this, I knew that we were in a little bit of trouble. So we'll see what we got going on. Break even or bust. $68 is going to be my target. Indecision prints at or above the volume weighted average price. We look to get back in full size, and then maybe we can get that move a little bit lower. But considering at those lows, we were down 7%, and over the past couple of sessions, we're down substantially, right? So about a bounce here, I'm not surprised by whatsoever. Now, do we go with the flow with Palantir? This is what I kind of want to dig into a little bit more. We want to stick with strong names, but the pre-market pump is essentially what's kind of swaying me away, but it does look like it wants to hold that 150 mark and then potentially break a little bit higher. So we'll keep our eyes on this one. If the volume does pick up on the LTFs, then maybe we add at the break, but once again, inverse of what I was talking about earlier, if we were thinking short, we want to get in at the higher end of the range, but if we're thinking long, we obviously want to get in at the lower end of the range as well too. So we'll keep that in mind. What we will do is head over to our options chain on silver to see what we got cooking over there, Shreve, because I don't know what we got going on. I brought 2 options contracts to you guys this morning, and I thought that was going to be the range. And I mean, 168, our other strike was 70, right? And then our other one was around $80, so a $10 spread right there. We don't want that 11-day expiration cycle. We're going to head over to February 9th. That's 7 days. Let's get a little bit closer to the 6th this Friday. So again, 147% at the money IV. You're already starting to see somewhat of a cool down, but I wanted to look at that $68 mark. Is there anything substantial in why we're bouncing off of that specific zone? I mean, 2004 contracts there. Nothing substantial on 40, sorry. And then we have 1,550 that have been opened and closed. Let's see if we reject those zones. And now as for that $76 mark, I'm going to be calling this as a potential top here in SLV. So it might be a supply zone, and you might also get that magnet effect up into that level. But what you want to do is if you're not short now, look how price reacts around that specific strike price, and then sure enough, you might be able to find a downside move. But silver continuing to grind a little bit higher.
Yeah, I got stopped out of ZSL, guys. So ZSL is not tradable for me until that 255, 254. That's a volume weighted average price. It ended up breaking down below the 10, below the 20, so not the one for me. But I've worked in to a couple of new trades. I haven't got anything into CADX yet. I'm still waiting for that one to break trend, but I'm very interested in working into CADX. Fuse, I'm building up a position around $3. I'm looking for a hold here of the general area low. So that's a bottoming tail candle that happened on the 5-minute chart at 11:05, the low of which is 281. So it has to hold that level. Otherwise, it's going to have to set up at the volume weighted average price at 274, 275. And then I'm not just going to get in if it dips into VWAP. It's got to show me the first 5-minute candle to make a new high and show me that the buyers are starting to get back in control. Because right now, topping tail candle gets me, definitely out of the money. Well, we're only out of the money by a couple of pennies, but I'm definitely looking for a move into 3. I've got my orders resting there above 3 to catch a nice move up, but nothing happening quite yet. I've also worked into AQST, which is what I replaced ZSL with. AQST seems to be finding generally here some support at the 10 EMA. I'm going to give it to the 11:05, 11 a.m. candle low on the 5, the low of which is 417.5. So I'm going to give it to 416. I'm looking for a break of trend and a move back in to that kind of 4 1/3, maybe even 4.5 if I get lucky. It's up 42% and it's on the NASDAQ. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to the big desk.
Yeah, we do have some news here, guys. VRRM, not a ton of volume on this move, about 400,000 shares traded on the day, but I do think it's worth watching here because Washington Post reporting that the Trump administration saying it'll be limiting funds for speed cameras. Now, I did Google this Vera Mobility, and they do have a speed enforcement solution section on their website, so they're very much active in that field. Again, speed cameras stocks, including VRRM, on watch here after Washington Post reports that the Trump administration will be limiting funds for speed cameras. Back to you.
Where did they do that?
Take them all.
Where did they do that?
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Big Dougie wouldn't do that.
I need to do paralegal, man. I gotta fire my guy, I think.
What happened?
I told you, remember?
Yeah.
They got video evidence of me on
They got
here.
video?
But you can't even see me. Like, you can't even see, and I'm stopped, too.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm stopped.
Challenge it.
Yeah.
Challenge.
Yeah, challenge.
No, but we were plagued with
the video
speed
of the
cameras
speed camera.
everywhere.
I love the good old.
There's a running gag in Toronto that basically they put up new ones and they just get cut down immediately, and it became hilarious. It wasn't funny because you're breaking the law and the taxpayer's on the hook for fixing it, obviously, but everybody hated these things. Well, most people. I can't speak for everybody, but most people hated these things, myself included.
I believe school zones, understandable.
Just put speed bumps, force people to slow down.
Exactly,
You're going to force them that way.
Why don't we create some jobs and maybe get some construction boys out there putting up the speed bumps instead of putting up these cameras?
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like put the roundabouts.
Street. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
So roundabout.
When you have to go over a speed bump at 50 kilometers an hour and you pay for what comes from that, you'll think twice about speeding over that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, so we our premier here, which is kind of like the Canadian equivalent of a governor, he got rid of him. He kiboshed it.
Let me ask you this: do you think the stock market is a zero-sum game? I know it's kind of random enough.
A lot of people say that it's not. I think when it comes to certain pairings, they are. So you know what I mean? Like when trades that are inversely correlated, like metals and the US dollar, it could be a zero-sum game for the most part.
Yeah.
But I would say generally no.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah. Absolutely not. Yeah. I mean, if you take into like all the minor details of everything, like fees and everything like that, no, it's not. It's not. I'm sorry, my friend.
It is what it is.
And that's my perspective, Philly, and that's your perspective. So, all right, guys, let's get right into things. Come on, IHO silver to the top side as Tesla's slowly starting to break down. There comes the short in Palantir. Doesn't like it want. This ascending wedge that we got going on here doesn't look too good as we come right back into the lower end of this range. Somewhat of a head and shoulders pattern being formed here on the 5-minute in TSLA. Do we break down, guys? Resistance zone, right? Shoulder 1, head up here, your head top, and then boom, you break that, and now you're heading towards that neckline. Let's see what happens in Palantir. If the momentum really picks up, maybe we do have to sell a little bit of the lower support, right? Lower support there. But if Tesla doesn't want to, and it continuously bounces off the volume-weighted average price. Maybe you get somewhat of a continuation. With that being said, Sharif, let's pull up the old chain gang and see what we got going on there. Oh, come on, silver, head back lower, my boy. All right, so guys, also look at the expiration cycles here now. Katina Man was saying you want to stick with the further dated. I agree. This is just a little bit more of a cash grab, in my opinion. Just adding more expiration cycles. The market makers are just licking their chops with the silly individual, or I shouldn't say that at all. People do have strategies that work for them and everything along those lines. But just be cautious, right? Like 0 DTE, but Tesla, and then now you have 2 days till expiration. And just be cautious of what we got going on. Now, as for our high, let's establish that here. 424, we'll call it 425. Nothing substantial there, but there's a lot of volume coming in at that 425 strike. Now, 420, obviously the traders have to make a laugh about this one, 52,800 contracts. But as for a supply standpoint, we don't see anything until 450, and I don't think that's going to be anything to hold us back, really. So I'm going to be looking long Tesla for the rest of the week. Maybe today's just one of those sessions where you're not going to see that extended move. We did get back the majority of it on Friday, which is understandable. But Tesla, maybe we start to think a little bit long. Now, as for Pleater, let's see what we got here on Palantir. 170 is where we're going to see a lot of this open interest sitting here. Guys, around 16,100 contracts there with 8,420 traded, open and close on today's session. But let's see what we got going on, Adara.
No, we're super chat. I got it.
Oh, sorry. I thought we said here.
Yeah, no worries. Let's have a look at AMD. I'm just trying to find my other chart. I don't know where it went. Okay, that's fine. We can just take any of these other ones. So thank you very much, first of all, to Robert Lewis, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. Can you chart AMD, please? Let's take a quick look at AMD. What do we got over here? Start with the daily. Great breakout today and recovery from weakness last week. Let's go to the daily first and foremost. So definitely holding that 200. That's immediately apparent. Triple bottom at that 200. Sort of a pseudo double top into 270. So I'm hesitant to want to call those, patterns, chart patterns like a triple bottom or a double top. And I'm more inclined to want to say that that is within a range. Generally, it's 260 as opposed to 270. Most of the closing prints are around 260 with the wicks breaching into 270, but that 200, very clear, I should say, as a level of technical resist or support. So 200 right away, I like. Now, that there is this 225 that we had locally as another area of resistance and support. So take a look over here, 225 support, 225 support, 225 support. Oh no, it's not. That's on the 20th of November. We start using 225 as a very clear area of resistance. On this morning, we got to 230, so we didn't quite make it down into that 225 again. I'd like a move, obviously, at closing print above 260. You've had very few of those. Above 260, most of the prints into 260 are either wicks or immediate reversal candles like this one over here on the 29th of October, reversal. And then you got it again on the 12th of November. Sorry, I meant October there, so this is November. Oh, that's December. No, that's November. This one here. 11th of November, dropping all the way back down, holding 200. So I see a bit of a range, 200 to the bottom, 260 to the top, with 225 as an intervening area of both support and resistance. That's how I see it on the daily. Let's take a quick look at the weekly. If there's a different look over here, kind of the exact same look. 260 to the top. You can even see it clearer here because the closing prints on the weekly do not breach 260. It's very clear that it's only the wicks that are breaching it. Moreover, you can see the exact same thing at that 200. 200 never breached on a closing basis, just on a wick basis intraday. And most of the times when it does lose 200, it ends up closing green. Case in point, the week of the 24th of November, the week of the 15th of December, the week of the 12th of January. So that 200 is a dang good buy spot on AMD, but it looks, at least for now, that 260 is a good sell spot. That is, of course, unless your time frame a little bit wider. All right, we got to pause. We're going to Adara.
Crypto segment time. Obviously, this will be discussed more on the new segment here from 1 to 2, so I will not belabor any points, but I do want to just talk here about BTC because This is a nice recovery day so far for Bitcoin. Intraday low here, intersession low rather, 74,500, high of just shy of 80,000. That's 79,300 right now, trading just above that 79K level. And we're trying to take out yesterday's high. Now, sharp sell-off here for BTC. This really began on Thursday, continuing here Saturday. Quite aggressive selling. Apparently, nearly $1.5 billion worth of assets left U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs during the previous week. That's according to data from Farsight Investors. Meanwhile, Ethereum also struggling. Ethereum ETFs shedding $327 million worth of assets here during the last week. So Ethereum and Bitcoin, once again, looking pretty similar when it comes to the price action. You've got, in both cases, multiple days of selling, bit of a rebound session. But unlike Bitcoin, which is trying to take out prior session high, Ethereum quite a ways away from prior session high of just shy of 2,500, currently trading here around 2,380. So lots of crypto weakness, again, very likely to be discussed later on the afternoon show, or during the midday news portion. So I'll leave that for now. We'll send it back over to the guys.
Yes, you are absolutely accurate. It will be discussed in the news segment, which we always do right around that 1 o'clock time slot. So, you know, it's a chance for us to kind of dive deeper into the news segment. It's a little slower at the time. The volume drops off, so we take the opportunity to talk things a little bit in more details. You also get Joey Options' perspective on it. You're going to get a Dara's perspective, myself. So you'll see all the different thinking, and then you kind of, draw your own conclusions from the facts and the opinions that you get. So if you haven't been with us around that 1 o'clock time slot, join us every day. We go through the news. Today, the morning note is about 14 pages long.
Let's see how many likes we got here, Sharif.
Sir.
Let's see how many we got here for the folks. Oh, I didn't even, no, I'm not even going to check.
We're back doing it live here on ZSL, eh? ZSL is, yeah, it's moving back up, Joey.
Yeah, I know. We got we're short. We're both short silver, essentially. Sharif using the inverse here. Oh, man, Jose and I were talking about that glitch in ZSL.
Everybody's talking about it, bro.
Yeah, like, that is, so remember when I was saying, yo, hit that,
yeah,
hit that.
And I did.
Yeah, you did. You hit that,
right.
man. Next, if that were to ever happen again, listen, don't.
You wouldn't do it.
No, this is what I would do it.
You would
and
do
I'm
it.
doing it like I'm throwing the mortgage at it. Essentially, that's what you want to do, man. Is you throw when you see something, when you see a decoupling like that, it's a glitch within the system. It happens very rarely. You just it's just like whatever you got, just throw full BP essentially at that on that
mortgage
position.
the house.
Yeah, everything, man. Just throw everything and boom. Just try to get out as soon as you possibly can as well, too, because you don't want to end up like that Chinese metal trader there down 100.
He's absconded. He's absconded. Nobody can find him.
Well, obviously. Like,
where's everybody's money at?
Yeah, 144 smackers.
Hold on,
Cheats.
I'm assuming he was leveraged to the nine.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you don't just lose 144 schmil.
That's one country I wouldn't really try to run away from.
Oh,
I feel like they may be able to catch you, and
you think so?
They would employ some interesting tactics.
Like,
I'm
if
just
you can
saying.
get to the border, then I think that would take a little weight off the shoulders.
I think they'll get you wherever you go, man.
But I mean, yeah, like, where are you going to go, essentially, at the end of the day? So, like,
they're going to have the tentacles everywhere,
You're
man.
in trouble, man.
They're like an octopus.
So you're going to have to live a different lifestyle at that point. There goes Palantir. It's not like you have any money either, right? Like,
no.
If you can't do a bank transaction, they're going to find you immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder what happened. Like, this guy's watching it go down. Okay, they were down 10%. All right, a couple hours later, we're down 20%.
Sweating, probably.
30%. Bro. All right, I'm out of here. Like, see you later. Like, you can't do anything about that, man. It's crazy. The guy probably just got up from his desk, left, and then was just never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again, man. Joey Ops, we added some in IBIT this morning, and I'm pleased. I'm quite pleased with the ad on IBIT. But I'm concerned.
Yeah,
I'm happy with the price.
Dude.
But I'm going to be very, very technical about it. It loses structure and it loses support. I'm closing my entire position.
Yeah,
and I'll take the L. I'll take the L because I've DCA'd into it.
Yeah.
And then if it sets up again, then we'll have a conversation. But I'm not going to DCA into an oblivion.
Yeah.
And if that structure breaks, I'm out.
There's zero chance. Yeah. For me, man, like I've been in it literally. So I think IBIT IPO'd in March of 24 or something relatively close to that, and that's when I first started buying it. I mean, that's 2 years of gains just gone right now, right?
Yeah, that happens.
That happens. But it's a good chunk of money gone. So for me, if it goes like right back to break even, then I'll be sitting on a nice amount of cash. A lot of people saying that it could head over to like 50K or something along those lines. I mentioned
I would hate that.
There's a target they have on this. They have a set mining price. Once they're done their kind of distribution phase and the accumulation, whatever they're doing, then sure enough, it's going to climb. And who knows what happens again? But poor Michael Saylor, well, actually not poor him at all. I don't feel any type of way. He's just been buying this stuff hand over fist. And he's been like, listen, I'm no market technician or anything along the chartered market technician or anything along those lines. But him just grabbing like 3,000 here, 3,000 there, I'm like, what is the game plan here? I don't really understand it, dude.
It's not like you can say there's a fundamental reason. Oh, he's getting here because the market size. What, bro? It's not a yield-producing asset, man. I mean, where are you getting?
Like, what? Like, listen.
You know what I mean? Unless it's technicals, what are you basing it on?
Like, I get it. I understand it's Bitcoin, but who is it to say that some next computer genius steps in here and makes something identical? Like, hey, oh, you need to mine this stuff. There's only 21 million of it. Oh, you can do it in fractions,
done it, though.
Right?
Someone could have done it.
Someone can do that, right? Anybody can do that and name it whatever they want.
I don't know. I get that. I see you're absolutely right that that's theoretically possible. I think there's first mover advantage. I still like Bitcoin, but I have to be strategic rather than emotional. The emotions are going to be from the hit. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I'm going to feel some kind of way, but it's not going to end my my endeavor into Bitcoin. I'm going to look to set up again, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's going to always be do not be no more. At what point I didn't make any Chinese jokes whatsoever.
About,
yeah, Sandra, I literally didn't make any Chinese jokes.
What Chinese jokes?
Yeah, exactly.
The guy's running. Okay, because we're making fun because the Chinese Communist Party's going to clip him.
Yeah, you could have been from anywhere.
Okay. Maybe that's what they're upset about.
Yeah. Don't be so sensitive there. Anyways, yeah. I mean, come on, get the thicker skin. You know what I mean? Don't be hit that one.
The market moves like the waves, always.
Yeah, tell him, Sharif.
Like, subscribe, let's go.
Tell him, yeah, exactly. And for this, also hit this. Actually, no, we're gonna hit this because
when we hit,
yeah, it's gonna again. Don't worry about it. It's okay. The sky is not falling, but. Anyways, Joe. No, I don't own any MSTR. I would never buy MSTR if I was giving somebody else's. If someone gave me their money and said, "Hey, buy whatever you want," MSTR would not be on my list whatsoever. I'd rather just go to Bitcoin itself, especially in this downtrend. I mean, it can go absolutely ripping if Bitcoin does recover, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case right now. Okay, so do we short Tesla? Look at this head and shoulders. We're now at neckline. Neckline broke there on Palantir, so that's a missed opportunity. We'll start really small here on TSLL. Oh, I can't even short TSLL. I have to get shorts, but I do like this as a potential move lower.
We're going to be good with that soon, by the way.
With the yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so then I could just be like, yeah, man, let's rock and roll. But now the market's slightly topping at that 627.50. You have to keep an eye on the mag just in case, right? If Amazon continues to grind a little bit higher, then by all means, it's going to be tough to short the TQQs. But let's pull up Tesla. We're going to start really small. We're going to have to go just with the direct underlying, and then we'll take some small size just in case it does come back against us. But there we go, start moving to the downside there in Tesla Street.
All right. Here's the deal. What's his name in there? BD Gaming 17. Bro. Sharif. London will be blue this weekend. I'm assuming Chelsea and Arsenal are playing each other. I don't even know what the schedule is. All I saw, though, brother, was your entire team get manhandled by one individual. Shout out to Adama Traore. You know. So this guy, he's got no business playing soccer. We're going to show him in a second. He's got no business playing soccer. He's like 200 pounds of just lean muscle. You should have seen. He dismissed this Kukurea guy who was a left back. Just tossed him out of the way. Just threw him, and then his boy came in. He's like, okay, you can't throw on my team like that. I'm going to have to intervene. So he pushed him from behind. pushed him from behind. Then Adama turns around, sees the guy who pushed him. The fear of God was in his eyes. He knew what was coming. If the other part of the team did come, I got to show you guys this, man. No, man, it wasn't even close. This guy could eat you and I alive. Yeah. Adama Traore, he's a big man. Let me show you this guy, bro. I need to show you the meme, too, of him just dismissing Kukurea. So let's go Adama Traore. There he is. You can come to my screen now, so you know everything's fine. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's huge. Why we're going to his Facebook page? But let's look at this. Chelsea. Let's see if we can get the image of him just dismissing this guy. No, we're going to get dinged if we show it, but let's see if we can do it over here, Joey. It's on the gram. Yeah, he just dismissed him. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Look at this. Look at this. Get out of the way. And then he pushes him from behind. The fear of God. He's terrified. He got dismissed. Yeah, just dismissed. Anyway, if you think soccer guys are all weak, well, this guy is certainly not weak. Shout out to Adama Traore, man. He's doing it live. All right, we're gonna have to get out of ZSL, because it's coming back down into 60. Now, this is where it found support before. So I'm kind of hesitant to want to get out here because there's a double bottom. This is going to be a triple bottom here on ZSL. I'm just going to add here, and if it loses the bid, it loses the bid. I'll just get out at the 58 penny area. But it's found a lot of support at $2.60. Moreover, found it as resistance earlier at $8.20 and $8.25. So for whatever reason, 260 probably an important level on the actual SLV. But we're going to give this one a try. If it loses the 60 penny area, I'm certainly out. Anurag, but Traore's pace with all that muscle mass is commendable. Of course, bro. I thought, he should have been given more chance. In Barca, they didn't really give him a fair shake, but he's been jumping around now, a little Wolverhampton, a little Fulham. Now he's with West Ham. Let the man find a home, man. I think he's a really talented guy, but he's, I don't know. I don't think he's taken seriously by the soccer community. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think they should definitely be giving him a lot more leeway to play there. I think he's really good, but that's just me. Clutch one, why you not on PBM? Let me take a look. PBM. Let me have a quick look there, brother. Because this one's halting to no end, man. And it's also down. I've got it on the side chart right here. It's down here. It's halted to for no end here, and I don't know why it's not giving me my proper technicals, but it just keeps halting, brother, and it's breaking down now. It's well off the highs, 1264 high. It looks like it's showing something around, where is this halted? 734. I'm keeping an eye on it, but I'm not going to be quick to jump into it. Silver, great ad at 260. We're going to wet the beak here. Good look. This one held 260 again. So guys, there is a buyer here at 260 on ZSL. Whether or not that buyer sticks around for longer or what the situation is, there's the print. Looking for more now into the high side. Packing the patience on this one. Looking for another big move, possibly into the 80s. It's up 13.5%, and got a great 260 area low. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, someone was asking me about, Joe, what do you think about the TQ short up here, higher of the day, your risk profile? It seems like you know what you're doing, like you have a game plan, right? So just stick to it. There goes Tesla. Okay, I don't want to chase it at these supports. I wanted to get involved at the top end of the range, but it just didn't give it to me. I have a feeling we might break down a little bit here, guys. So Tesla, what do we do with you? Wait for one more pullback. If we bounce off of support, I think that's going to be a good opportunity. But if this is the move where we crack, then so be it. We had two opportunities missed. We're still short silver, so maybe we can get a little bit of a move to the downside there in SLV and head back towards the LOD, low of the day. But yeah, man, you can't go wrong here on the T-triple-Qs. Let's pull it up. Well, you can go wrong, obviously, but it sounds like you have your plan of action already implemented, so just take it. You do have the neckline right around this around this area right here, 54.85, and then if you break 55.58, then sure enough, you just get out of there. So you give it about 60 cents worth of risk. That's nothing to worry about. So silver, if we can break 70.24, I like our chance of heading back towards 68, unless this move is going to completely reverse. I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective as well, too, and see what we got going on. Silver. I mean, like, crypto rarely even does this, man. $110, you get a 38% dump. Like, you're down 40% in the span of 3 trading sessions. That's not fun whatsoever. It doesn't matter who you are. And yeah, definitely if you're that guy over in China, $144 million. AC Slater to that one. He's on the run. I'd probably be on the run as well too. So there it is, guys. Palantir starting to break and continue. I was looking at this 5-minute print here, Los and Goreb, but I just feel that the momentum is kind of shifting here in today's session as we are peaking in the TQQs, and the same thing with the SPY. Is it nearly as strong or is it stronger? Let's find out now. I think a lot of this is going to be held by the financials. So SPY topping out, double top essentially here. So once that neckline breaks, you might get that move into the volume weighted average price. But here's the pullback that we're talking about in Tesla. If this trend line does continue to hold, then maybe we can get our opportunity in there, especially if we reject the top end of it, positioned relatively well. Your risk to reward is going to be slightly skewed just due to where you have to admit where you're wrong. But I do like on the 5-minute time frame, we're starting to form that head and shoulders pattern. So let's see if we can get a breakdown in the overall market as the TQQs and the SPY start to come into the volume weighted average price.
All right, man, I got to shout out Eddie because he did it again.
No.
Eddie sent obviously Krispy Kreme last week, which was fantastic. Man. You're very much loved in the office here, Eddie. Thank you very much. He super chatted. He sent a whole bunch of memberships. Why Assassino? Why the crickets? Okay. And now today, Eddie sending another 10 free memberships. Thank you so much, Eddie. Zero Disco 1, you got one. Scratch Eye, you got one. How about Carlos? ATN Nerd, Joser 55, we got Wahmandu, he got one. Arrow 53X got one. Shout out to Dream Angels Garden. All of you guys got the free membership, and as a result, let me tell you now what you can do with that. There's going to be a lot more you can do in the future, but for now, you can get my morning note every single day. You just go over to the Trader TV homepage on YouTube, hit home, and then once you're there, right under the tabs over here, click posts, and then weasel on down. You'll see this green rectangle. It says members only, and Sharif's morning note. Big thumbnail there. Just hit read more. Weasel on down into the Google Drive link. Said read the full PDF right there. Click that bad boy. It comes up. Today is about 14 pages long. A couple of Google entries. One about this $2 billion penalty that they avoided. One with a new Waymo valuation now in the range of 110 billion. Then you got Apple winning some stuff in India. Bitcoin tanking. Gold and silver sharply unwinding. Oracle's announcing a $45 to $50 billion capital raise. Disney reported earnings this morning. Palantir reporting earnings after the bell. Oil tanking on the back of peace, thankfully. So the point is, all you guys can get the morning note now that Eddie has gifted you the membership so kindly. And if you're not a subscriber, let's show them where they can get it, Assassino. If you're not a subscriber, you want to get the morning note, you want something a little bit more nuanced, head on over to the video that you're currently in right now. So let's just go to the video. And there you go. Right below the video, it'll say join. You click that bad boy right there. This handsome gentleman named Brendan Wickens shows up, tells you what you're going to be getting, and then click that join button right there. $5 a month. Now, trick, if you go on your phone and you hit that join and you're with Apple, it's going to be more expensive because Apple's got to take their 30% cut. So the point is, look to get in on your desktop or an Android device so you don't have to pay the Apple premium. Otherwise, it's going to be more than $5 a month. So I just wanted to mention that. And thanks, Eddie. Kind as always, classy as always. Eddie, man, we appreciate you, brother, and hope you're doing it live and you had a fantastic weekend. That's it. That's all I'm keeping an eye on there. Still in Fuse. We're about 8 pennies out of the money. I'm looking for this one to hold up at the volume weighted average price, but it's kind of got an unbroken look, unbroken lower high look, save and except for this outlying area here, which got me in. So I'm really concerned here about Fuse as a flat bottom break. So I'm keeping a close eye on this one. Loses 70 pennies, I'm out. But yeah, it does seem like it's an unbroken chain over here of lower highs. Again, save and except for these two outlying candles, 1110, 1115, where I actually made money on this. But right now we're just picking up scraps as it moves into the high 290s. I'm wetting the beak, but I'm trying to hold the majority of the position for a break of $3. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on there. CADX looks like hot garbage. It's unbroken, lower high, lower high, lower high. Now lost the volume weighted average price and of no longer of interest to me. So that might lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. ZSL continues to do okay. It has a 260 buyer. We know that. The problem is, though, we're unable to take out that 275 area. So it's good, but I need to see a decided trend change. And that trend change comes with a closing print above that 2 3/4 on ZSL. Other than that, AXTI, the other one I'm looking at, it had a great day Friday, but this one also suffered from the same thing that Fuse is suffering from, or CADX is suffering from, and they're both actually, that it's unbroken lower highs. Right, and I waited for all afternoon on Friday for AXTI to break those lower highs. It didn't, so I never ended up getting in. And today it's off the top as well, having breached 22 into 22.20. It's down now into 21.5. So I need to see if this one's going to kind of have a little bit of support to catch that bit to the high side. JLHL I've said very little about because it's barely open. It's up 78, 80%, well off the high of 957, dropping now into 6 1/4. So, you know, this one isn't for me because it just doesn't do enough liquidity to stay open, but we're going to keep tabs on it. And if it's tradable, I'll get in. Otherwise, I won't. Joey.
All right, man, good stuff there. Oh, there goes the pancakes flying. Yo, shout out to my guy, Heart to Heart Media. Also, who else? We got Vancouver Island as well, too. Yeah, we love that. Man, Horseshoe Bay, I remember it was a long time ago I was in Horseshoe Bay. Obviously, well, not obviously, it's not like you would know this, but I have family in Bowen Island, and I love it out there. Some good stuff. Man, when's the last time you were in Vancouver?
When was the last time out? I've never been to Vancouver.
Oh, wow.
Calgary's as farthest west I've been to in Canada.
Yeah, I think
Holy cow, I didn't even realize that.
That's for sure. Yeah, Vancouver is that place. Man, great times. I remember I went to a Canucks game and they played the Kings, and me and my cousins, we got kicked out because we were just so, well, one of them did anyways, and we were just so rowdy. Anyways, aside from that, guys, SLV down 5.7%. Yeah, they're like, you're gone, buddy. See you later.
Seriously, eh?
Yeah, but the rest of us stayed. We're like, man, we paid a lot of money for these things. But all right, guys, so there it is, a nice bounce back. Like, there's obviously some buyer here at that 70-40 mark, even 70-60. So keep an eye out on that. And I'm glad that we didn't get short at the break of the neckline here on Tesla, guys, because we're like, hey, watch out for that rebound and that pullback. And that's kind of what we're experiencing right now. Same thing with PLTR. We did get that neckline break, but now we're starting to head right back into that previous support zone to see if that's going to act as resistance. This is going to be a massive inflection point, in my opinion, here with Tesla. Are we going to fail this pattern and then head towards the HOD, which would put us around this neck of the woods, or are we going to kind of break down once again? And the Qs, it's tough here because a lot of us were thinking short on it, but we're starting to form somewhat of a bull flag. Let's run through our Mag 7 right now to see what they're up to. And I say this time and time again, and that's kind of why I've swayed from trading the TQQs unless everything's kind of moving in tandem, is that you have to focus on so many other vehicles, and that's most definitely the Mag 7, right? So if you go through the Mag 7 and they're all wishy-washy, a couple of them are moving this way, the other one are selling, a couple are ripping, it makes it really difficult to trade that vehicle. So Amazon continuing to climb a little bit higher. Let's see what Goggles is up to. Same thing, right? So if you're thinking of going short the TQQs, it's tough when these two names are already moving higher. Now let's head over to Apple. So over there, Apple starting to come back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Failed to establish a new high of around $265.45 as you come down about 1.5 points off of that mark. Now, as for Microsoft, it is lunchtime already, 4 minutes early. See Microsoft moving lower. Not too good of a look. I'm missing one of them. Give it to me, folks. We've done Apple, we've done Microsoft, we've done Google, we've done Amazon. Let's see what Broadcom is up to. I know we don't really talk about it too much from a rating standpoint. Down, but moving higher off of the volume-weighted average price there, Sharif. And then we also have Tesla, which we've been keeping our eyes on, starting to find somewhat of a rebound and head towards some of those key resistance zones. So keep an eye out on that. And silver just kind of stuck in limbo right now. Nice new hairdo. Thanks, I appreciate it. I didn't shave it. I'm going to shave it there tonight to see what we got going on. Get that fresh thing down to the straight to the skin, my friend. Apple and Tesla are Joe TV's. No, I don't mind trading Tesla. Guys, if you've noticed, I haven't been trading IBIT for quite some time. When Bitcoin is in play, I like to trade it quite often. But what I've done, okay, that's okay. Anyways, so essentially, what I've done here, nothing. Sandra's just a big mad for some reason. We'll let it slide. So it happens.
What's wrong?
I don't know.
Is that the person who was telling you that you were racist?
We'll allow them to be mad.
All right,
we'll cool off.
Sandra,
It
chill,
sucks
bro.
to be red on the day, and if I have a feeling, but hey, we're nicely green here. Okay, so essentially, what we got going on here, guys, is what I'm just looking for more in-play names. And not just sticking with the NVDAs and kind of those Mag 7s. I want to kind of widen my basket of stocks, and it's been working out really well for us. And it's earnings season as well too. So it allows us to expand that playbook and just find things with cleaner price action. Silver's been in vogue for quite some time, so that's why we've been trading that, and not necessarily Bitcoin, because I don't think it's overly in play.
There goes MRNO. Y'all were yelling about it. Your boy's in at $0.75. We got into 198 high a day. MRNO is on the rampage to the high side. It's up 63%. There is some selling coming in here to be expected. We're into that $2 area. The whole dollar area is likely going to be, at least for the moment, a key area of intraday technical resistance. I like this 180 area. If this 180 area keeps holding up, that will be holding structure. 170 was a prior area resistance. We generally held it, but we did zig and zag. So you need to be on the lookout for that, right? Look, we got into 180. It didn't hold 170 structure. It, in fact, dipped into 156. So you need to be on the lookout for some zig and zags here on MRNO. We've got 75s on. I'd like to get a little bit more if I could, pardon me, into the 80 penny level, showing me mid 80s right now where the buyers are stepping in. I flipped to the 5-second chart on my top screen to gauge local areas of support and resistance. So it's that 180 area that's glaring at me right now for a possible add. And I'm just gonna, I wanna build good habits. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a dip trade into that 181 area. We'll see if we can get anything in and around that level or what the situation is gonna be. Here comes 183, 181, we get the fill. Do we get continuation? Let's put some over here at 85s. Let's see if we can get something there. And then I'm gonna put some at 92s as well. What's my move though? What's my move? What if it goes against me here, which is topping tail? So I think anything below 170 ends the trade for me. 169er will end the trade. So let's go ahead and put that in right now. And then we'll just give it a little bit of room in case there's an area of illiquidity, MRNO. So we'll throw that on there and we'll take the subjectivity out of it. So that's MRNO looking good, but it's got to hold up here. I'm worried about Fuse though, man. It's just not catching a bid, and it's continuing to put in unbroken lower highs. It certainly feels like the sellers are in control. The only saving grace is that we're still above the volume weighted average price, and I really don't know how long that's going to last for here. So I am kind of concerned about that. I'm talking about FUSC on the NQ up 75%. There goes MRNO right back into the 80s. No continuation, though, into the high 80s, which is where we're waiting. We're waiting mid 80s, high 80s, and then obviously we've got those prints from the 90s that we were talking about. But I also want to bring your attention to AXTI, because I was complaining about this one not breaking the downtrend line on Friday, and as a result, we never got involved into it. Well, it did here. So AXTI could be kind of turning over a new page in terms of, the technicals. 2175 seller. I'd put a breakout trade above 81 or 82 just so that it takes out the 1130 candle high, the high of which is 80.5 pennies. It's exactly what I'm going to do here on AXTI. We're going to do it live. So AXTI on the NQ, I believe. Let's see if we can get that. And then we're just going to put a breakout trade so that it doesn't, take too much of my attention. So 21, we're gonna go 85, and we're gonna put a breakout trade above that. We'll go at 88 for that many shares. So if it ends up taking out that 1130 candle, we'll get involved. Doesn't? We don't. Simple as that. There goes, what's it called? MRNO, great ad there, Joey. Right back into the high 80s. I'm looking for some low 90s now on MRNO. Clean hold of the volume weighted average price. Probably scared the hell of a lot of people. The 1155 candle was a mother of all topping tail candles. And now there's a seller at 87 and he's hidden and we can't shake him right now. So be on the lookout here. MRNO, not bad, but we've got some intraday selling. Obviously intraday selling at 187 there. We'll see if we can clear it. So The deal is, it is now 12:02. We're going to send you up to Adair for happening now. And then I believe Neil, probably not. Well, we're probably not going to have the lesson of the day, but you're going to get happening now.
You're also going to get a lower reciprocal tariff on India. That's right. U.S. President Donald Trump just sharing a very long Truth Social post about his conversation with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India this morning, saying that apparently they did speak about the Russian-Ukraine tensions, saying that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil and to buy more oil from the United States and possibly Venezuela, which Trump says will, quote, help end the war, all caps, in Ukraine. Furthermore, again, as mentioned, it looks like there's going to be a cut here in the reciprocal tariff. U.S. now charging India a reciprocal tariff of 18% compared to the prior reciprocal tariff of 25%. Here's the S&P 500 continuing to push higher here on the day. SPY pushing higher as we do have some weakness continuing here in silver and gold. So these precious metals remain weak, though some of these crypto plays here actually faring a little bit better today than they were previously. MSCR actually still red on the session, even though it's near intraday highs. But again, Bitcoin selling off here, breaking below that $80,000 level. As of right now, still not able to get back above that area. I do want to talk here now that we've gone into wider market catalysts. Let's talk about Palantir. They do report before the bell, and they have a lot to live up to, after the bell tonight, and they have a lot to live up to, guys, because as you can see, greater than 50% year-over-year growth, more or less, across the board for all of their major revenue segments. So there is a lot we're going to be watching here to see that continued growth for PLTR. Growth slowing could be a negative catalyst for them if that does happen, so that'll be something to keep an eye out for. And again, you'll be able to check that out with myself, Sean, Neil, and Brendan at 4 p.m. Eastern. Again, earnings themselves released at 4:05, but you'll actually be able to get the recap show starting right at 4. Speaking of recaps, let's talk about DIS. They did report earnings before the bell. Market not reacting very well to this report, but the report in and of itself, not bad in certain areas, revenue and EPS beating estimates, but segment operating income across the board down 9% year over year. A lot of operating income segments also reporting year over year decline. So if you enjoy what you're seeing here, definitely make sure to check out Palantir earnings after the bell. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to go back over to the midday and stay with us every single day, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. MRNO, so failed break with that topping tail candle at 1155, 198 high. It comes down. It doesn't hold structure. So here's the deal. Well, let's see what this one has to offer. I don't think the best trade is behind it, but I need to be careful because the price action developed so quickly. So it's one of those anomalous situations where the volume weighted average price is actually ahead of, meaning a higher up on the price chart than the 10 EMA on the 5. That creates a bit of a charting issue for me. So I'm going to watch here. Let's see if 170 ends up being an area of support that just, happened to be a wick through that area to stop everybody out. It did find support at the 10, and it's still holding the 10 EMA, but it is south of the volume weighted average price, still 46.5%. We gave back a little bit on that stop out there, but we're going to keep an eye on this one. I don't want to turn away from this one yet because it might be quite good. LVWR, shout out to Jag Guzman, 2656. Shout out to the man. This is not the first time he's called out good tickers. And this one, LVWR. Now I need to warn you about this one. It's still south of 1 million shares traded on the day, 771,000. The problem is, or that's the issue. The good news is it's holding. It's a great looking trend above the 10, above VWAP, above that $3 area, but it's not exactly manifesting price action that quickly. So you may have to pack your patience on this one because, well, it's got a topping tail candle into 340, dipping down now into 312s. Let's see what this one has to offer. I'm not going to jump in all that quick. By the way, I still have a breakout trade on AXTI, which hasn't triggered. MRNO is still bleeding down into that 61. And last but not least, ZSL could also be a stop out sooner rather than later as it's coming right back into my entry at, what's it called, 262, showing me 61s now. Now, my bias here has been there's a big buyer at 60. If that buyer at 60 is gone, I'm out. I've got my stop right below that, so I'm not going to be DCing into an oblivion. I'm in here because I see a 60 buyer. Now, that's the good news. What's the bad news? It is a symphony of lower highs, and there goes that 60 buyer. We're out. We'll lose 2 pennies per share. Now, here's the deal. This is kind of what I was seeing here on ZSL. We have that area high right? And then you have another lower high, and then you keep putting in lower highs. All the while, you continue to hold that same area support. So that is the recipe for what we call a flat bottom break, where you have that key buyer. In this case, it's at $2.60, who keeps the price above that level, but the sellers at the higher price area, the 270s, the high 260s, they're just more powerful. They got more conviction, and that will end up being a flat bottom break. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be. I'm just saying be on the lookout for that level, 260 to give way. Then you might be on the way to the $0.50, and then maybe even more. So that is another issue there. What's my take on Fuse? If Fuse loses the 270 area, I'll tell you exactly where I have my stop at the risk of getting stop hunted on Fuse. We've got it at 268. So it loses 268, I'm out. That simple, which is, already a couple of shekels below the volume weighted average price. The reason I did that is because I didn't want to get wicked out in case I was getting stop hunted. But Fuse is also suffering from the same affliction that AXTI and ZSL are suffering from, which is that unbroken lower high, all the while keeps finding support, in this case, at the volume weighted average price. For how long? So I am concerned here. There it is. It stopped. It got into 260. Didn't see the stop trigger there. Let's see what it does. Right back up. Just give me a second here that the price action is developing in the 70s. I can just use my stop out key. Let's see if people are going to step in aggressively here at Fuse, because it did wick below. No, I'm not going to hold this. We're going to stop out here on FUSC. So that will be a big loser for me on the day. It will put me negative, but we're going to try to work out of this one. If it sets up in the right way and it breaks trend, let me show you guys my black chart. If it breaks trend, I'm going to jump right back into this one, and we're going to jump back into it with conviction. So FUSC, for the exception of the 1110 candle and the 1115 candle on the 5, it is unbroken lower highs. That breaks, that changes, I'll get back in. So that's kind of my look on there. And then LVWR, wow, as quickly as that was up, as quickly as it was down, all the way down into 2 3/4 with a 340 high. Barely spent any time there. So very, very illiquid on those levels. So I'm currently in no positions, but I'm definitely interested in getting back into MRNO, seeing that it's holding up at the 10 EMA on the 5. So that could be an interesting look for me. And there goes ZSL. So happy with that stop out. It lost 260. It's on the way now to 255. So that one does end up being a bit of a flat bottom break through that 260 level. And now it's only up 8.9%. So need to be looking there as well. Oh, there's MRNO taking out structure. So let's have a look here at MRNO, because this one is breaking out again. And so I'm going to be able to set up a little bit better now, because the 10 EMA on the 5 and VWAP getting a little bit closer together. Moreover, this did break prior bar high, so we have 78s. Let's go ahead and set up here for a price spike up. And if it doesn't, I'm going to be building my position into this at the volume weighted average price. Or, sorry, into the 10 EMA, correction. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to the big desk with news.
Keep an eye on both Google and NVIDIA here, guys. Google announcing that they're going to be bringing serverless experiences here to high-end inference with support for NVIDIA's RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell Server Edition GPUs on Cloud Run. So again, Google, I guess, announcing some support for these NVIDIA RTX Pro Blackwell servers. Interesting look there for GeoOGL and NVDA. Not really moving either stock, but either way, interesting thing to note. NVIDIA, for what it's worth, is actually at intraday highs. Back to you.
Neil just told me that they're putting a Joe Carter statue outside the dome. I think that's deserved. You hit a walk-off in game 6, yeah, you get one. You get one. Yeah, well, shout out to Joey C.
Ronaldo statue makes the Joe Carter.
Why do they do Ronaldo like that, bro? He's a handsome guy, and he gets crapped on in the statue. Like, I mean, it didn't even look like him, dude.
Yeah, that was
it was bad. It was bad.
Jamal, Joe, what's up, John Womack Gorb? Yeah, I know there's a nice runner on NVDA, brother. $189.73 there. You did break that. I've seen someone say gold broke through the volume weighted average price with some conviction. Yeah, same with silver. Yeah. And I think that might be the bottom, right? Like, we're down 4 1/4 here. At the lows, we were down around 7%. So 68.40 was that low, and I highly doubt that on today's intraday session we go and retest that. I can get out anytime soon. Once again, I mentioned that I only have, well, not only, I have 40% of the remaining position. The initial trade was good. I wanted 68 flats, but hindsight, obviously 2020, we got close to it, and then you get that V-shape consolidation. This is typically a bullish pattern right here. Consolidate, break down, you get that V shape, and then you consolidate right in that same supply zone, and then you break a little bit higher. So keep an eye out on that one there, folks, just in case silver wants to get running here this morning. Now, as for Tesla, we are right at the top end of this range once again. So it's really tough because with NVDA continuously grinding higher, and this is what I say time and time again. You have to be cautious when you're trading the TQQQs and you want to short it. Like, I'm thinking short as well too. I move back into VWAP, but we have to take all the other factors into consideration, and that's going to be these big boys, right? If they're going to continue to climb, we don't want to be going short the NASDAQ. Now, as for Palantir reporting after the bell, this is going to be a good one. We did see a supply zone up at 170. Let's see if we run into that neck of the woods. But as for Tesla as well, too, right back into the top end of that consolidation. So let's see where we rock and roll from here. If silver breaks 70s, then we might be good. But once again, I mentioned that this might be a move back towards some of those pre-market highs. Now, if there's anything specific, yeah, let's go, Aziz. What's up, my friend? Hope everything is going good, brother. If there's anything that you guys want to go over via options chain or anything along those lines, feel free to ask me. Right, just put it in the chat. We'll go through some of your tickers. Don't forget $, and then what we are looking for. Tojo Mojo says Joe. Yeah, I mean,
you'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
No, not at all. All right, here's my guy here. Let's see what he says. Lads,
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Lads,
Neil knows.
Lads, boom. Yeah. Happy healing, Joe. And how about the Gunner Sharif statement made entire month in 1 hour on one day on AMD and SanDisk? Back to, we're not going to repeat that, on Wednesday, sadly, but not for long, as my boy, for the past how many months now, has been in South America traveling. My boy,
guy,
HBN.
Man, I hate this guy, bro.
Yeah, I know, and I've been watching his videos as well, too, on YouTube.
Yeah?
I've been throwing jabs at him, too.
Obviously, don't hate him.
Yeah, that's my guy. Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. He's just been traveling South America. I call him a fellow Canuck, even though he's American. He lives in Canada.
American.
He's very American,
very
right?
American.
But low-key a Canuck.
We love him,
that's
though.
All right. Yeah, we love Adam healing pain. Enjoy. I know you're coming back relatively soon, man. I hope you've had a fantastic trip. Seems like one of a lifetime, but you do it quite often. So nice work there, Adam healing James. Or healing pain naturally, Adam abroad as well too, because he has been traveling. All right, guys, right back into these markets. What do you guys want to look at? SanDisk. Yeah, I haven't even looked at it today. Sharif, have you looked at SNDK?
I see that it's up 593%.
Yeah, like there you go.
It's up 16%, Joseph.
Again, so
like it hasn't moved up enough like the last couple of weeks.
No, exactly. But once. I don't know, Sharif, laws of physics, what goes up must come down.
Yes,
I don't know, maybe possibly here in SanDisk, but this is a monstrous run, guys, like $40 in the middle of the summer, $50 we'll call it. You go up to 678. Oh, that is minting a lot of millionaires, and hopefully some people in the chat have the ability to take.
A lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of money, especially if you've been holding those. That is a big time move, and you are going to be happy with it without any form of questioning, but SanDisk moving really well here, guys.
We need new Donald. Like, that's Donald 1.0. He doesn't dance like that anymore. I don't think he's got the dexterity to dance like that anymore. He's old now, man. I think he's knocking on the door 80, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
close, right? So this is as much as you're going to get from President Trump these days. We need that, right? Trump 2.0.
Yeah. What happened, like, you remember back in, like, I don't know why I said, do you remember? Because there's zero chance I remember. But you know how, like, kings and kingdoms and emperors, the empires, like those guys were like Alexander the Great was like in his prime, just dominating the world. But what happened to that? What's up with these older men now, kind of?
Yeah, it's kind of the way it is. I know.
Don't you want someone in there who's like in his peak, in his prime? Just
bro, it's not a UFC card, Joey. Like, what the hell?
That's what I'm thinking, man. Let's get back to that narrative, man.
No, I get what you're saying, but yeah. Well, I think a lot of people would probably echo that sentiment. They want boomers in less positions of power and more of the new generation. And he is very much is a boomer, right?
It's the experience, I guess, man. It's the life experience.
They have all the money. That's the thing. The boomers have all the money. But as we talked about, we're going to go through, we're going to see, we're going to witness one of the largest generational wealth transfers in the history of, I think, humanity.
Yeah.
All right, with the boomers amassing most of the money. I think probably the most amount of money by any one generation in the history of the world. I'm just guessing that is probably the case. And that's going to get passed on mostly to millennials who have a very good reputation for money management, right? Right, of course. Man, I have to be sarcastic, bro. I'm an older millennial, so it's like from 80 or 81. I'm 82, so I'm on the door.
Okay. It is from me. Yeah.
I have no idea. Like
I'm a millennial.
Yeah, so that's kind of the situation there. But in any event, here's the deal, guys. We're continuing to hold here MRNO. I built a position into 73. It's showing me 72s. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5, but again, it's one of those anomalous situations where the 10 EMA and VWAP have kind of inverted. 10 EMA below VWAP, so a bit of a range now, 75 resistance. It looks like 64 or 65, low 60s as support. Let's see if this one holds structure. I built a position on it, looking for this one to kind of move back up, but we'll see what this one has to offer. That's it. FUSE still not ready, in my humble estimation, to get in, even though it has a double bottom there. I believe in the high 60s is still putting in lower highs, and it's not decidedly above that trend line, so that doesn't get me involved in the trade. I'm going to pack my patience. If FUSE wants to break out above that trend line, I'm going to get in, and we're hopefully going to do well on it second time around. Separately, ZSL, I got out of that because, again, basically unbroken, lower high, lower high, lower high. If this one wants to change its tune, I'll change my tune and we'll take it to the high side, but it's got to show me buyers stepping in and around that level. AQST, I had a very ill-fated, very quick trade on. I think I lost a couple of pennies per share. Nothing to write home about, but looks like it might be curling here. I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to insist on closing prints above 4.25, and then we'll decide what we want to do with that one. But AQST, still not tradable under my system. And that's it. A breakout trade on AXTI, which hasn't filled. If there are any new small cap gappers weaseling their way onto the scene, I'd love to hear about them because right now I'm not seeing anything. I'm seeing cold. Dang, bro. KOLD is at high a day. It's really going here. Not a small cap gapper, obviously, and this is an inverse ETF for nat gas, which is absolutely getting shellacked, as we talked to you guys about this morning on the morning rundown. UNG was almost down 20%, and there it goes, breaking out with aggression, Joey. Look at this, man, 1970 flat top break, there goes 20. Here comes 2015. KOLD's up 48%, and it's got a good price on it here, $20 and change, so you can, size in with decent amount of size. It's not going to be $300-400 name. So KOLD's earned its way onto the side chart. We're going to keep it on here, man. Okay, we may trade it as a small cap gapper, so I'll keep my eye on that. Odyssey Flight says BNAI is moving. I ran out of charts, and I don't even know where the hell my other chart went. So we're going to have to open up a new one here, Joey. So SSE, no, bro. We're going to take off LVWR. Let's take a look at BNAI. Okay. Yeah, wow, this is a lot cheaper now than the $80 stock this was a few days ago. Look, BNAI is not really having the best day. What is this up on the day? Allow me a second here. 11 and 2/3, almost 11 and 2/3, having traded 3.2 million shares. Okay, not bad, not bad. This is a key area of technical support as well. These are some pre-market highs here, 27.75. So if it gets back above 28, this could be a long here on BNAI. Thanks for pointing that out, Odyssey Flights. I had various degrees of success with BNAI last week, but we're gonna give this one a try if it sets up in the right way. But cold continues to go here to the high side. Something to keep an eye on here.
All right, good luck there, my friend. And CCC Zelda Main, thank you very much for hitting you with a nice little chat right there. Any thoughts on gold? We haven't even looked at gold here today. We're starting to come back in. I mean, we're pretty close to getting stopped out break even here on silver, but you can see we're now down to 10%. So we're starting to consolidate. Forming lower or higher lows here, though, guys, something that we want to keep an eye out on just in case if we do decide to break out and head right back towards opening price, which is going to put us roughly right around, is that 930 candle? 73.85, all right, so $1, but I wouldn't hold what I have right now against me whatsoever, considering we were in this trade at approximately 947, 945 roughly. Our last out was at 11, we're now pushing 1230, and we haven't established or look like we're gonna break down anytime soon. Market is toppy. We're slowly cooling down here at the top end of this range, guys. $628 is going to be on the triple Qs. and then Tesla continuing to climb. So you never got that head and shoulders pattern coming into play, nor did you get the break of that neckline. Bounces right off of it, heads towards that key pivot high, and then now I think the next target's going to be some of those pre-market highs as well too. Let's see what the chat's got going on here.
Joey, have you heard of this guy named John Kiriakou?
No.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, but you're on Twitter, so yeah.
I'm not like I have it. I wouldn't say I'm on it.
Bro, I went down a rabbit hole with this guy on the weekend. He's a former CIA spy.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about it.
And then he got booted by Obama. Because like you know how the CIA ran wild during Bush, and after 9/11 they were doing wild stuff.
It was everywhere.
And Obama had to rein him back in. So Obama basically took away his pension. So this guy's been having to work basically kind of to keep the bills.
The lights on.
Dude, this guy's one hell of a storyteller, man.
Is he?
Yeah, he just captivates you. Chat, do you guys know who I'm talking about? That John Kiriakou guy with that big hair? And he's like that CIA guy. He's all over the dang internet, man. And he's always got crazy.
Of bro.
Let me pull him up, man.
Yeah, pull up, bro, and let's see what we got going on. All right, we'll roll through some of these chats. Tied my hands on some new 0DT calls on Tesla around VWAP, looking pretty good. Nice calls, nice grab there. Nice grab there, my boy Charlie.
Hold on, this is the guy.
Yeah, I don't know this guy.
Yeah, you never seen him before?
He kind of looks like that actor who plays the Hulk.
He's been everywhere, bro. Yeah. And he tells you about all the different spying agencies, how they operate. Yeah. You know what they're good at, what they're not good at, how they, like what their relationship with the U.S. It's unbelievable. Like this guy's got story after story and everything. I sent him to my old man. My old man dominates YouTube. I mean, he's probably their #1 customer on there, bro. And so he was just like, this is the best thing you've ever sent me. And he'll talk about politics, he'll talk about spying.
Remember Vice News? Remember how sick Vice used to be?
Yeah. He works for RT, though. I should probably tell you guys that. He works for Russia Today. So
he works for Russia Today?
Yeah, you need to view him through that lens. But hey, he did denounce the Ukraine Ukraine campaign, let's call it that. And he said it on his show, even though he does work for Russian TV.
Tesla grinding higher. Yeah, I've never seen that guy before. That dude has some stories to tell. He did a good interview with Joe Rogan, so he's on the Joe Rogan there, apparently, as the chat is saying. Great job. Okay, John Van Sores is saying, great job, Ramin. And he's going to lunch, just in case you were curious on that. All right? Thank you very much for John Van Sores. Kurt Hutching, more options. All right, yeah, let's pull up the chain and see what we got going on, guys. On gold, I know we haven't really looked at gold here today. We'll pull up GLD on the options chain. Have a good lunch, though, John, my friend. I know you're typically a burger and beer type guy, so hopefully you're going down that route once again. But into these markets, guys, February 4th, like GLD, running into those 2-day expiration cycles, not much activity. Increase in volume. Has silver slowly cooled down? Because I think with the fact that we're kind of just grinding higher, now we're at 132%. I want to do this, to be honest with you. Let's kind of write up a plan here. We're going to go to the March 6th expiration cycle. We're going to go extremely out of the money to see what we can collect here. $90. I like this, all right? I mean, see, that's the thing, $250 by the end of the month. I mean, we want to see a little bit more. Where's our 10 delta? Oh, our 10 delta isn't all the way up into here, guys. That's pretty high. We're not going to be collecting much at our 10 delta. So what do I mean by when I say, hey, this is our 10 delta? So essentially what you can use from your delta is just a percentage metric in which the contract is going to expire. So right now the options market is saying there's a 10% chance that this, a little bit less, that this 111 contract is going to expire in the money, right? So what we can do is look at it from an inverse perspective and use this delta metric to see, like, hey, we have a 90% chance that this is going to expire out of the money, okay? Which we like our chances, but for holding this for over a month, 32 days, we're only going to be collecting $100. And if you don't have the cash on hand, you're going to have to create a spread. So that's going to reduce what you collect drastically. We're now down to $89 on that one. And you can see the at-the-money IV is significantly cooler as well, about 60 points from what we get on the nearer dated expiration cycle. So if it were to even be worth it, we write these 111s, we give it a $5 spread. Yeah, you're not collecting much whatsoever. You would want to have the cash on hand, and I understand that it's kind of risky, but the options market is saying there's almost no probability that we close by the end of, or by February 6th, that we close north of 111. all right? So just keep that in mind there, guys. You can go even, some people go to the quarter delta, 75% chance, we like that. You collect significantly more here on that front, so $2.70 you'd be collecting. If you give it a $5 spread, that'll put you up there. So to $2.68, and we give it a $5 spread. You collect, that's not horrible, right? You collect 70 bucks per contract combination. And I mean, if things really start to cool down and silver just kind of starts moving sideways for quite some time, you sell 3 or 4 of those vertical spreads, those credit spreads, that's not horrible by the end of the month. And if you collect 60 to 70% of the premium in the span of a couple of weeks, then that's not bad whatsoever. Let's actually do this live so we can see what we got going on. We're going to head over to our strategies. We're going to construct a vertical. We don't want the risk reversal. We're going to construct a vertical spread, but what we're going to do is make it a credit-based trade. Let's widen this here so it's 5 points. There's one more. We'll head over to that $90 mark, or sorry, that quarter delta. So we'll head a little bit lower. Sorry, we're going to do something here for fun for the people. And we'll take a little bit of time here, a little bit more over to that $90 strike price. And see, we'll just look at the metrics of this specific trade. So we're going to obviously have to hit the bid on this one. That's going to be our quarter. There's one, and then we're going to head over to that, get out of here, that $95 mark, and we're going to spread this. Let's take a look at the risk profile here, guys. So a probability of profit sitting around 85%, with your max return around 240. Is that correct? Did I hit the right buttons here, Sharif?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, that's not horrible whatsoever. So we're going to sell this first, and then we have our spread formed. I thought our fixed profile would be a little bit more, or a little bit less there. So that's not looking too bad. Max return, $245, probability of profit around 85% on that spread. So not too bad of a look, right? 30 days, you collect half of that, and you sell multiple of those, you're having a pretty good time. So there's your risk profile on that specific credit spread, guys.
All right, FUs, trying this one again. It broke structure a little bit here. Let's see, there's a seller at 94 that we can't really shake, but this shouldn't be about, you know, a seller at any one level. If this is gonna break structure, it's gonna go. So, you know, for the moment, it's got a couple of good candles under its belt right now, but I'm not going to be adding into this position until I see a decided break of structure. So I'm planning on adding through the break of the mid-90s or the low 3s. If it makes its way up there, I'm going to stop out. If it takes out current bar low's at 81. So we're going to give this one super tight, you know, range, or we're not going to give this much you know, latitude at all, because of how it's been trading on the day. I see JLHL, guys. It's insane. I know that there is a very specialized way to trade these small cap gappers that halt to no end, and JLHL is one of them. It hasn't printed a million shares on the day, 745,000 shares, but it is back into that area high, $10.80. It was previously halted at 820. It ended up opening up at around 990, and now it's halted at 1080 to the upside. And you can kind of see, look how light those orders are. Like these ones are 150 shares, 24, 122, 100, 100. This is like the outlying one here, 901, 300. But most of these orders are super small, so this does concern me a little bit. And then there goes fuse. We got stopped at a fuse, quick as you like, and now it's bleeding its own blood down into the day low. So we'll end up giving back on that one as well. But thankfully, tight stop and very small share size, as this one I didn't trust. And for good reason, because it lured me in. So we're negative on the day today, guys. But look, we're going to try to work out of this. If there is a good one that I see moving here, we're going to size into it. Other than that, I really have nothing on at the moment. Now, I did recall there was an IPO here, PLYX. Is it open? I think it is. PLYX on the NQ. Let me just find out over here if it's open or not. I can't quite tell. PLYX on the NQ. So this is, no, is it? Yeah, it's been trading. So it's halted down. I think it's halted down over here. Yeah. So this one's losing it pretty much in a hurry. It's down now 50%, so be careful with this one. It's only done 4,000 shares, so there's going to be like that one last week that we talked about. I'm not going to be touching this one given the amount of volume it's done on the day, but thank you for the individual who's telling me about that in the chat. On the blockchain, is that from Dodgeball? Which one? What? Bleeding its own blood? Yes. It's Joey's saying that I'm pretty sure he took from Dodgeball. Right?
Yeah.
It
was our boy Ben Stiller.
Yes, Ben Stiller. He's hilarious, bro. I love that guy. But yeah, I haven't even really watched Dodgeball in a minute. But yeah, shout out to that movie. Yeah, it's tough trading today, Joey. At least for me, man. I can't really seem to catch one of these small cap gappers at the right spot. They're not holding trend. So we're gonna have to take it easy. I'm not even close to my shutdown, but it doesn't mean that I'm just gonna keep trading like a dumbass, because we're not catching wins today. So I'm going to pack the patience here. If something really does set up, then I'll go for it. Other than that, you know, I'm open to kind of look at some of the names that you're looking at. Now, you don't have to give me small cap gappers. You want me to look at some of these other charts? Absolutely. We'll give you an opinion about how they're looking, you know, more from a macro perspective. One thing I want to mention though, KOLD, which is an inverse ETF for nat gas. This is doing its thing 25 over here. It's up 50%, and here it comes again, Joseph, into the high day. Maybe we should trade this. This is looking fantastic. With basically a range over here of 2030, which is the day high, and then the area low is basically 20 mid-teens. So this could be a breakout as well. Shout out to Eddie saying APLD.
Yeah, man.
Let's have a look at Applied Digital, see what that one's been up to on the day. Again, I don't know where my my other, what's it called, chart is. So we're gonna have to load this one up. Let's go new window, and we're gonna go chart, new window. Chart, there we go, chart. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. That's why I can't find it. All right, take over first.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, those.
Okay, I got it, Joe. I got it.
They'll get you. Oh, okay.
You can let me do it now.
Go ahead, man.
KOLD. Let's look at APLD. Sorry, guys. Forgot that we had that chart. This looks great, Eddie. What's APLD up to? 5.5%. It's like a rocket ship over here. Very clean. 10 EMA hold right at 34.5. That's a money fill. 35.5 into that 10 EMA could be another area, but it's making new highs as we speak. 35.77 now, area high, up more than 5.5%. This is the daily on APLD. Great hold of a technical area on this level, right into 33. 32.5, that's kind of the neckline of the double bottom, and you clear that, you clear it substantially, make all-time highs into 42.5, almost 43, you come back down, you hold that 32.5 like a glove, but it was already showing you its intensity, or its propensity, I should say, to do that. The 20th of January, the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd all held on that 32.5, and then we made the all-time highs into 42.5. So this is a good area here, Eddie, man. APLD looking real good, even though it is caught in a bit of a range. Look at those higher lows, tells you the buyers are still in control here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good luck there, man. APLD has been absolutely monstrous as of late. It's been on a big time run. Some of the airlines are looking pretty good this morning as well, too, guys. DAL, UAL, AAL, and then Love slowly cooling down, heading back south of the volume-weighted average price. Yeah, where's my boy at? Ugo, yeah, Ugo E. Bube. Yeah, masterclass by Shakur Stevenson this weekend. Just two different skill levels at that point. It was insane. But now let's go JPM back to the top side here. We'll look at the daily. Same thing kind of with Vulcan and Diego Lopez, but a nice little bounce off of that 296 level. You did endure somewhat of a pullback here, guys, but we've seen this time and time again. Like, you get this move from 317, you get that 8% pullback. This one was a little bit more hefty, in that case 12%, but then now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound down, probably about 8% or so. Yeah, 9% from that previous pivot high. I think JPM is going to be doing just fine. Just the ebbs and flows of the overall market. How's my friend CrowdStrike? We're just going to go over these picks here. CrowdStrike not doing too good there. Sharif, we did get that gap up, and I thought maybe, hey, this is going to be the bottom, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case as we head towards that $420 mark. We're trading at $442 right now, but for CrowdStrike to head into that zone, it's nothing. It's like a trading session. Then we got Walmart. Oh, go.
What?
Did you see Walmart today?
No.
Let's go.
What
My boy.
the
Yeah,
hell?
yeah. Walmart, a big time breakout. Is this a new all-time high in Walmart? It is all-time high in Walmart, guys. A nice strong day from 119 all the way up to 123. So there it is, Walmart. And
I got the reason
staples.
too.
Oh, you got it. Is there a little something on?
Yeah,
Walmart
they picked
there?
up acceleration in its paid membership program, even though Goldman Sachs removed it from its U.S. conviction list. Okay, so the anti-Goldman.
That's silly of them.
Yeah.
That's very silly of them. And then Costco as well, too, guys. So the staples performing half decent. But speaking of, we may as well go over the best and worst top performing sectors here this morning and see what we got going on. How are you doing this to me? There's so many things open up here. We got to eliminate some of these, my friend. But we're going to open up a new window, and we're going to give you something fresh. And take a look at what we got going on so far this week. Joe Fresh, shout out to Loblaws. That's where you get that stuff, right?
Which stuff?
Joe Fresh.
Yeah, I never shop there though.
No, yeah, well, I mean.
But yeah, you're right.
The tech sector leading the way up 1.42%. Financial sitting in that second place, guys, in that show. And then we have 0.88% there. Consumer discretionary up 0.8%. And as for the bottom three, the communication sector, down just a little bit under than a 50%, utilities down 0.8, and then energy sector also down a little bit. We do have a lot going on, and we're getting closer and closer to the news. So before we do so, you know what time it is, guys. It is going to be momentarily. We're going to go over the expected moves in Palantir, Teradyne there as well too. Fabrinet. There's not too much going on right now, but Tuesday after the bell, we can look at PayPal and PepsiCo for tomorrow morning. Pfizer as well. That can be interesting. But we have AMD. That is going to be coming up on Tuesday after the close. Super Microcomputer as well. Chipotle had on Friday, Sharif, just in case you were curious there. And then Wednesday we have Uber in the morning. Eli Lilly. We know these are kind of Adair's favorites over here. Novo Nordisk as well too. Boston Scientific, and then Alphabet Wednesday after the close. ARM Holdings, Qualcomm, Snap Inc., Elf, Eyes, Lips, and Face. I didn't know it stood for that for quite some time. And then ConocoPhillips on Thursday, guys. Thursday morning. That is, and then Amazon after the bell on Thursday. IREN looking like the Raptors logo right there, Sharif. That was right. Doesn't that look like it? A little bit?
A little bit.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
you know
for sure. Like the red with the letters.
Yeah, the way it has. Maybe some copyright issues there. But come on, Silver. I hope Silver to the downside. But yeah, right after we get back from Sharif, we'll let him go over some of his trades. We'll look at some of the expected.
Man, I wanted to talk about ClaudeBot. Have you guys been hearing this? Basically personal assistant now that's making their way on the internet called CLAWD, Claude Bot. Now they did receive a cease and desist letter from your great friends there at Claude because the name was a little bit too close. But this thing is apparently insane. You got to give it permission to be like able to access your entire computer. But if you're okay with that, then it's like next level personal assistant, and it understands your own workflow, like it's learning. Oh, really? So yeah, some people are raving about this in Silicon Valley, right? Have you guys heard about this? Yeah, Ichiro's heard it. Stag GX has heard it. Who else, man? Cease and desist. Well, that's what it is, man. And then Save Man Woman says yes, Molt and ClaudeBot big movers. It's next level stuff, man. And what's interesting is not, it's not tradable. The company that makes it is not investable. At least my understanding is they're in the private market. But it's showing us what the frontier models of these AI are capable of, so that you can make your own educated guesses as to what some of the big hyperscalers could be introducing in the next little while, because they're going to want to respond. There's no way that they're not going to respond to that. But I haven't tried it. I've been scared to try it because you've got to give so much of your personal information to this thing that apparently, it's not confirmed, but the security on this ClaudeBot is a little sus. So if it, apparently it can go online. If it goes online and it posts something, some of these other programs can compromise it, and then it's not ClaudeBot itself that's compromised, but some of these programs that it connects to end up writing prompts and code in ClaudeBot itself, which then makes it compromised. So apparently it's really good from a usability perspective and showing what these frontier models can do, but not really quite there in terms of security quite yet. So if you guys are all about that, you know, do a little bit of, it's probably a good case for virtual machines, says Fabian, but that virtual machine, if it has any of your personal information, again, it becomes compromised with the whole lot. I want to hear some of these comments, man. Ichiro says it's amazing. So, and I know Ichiro to be one of, you know, very technologically savvy. It's crazy to me how people are letting it have access to your real data. That's kind of what held me back, Ichiro. I'm like, I didn't really want to give this thing access to my debit cards, my credit cards, all, you know, pictures. Who knows what else could, you know, could compromise you. But it's insane. He says, I am messing with it, but it does not have access to my real data. LOL, I'll wait for all the security companies to make sure it's safe. Yes, that's exactly what my line of thinking was. But I'm seeing some of the demos come on like TikTok and some of the other, you know, social media platforms of what this thing is able to do. It's quite impressive, to say the least. It is literally like a personal assistant, but it's an AI. So yeah, there it is. And then Eddie, he's sending more memberships, another 20. 30 on the day. He sent 10 earlier and another 20 today. Shout out to Eddie, man. He's doing it and he's doing it live. We appreciate you, Eddie. All you guys that got the morning note, the premium membership, you guys can get my morning note every day now. You go to the post section of the YouTube homepage. But the only way to get one of these free memberships is you got to join us in the chat. You got to be active in the chat. If you're not active, it's not going to trigger your name as a member. But here are some of the people who got it. Bolu, A7347, you got one. Shout out to Darshan Raj you got one. Martin L. Webb, Road Parodi, you got one, man. The Gormless Twit, all right, you got one. Sir Jonas got one. T-Brat, Melody, you guys all got one. And then you guys can see Mr. Baximus and Mr. Lopan 36. All you guys are recipients as a result of Eddie's magnanimous hand, man. The guy, his hand there, it knows no other way other than to be very, very kind. So we really do appreciate that. Eddie, the gentleman, says Joser. Appreciate you, Eddie, as always, bro.
Masterclass, all class Eddie. That's what we're gonna call you, Eddie, the distributor. I know it's the dealer, but we're gonna call you the distributor. All right, guys, let's head over to, there we go. Let's take a look at some of these expected moves leading into this week, guys. We're gonna pull back up our earnings reports. We'll go over them multiple times throughout the week. And then sure enough, we will look at the options chain and correlate them as well too. So expected move. There we go. We're gonna pull up our trusty tool here and see what we got going on. We're gonna kick things off with Palantir because we have PLTR after the bell, guys. So we are looking at approximately a 9.4% expected move with a high around $163. I think we've seen the supply zone around 170, but with a low of around 135. What we're also going to do right now is make sure when we run through all of these names that we can continuously correlate with the options activity. Really comes into play, man. A great tool as well. So Palantir, Teradyne, we're not going to take a look at, but let's see what AMD is up to. Or no, we'll go PayPal first because they're reporting tomorrow morning. PYPL. Not purple. We don't want purple innovation. Come on. PYPL. There we go. So with PayPal, guys, we're looking at a 7.9% expected move, a high of around $56.91, and a low of around $48.61. SMCI, let's take a look at this name, guys. We got a 10.8 expected move here in SMCI with a high of around $33.94 and a low of around $27.32. By the way, I'm thinking about putting in a small short here on the TQQQs at these highs. But Tesla putting in a new HOD, Katina Man rolling into the building, and I know he's going to like that one for sure. Pepsi, we're going to take a look at PepsiCo as well, reporting tomorrow morning before the open, guys, with a 3.5 expected move and with a high of around $161 and a low of around $150. Pfizer, if anybody was curious about that one, we're going to run through it for you guys, just so you get all the information if you're curious about it. We can post some of these on my X account as well, too, so go follow me at Joseph, at TraderTV Joseph. Sure enough, what I do now is I post the upgrades, the downgrades, and the options options pick them, which I picked, or that's what we choose from the previous session. 3.2% expected move with a high of around $27.33 and a low of around $25.62. Now, CMG, Chipotle. If anybody had that this weekend, put it in the chat. Put that one in the chat, or those twos. 8.6% expected move, $41.99, and $35.35 is going to be your low. We'll do one more here. Uber. Wednesday morning, we're going to go through over these names throughout the week as well, too, guys, so don't worry about that. 6.5% expected move with a high of around 86, 87, and a low of around 76, 27. Now, Eli Lilly will go two more. LLY, Eli Lilly. Let's see what we got going on here. 5.6% expected move with a high of around $1,113, $1,113, and then $994. At the money IV right now, 71.7. But this is the most anticipated one, in my opinion, and that is going to be Alphabet. What do we got going on here, Sharif? 5.7% expected move with a high of around $362 and a low of around 323 smackers.
That's going to be interesting, man. I can't wait for those earnings. Yeah, you got to see exactly how that cloud is doing, because it's always in focus. And we saw Microsoft sell off aggressively on a weaker cloud revenue number, even though, you know, it was really really weaker. It was growing at 38% instead of 40. Right?
Bro, wasn't it 39% there? At
something like that. I think maybe the guide was 30.
Yeah. It's like, come on, what are we really crying about here?
Well, yeah, man, but you know, the valuations price in those higher numbers. So when the higher numbers don't manifest, the market corrects. Guys, Cold setting up for a possible re-entry over here. It did dip down a little bit, regaining its footing. It did breach prior bar low, which is why I got out, because I was looking for the hold to trend. But I think it's still definitely possible that this one could squeeze into 21, 22. It's up 50% on the day, 49.63%. And it looks like it might be recovering. Current bar, I'll just give you the technicals here on KOLD. By the way, let me just throw that on the side chart so that it updates the data. So current bar high, 35. Current bar low, 24. We're showing 33s right now. Let's see if we can kind of get back above that 41 penny area. That could be an interesting entry. So I'll pack my patience on that. Fuse has lost all the levels, so that one is no longer of interest to me. AQST, this one is though. So I had my initial entry for this one was a 4.25 breakout, but then it really wasn't doing anything anything that even remotely looked like a breakout, because it had an unbroken sort of lower high, lower high, lower high, and then it found a bit of a consolidative range over here. Now it's kind of doing the opposite. Now it's putting in some higher lows, and it's above that 10 EMA again, but we're still not above the area high. So that's a very, very clear area high on the day, that 439 high, which ended up being the official high day, because all these prints over here, these are pre-market highs, so they don't count until they're breached, you know, technically during the trading day. So I'm trying to think of possibly a way to work into this. I can give it to prior bar low, current bar low, but you know, it does have a way to bamboozle you. Take a look at that candle right there, topping tail, goes through 4.25, drops all the way down, loses 20 penny. So I don't want to give it, I don't want to be too tight in how I trade AQST, but yeah, the pickings have been a little slim today. Let's keep an eye on this one. Now, if I get in here, I'll just give it to a 20 penny area low. It's found support there. We're going to give this one a try here on AQST for a possible move into that third of $1. Let's go ahead and post at that level. And then if it loses 20, I'm out. So we're going to throw in that order right now so that we can lock in the stop. So there it is. And we'll keep an eye out on that. Simultaneously looking at cold doji candle that closed at 1245, high of which is 35, low of which is 24. So I'm looking for this one to break prior bar high, as I mentioned, 35. So let's see if we can get a breakout trade on this one. It'll only be for a penny. So there we go. We'll put 2036 for a take of the prior bar high, and then we won't give it much in the way of room at all. We'll insist that it fill us near that price. Now, if that doesn't hold, I'm looking at that 2010 area where the 10 EMA on the 5 is. That could be an interesting area here on cold. If it doesn't hold there, then you should be looking at 20 to about 19.75 to 20. That's a buy zone. You see the breakout level above 19.75. with the $20 level obviously being that psychological area of resistance or support. So be on the lookout for that. Keeping an eye here on AQST, moving up into 29s, nothing in the 30s. We're waiting at the third of a dollar. If AQST wakes up, I'll get into this one, but it's broken my heart before. This one, you think that it's breaking trend with the lower highs, and then it lures you in, puts in another lower high, and then, you know, gets you offside. So be careful with this one. AQST up 45%. Just looking at the top screen to see if there's any new ones weaseling in. mRNO, dogs, all those ones are not tradable. They're either below technical levels or they're light on volume and don't fit the profile for my trading style. Just keeping a look here at the scanner on the top, looking for ones that are doing volume. And really nothing's cutting it here, Joey. So we're gonna have to be super careful about what we trade for the rest of the afternoon because the pickings are slim, man. The pickings are slim. So what are you looking at? We're gonna set up for the news shortly.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, we're gonna take one attempt here, guys. There's only a couple of cents worth of risk here on the TQQs, the short. Tesla's breaking higher. We've seen NVDA slowly start to come in a little bit here. So I mean, what are we're gonna give it 10 cents, so 7 more cents, and I'm out of dodge here on this TQQs. And then I think we're just gonna try to avoid the short for now. We do have this consolidative top, right? So it's like, oh, okay, nice little pop up. Let's get involved on that uptick and then see if we can get a little bit of a move lower. But I don't know if that's gonna necessarily be the case, and we don't want to fight the trend, right? So we'll take our one stab at it. 5 more pennies. We're out of dodge. We'll be out of it as quick as you'd like, and yeah, just not try to make things overly difficult. It's either it's going to break down, or you might take that additional leg higher, and it looks like that is going to be the case. It might slowly go against us here as NVDA and the big boys are climbing. All right, so let's get prepared to get out of this as soon as it hits that 58, 10 cents. Oh, boom. Yeah, let's get out even a little bit earlier because we're going to break higher here. Looks like we're going to put in a new high of the day. So it's just like a little paper cut, a slap on the wrist for attempting to short the TQQs all the way up here as the big boys want to continue to climb. Now, we have SL just essentially stuck in limbo. Let's get the TQQs off of our screen here, and just so we don't continuously try, right? You know what I mean? We're not frustrated or anything. I thought that would be a move. We would see somewhat of a pullback at it, but it just may not be that session. So if there's anything else, guys, that you want to look at, Palantir still moving sideways. It's been an eastward movement here on PLTR. Again, not much price action going on here, guys. You only have like a couple dollar range here in Palantir, but new HOD. We know Katina Man's long from the teens on Tesla. So a nice look there, my friend, as it continues to just slowly grind higher. And I had a strong hunch that we were going to continue on from yesterday's price action. It's unfortunate that Friday's price action, we give up the majority of it and then some. But now we're starting to recover, and I think this could be a good target on Tesla. You get that gap fill, $428. And same thing might be on the Qs. Did we fill that gap just yet on the 5-minute? Oh yeah, long time ago. That was filled earlier in the day. A nice strong engulfing print, and then sure enough, you get that move higher. Let's pull up our Tesla trade. We never re-engaged in this one, even though it was on the top of our list. TSLA, and there's some opportunities. It did stop us out, and I made a slight error here, and this was not getting in on my full position. We would have got that move all the way up into 33s, but that wasn't the case. But I'm like, oh, hey, nice consolidation. You formed that ABCD pattern. I'm like, let's get involved at the break of that 1-minute high, and then we got a nice pop to the top side, but eventually it did come in against me, and then it did rebound. But now a nice steady grind higher. I'm going to give you $1. No, not quite. Only about 50 cents there on TSLA. Does MU look overbought? Let's take a look. MU and U and new. Okay, stop. Let's put Micron. It's tough to say, right? Like, there it is, a nice climb, just following the NASDAQ here, guys. And from a daily perspective, we can take a look at that. Yeah, you're heading, at this pace, I think you head into a new all-time high. You had 455, you get that pull back to 404, 10%, but then you kind of just climb right back to where you previously opened at on Friday. I think by the end of the week, you get a new all-time high there in MU. Other than that, guys, we're still sitting in SLV. Doesn't look like it wants to break down, or we're going to hit that exactly that $68 mark. At this point, there could be an add opportunity, but 70.50 holding up well. So we have buyers starting to engage back in silver, which is totally fine. We're sitting on 40% of our position, and we've been in it since earlier this morning. So we won't complain about it whatsoever. Half decently day green. I haven't even looked at my P&L, but considering the NASDAQ is going to be the only loss, and this is what you get out when you're supposed to, right? Like there it is. We get out, it climbs significantly higher, goes up to 70s roughly, a little bit under that, Sharif. And I'm like, yeah, the short just didn't work. This consolidation wasn't going to break down. And as we get involved is when it really started to climb higher. So we're happy to get out of that one.
All right, guys, finally getting a bit of a dub here. KOLD looking real good, taking out the $0.50. We added a couple of times into the mid-20s. And then again into the mid-30s. Here comes that 55 penny. Sorry, in fact, 55 pennies is the high of the day, 20.55. KOLD on the Amex is up 51.25%. And it's a penny off the high. So let's see where this one is going to squeeze. It's a very, very clean hold of the 10 EMA on the 5. Doesn't breach it at all. So good luck here for KOLD. We're looking for a little bit more on this bad boy. But I also want to keep my eye here on AXTI. So this one did break trend. It's on the way to $0.75, but I know what it did. I know what you did last summer, baby. 12 o'clock, it popped up into that 12.75 and lost it. So here's the deal. We're going to give this one a little bit higher than 12.75. We're going to go 77s. Let's see if we can get in and around there. And if AXTI wants to run, then we want to run with it. But there goes cold into another area high, 20.60 now on the inverse Nat Gas ETF. Yeah, Nat Gas has been bleeding its own blood. Probably makes sense, right? The cold spell is over. The forecast is showing, you know, a little bit of easing. Not here. We're going to get cold again. Right now, it's okay. But apparently, it's going to go back double digits again, below zero. But I don't think that that's going to be the case for the majority of North America. So if that is in fact right, then maybe we're going to see a big drop on nat gas, and we're seeing it today, man. Where the hell is UNG at? Like UNG's not leveraged. UNG's down 25% in a day, and then that is what they call this, the widowmaker, man, because you get clipped if you get caught on the wrong side of this one. So we're going to try to be on the right side of KOLD here and try to take it north of 60. We got AQST long at 27s, but this one is going to either taking out 439 high or we're getting the hell out. So it's got to hold up above 20. And last but not least, AXTI. I think we just got long there. It did get long. It triggered me on the breakout trade. Let's go ahead and post right now at some technical levels, and we're going to go into the high 80s as well. Let's see what AXTI has to offer. It's got a nice little structure there off that 21.25 low, but it really does need to close above this level. I'm talking about the 80 penny area to kind of show that, you know, the lower highs are done. If it doesn't do that, I'm out. I'm not going to fall in love with it. So keep an eye on that. And we'll start the news momentarily, guys, as we're about 1-1 at the moment. But let's let some of these trades resolve. Your boy Joey Opsh looking silver short. I'm looking cold long. So very much these commodities in play today, whether or not, you know, they're small cap gapper related.
Like it or not.
They're trading like them today, some of these ones. So we're gonna treat them like that, Joey.
Absolutely.
So that's the situation there. So let's let some of these trades resolve, and then we'll jump into the news. Obviously, it's going to be a big week. What percentage of the NASDAQ is reporting, like 20%, 30% this week, something like that?
We got AMD, we have Google, we have ARM. I think those are probably some of the bigger names.
Some of the bigger names. We got Amazon, we got Google. Right, it's gonna be definitely an interesting week. So you got to be with us every day, man, because these markets, they wait for nobody. By the way, the market recap show is back during earnings week, or earnings period. So when we have big earnings names like we do today, Palantir after the bell, the market recap show is back. So make sure to hang out with us and everybody at around 4 o'clock. We're going to be covering Palantir's earnings. I believe they're slated to come out at about 5 after close, so 4 or 5, give or take. So make sure you're around with us there for that. 25% says Skate Nick 66. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, the fact check there. All right, let's see how we're doing on cold. We're doing okay on cold. How about AXTI? We're waiting for a print into 82. Nothing doing there, showing me 80s right now. Nothing printing, but I'm looking for this one to continue on, possibly taking out the official high day, which is 22.20. It hasn't looked this good in a while, so let's see if we get caught offside here or what the situation is going to be, but we're definitely trying to put the odds in our favor here by taking this bad boy long above a key technical level, Joey. Send it to you while I set up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So we're going to take one more attempt on this. If we break the high of the day, there goes NVDA continuing to climb up to 190s. It just might not be the thing. And just taking the ticker off your side charts is just really going to help you not trade it. So yeah, we'll remove this. I liked our chances. We got instantly ITM on that, but it looks like we want to continue this grind, right? Silver taking a nosedive, so maybe we add a little bit more at this $71 break. It's been treating us really well here today, so we'll continuously hold on to it. 61. I mean, we're in at 55, 58. We're out at 68s here, guys. That's going to put us a little bit past the high of the day. Same thing, 10 cents worth of risk. We get that breakdown or we don't. So, and it's not looking like it right now as we're kind of putting in that additional leg. Really, really tough vehicle sometimes to manage and to short. So yeah, it is what it is. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. Not a horrible day. We got silver moving lower, right? We had a little bit of a scalp on Tesla, but this is the big mover. So from the peak to the trough, we get from 73 bucks all the way down to 68.50, right? So that's not a bad move whatsoever. Losing 10 cents, 20 cents here and there on the TQQQ as opposed to catching dollars. So what I was saying to Katina Man the other day, I was tripping over dollars to collect pennies, but this time I'm just literally jumping over these pennies, getting out of the TQs with 10 cents, but collecting dollars here on SLV. So that's the narrative. It doesn't always work like that. It's not necessarily the case, but we're putting ourselves in the right place at the right time. And silver has been definitely in play as of late. I'll talk to you guys on why I haven't been trading Bitcoin, right? It's really just a narrative of being in play or not. And it is going to the downside. You see the increases in volume, but I would prefer to go long on Bitcoin. That's just me personally, considering it is my largest holding in the long term, and it hasn't been performing very well at all. Like it's the polar opposite, actually. Speaking of the devil, let's pull up MicroStrategy. It's soon going to be micro gone at some point. Look for MSTR. This thing is down to $144. People are saying Bitcoin was climbing here today, but yeah, this is absolutely disastrous.
GameStop's going, bro.
Is it like
GameStop's 7%?
Oh, yeah,
it's taking out intraday high, man. GameStop is going, guys. So something to look out there. Okay, so we got to go to Adara.
So here's a story in GameStop. It's admittedly a very weird one. I'm just seeing now, I guess, circulating. This is from 4 hours ago from an individual named Charles V. Payne, but this is just, again, being reposted right this second. This individual saying that there's a development on GameStop. He's not going to be interviewing Ryan Cohen today because Ryan is working on something, quote, monumental, and he would not be able to say much. So, again, this is about a 4-hour post, but this journalist, again on X, by the name of Charles V. Payne, indicating that there is a, quote, monumental development being worked on from GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen. I do want to mention, yes, this is a 4-hour-old headline, but it is being recirculated now, and hence the reason for this move higher. Back to you.
GameStop development. I'm not going to interview Ryan Cohen today. Ryan is working on something monumental, and he would not be able to say much. We both agreed that, quote, I cannot answer that on advice of counsel is the last thing anyone wants to hear. I'm on pins and needles like everyone else. Hope to have the news and the interview soon, Payne said in the next post. What the hell is this kind of weirdness, dude? All right, man, whatever. What are they going to do, man? Are the games going to play themselves? Like, what's going to happen here?
I don't even think if they were to close all their brick and mortar and just go straightly online, I don't think that saves the company.
I don't even know, man. I have no idea. All right, Joey, let's get right down to work. Let's talk about NVIDIA. All right, so NVIDIA and OpenAI, possibly some tension. NVIDIA still down on the day, about 0.6%. Let's talk about the headline is Assassino. NVIDIA shares traded lower in the pre-market. They're still lower, by the way, after reports suggested its proposed $100 billion investment into OpenAI is not finalized, which is creating, that short-term uncertainty around one of the most high-profile AI partnerships, and that's because they have a lot invested. They already threw money at them for that 10 gigawatt AI computing capacity back in September, alongside another potential of investment of $100 billion. According to the journal, the Wall Street Journal, that is, internal discussions indicated the investment was non-binding, with the deal structure and final sizing still under negotiation. That's according to reports. You've got to believe that to move on with that thinking. Now, CEO Jensen, again, reportedly, underline that word, reportedly, raised concerns late last year around OpenAI's strategic discipline. I want to know what that means, Jensen. And the competitive landscape, that kind of we get, including pressure from, we've been reporting on this for a while, the likes of Google, Anthropic, Grok. I'm paying now for the paid version of Grok. I think it's amazing. And yeah, I personally feel the best days are behind chat, at least for now. It could catch up, but there's a lot I don't like about chat lately. Here's what Jensen said over the weekend. He publicly, Jensen that is, denied the claims of dissatisfaction with OpenAI, and he called the reports of tension, quote, nonsense, all while reiterating that the final investment may not actually reach that billion top line number. It may be less than that. He did emphasize NVIDIA's long and strong partnership relationship with OpenAI, and confirmed the company will make its largest ever investment as a part of the ongoing fundraising round led by Altman and company. But investors focused on the uncertainty around the deal size rather than the strategic intent of NVIDIA, with mixed public comments adding, that short-term headline risk. Joseph, we have been talking a lot about OpenAI and maybe some of its best days are behind it. Here's my beef with OpenAI, and I have no personal beef with Altman. I thought he was quite clever and definitely had first mover advantage. I go and I try to get data. Yeah. Right. That data, Joey, is publicly available on Google search. You see the website, it's got the data. Mm-hmm. But chat, for whatever reason, thinks that the data that I'm trying to ask for is proprietary. So it tells me, look, I got the data, I've trained on the data. Alas, I can't give you the data because the data is paid. I don't want to get dinged. And that's just one of the many different things that chat seems to suck with these days, in addition to changing the formatting of summaries. And it's just, I feel like it had better days. Yeah. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Currently, it's going through a little bit of a rough stretch, in my opinion, but we're still pretty early days, Sharif. I mean, this thing's only been around for a couple of years at this point. It's definitely going through a rough stretch. But what we have noticed here is in this LLM game and AI is that names typically leapfrog each other, right? Like we're seeing OpenAI was at the top of the list for quite some time. Gemini coming into play. Now we have Claude as an agent. Grok is starting to gain some ground as well. Poor old Llama's not even really in the race at this point. But I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, maybe a little bit further down the road than what we're expecting, OpenAI, considering the funding rounds that they're going to need to really step up their game. Yep. And I think at some point it may be able to sit in that second place. Gemini is going to be tough to beat, in my opinion, but I still think you're going to see that late leapfrog between some of these big players. I'm not going to write them off just yet. It's still too early.
And I want to say one other thing, that if you're looking for up-to-date information, like you're trying to find out more information on a news story that's current, that may, the data is not included in the article and you're looking for more, Gemini seems to be the best of the bunch. And that does make sense because it's working off Google search. Mm-hmm. And that is the biggest pool cache of information, current information, mind you, right? Because it indexes these websites super quick. So I feel there is a decided advantage lately anyway for Google when you're looking for up-to-date information about, a news catalyst, this, that, anything up-to-date, Google seems to be the best at. And what I love about it is I know a lot of the other LLMs are doing this, but it cites the source a little bit better than some of the other ones. So you're able to go directly to the article. I know the other ones do this as well, but I like the way that Gemini formats it a bit better. So this is kind of what I'm seeing here, that Gemini is quick when it comes to the breaking news world or the rapidly developing news catalyst for that. That was just my opinion.
We were talking about this for quite some time. Just data, Google always had the advantage just due to the pool of data that they've had.
That's exactly it, right?
So it's not overly surprising to see them at the top of the throne at this point. But again, like with the funding rounds and the more data that obviously OpenAI collects, I think they have a good opportunity to just be that company that people are predicting them to be. It's just going to be so hard to beat Alphabet, which is just the giant of giants right now.
Speaking of Alphabet, Joey, we've got a couple of different Alphabet headlines today, but before we do that, KOLD's continuing to run, guys. Into the high of day goes to 2077 right now, back up into 75. I don't even have any orders out here on cold, so let's throw in some at 82s, and we're going to wait at 88. It's a nice move today on nat gas. This is an inverse ETF, of course, so nat gas is heading down. Let's go on, then talk about the couple of news headlines. First, positive here for Google. They avoid a $2 billion plus penalty in the privacy case. So we talked to you guys about this last week. A federal judge in San Fran rejected a consumer's request to impose more than a $2 billion of additional penalties tied to Google's past data collection practices. The court declined to order that $2.36 billion in alleged profit disgorgement, Joey, disgorgement, and refused to block certain ad-related data practices. Here's the background of the case. In September, a jury found Google liable for collecting app activity data from users who had disabled a key privacy setting. The jury awarded roughly about $425 million in damages, but that's far below $31 billion sought by plaintiffs. Oh, this has lawyers written all over it. Plaintiffs argued Google continued its data practices without changing the disclosure for clients, while Google denied any wrongdoing. And they said, look, man, we're going to appeal that stupid September verdict. So they're coming back hard. The judge ruled, though, in the case of this $2 billion plus damages, that the plaintiffs failed to show what they're called prospective irreparable harm, which is a key requirement for that permanent injunction. The court also said consumers' estimate that the consumer's estimate of Google's alleged profits were insufficiently supported by the evidence. And Google, for their part, they argued that blocking account-related data collection would cripple analytics services relied upon by millions of different apps that use it, a concern the judge appeared to accept. So the judge rejected Google's request to decertify the class as well, which includes about 98 million users and about 174 million devices. I'm just going to go on to the next one, then we'll talk about Google as a whole. Waymo's valuation, much more positive here for a story. Bloomberg is reporting that Waymo is exploring raising $16 billion at a value of approximately $110 billion, which is up sharply from prior raising rounds. The implied valuation would be about 144% from late 2024 levels when it was valued about $45 billion. We know Alphabet controls Waymo, and Alphabet themselves expected to participate in this latest funding round. Should tell you that. Waymo declined to comment, suggesting, the discussions are still exploratory, so nothing certain there. More information that we'll give you on Waymo's operations, currently operating fully autonomous ride-hailing in 5 U.S. cities, and they complete about 450,000 driverless rides per week. Additional city launches are planned, many, in fact, Toronto being one of them, with the expansion remain, though, very, very capital intensive, not least of which because they're using Jaguar I-Paces and refitting them. I think they're about $250,000, $300,000 a pop. Compare that, with the Cybercab, Robotaxi is going to be probably 35 some odd thousand. So Google's got to get their costs in order here if they're going to make this a sound, profitable business. Competitive landscape. Let's talk a little bit about Tesla. They launched their Robotaxi service in Austin in June, and they plan, according to the company, to operate in 9 cities by the middle, not the end, the middle of this year. 9 cities. They're in 2, officially only in 1. Waymo prioritizes, the contrast here between the two is that Waymo prioritizes safety-first geofence autonomy, while Tesla's emphasizing rapid iteration and broader scalability. At about $110 billion, Joey, if you were to give Waymo that valuation, it would be about a little bit less than 3% of Google's market cap. Okay. So if you just look at the Waymo, $110 billion, not the 40 some odd, but a little bit less than the $4.1 trillion market cap, making it financially non-critical. By comparison, robotaxis, though, are far more central to Tesla's long-term bull case. You got to make the argument that autonomy makes up a large portion of Tesla's market cap because, well, we see that the cars ain't cutting it anymore. Quite frankly, they're declining in terms of sales. So more on the line for autonomy here for Tesla than certainly for Google.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why you remain so forward-looking in Tesla, right? Like, we know that the car business is losing share left, right, and center. And obviously dwindling margins as well, too. But we've been talking about this for quite some time. We know just the production capabilities. If this thing really takes off and Elon continues to expand his geofence, watch out for robo-taxis. It's going to be significantly cheaper. Obviously, from a production standpoint, Sharif said, hey, it's about $230K per Waymo vehicle, opposed to Tesla be able to make these things for less than $40,000. That's going to be massive from a margin standpoint and obviously from the ability to expansion. Technology is slightly different, so that's going to come into play as well, too. But whatever, if it's only 3% of Google's market cap and we're heavily more weighted onto Tesla, obviously we know that Elon is going to be placing, he's all in on autonomy and essentially robotics. But with Google, you're not seeing that necessarily the same. But what it will do for this name is essentially a tech ETF. If you ask me, it's going to be one of their faster growing segments. But I don't think we see the autonomous sector being extremely profitable for the next 3 or 4 years, Sharif. They need to expand more. They're only in 5 cities.
They're trying to say Tio Mafino tried to bite him, bro. Look at that. He almost did a Tyson there on his shoulder. His trap.
Nah, it was AI, man.
Look at that. No, it's not AI, man. Come on, we watch this live. You mean your boy Joey Options watch this fight live?
I don't think, but his mouth was closed.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
A little bit interesting there.
But yeah, I mean, like obviously with growing on, I think it's the way of the future. A lot of people are going to want to own autonomous vehicles. Where are they going to be spending all that money on Waymos? No, I don't know if they're going to be outside of commercial. Like, could you buy a Waymo? No, exactly, right? So I think you can, your total TAM for Tesla is a little bit bigger in my opinion.
All right. We got the super, shout out to Zen. Zenzo, let me just get the name super quick over here. So Zen Zombie, appreciate you, man. $2 super chat. With Fuse, what the hell? Fuse up then liquidated. Yeah, that is the world of small cap gappers, my friend. Do not fall in love with these things. They will break your heart. They're around for a good time, not a long time. Make sure you're trading them with sound risk management skills. Let's look at FUSE. Is it still up on a trading screen? No, I took it off because it's basically losing the entire bid. Take a quick look here at FUSE on the NASDAQ. Yeah, man, volume weighted average price 274. It's below that, so it's on Uncle Sheriff's shit list at the moment. And also, it hasn't broken that downtrend that we've been talking about. That stays unbroken right here, which is a symphony of lower highs. For save and except for these two candles, the 1110, the 1115 candle, unbroken to the downside. This is where I got in initially, and then I was just like, oh yeah, okay, it'll just be a liquidity grab here, and then we'll head along on our merry way to the high side, and that's why I went negative on the name. And this one is my biggest loser on the day, FUSE. So yeah, first 2 letters of that ticker. You know. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. We'll talk a little bit about Apple winning a favorable tax ruling in India, which will help accelerate the iPhone manufacturing there. So India's government approved a major tax clarification for Apple, which allows foreign companies like Apple to supply manufacturing equipment to contract partners without triggering income tax exposure for 5 years. So the rule change removes Apple's concern that owning these high-end iPhone machines in India, where they've shifted a lot of the iPhone production, could be classified as a business connection, potentially taxing iPhone profit pool. And that would obviously hurt into margins. So the exemption here applies only to customs bonded manufacturing zones, apparently where the Apple is setting up these production sites, which are treated like outside of India's regular custom and border and taxing zones. So Apple is aggressively, as we talked about, diversified away from China, where about 75% of the global iPhone shipments still originate. My understanding is the majority of the iPhones that come into the United States now, most of them are from, from India. India's share of the global iPhone shipments has surged to about 25%. That's up from single digits back in 2022, now healthy in double-digit territory, while iPhone domestic market shares also doubled to 8%. So not only are they building more in India so they can skirt tariffs on China, but the Indian market as well is starting to buy more iPhones, which is something that India is they're kind of a stickler about that, right? We saw them with Tesla saying, if you want to sell Teslas here, tariff-free or low tariffs, you got to build them here, telling Elon that when he met with Modi. So this is not something that India is only doing for Apple. It's kind of like a general policy. Previously, contract manufacturers like Foxconn and Tata that Apple uses were forced to absorb billions of dollars in machinery costs due to tax uncertainty. So that will not be the case anymore. So if they're not absorbing billions of dollars, they can pass off those savings to Apple. They pass off those savings to Apple. That increases margins. One could deduce. The exemption is going to run through 2030 to 2031. Devices sold domestically from bonded zones will still face import duties, and the change lowers upfront costs for Apple and peers by allowing them to directly fund expensive tooling and production equipment. Joey.
Good stuff there, guys. Sorry, I was just managing a position. Let's pull them up. We're getting that tank in silver once again, heading towards that $69 mark. A little bit of a bounce there, guys. But the TQQQ is really starting to work for us. 215 Sugar Tree, much appreciated, brother. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. I mean, we're in at roughly just a little bit below 60s. We take some off at 44s, so not too bad of a move. We get stopped out when we were supposed to. Re-engage on this, and then we never got stopped out at that 10-cent mark. So let's go. Let's see if we can continue to move to the south side. Our next stop is going to be at 55.40s there in the TQQQs. We've got a super chat here. Let's pull that up there. Assassino, if you can, ever so kindly. Gorav, let's go. Gorav, I know it was short hood, man, but that's my guy. Shout out to Creatine Bros. God Candle on Palantir in the pre-market. Thank you for that one. Bang, 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 bang. Let's go, Patrick. Yeah, let's take some more out on the TQQQs. As for Apple and India, I mean, I'm glad that they're starting to sway away from moving the supply chain. It's a smart strategic move, and we know it's an emerging market as well, too. So a lot that they can address in India, and it's going to continue to grow. They were one of the first mega cap names to actually step into India, and I like that move from Mr. Cook himself.
Yeah, all right. Let's go on to the next story, man. Bitcoin. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where's the coin at? Well, back up to 78.5. Well, still below 80,000 though for the first, well, it broke through 80,000 for the first time since the tariff tantrum in April of last year, hitting an intraday low, according to this article, of $74,876 before modestly bouncing. It's about $4,000 on top of that right now at 78,448. And it's dropped about 12% over the past 7 days, and that sell-off, that 12% drop, erased more than $200 billion in total Bitcoin market value. Hence, I didn't say market cap. There's nothing to capitalize there. Analysts are pointing to a broad risk-off shift across global markets as opposed to any, crypto-specific stress. The forced liquidations, though, this is where we see a lot of retail getting caught offside. We're going to talk about that when we get back from Adair.
Yeah, so to let you guys know here, we're getting some comments from Fed's Bostic. Now, I haven't mentioned these yet because he actually is no longer a member of the Fed, technically speaking. He doesn't step down till the end of this month, but he is obviously not going to be able to vote or participate in the March meeting as a result. So he is functionally no longer a member of the Fed. But regardless, Fed's Bostic making some fairly hawkish comments saying that he did actually not. He predicted 0 rate cuts throughout the year 2026. He said that they need to keep the policy rate in a mildly restrictive stance and that it would be very unlikely to get inflation down to 2%, so that they need to be very patient. But either way, highlighting that moving in any direction at this point would not be prudent. So again, Fed's Bostic, technically a former Fed Bostic, making some hawkish comments right now. Back to you.
I know what that is, bro. Yeah, so let's talk about the forced liquidations, because that's where a lot of retail gets caught offside, and it obviously had a way of amplifying volatility. Forced liquidations are typically margin calls, and apparently $2 billion in Bitcoin longs and short positions were liquidated since Thursday, and then Saturday alone, and we talked about this on Friday, where Bitcoin seems to have the most volatility is on the weekends as a result of the illiquidity. It happened again with Saturday, seeing Saturday alone, I don't even have the Sunday data yet, $2.56 billion in crypto liquidation. So that includes everything, including Bitcoin, ranking among the 10 largest single-day events on record, $2.56 billion in liquidations in the global current crypto market. So, there's policy and there's sentiment headwinds. We talked about this in the morning. Investors are reassessing the macro policy risks ahead of Kevin Warsh's succession of Jerome Powell in May. Digital asset investments products, posted a second straight week of outflows totaling about $1.7 billion, bringing the year-to-date outflows to about $1 billion. But Joey, we've talked a lot about this. Kevin Warsh has, I don't want to say a checkered history. It's not really checkered, but he was basically known as a hawk for a long time. He was on the committee.
In the crypto space, you're referring to?
No.
In general. Yeah.
He was on the committee during the GFC. He didn't want to cut rates around that time when there was, all sorts of people who wanted easing. He stuck to his guns. He seems to be, the person who wants restrictive rates and small Fed balance sheets. Yeah. That really doesn't jive with the position that President Trump has at the moment.
Exactly. So why?
Who is this guy?
So why would he appoint?
Who is he going to be?
Do you think that Donald Trump would appoint this guy to Fed chair if he didn't think he was kind of stick with the Trump agenda? Right? Mm-hmm. Do you think?
I don't think he would.
Kind of swaying and changing his book.
Can you imagine?
You think about it.
He'd be public enemy number one for President Trump.
Dude, as soon as this guy, I think that was mine, but that's all right. I tried.
You're too late, bro.
Bro, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, all right, I just see it over there. My bad. Anyways. Throw it out. But aside from that, this guy's no. Don't worry about it. It's water. But Trump will, Trump is immediately. It's going to be a truth. And if he doesn't cut, think about how many meetings he goes to. If he doesn't cut until 2027, you're not going to hear the end of it.
Oh God.
And do you think that he would appoint this guy if he wasn't going to stick to his agenda?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But he's in office and he becomes a wild card at that point, right? You don't know what the hell he's going to do.
Yeah.
But it's super interesting.
This side of the screen.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. All right. We added a little bit here into the cold position, into that move into the 10 EMA on the 5. And here it comes again into 59. Let's wet the beak. Let's put in some profit takers here into the mid 60s, high 60s, low 70s. There comes 59. There's 60. Looking for a continuation into the high of the day, which is 77s, by the way. There's 60 again. Looking for the move back up. I changed my cost basis, obviously, because we added at the higher level, but we're looking for this one to continue to run KOLD inverse nat gas ETF. Let's talk about gold and silver unwinding sharply. Where are they at? Silver down, SLV anyway, down 7 3/4. GLD down 4 1/3. Ooh. Well, they did fall. Spot gold prices fell as much as 5% Monday before stabilizing around 4,700. I have to look at what the futures show there. I don't have it right now. Silver also remained under pressure, lost about 12%. Looks like they parsed some of those losses, but both of them got clipped on Friday, with silver losing about 30% at the lows and gold losing about 10%. So the metals were already weak going into the weekend. And the U.S. dollar, as we've been talking about, inversely correlated with the strength or weakness, inversely correlated in general with these metals, strengthened about 0.8% since Thursday. A firmer dollar, according to this article, reduces foreign demand for gold and silver and raises the opportunity cost versus yield-bearing assets like treasuries because they pay yield. So something we were talking about as well, Joey, with Bitcoin when it sold off very aggressively. The CME group has raised margin requirements now after this violent move. So as a result of Friday's sell-off, to get into gold, you got to basically, your margin increased from to 8% from 6%, and likewise with silver, even a bit higher to 15% from 11%, forcing leverage players to kind of de-risk. Could this be some of the reason we're selling off a little bit?
Yeah, I think so, Sharif. A lot of that, and obviously the momentum to the downside as well, too. I think this is going to be a big-time play here, and you would never expect that. Personally, I haven't experienced anything along those lines in the commodities, but that's who I would least expect it from. And it's unfortunate when you go on these monster runs, that just happens to be the case, is that you have that aggressive selling, and 40% off of those highs is unfortunate, but just the deleveraging, I think, is really important. So it was the same same thing with kind of the hedge funds going on with GameStop and AMC. It's like, okay, we can't allow this to continuously happen, and these hedge funds lose billions and billions of dollars. So we need to implement some more regulation, and that's kind of what they've done here.
Yeah, and that's kind of their go-to move. Or as soon as that stuff happens, you know,
it's just like, all right, yeah, we got to put an end to it really, really quick.
We saw it with Bitcoin.
And then obviously we have that guy from China he's just decided to up from his desk and leave. So.
What was her name again?
Sandra.
Oh, where's Sandra at now?
Ram blocked her. I allowed them to stay in the chat.
Yeah.
So.
All right, get them, Ram. Let's talk a little Oracle here, man. Where's ORCL at? It was up decent in the pre. Let's see if it's part of some of those gains. Yeah, it's down a little bit here. Only up 1% and change. Got to 175. Now it's lost about $10 off the top. About 166 and change. To go red, it's got to lose about 165 or so. 164 and 3/4. So they announced plans to raise about $45 to $50 billion in gross proceeds during the calendar 2026 to expand, of course, data center capacity. The funding is going to come from a mix of debt and equity, which immediately raises dilution and leverage concerns. As we know, the capital, though, is earmarked to meet contracted cloud demand, otherwise RPO, remaining performance obligations, signaling firm customer commitments but heavy upfront spend. So immediately, why would the market find this bullish? Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, because maybe they didn't think that they'd be able to raise. Two, if they're actually spending the money, then those commitments might be a bit more firm, but we just haven't heard about them yet. Speculating, no idea. Oracle's cloud customers include big-time players like NVIDIA, Meta, OpenAI, AMD, TikTok, XAI. They all want a piece of Oracle. With TD Cowen also saying, look, Oracle needs to raise money. So they may be looking to lay off, sadly, 20 to 30,000 people to free up some capital, with the potential cost savings of those 20 to 30,000 layoffs being possibly $8 to $10 billion in free cash flow, which offsets a little bit of the heavy CapEx. Oracle did not comment publicly, leaving uncertainty around the matter. The stock is down nearly 50% from the September peak and fell another 11% after the December earnings. Investors are increasingly focused, though, on the dilution risk and the rising debt as Oracle goes in, quote, all in on AI infrastructure. Morningstar notes the AI trade is entering that do or die phase, Joey, forcing investors to pick winners and losers. And it looks recently, certainly, that Oracle has been a bit of a loser.
Yeah, I mean, just in order for this name to meet its obligations, obviously needs to spend a lot of money. But one thing I'm going to look at from a different perspective is once that infrastructure is there, they don't have to spend that money continuously. And then sure enough is when you can start to see somewhat of an ROI on that. It may take forever. This funding round is really important for, I think, this name. But if this trade is going to be in vogue for the next 5, 6, 7 years, then I think Oracle will be just fine, obviously getting involved with the TikTok deal as well, too. So just the infrastructure build-out costing them quite a bit right now, but it's not going to be the same throughout the next couple of years or so. It's just you spend it now, you spend the money now, and look for the return on investment later.
All right, guys, cold continue to go here. So it's about to take out that 70 penny area. Don't forget, 2077 high of day. Good hold off the 10 EMA and right back up about 53%. Keep your eye on KOLD. Dara, give us your take on Oracle.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on Oracle. Before we get to that, ALTS on the move. Apparently, Daniel Loeb will be attending this, who is the founder and CEO of Third Point, is going to be attending a World Liberty Financial Conference. So ALTS, which of course is involved with World Liberty Financial, is trading higher. Let's talk about ORCL, because Sharif and Joe, I know why this is up. And it actually was mentioned in our free watch list. Fitch, for whatever reason, decided to reiterate its outlook on Oracle. And that is why ORCL is to the upside. And you can actually see, when you look at the stock, you can really see when it started to get that push higher, because initially Oracle traded lower on this catalyst, as it should. Because, again, like my take on Oracle has very much been, how can you miss revenue, and in one case EPS, 2 quarters in a row and be higher than remaining performance obligations? That's great that you have sales coming. What sales do you have right now? And that, again, continues to be an issue for me. So I actually wonder, and this is complete conspiracy theory, but I do think there could be potentially some credence to it. Why are you, Fitch, raising your outlook on Oracle's, maintaining your outlook on Oracle's credit rating now of all times? do you perhaps have a position you want to protect? Because that is when you get that sharp increase in ORCL pre-market. And I can't find it in this chart, but yeah, I guess actually you do get a bit of a gap up here. Either way, it was around 730. But the point is, this is quite the story here for Oracle. You get that news that the stock doesn't like, and then immediately you have a credit rating agency trying to protect it. Like, oh, don't worry, we still like this here with the BBB rating. So yeah, I mean, I think it is worth noting it is not correct to say that this is up on this buy, because it absolutely is not up. It is only up, and you can tell because of the price action, because of this credit rating. I do want to emphasize that. The market initially reacted very poorly, if you look at pre-market action, to Oracle's announcement that they're going to be raising more money. And honestly, as it should be. Back to you.
Sorry. All right, let's go on to Disney. Next story over here. Very interesting report from Disney. Let's see where they're up on the day. They're down significantly, 7%, driven primarily here. Well, they beat on the top and bottom line. It was driven by strong performance in their parks, their resorts, and their cruises division, with adjusted EPS coming in at $1.63. That is above the analyst estimates of $1.57 on revenue of $25.98 billion. That also beats the $25.75 expected by analysts, with that top line number rising about 5% year over year, about like we talked about, almost $26 billion. It was really a tale of a couple of stories here. The main one is their experiences unit, which generated a little bit less than $10 billion in quarterly revenue for the first time ever. And it was really supported by domestic parks mostly, with that delivering about $6.91 billion in revenue. That's up 7% year over year. Higher attendance, higher prices at the domestic parks, according to the report. International parks, way less in terms of top line revenue, but same growth rate, $1.75 billion in terms of revenue, also an increase of 7% year over year. Management flagged softer international visitation trends, which I guess, yeah, you can see by that top line number, but the growth rate is still pretty much the same. Segment operating income hitting $3.31 billion, roughly 3 times that of the entertainment division. So it gives you an idea how much they relied, I should say, on the experiences segment to kind of have that top and bottom line beat. Let's talk about that entertainment segment revenue. 7% year over year, now bringing in more than the experiences unit, $11.61 billion. That was helped by higher subs as well as affiliate fees. Their streaming revenue, 11% bump year over year on that top line number, which comes to more than $5.33 billion, while Disney's expecting about $500 million in streaming operating income to come in about fiscal quarter 2. Box office momentum continued following what the article is calling a dominant 2025, with the likes of Zootopia 2, the Avatar, Predator installment cited as drivers, and Disney, much like Netflix, is going to stop reporting subscriber numbers every quarter and then just kind of give it to us sporadically or maybe once a year, however they choose to do it. Let's talk about their sports, because that's one of the biggest CapEx usurpers that they have. Their revenue edged up only 1% year over year on the quarter, a little bit shy of $5 billion, 4.91, but operating income fell substantially in their sports division, down 23% now to $191 million. And the profitability here is being blamed by the higher programming and production costs that are tied to these new sports deals. That's something we talked about as well with, NBA, NFL, and everybody else wanting, bigger contract numbers to give you the deal. Top dollar. Disney did reaffirm plans to repurchase about $7 billion in stock during this year, and management does expect double-digit growth in adjusted EPS and about $19 billion in cash from operations for the full year. But the market not liking any of that, Joey, down 7%.
Yeah, I mean, as for its streaming business, we started to see it start to catch a little bit of a tailwind in the past couple of quarters. It was a hindrance on the stock for quite some time because they were losing money. They were having trouble competing with the big boys, obviously Netflix, Amazon Prime, that is. But one thing to note, I think it's really big on the sports deal is that they're kind of missing out on them. Obviously, we know that the UFC signing a deal with Paramount, not renewing with ESPN Plus, also giving them the ability to have the pay-per-view. No more pay-per-views there, or percentage of the pay-per-view, I should say. No more pay-per-views on Paramount Plus, just a one-time membership fee. Now, as for the parks continuing to grow, that's great in their segment. So Disney Plus, Disney, let's take a look at their technicals and see what we got going on. I mean, when we heard that Nelson Peltz obviously sold all of his shares, the stock did see a little bit of a pop, but other than that, the stock has been in big time trouble. I think it was somewhere in this was it in May or something along those lines when that happened? But anyways, that proxy war, that internal war with Nelson Peltz and obviously Iger's the CEO, right?
Yes.
It wasn't good, and it held this stock down for quite some time. Nelson Peltz is now all out. You're getting somewhat of a rebound. I think it's the parks that are really going to drive this thing.
Yeah.
Those things are cash cows. And the streaming, as they start to slowly grab a little bit more market share, the lineup in your catalog is absolutely massive. The Predator did half decently, but I wouldn't hold too much weight on it. I think it's the Avatar series and the Star Wars series, we know that they have the rights to that, is what can really, really drive the streaming business higher.
Well, they're basically saying that Avatar, that's the one.
Avatar is gonna be the one. Like Predator, it's like, okay, I get it, but it's not like, it's not going to be like Predator is like Arnold Schwarzenegger Predator. So they got their spin-offs with that and stuff like that. So
let's talk a little Palantir. This one reports after the bell today, so make sure to catch that with us on the aftermarket show today. Well, they already launched this in December, but I haven't reported on it too. So Chain Reaction, a new operating system for them that addresses the surging AI infrastructure demand. We know their main one is AIP, but there is this one as well, which is more for manufacturing than, operations, which AIP is focused on. So this new Chain Reaction platform is going to focus on coordinating power, compute, networking, construction workflows, all things that you need to scale the AI data center build out. And it supports like grid expansion and stability to meet rising demand from electrification and hyperscale data centers. Foundry, though, their other platform, AIP, is going to enable utilities and energy providers to plan and forecast capital-intensive projects more efficiently. Then we've also seen them kind of expand their current existing government contracts with the Department of Navy, I think with the U.S. Navy, I should say, renewing that $955 million contract, also an option to extend that by $480 million. But it really has been their commercial revenue that grew at a faster CAGR last time around when we reported their earnings. So that's going to be in focus for me, whether or not Palantir's revenue growth, not top line number. We know the government top line number is probably going to come in a bit higher, but the revenue growth continues, commercial revenue continues to out accelerate government revenue. I personally would like that. I don't know how the street feels. In January, Palantir expanded its partnership with Hyundai, extending AI and Foundry adoption across subsidiaries. So that would be really interesting to see another tie-up with another, private company. And management emphasized applications across maintenance, supply chain planning, and manufacturing optimization. And this is what Palantir reported in their last for their Q4 revenue, a little bit shy of $1.1 billion, but finally above that $1 billion revenue number that had been eluding them for a while, and the adjusted EPS coming in at 21 pennies, which was also above estimates. U.S. revenue last time around, Joey, grew 77% year over year, with 121% growth in U.S. commercial revenue. And that's really what I wanted to stress there, that commercial revenue I like a lot better, but I want to mention that government contracts a bit stickier than commercial contracts, so a good balance of both, I think, is healthy for the company. Palantir, my man, after the bell.
Palantir, looking forward to that one. Obviously, we know we're starting to grow international as well too, Shreve. It was growing at like a 3% clip, striking deals with Japan, I believe, and Germany. So let's see if that's going to grow at somewhat of a sustainable rate. Anything more than 3%, I'm going to like that. Palantir, it's been like a lot of the other names, right? You got to take into consideration, it's just been on such a monster run in 2025 that things are going to cool down. You're now down to $149. I know a lot of people are are saying, hey, Joe, what's going on with Robinhood? It's the same thing. Like, if you eliminate PLTR and just have the technicals on this point, I think you crack this 150 zone. It's the exact same thing as Robinhood. I know I'm comparing apples to oranges here, but at the end of the day, the technicals are the technicals. You get that breakdown. We head over to SoFi if we're looking at some of these fintech names, breaking through those support levels. So I think that's going to be the next step. Unless they get this monster outside move, outside of the expected move in Palantir, in the near future, I'm going to look for that breakdown, and maybe you can head into that $130, $120 mark there in Palantir.
Right.
Sorry, 1 second here, guys.
Do your thing.
I'm all out of the TQQs. I'm also all out of silver, right? So we got that move back. We didn't get that $80 price target that we were looking for earlier, but we were close enough. We held throughout the day. We got some off right there, nothing substantial, and then we closed the remaining 40% out on a trailing stop. So that's SLV, a nice solid one here for the day. And then we're also going to take a look at the TQQs. It took a couple attempts for us to get this rocking and rolling, but eventually we got that move, and we get out 50% roughly, but then we get stopped out break even, which is totally fine. We get back what we lost here, and then a little bit more on the TQQs.
You see some of the cruise lines and the airlines today?
They're moving today.
They look fantastic. Look at this. AAL 4%, BAL 5, UAL almost 6, Love up 4 1/3, and then look, JetBlue, they're all up. CCL's 8%, RCL 4 1/3, NCLH 7 2/3. A lot of strength in travel. Do we get like some travel? You know, it looks like there was a whole bunch of upgrades today for RCL from Goldman. Who else? There's others. JP Morgan. Okay, we'll keep an eye out on that. Guys, I'm still holding AQST. I don't think the position board is working, but we're going to wet the beak over here, looking for continuation into this one, into that 450 area. Let's set up some profit takers. Alas, this one has been a bit of a slow mover. But let's go on to the next story. U.S. oil. I'm just looking here at USO, almost down 6%, so 5.86. Oil prices retreated sharply, according to this article, after U.S. President Donald Trump signaled a potential easing in tensions with Iran. Trump said Iran was, quote, seriously talking with the U.S., following comments from Iran that preparations for negotiations were underway. The remarks kind of reduced fears of a military confrontation that had recently pushed oil to 6-month highs. You had Brent drop about 5% in the pre. WTI had already lost 5%. And the move kind of reflects a rapid unwind of the geopolitical risk premium that had been built on the price of oil out of fears of a UN-Iran conflict. And so why was the market nervous? Well, oil had surged after the U.S. deployed a, quote, massive armada towards Iran, raising speculation of a possible strike. Iran warned that any attack could trigger a broader regional conflict, which would likely drive oil prices sharper, especially if the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked or there's any belligerencies there. Weakened diplomacy, though, shifted the sentiment towards de-escalation rather than escalation. Gotta love that. Well, you know, I think there are some Iranians, expats, that don't want to see that, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see how that works. Analysts note the U.S. administration is highly sensitive to rising oil prices ahead of upcoming midterm elections. Elevated fuel prices, you know, are politically unpopular. Obviously, Joey, the political backdrop may act as a brake on further geopolitical escalation in the Middle East. What say you, oil?
Yeah, Chevron got the downgrade today. I just think that the oil trade has been tough. We can take a look at XLE. You have the big names in there, like obviously ExxonMobil and some of these other big boys, right? So, okay, that's not too bad on the XLE. You get a nice little pop here, Sharif, considering, right? There's an energy space. We'll head over to the 5-minute. Not too bad whatsoever, but if we take a look at CVX catching the downgrade today, recovering a little bit of that gap down. You have Exxon as well, too, ExxonMobil. Still not doing too much. And if you head over from a daily perspective, okay, that's a big-time breakout after a multi-year consolidation in Exxon and ExxonMobil. So not too bad of a look. We have the TQQs at the high of the day as well, too. But, yeah, energy not looking too bad today.
Man, Caterpillar is up 4.5%
today.
It's going to take...
It's the picks and shovels of the build, though.
It's going to take out a third of a trillion.
Picks and shovels. And also, you know what I think a lot of it has to do is that Caterpillar can build their own energy grid.
Yeah.
So I think that's huge, right? Because with all these data centers,
bro.
Yeah, they do everything. Because
Like
with the
heating,
data center,
cooling,
I think a big issue with the data centers is being on grid.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
So if you have a participant like Caterpillar who has the ability to construct,
100% agree.
and I think
it's been a monster, man. Just been insane. A lot of different analyst comments about this as well. Let's talk about Unity. BTIG reaffirmed its buy rating. And well, where is Unity first and foremost? Let's see if it's still up. It was up big in the pre. It's only up 1.44%. So definitely giving back. Actually sold off quite aggressively in the pre-market. Was that? No, that was not. It was Friday. It lost a lot. Dude, this thing lost over 25% on Friday. So Unity coming back from a very, very bad close of the week. Reaffirmed its buy rating and a $60 price target, implying about 106% upside from the pre-market level of 29.10. The stock's been hit really hard recently, again, down about 33% in the past week, last week that is, leaving it trading slightly below their fair value estimation, Investing Pro's fair value estimation. BTIG, the rating agency, argues recent weakness is disconnecting price from improving underlying fundamentals and product traction. That's what they're saying. Industry checks by BTIG showed about a 20% year-over-year growth and about a 10% year-over-year growth, quarter-over-quarter, I should say, in Unity spending during Q4. The growth, according to BTIG, was driven by renewed platform testing and stabilization after earlier execution issues. And for 2026, experts expect about an 18% year-over-year spending growth in that top line number for Unity, which would be an improvement from the prior expectations, but not a breakout year. So it looks like they've done better. Unity Vector, which is one of their platforms, delivered an initial 15 to 20% improvement in return on ad spend during earlier rollout phases. My experience here with Unity is basically when I used to have the free Duolingo, they'd have ads on there, and some of their ads were interactive, which I found to be kind of cool because you want to get through these ads, and then these ads you could actually play a game, which kind of enticed you to want to download the game if you liked it as well. So I found that to be kind of unique, something I hadn't seen anywhere else. But the article goes on to say that scaling challenges have emerged as adoption is broadened, which is tempering that near-term enthusiasm because the company's got to catch up with demand. Despite this, though, the Vector is viewed as structurally positive as Unity refines performance and scalability, Joseph. They also have this D28 product, which is a key upside lever, according to BTIG, but they're saying that it could attract a higher lifetime value, LTV, for developers in traditional mid-core categories. Some mixed analyst ratings, though. Wells Fargo raising the price target to 54. They cite strong Unity ad network momentum going to Q4. Freedom Capital Markets initiated coverage with a $52 buy rating. BofA Securities remains bearish with an $18 price target, flagging valuation concerns and elevated multiples versus peers, Joe.
Yeah, interesting stuff because we got a substantial haircut on Friday, Sharif.
Big time.
Yeah, it took a big time dive down, almost 30%, just like SLV. So I mean, if you go from that previous pivot high, 51.86, to where we're currently trading at, you're down 42%. And if you go to those lows, you hit that 50% mark. So it's not too good of a look here whatsoever. Obviously in Unity from a technical standpoint, and you have the necklines being broken as well. So keep an eye out on that. Don't try to catch the falling knife. Dabble if you do believe in the name, and once you head in towards some key zones, like this is going to be a really massive, I think, pivotal moment for Unity, is if you head into the supply once again in the lower 20s, then see how the price reacts, and maybe you'll get somewhat of a bounce there in Unity.
All right, Adair, what's your take on Unity?
To say, but before that, I do want to mention a couple catalysts. Lululemon on watch. Apparently on his Substack, Michael Burry announced that he's purchased Lululemon. So LULU, the latest Burry play, it looks like. CRML is on watch as well here. U.S. reportedly hosting a critical minerals ministerial meeting here on February 4th. So critical minerals meeting here on February 4th. Some of these critical minerals stocks getting a little bit of a bump. Nothing massive, though, which is why I held off on mentioning it. And what I want to talk about with Unity is why this dropped. Because like I don't have too much to say about this analyst note today. I know it wasn't mentioned here in the notes, so I want to talk about why Unity dropped, because I think it is incredibly significant. Unity, Take-Two, and Roblox all sharply to the downside on Friday because people were talking about the new Google DeepMind Project Genie. Now, Project Genie is obviously AI related, and a lot of people are saying that that's going to be competition with some of these gaming. And that is the reason that we had this drop here in Unity, Roblox, Take-Two, etc. So I really want to mention that because I think, like, if you look at Roblox too, you can obviously see this drop as well. What's interesting was because we didn't actually have that DeepMind Project Genie launch on Friday. It launched on Thursday, about 24 hours before these stocks started dropping. But then you started to see the social media excitement really come in on these names on Thursday and Friday, and that's why we got the drops in those stocks. So again, I think it's really important to mention here the reason that we have this. Oh my gosh, what am I doing to my chart? The Unity, Roblox, Take-Two moves, regardless of these analyst notes here, the issue is going to be Project Genie here from DeepMind. Now, with that in mind, I don't even think an analyst note could save Unity at this point, because if your note is just, oh, well, we like these parts of the business, if there's an AI competitor taking them out, I think that's kind of a moot point regardless. If this AI does things better, people are very likely to go there. So I think nice try here for BTIG and from these other analysts, but I think given the nature of this catalyst, going to be a little bit tough here. Also, apparently, we have Wayfair pushing higher as, and I am not joking, Michael Burry speculating on his Substack that Ryan Cohen of GameStop CEO could buy Wayfair. Bizarre, I have to read more into that, but back to you.
All right, keeping an eye on gold, guys. This is at $21. It's at the day high, 54.5% inverse ETF for your or for nat gas is essentially. This could be an important level here, $21. Let's see if there is enough buys to push this one north. I did get out a little bit early, kind of lamenting that now. As this one did dip down, it did lose a 10 EMA, which is kind of why I got out there, but was quick to recover right back above that $0.50. So KULD continuing to do well, right back into that high, guys. So keep your eye on this one. I think it's basically unbroken structure since we started out the morning. Yeah, these commodities are going to continue to trend and trend quite aggressively. This is the 5-minute chart on KOLD. So there is the 930 open, and we kind of double bottomed a little bit there at 950, 955, and then since that time it's been an unbroken, I should say, series of higher lows and higher highs. You know, with a couple of intervening drops below the 10 EMA, I'm talking about that 1115, 1120, but those were only wicks. Look how quickly it was able to recover above that green line. So KOLD, keep your eye on this one, Joey, into the afternoon, my man.
Yeah, good look there on gold, brother. We're all out of everything, guys, like the TQQQ is right back towards the high of the day. I'm thinking about taking an additional move, but that might not be until 2:30, so I'm not going to complain about it whatsoever. This is going to be our only loss here on today's session. Heading over to the TQQQs, now SLV, that was our face topper of the day. Katina Man in that one as well. Probably still sitting in a couple of reloads from my boy, most likely at some of these key pivot moments, but short from 73, get that move all the way down to 68.53. I was waiting for 68 to... I'm short 73. Oh, okay, you're short 72 now? All right, nice, brother. Oh, well, I'm not anymore. I'm all out of that one. So nice work there once again. Just going back-to-back jacks, essentially, for Katina, man. Going back to what worked for him on Friday, working Monday morning, and I was thinking the exact same thing as silver's momentum to the downside, now 6%. Just kind of stuck in limbo right here, guys. It's $71.50 right there. Trading within that $1.50 range down to $70.50, $72. So not too bad. And then also TSLA kind of being our second best trade here, but we missed out on a big opportunity. No reload, no second engage. I wasn't worried about it because we were cooking up in silver. Apple breaking highs as well. Gorev says, yeah, let's take a look at AAPL. AAPL. Okay, yeah, Apple on the move here, Shree. So that's why you can't really short the NASDAQ right now, as Apple is now breaking through some key pivot highs. What the hell is this? Oh, that's the daily, sorry. Yeah, new high of the day, $266 there on AAPL.
Yeah, it's really going there, Joey, breaking through that 265 3/4 top. Yeah, there was a couple of analyst notes today on Apple. Evercore ISI maintaining coverage within outperform, price target of 330. Not immediately apparent what the price target was. Let me just see if I can find it on a different article. It says 330 price target, but it doesn't tell me what they increased it from. B of A Securities with a coverage on, with maintaining Apple, maintaining their coverage on Apple with a buy rating and $325 price target as well. That came in earlier today. Just looking over here. Yeah, Apple's really going here.
Yeah, it's really going. Look at it drag the NASDAQ.
Apple call buyers, no, that's not something that. Patchwork, no, I'm just looking for more rating agencies to see what the situation is. We talked about Apple and their what's it called? India news. So they can bring in all these capital goods that would cost an arm and a leg and basically use them tax-free in India. That hadn't been the case before. They would have to pay tax, or their contractors like Tata and Foxconn would have to pay tax and obviously pass some of those costs on to Apple. So they're going to be operating in these tax-free zones in India, and the majority of the iPhones that are going to come in to the United States from India will be from those zones, so they won't be taxed. So good news from a margins perspective, at least for the iPhone, and that's not bad because we've seen the demand for the iPhone outsized, relative to the 16 and the 15, much to many people's chagrin. I know there's a lot of people that hate Apple out there, and it pleases me when it goes up against you guys. Quite frankly, absolutely. There's so many Apple haters out there. And the reason I'm involved in it is because it's that slow and steady one where I don't really have to be worrying about like Tesla and NVIDIA.
You collect the Divi as well, too.
The Divi, so. And it's like the largest position. Now ASML has become the largest position, second largest position, just by virtue of, price accretion. But I'm going to have to take care of that because that's never what I wanted. I never wanted ASML to be second largest, so we're going to have to trim
that. That's good, though. That means you some nice capital gain there, my friend.
Yeah, it's that and Caterpillar. Right. Both those two have to get trimmed because they've just become too large. All right, guys, It is 2 o'clock. Katina Man's locked. He's loaded. Neil stretching. He'll be locked and loaded momentarily.
Man, I'm sore as a donkey.
Did you do anything on the weekend?
Well, I've been hitting dips and pull-ups now.
There it is, bro. There it is.
There's no leg movement, so I may as well just go and just destroy dips and pull-ups, and my body is aching,
man. Kill it. All right. Joey and I will be same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow, guys. I'll see everybody at the big desk tomorrow.
Have a good one, Jody.
Always talking about. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody.
We're talking about the Eglinton LRT that I think took 25 years. I think.
Is it 25 years?
That's not that long. They started in. I was gonna say, I was gonna say late 2010s.
15, 20 years.
Yeah. So, anyways, welcome back, everybody.
Actually, before that, we were talking about Apple.
Yeah.
Apple's up 3% today. But I don't think there's Apple. I don't think there's Apple stock haters. Sharif was just saying the Apple haters. I think there's Apple Android battle going, but I don't think there's like Apple haters on the stock. I don't know anybody that rails against it. It's not that kind of a stock. Anyway, up 3%, no real big story. Well, we're 2 hours away, though. Just saying.
I know, I'm just saying. I was only because he's right there. I was like, yeah, Sharif.
We're 2 hours away from Palantir earnings. And like I said, we'll be doing the after show, obviously, for that, because that's how we roll. So stay tuned. We'll do the rundown and all that stuff in just a little bit. I'm only in I'm still in ZSL and WBD, but I feel like there's no chance that we move this little for the rest of the day in Bitcoin.
No chance in hell.
So it's trying to lose VWAP, and I'm waiting for this thing to get underneath VWAP here. Because there's a serious lack of volatility in Bitcoin. We're still under 80,000, but it just hasn't moved. It never broke 45, so I think still looking for the short there.
That is strange. I did have, what's up, everybody? I did have Oracle. I'm on Oracle now. I did have a bigger move planned for Bitcoin today, and I think you're right, like 78,000, especially with silver actually dancing. I am surprised that we have a lack of movement on IBIT, to be honest with you.
Oh, can you just do the thing with your...
Oh, I'm not, oh yeah, that's right. I'm logged into my earpiece. I just didn't click on the right thing here, Andre, so you can hit me up in 1 second. Is that any better? I think it probably is. There we go. Okay, perfect. I got you now, Andre. Thank you. Yeah, a little surprised on what's been happening there with IBIT. I sort of messed around with Oracle. I was debating long or short right there at 165, right at that low of the day. And so I lost a little bit of money because I was first, here, let me see if I can, I was first long. And I just was talking with Marissa. I'm just throwing money away, so I better just phone the wife before I went on air. I went short, that got stopped out, then I went long, and that got stopped out right at the same areas here, around 165. We were able to take a little bit of profit, but then no. And once it broke and we saw the trend here start to fade out a little bit, we decided to go the double barrel short there on that break. And realistically, I wanted more short there, but we missed it. So there it goes to the downside. That's what's happening right here. And then silver, kind of the same thing. We went short. stopped out, short again, now make profit. So kind of just flat on these last couple dances right here. We did get back in, and it's funny because we had the long there in Tesla, and then I tried to go short right there, which was exactly right. We got stopped out. Well, it's not right when you lose money, but look where we got stopped out. Right at the high of the day. Otherwise, this right now would be about 50 cents in or so. So we went short against basically the highs at that time, which was right there, and then got stopped out. Could have got back in, but just was like, do you really want to keep shorting Tesla? So we went over to Oracle, and I think we did good picking our poison over on ORCL. So yeah, just that's what I've been doing on the midday. We'll figure it all out as we go. As Neil mentioned, like 2 hours away now, pretty much exactly right now from Palantir earnings, and that should be really exciting. That name's been going a little sideways. We'll definitely check in on that. But yeah, exciting times ahead, and then we'll do the rundown. It's 2 o'clock, 2 more hours of this, and then the after show.
Will be exciting. And this next hour of the show brought to you by eSignal, where you can trade smarter, not harder, like we say. Make sure you check that link and scan the QR code below so you can find a platform that gives you reliable data, that gives you the ability to trade through multiple brokers, the ability to back test, forward test, use every indicator imaginable, level 1 access, level 2 access. Obviously, something that we use here on the show. As a matter of fact, we were literally talking about Disney. I had the Disney weekly chart up. You can use it for 5-second charts, 2-second charts, 3-second charts, so you can look at the moves in very, very small time frames, in addition to tick replay, which is pretty cool. So you can go back and you can record how a stock was trading over a given period of time. So scan that QR code in front of you. Shout out to eSignal, and want to thank them for sponsoring this part of the show. While I'm here, we were talking about Disney and how the kind of nothing burger that it is. This is a weekly chart of Disney. They reported this morning, and Disney's having a very bad day. But when you put it into context, this stock has been between $80 and $125 for. I should just put up a monthly chart. Forget about the weekly chart. The monthly chart's going to tell you a better story. Since down here in April of 2022, when we got into this range, it's been $80 to $125 for about almost full 3 years now. So I know there's a lot of traders will say the same thing. It's like, if you're not buying it at 80, there's nothing else to do. And then eventually, when it does break away from 125, I feel like everyone's going to be all excited about it. And then there's an opportunity there, unfortunately for them. And I strongly doubt this will be on the rundown, so I feel like we can go over Disney here. Apologies if it is, but I seriously doubt it. But down 7%, approaching $100. Wasn't even that bad a report, to be honest with you. It's just, sometimes this is just how it goes. But the overall market's up a point. We've had a pretty solid recovery. I'd grant you, on the backs of not only things like Apple, Amazon's up a couple of points today. You've had big runs in some of the chips, like AMD, which is up 5.5%. Intel, which I've managed to get away with a couple of quick shorts in there, when realistically should be long. Intel's up 6% and above Friday's high, almost hit that $50 mark. So there's a lot of strength in the market today, no question about it, going into big earnings tonight and big earnings the rest of this week with the aforementioned Amazon, a little bit of Alphabet as well. And Chris Godson, what's driving GME? Well, if you believe the tea leaves, it's Michael Burry, and it's, well, I mean, Ryan Cohen insider buying probably drives it more.
There's also Ryan Cohen is supposed to be working on something.
He's supposed.
Fabian muted. No, Fabian muted me. We came over here trying to fix the mic, but
gotcha.
no, there's one big thing happening or something. There's a major change or whatever that Ryan Cohen is supposed to be happening, and there's a Twitter account that was supposed to have.
But they didn't send anything out, though.
No, but he said he didn't go on the interview because he's working on something huge.
Okay.
So, take it for what it's worth. I mean, that's, when you're looking at that, I think if you've had some profit in GameStop up to this point, I mean, you've probably traded it real well down here off 21 and 22, and then you get that sort of move up. I do wonder what it is. I sort of see the benefit right now of all the auctions. Like, they're really hot right now, the Pokemon cards, the PSA, like all the card grading and things like that. I bet you GameStop is doing something with card grading, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to do something with either they're going to buy PSA or something like that, and some sort of a system, because I watched that Netflix show, The Golden, and like Jake Paul's thing is going to go for, right now it's at 5.1 million. They have the Honus Wagner and all that. Like, cards right now are huge, all everything to do with collectibles is huge. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a collectible thing. I have no idea, but that's what I'm wondering.
That makes sense.
They had put little tidbits of that in one of their earnings releases in the past as well. We sure as hell know their Bitcoin holdings aren't necessarily popping off right now. So we'll figure out what it's going to be. That's my somewhat educated guess based on how hot that space is right now. So I just think it's going to be card grading, something like that, and then a platform for that. I don't know, it's just so huge. That's all. Like I went to this card show because my kid got this Pokemon card. It's worth, I don't know, it's worth $800 or $900, whatever it's worth. But he got it graded, and it was really exciting. And there's thousands of cards that get graded to these guys every single day. So I was just wondering if it was something.
Collecting as a kid is like such a. It seems like such a like a normal kid hobby, but it's actually a very good hobby. It's
gotten to be crazy now.
No, but I just sort of mean I know some of the values get out of hand, but the whole notion of okay, well, you choose what it is that you want to buy or invest in. Like okay, I want baseball cards, hot cards. I want to get this type of card. You can go I want to get it for my favorites, or I want to go and try and get some valuable ones that I think are going to increase in value, and then you can trade.
The fun thing is opening up the cards.
It's fun, but there's a lot of good lessons that you learn from any kind. I mean, there's all different kinds of collections as well. I just saw a hilarious. Well, it's not funny if you own the stock. Someone just said that Figma is going to Middle Earth. I don't know why the Lord of the Rings. Well, I would imagine.
Okay.
I would imagine they're trying. It would be bad. But
so going to the moon is good. Going to Middle Earth bad. Okay,
yeah,
got it.
Middle Earth down. I didn't realize this morning I was talking about the bad IPOs or. It was talking about Circle making an all-time low in here, and Figma. I mean, that thing has been making all-time lows for like a couple weeks now. Like it's just not infinitely worse, but it's significantly worse. And another 5% down for them. I do believe we're locked and loaded to. Are we? All right, we're locked and loaded to start the rundown. Pretty sure no one cares about Figma. But much like Circle, which we do talk a lot about as a recent IPO, they're not having a very good day. Let's see what you guys wanted to talk about here in the rundown. Ooh, I forgot to cheat. My guess is silver is number one.
It's right there, Neil. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your ticker on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to join us in the chat. You got to vote every day for your favorite ticker. It's super simple. Throw in that $sign followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look, though, at all four major averages to start here before we look at the Afternoon Rundown items. The triple Qs up 1%. Good look here for the NASDAQ ETF. Likewise with the SPY up 0.7. The Dow doing it live here up 1.07. But leading them all, the small cap ETF, the Russell 2000 ETF IWM up 1.5%, trying to take out 264, 263, 77 high. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, SLV, the blood continues to come off here, that huge silver trade. SLV got into 110, I believe, on Thursday. Then all hell broke loose on Friday. And if you believe this report, that precious metals are trading lower amid continued weakness after President Trump last week nominated Kevin Warsh for the Fed chair. Warsh's nomination is raising the value of the U.S. dollar, which may have eased investors' concerns that drove them to safe haven assets. If you believe that, then this makes sense. Boys, SLV down 4 2/3.
Yeah, we were both trading SLV, silver earlier. One was ZSL and me with SLV. I'm about to get out of this right now as it breaks that high. So I was just going to say, the trade for me was early. I just want to talk about this right there. If we break, I think I have it 72.10s. So this area right there is literally 72.10. So if that breaks, that's 72.12. Okay, let's get exact. All right. When we weren't up there, I guess I didn't zoom in enough. 72. All right, let's go a little more aggressive, 72.16s or so. But right back into this area. I don't mind shorting some. Let's short something around here again. And if we're able to get a little bit of a trade, that's great. I think it's well worth the risk right now to go a little short. But yeah, right off the open, And it wasn't right off the open, so I got to watch what I'm saying. But, you know, we wanted that pre-market low break there. And anyways, let me just call it the low from 8 o'clock, okay? That's sort of that break that we wanted. And when it happened, I missed it. Got a little FOMO down here saying, okay, it's going to break 71. We're going to go lower. We're going to go lower. It does bump up. So we didn't get stopped out or anything. We just held on to our trade. We didn't trade that many shares down there. This is more the plan of action for me now, is instead of just like layering in, you know, all the way up until, you know, sort of it reaches a maximum tipping point, I'm just going to get in smaller when I'm like sort of having a feeling. And then when it comes up to the spot where VWAP was in the 50 period, I mean, we have to have that tick replay that Neil was reading about. E-Sigma, get this right. But it went right into VWAP, and then that was my indicator to short it. We talked about it on the show, and that was a really good one, man, all the way back into the low of the day, and then finally out right there on a 25 period moving average break. So I have a 25, a 50, a VWAP, and a 200. That's what I'm looking at right here. And now I'm just trying to, I'm going to get a little bit out now, even though I know it's not like a huge winner here, but now I'm just trying to go short. I almost feel like it's a long now, to be completely honest with you. But until we sort of break this area, I've just still have like muscle memory of how horrible, you know, Friday was to the downside. So just waiting to see if we do give it up. I think it's really worth the risk to reward now to, you know, to risk like when I'm 25 cents now to make it all the way back down to the downside. So that's kind of what we're doing now with silver. But yeah, the whole Kevin Warsh effect, I think, has washed off of this. And now we'll just have to wait to see, you know, where the real move happens. We'll take another bid off right there at 71.40. And then we'll just get a little lower. I was going to go back to the Warsh joke. I was going to say something else, but whatever. I thought that was pretty good.
I feel like we get a lot of run out of that one. Oh, I had the joke drums, but they're on the wrong page.
Yeah.
Don't use that one enough. But I don't know. It's not terribly different. ZSL is just going to be inverse. There's basically it broke out, it pulled back into the prior high, and it dipped. It did miss. I mean, we'll make an argument that this dip got missed, but it just pulled back into that prior high several times and holding the volume weighted average price. But much like Bitcoin, it's somewhat of an inside type of day. Like there's volatility in here, but it's not nearly as extreme. So I think playing inside the range, VWAP to the high is all I'm looking for in ZSL, just to do a little bit of continuation. And overall, this type of a day, because it's consolidative, makes you feel like the bleeding might not be done. Because it's like you like consolidating in an uptrend sideways. Well, we're just kind of consolidating after the drop, gapping down a little bit. So yeah, just looking for it to pop. We'll see if we can't get the same range that we've been trading in before. And move on to, I don't know what number 2 is going to be. It could be AMD. It could be SNDK. It could be either.
It is in fact AMD, Neil, which is up over now 5 1/3%. Great day for AMD, and they are scheduled to report earnings tomorrow after the close. So make sure to catch that with us. AMD reports tomorrow after the close, and here's what analysts are expecting. They're expecting revenue of $9.67 billion compared with the $7.66 billion they printed last year on the quarter. Net income supposed to come in at around $2.17 billion compared with the $482 million they minted last year in terms of profit. When it comes to EPS, we're expecting EPS to come in at 84 cents per share. Not sure if that's adjusted, but compared with 29 pennies we printed last year on the quarter. Separately, a couple of analysts note today on AMD, Cantor Fitzgerald maintaining coverage with an overweight rating and a $350 price target. Their past rating was also overweight, so just maintain the same thing. RBC also sees upside in AMD result on healthy server demand. As a result, they boosted the price target as well up to 230, but kept it at sector perform. AMD up 5 1/3.
AMD just continues to do what everyone thinks and hopes that NVIDIA is going to do eventually, which is start moving again. Like AMD has gone, like it went 200 to 260 in the time that NVIDIA, I think, went like $5 or $6. Maybe it went $10, I don't know. But it certainly wasn't that far. And what's crazy about it is it's not like AMD's doing this because it's some kind of crazy value. If they meet expectations tomorrow night, then they'll be trading at a 37 PE because that's what the forward is, and don't even look at what the PE is now because its PE is probably lower than my weight or higher than what I weigh in pounds is my guess. But the forward's still going to be expensive even if they get as expected. So a beat is going to need to be in the cards given where they're sitting right now, and it's almost back at the 250 level. We're talking double top at 250 this afternoon on AMD. it just seems a little bit, I don't know, it just feels like the bar's gotten pretty high for them tomorrow. And every single time the bar has been high, with the notable exception of Meta, everyone's been getting slapped. So it's hard not to believe they're going to get slapped a little bit tomorrow night, but we'll see what happens when it gets there. I think the 250 is sort of the obvious spot you're looking for this afternoon. But something about the market this afternoon just screams of we could be a little bit more sideways. So I'd rather not be looking at something maybe correlated to the market too much, because that NASDAQ doesn't want to do anything this afternoon. Oh, we got a super chat about AMD from Adam.
All right, put it up.
Can you put that up?
Chat. Just quickly here, we did get out of Oracle a little bit on the low side there, as it was more than $1 in the money. Now it's starting to go back up. We'll put another piece here at 164. Watch out. I think I'm going to stop out if it takes 164.70 right there on Oracle. Yeah, I mean, if that's the key, right? I mean, that's what we've sort of been talking about here for a minute is, what does Wall Street expect from a lot of these companies? We did get a little bit of a disappointing number, obviously, from the expectation for Intel's forward guide, but obviously Intel is a completely different beast than AMD. I mean, are you trying to say, Adam, that it's going to be like a great number? I can't say it's going to be a bad number. I don't know where AMD is going to go, but the forecast should be good. I mean, Texas Instruments was, a good report there. Taiwan Semis, like nobody's really shouted at the top of their lungs that there's a problem with demand or anything like that as far as some of these GPUs are concerned. So I believe you're probably right if you're thinking that AMD has a chance to put forth a good guide. So I think that's probably a good call, and I think you're probably spot on that one, Adam. So yeah, great call on that. I haven't traded anything today. Like I was just in the space because it was AMD. I'm on Oracle, and it was just, we got $1 in there, and we're going to try to, my stop was always high, like just at this tick there. So normally you could get out at that 20, but I'm going to try to get out because we've already covered more than half of this trade. I'm going to get the rest out if we take this 50-period moving average here on a 1-minute chart. So I'm going to put my stop in right now in Oracle at 164.75. So 164, which would basically be flat. 70, well, it would be flat. 76s, so we put an offer enter, and we get going on Oracle. So that's what I'm doing right now, and I'm going to get the honor to throw it back to Sharif.
Headline there, guys. Just got this now. U.S. to host critical minerals ministerial on February 4th. I don't have more information than that. As soon as I do, I'll get it to you guys, but that's just coming in now. Let's talk about SanDisk, up 16%. Ridiculous move. This is the earnings play there in the aftermarket back on Thursday. It sold off aggressively on Friday, held some key technical levels right back, though, boys, into that 674, 675 area high that we got to in the pre-market on Friday. Today, several rating agencies taking the opportunity to chime in on SanDisk now that they've reported, with Citigroup boosting that price target from 490 to 750. Likewise here by Barclays, they raised the price target from 385 to 750, but they maintain the same coverage. And then Bernstein maintained SanDisk with an outperform rating, boosting the price target, boys, from 580 to 1,000. SanDisk, aka parabolic RAM name, up 16.6.
Oh, what a beast.
I mean, the movement that that thing had. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, the earnings was crazy on that name.
Yeah, look, we saw the parabolic numbers for them, right? Like 350% here, 300% there, whether you're talking about EPS or revenue or the guide. It was just unbelievable, and they were seen as needing to do that. That being said, on Friday, it just spent the entire day dumping. Like there's barely, I mean, outside of literally the end of the day, in the last half an hour or so, when I think you had a few relief rallies at the end of the day on Friday. When you have a down day like that, it's going to happen. But outside of that, it was a huge sell-off, and you've now come full circle. I mean, it's got to be painful for anyone that's thinking there's a top in some of these memory names, and and they did better than Western Digital, right? Like it was very much SanDisk's party, and Western Digital was like a side thought, because I believe in the aftermarket show, I think Western Digital was down a point or two and not doing anything, and they had a pretty good quarter. Yeah, and SNDK was just blowing it out. So for now, they remain the leader out of these memory names, and again, to me, it defies all logic. I think after seeing this topping tail candle on Friday, it's weird because I'm not sure why I didn't even pay for locates. Maybe for some reason I was like, yeah, it's probably not going to set up. after that kind of a topping tail candle, you're really thinking potential continuation, or at least like some kind of a hold lower. This might just break out again. So fantastic numbers. I suppose you could consider maybe there's a hiccup. Even if you think there's a hiccup when Micron reports and signals a top for the sector, Micron reports late in the cycle anyway, so you got plenty of time till then. So yeah, it just continues to go. Thankfully, didn't try shorting this one today. Once again, 16%. The stock, it's been an absolute rocket ship. And they needed to put up the numbers to justify it, and they did do that on Thursday.
Yeah, and we saw Western Digital, Micron, all those names continue to, make some moves. I did re-short, so we did get a little bit reloaded. There on Oracle. So again, like shorted that for about 10 cents worth of risk. We just shorted more at 66s or something like that. I told you saw where my stop went in. So we'll go like 3 to 4 to 1. We'll just scalp it out on the downside here. Hopefully we do get an opportunity to break, get some 164.20s down there. But we're still getting ready to stop out if and when that winds up breaking. So we'll reload that on the 50 period moving average, see if we can get a little lower. We're bidding 22s. Oh, there it goes, about to stop me out. Fine, like we've bidded it out and it's actually done well on this way down. So this is like quick stops, but long ended if the market wants to go. I don't know why Oracle just did that right there, by the way. So a nice little break here. We'll see if it can just almost stopping us out right now. So we'll be very, very careful with it, but it's Oracle downside. All right, Sharif, give us another one.
Good, boys, but I want to mention, so we put on the headline there not long ago that the U.S. is going to host a critical minerals ministerial on February 4th. So more information on it. It's going to be the inaugural one hosted by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It's scheduled for Wednesday of this week at the State Department. The summit is a major economic push by the Trump administration to secure supply chains for the raw materials essential for high-tech industries. We're talking about defense, AI, specifically aiming to reduce global reliance on China. That's going to be Wednesday, February 4th. Not sure about the time, whether it's with market hours or not. So maybe those minerals names, USAR, CRML, MP, all could be in play at that time. So more on that as soon as we get it. Let's go on to the next topic, though. Robinhood bleeding aggressively here. 9 3/4 down, hitting 7 months low. Robinhood, even though it had a decent headline out of England today, where they announced that it's launching a stocks and shares ISA, so which is basically a savings account. It said its stocks and shares ISA combines 0 platform fees, commissions, and low Forex fees, and a 2% cash bonus, which adding customers can earn about 2% cash back on new eligible ISA contributions when they fund their account before the 5th of April. So that's for English customers in England. Separately, Mizuho maintaining Robinhood with outperform rating and keeping the same price target at $172, guys. Trading at 89.69, down 9.85.
Ooh, it did get SSR though. It should be, yeah, it hit SSR. It must be, yeah. So it's going to be SSR today and tomorrow, which just means the uptick rule is in effect on this stock, making it a little bit more difficult for shorts to pile in. It needs to be an uptick if you want to hit the bid. But the other story for Robinhood is, look at this monthly chart. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously, this is the first day of the month, so this candle literally doesn't really mean much. That being said, if February is red, you've had an entire quarter to the downside, pulling right back in effectively to this. It's a key 90 level, because if you look at parabolic and then this consolidation, this 90, if we lose that this month, yikes. My first thought is this is the month that you probably look for the bounce back. So I think almost like March after earnings, or like late February, early March might be a good play for a bounce level, just technically for Robinhood. But that monthly, I haven't looked at that in a while to realize how bad it's gotten. I think there is a bounce chance, but if you're looking at it a monthly chart, February 1st is a bit easy to be making a call on it. I think at least waiting until the back end of the month after they've had a chance. We'll see, not just them, we'll see a bunch of different reports. We'll actually get a chance to even see how Bitcoin reacts to the 75 level. So there's a lot that you want to take in here, as it's been pretty hefty. All that said, because it is down 10% and it did already tag this 89, for this afternoon, I'd probably look for like a false break of 89 If it does a little bottoming tail candle down there, just look for like a scalp long off of, it has to do a bottoming tail or give some kind of an entry, but because it is SSR, that's at least worth a look for the day trade. Looks like it's trying to get down there too, only 50 cents away. An ugly, ugly day for Robinhood, and you know, they're not alone. I think SoFi is having a pretty, oh, actually, never mind. SoFi actually caught a bit of a bid here. It was weak at 9:30, but even that's catching a bid. So yeah, it's just a Robinhood struggling kind of day.
Yeah, damn you, SoFi and Robinhood. I was going to go over to SoFi and just be like, look, I mean, these guys already reported. So I don't know. Did we find out the day that Robinhood reports? Because I think it's going to be, well, I mean.
Having their ministerial.
I can look it up. Feb 10th. So Feb 10th right there. So you're still 10 days, well, not 10 days away, it's the second today, but a few days away now until the 10th, which would be, I guess, next Tuesday, right? So we'll see that report come in for Robinhood, but we already have the SoFi report, and it was well received until the market opened, and then it just cracked lower. So I would say almost the same thing. I mean, we got increased accounts on SoFi, better margins, like everything sort of made sense for them, and they just kept on falling to the downside. I still remember when Mitch was here and called this thing the next Palantir to the moon, and since then it's been going to, what'd you say, Middle Earth? So we'll have to wait to see what's going on now with Palantir, that's tonight, with SoFi. I still like the stock, man. I want to buy some more, and I think, you know, after today, down another 2%, it's probably primed to be bought. So I'm going to think about adding some more to the old kitty here for SoFi. I think you can sort of set it and forget it, and check back on this in a couple months, maybe heading into next earnings call. Like, I don't really understand, like, it's not a tariff play. There's really nothing about this, and why it's down here, I'm not sure. So yeah, I don't know. The banking names just continue to really be the struggle bus here. Like JP Morgan finally starting to bounce a little bit off 300 here today. I think they got as low as 296, 297 during this move down, yeah, right into there. So they had a little bit of an issue too. Came into some support and then bounced back upside. So there's no way I can expect, you know, a monster like SoFi or like JP Morgan, Bank of America, all these names that continue to get hit off earnings and it not happen to SoFi. So I'm going to be still relatively confident in SoFi, but, you know, got to give it a couple seconds to work out. But I do like both those names. I would say pick your poison and you'll probably be okay. Either one of those names, SoFi or Robinhood, on a downside push. Needs crypto. They both need crypto. So if crypto goes, you probably got a winner there. All right, Sharif, what's up?
Palantir, Sean, after the bell today, as we all know, make sure to catch that with us. Market recap show with the big boys and everybody. It's going to be live, of course, at 4 o'clock, expecting the reports come out at 4:05. We'll see up 1.46 today. And here's what the analysts are expecting. Expecting 23 pennies per share for EPS and $1.33 billion in revenue, which would be up 14 pennies per share and up from that $827.5 million top line number we got a year ago. William Blair as well, boys, upgrading Palantir with an outperform rating and a $200 price target, which is implying about a 36% upside move, despite Palantir being 29% off its November highs.
29%?
Yeah, I mean,
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I almost feel like it's more than 29%, but I'll just take Sharif's word and not
guess
even
it's
check it
not.
because I own the stock. So I'd rather be. No, you're 100% true, Sharif. It's fine, 29%. It might be, no, probably is. $200, right? 208 down to 140. So yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's close enough to that. $50 off 200. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. We just talked about Robinhood being down like 40%. Like some of these high flying names are just SoFi down from 32 to 22. You know, so down 35% as well. And that's just kind of par for the course. This is a high-flying name, right? Check this stock 2 years ago. Check this stock 1 year ago. Whenever you want to, you're going to be in the money as long as you didn't dance with any tech stocks like in the last 6 months or so. This is all the way back underneath where it was in August. I still feel like, believe in, you know, the people that are running these things. And I really do believe in Alex Karp. I think this guy's been a visionary as far as all of this space has been concerned. I think he's going to put up a number tonight, and I'd rather be long than short this name. I don't think the shorts are primed for a good time tomorrow, but every name has been popped and then dropped. So, okay, good little reload here on Oracle. I just want to make sure I'm putting some more out. We'll bid 49s there and get out another piece there as we reloaded some Oracle down there to the short side for that trade. But yeah, so Adair gave us some numbers here. We'll talk about that as it goes on, like what we're expecting to see tonight on this news for Palantir on the earnings report. But yeah, more defense contracts. You know, I'd like to see them talk about maybe getting into the commercial space a little bit heavier there. We know the contracts with the government are pretty sticky. So margin expansion would be real nice, man. If they can expand those margins and get a little more efficient on their side with AIP and with their foundry, I think it's going to be a real good sign for Palantir tonight. So we'll wait. Estimated EPS 23 cents. So that's what we're looking for, a positive EPS, and I think you're going to get it tonight.
You know, it's a big number
Palantir,
here.
but
they're expecting commercial revenue and government revenue to be even.
See, boom.
And that'll be like 14% quarter over quarter for government revenue and 29% quarter over quarter for commercial revenue.
Yeah.
So commercial revenue's actually been growing fast enough that at that rate, in theory, it will pass government revenue by next quarter. If it's supposed to be even now, and it's literally doubling its growth pace, so we should see that happen in Q2 of this year, which that's pretty much what everybody said needed to happen. They needed to diversify just away from only government contracts, and that's literally what's going to happen next Q. So we get the confirmation of that tonight. Maybe that's something to look for. Like if that ratio comes not as expected, maybe that could be a little bit weak for them. Or if it blows it out, like if commercial passes government revenue instead of just tying it, that could be a big deal. As far as action this afternoon, I mean, I don't know. You can like trying to predict what a stock is going to do in the afternoon going into the earnings is a bit of a fool's game. It's an inside day relative to what we did on Friday. It couldn't break the 151 top on Friday. It couldn't do it this morning, but it hasn't broken the lows. Because the market's strong and it's selling off, I think you'd favor the short for the afternoon just because it's been going going reverse of what the market's or inverse of what the market has been doing. But yeah, I'd be looking at that commercial versus government revenue as a good litmus for tonight. It's something to watch out for. We're always trying to pick apart, because let's be real, like for almost every single time we're looking at major earnings, like when was the last time there was a company that we're all caring about enough to be focused on in the aftermarket show and they missed on EPS? When was the last time that? I don't know. It's usually some stock that we're not looking at that's going to miss on EPS or revenue. It's not going to be them. So you got to start looking at the individual line items. I think that'll be an interesting one to watch. What's also going to be interesting to watch is this afternoon, I'm hoping, is going to be GameStop, which cannot seem to stop going up. Pun actually not intended.
No?
There at all. No, not really. There's just can't seem to slow down, I could have said. Can't seem to reverse. So if that's going to be the case, it looks like it has a chance to get to $26. And I don't know. I don't know why I wasn't involved in the 25. I do know why. It's because I was looking at 4 other stocks in the morning. But it was a pretty clean breakout for GameStop. So I think before it gets to 26, involvement in front of the quarters might be a nice place to join the party. Good strong day for them today. Hasn't really slowed down. And TTM star, what's wrong with Softy? I wish I could tell you. Everyone's been asking that question since earnings.
Yeah, I can tell you exactly what's wrong. Lower Azure growth. I mean, they missed.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't a huge miss.
No, you don't have to have a huge miss. You just have to have one miss.
That's what I'm saying about the Palantir. It's like, well, you have to have something that you're looking out for. And if they can find one thing to nitpick, you're going to get beat the heck up. You could make the argument that it's too much, which is fair, but then that provides you with an opportunity to dip by it. It's at the double bottom right now at 420, or close enough to that double bottom. So that's where it has to hold. Like day one, it held 420, got a higher low. Now we get to see if there's a bit of a double bottom. I think that's usually when I start to like something. When you get that chance to, because you can't make a double bottom without it being a couple of days. So this is day 3, and it hasn't broken the low yet, which is a good sign. So maybe tomorrow there's some long here in Microsoft to work off of it. Silver not doing much. IBIT has not gotten me short, which means it must not be at the volume-weighted average price yet, but if it does get there, looking short on Bitcoin, which isn't having, I mean, it's not having a bad day, it just had a bad weekend.
No, it's all right. We'll do a little face slapper here because we're scalping out of our silver trade. Their nice trade, man, now 30 cents in the money on SLV as it continues to make moves lower right there. So we'll scalp a little bit out. And then we have our dollar club, which is great. Oracle just printed me at 164. Well, it's right here right now. So here comes Oracle. I mean, whether or not you want to sit here on the bid or not, I've just been taking some fills out here at 164.05. But yeah, we're looking to break lower, and we just shorted it right there. So not bad. Short, reload, short, boom. Trying to cover a little bit. I still have about a third left, so I'm going to punch out a little little bit more, just hit that 25 bid or offer, get out of there. Now we'll hold an official, about a third left of this, a little under that with our last little out there. So we'll see if it comes through. The market is bleeding to the downside. So this is a real good move right there back in. My Tesla's probably puking all over itself. No, not really. So this was the only mistake that we've made really today, was right there. I mean, Tesla's, like I said, it's going to be P&L too. Obviously, silver's taking that over, and we want to say props up again to the silver trade that we're in right now. But there it is, nice downside move for Tesla. And we got stopped out literally at the high of the day, which is fine. I mean, you got to have your stops somewhere, and I'm happy to do that. But there it is, nice little pullback in there, as we are now officially broken now through 164. So we can cha-ching, ring that register if you want that dollar club. And I'm going to take another bid out right there, punch those 06s and get a little bit more out, as we were trying to just figure this trade. We still got an hour and a bit until the imbalances, and then we have tonight's trade. But for me on Oracle, it's breaking lower there. And we wanted a name that was, pretty hot. We saw the market trying to fall down. We've actually lost on the market our one trade. Yes, go. Oh boy, it's getting better. But I was just waiting to see if we can break lower through here. Again, there's the take on your 50 period, or so your 200 period moving average. Now you got a little bit of a cross happening. This is on a 5-minute chart. None of this is really vetted. This is just sort of me looking to see what these ranges are looking like. But that's what I'm talking about. And then there's the move back down. So we'll see. We waited for 165. It came. We got it. Now we can hold that 1/3, a little bit under 1/3, to see how much further we can go on this name. Just trying to check out the scanners here. We have a trade rate. This is brought to you by eSignal. And right now it's reading the Qs. It's reading NVIDIA, SLV, which I'm in right now. And SLV is going to be the P&L number 1. Today for me. And then there's Palantir. That's a little disappointing. I was hoping that would stay above 150. Micron there, SoXL, Tesla, of course, Oracle we're already on. Netflix, eh? So this was a name that I was looking at as well, Netflix, earlier during the midday, and I was actually debating a short on it. Okay, something just happened with silver. It just went ham there to the upside. So we'll get quickly in and out as it breaks 72. But we'll still clock it, man. For silver, what a trade today for SLV. But yeah, it comes out there as it just ticks a little bit higher. So that's why you got to have your stop outs. And there it goes, man. And like I said, I've been really trading silver for the last couple of weeks, and it's been a great time. And I think it'll be on my watch moving forward from now on. Was the single biggest trade I was saying outside of the IPOs for me on the show on Friday. And we put a number up again here today. We only put up about a quarter of what we did on Friday, but still a good day, needless to say, there on SLV. But there's the spike up, and you get out and you don't ask questions, right? We still got this dollar winner here on Oracle, and we'll look to see what happens after that. But yeah, there's a big move there for SLV. Not a big move, but one that gets me out there.
Well, I've been sitting on this. Well, I can tell you that ZSL or ZSL, some people want me to say, we're Canadian. It had the same bottom 4 times throughout lunch, and it just broke it on volume. So I'm going to jump out of it. I was just looking at the scan. I did finally get that IBIT short off the volume-weighted average price. But looking across the board, if you look at even GameStop, this is not wanting to drop. It had to tick back right off of the highs, just as we were talking about it, right back in to the top. So there's really not much of a dip going on here. But I am brought over to Intel, which has had a pretty significant dip. This looks like a head and shoulders now on Intel. It got close enough to 50, and then Friday's high at about 49.5. So I'm kind of thinking, if we're going to get all the way to VWAP, clearly you've broken this trend. So I want to still look for VWAP in here. It's been an okay short where I've been able to pick it up, but I want to see if I can get it in front of the 49.5, which is effectively Friday's highs. And as for I'm still in WBD, which I can quickly just show you. That's just from the morning. Whatever. That's the Netflix. There's news on the Netflix deal with Warner Brothers, but they just set the vote. So I don't know. For some reason, setting the vote caused this to pop up and trade above the buyout price for a little bit, which is $27.75. So when it was trading higher than the price, I just shorted it. It just hasn't fallen all the way back to where. I can't most of the way back, but it hasn't fallen all the way back. I thought I had a bid down here. I should have a bid down at 45 in there. There we go. Thought I had it in there. So I've just been sitting in that one the entirety of the day. There's no significant news which would cause that spike, but I do like some Intel. Up 6%, but it feels like it's making a bit of a top. I like that head and shoulders look for sure. Circle, new low of the day. That doesn't surprise me. I think this one's just in the penalty box. Someone asked me, is this a good place to buy Circle in the chat when we were coming on? And my answer was, I don't think I ever like a stock the day, like the literal day that it breaks the all-time low is probably the last day that I'm thinking about buying. Like if it bounces off the low and then does something after that, like it holds a low, get a double bottom, and like something here, like if it bounces off the low and then a few days later you're getting a higher low to play off of, that's one thing. But if it's literally breaking the low as of today, that's a hard pass. Let it fall. Let it try to show you where the bottom is going to be instead of trying to guess. Oh, like maybe this is going to be the low. Nah, forget it. It just broke. This isn't a downward spiral. Just let it do what it's doing at this point.
Yeah, that's my trading mentality here with Oracle. We are now $1.58 in the money. So we'll do this. We haven't done this thing in a while. Money storm for Oracle. We'll look for something else right now. Yeah, so we're just letting this thing fly down. Remember where our stop was? Our stop was about 8 cents away on this trade here for Oracle. So like I said, man, if you're going to be, just really consider myself just a risk manager. So, you're going to give yourselves 8 cents worth of risk to now make 146 cents. But you can't predict how far it's going to go down. So we'll just start to ease it out right here near the lows of the day for Oracle. And, what was once up is now down. They're going to be raising more money, financing some of their deals that they've been talking about and their build-outs. But, yeah, market no likey, me shorty, bye-bye right now on that one. Gold, with the U.S. dollar right now starting to tick upside a little bit. Downside on the U.S. dollars, creating silver, other way around, creating silver just to absolutely fly. And you want to talk about a risk manager, like right there, right? I shorted all of this, right, all throughout the afternoon, boom, 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 and then it breaks and we get out. And then there it goes, right? So you take like a 20-cent hit or whatever, and now you don't have to worry about this kind of like epic move higher right there. But we were talking about the dollar. This is slipping down a little bit right now. It's not a dramatic move or anything, but that's, helping us with that silver trade. And as the dollar continues to go a little lower right there, you're going to see also gold. Wow, there goes silver, man. This is really bumping right now. What goes bumping the night? Yeah, silver is the right answer. Huge move there. And then gold as well, trying to get back up to said upside as well there. So a bunch of movement happening right now in the space. GLD and SLV both starting to go upside, getting ready to maybe short around $74. I just saw there on the chart for SLV. Here's a 5-minute chart, a little more clean here on E-signal coming right into this level. Actually, that's 75. This is the level I was looking at. Yeah, still 75. So we're still a minute away. That's your 200-period moving average coming into that right now at 74.25. But nice move higher there on SLV. We can chart and see if it does bounce off that 200-period moving average, which is on this chart 78, on my other chart 74. So a couple of different lines there, but yeah, we'll wait to see $74 potentially there. But this is the biggest trade of the afternoon right now, and it's going to be Oracle. Now $2 in the money, and this is something that, again, we're sitting here. Neil and I obviously make different decisions, and we look at different things. But there it is, man. We put this on with you twice. At 2 o'clock right here at 165. Then we put on again at 2:20 at 165. Then we put on again right there at 2:30 at 165. So in just 15 minutes, you're now in the $2 club. Now 15 minutes. So not horrible. You never know where your bread's going to get buttered, but it was buttered with Oracle and pretty good there. Nice move downside here in the futures. Better move in Oracle, and yeah, there it goes. Too bad again about I haven't even looked at Tesla, but too bad about that. Getting stopped out there. That was the only real blemish that we're going to have today. But and that's off of. And Tesla's still my number 2 stock. Right? We had the Tesla long, but we tried to get short there, and then boom into the downside. So there goes Tesla down now. There goes Oracle. Oracle's really bleeding, man. Now more than $2, and GameStop keeps going to the high side here. So. Warner Brothers, iBit, and Oracle is what we've got on right now. Let us know in the chat how you think the trading's going today, what you think of our positions, what you think of your positions, or anything you guys want us to talk about. Put it in there and let us know. Let us know what you think of how we're trading.
Can we throw the super chat up?
You want. Yeah,
if we can, Andre. There we go. Fuse is apparently starting to run again. We talked about this small capper early for sure. Yeah, there's a Fuse stock on the venture. It's not the same thing. No, this one is broken through VWAP. This was one of the small cappers this morning that fit the bill that I think we heard Luis talk about it. We've heard Sharif talk about this, where it's above the volume weighted average price, but it did eventually lose it. Hey, guess what? It was able to get it back. So 100% to the upside on this. Do need to note, this is, like, if you do look at this on the daily chart, this was like a dumpsville from its inception that has yet to really break out the top. Sometimes the bigger parabolic move is after it makes a fresh high. So the simple fact that you have rejected the lower high, like it's day 2 lower high, got rejected at 370, the top being 376. So be a little bit wary of this making some kind of a crazy move today, especially given that, like, the weakness. So you make your high at 945 and then a lower high after that, you need to see buyers above here. If it can close above 320 on a 15-minute chart, there's still plenty of time for that to happen, then I think a long in there is going to make a little bit more sense. But for now, yeah, kind of a good run on it, but I look at where it made that high earlier, and I'm still be at least mini skeptical, especially when the volume is picking up, but not absolutely crazy yet. We do like it better than just about anything else that I've seen in small cap land. I guess you count GameStop as a small capper. Like, not really. It's not on the same ilk. And it's moving very structured. GameStop's not giving you any dips to get in. It's just gliding higher. So still an IBIT. I haven't got filled in Intel yet, but we've got VWAP on IBIT and just looking for it to break down into the low of the day as we're at 78.5 on Bitcoin. And as long as we're underneath 80K, like in this range, underneath 80,000 to me is still going to be bearish. If you get back above 80, I think there's room for it to get to about 84,000. But underneath it, I just think it's going to be a bit bearish. So we'll see how it goes the rest of this afternoon. Market started bleeding off, so I can't really find any longs that I'm in love with right now. If there's any other small cappers going that you see some relative strength in, just throw them in there. I see some people mentioning Fuse over and over again. And NVIDIA in the chat, a couple of questions there. Okay. Yeah, but that's weak. I mean, yeah, look, the market's heading down, NVIDIA's heading down with it. This thing can't seem to get going. There's something about NVIDIA right now that has nobody excited in the stock, yet all of the hyperscalers telling you that it should be absolutely fine. And for whatever reason, the love seems to be in advanced micro devices, but that's not breaking 250 either. Where's my Intel fill? Actually, I just missed Intel, apparently by like 2 cents. Like,
I'm getting close.
Maybe 3.
About silver here. I was looking at GameStop, same kind of ways. I mean, you know, we just had opportunity 25 right into here, 25.50, 25.60 to buy it. But if it does come back in, maybe we could do something there. Otherwise, the 200 period is at 25.50. So I'm going to look over there. Oracle, we got pretty light down here at 163. So let's just let this one cook. We'll put our stop in now. We'll change it just a little bit, and we'll see what this is saying now on that side of things. And, you know, we do have its area, I mean, it's 21 period, it's everything is right up here for Oracle, so we can wait. The 50 period, they're kind of at the same level of 164 right now, so let's put a 164 stop out, and if that happens, oh well, we'll just take $1 on what's left. So we'll go 164, we'll stop out of that if that is what winds up happening indeed, and if it's not, that's okay. And then after that, man, not much else for me right now. We'll continue to look for some other opportunities. I was interested in a couple other names there, but they just haven't panned out. We can talk quickly about them. And one actually was going to be Meta. And I was actually looking to see if maybe I could trade a different, you know, like one of the lower names, like FBL or something like that, where you get more of a levered play because you're coming into VWAP. So I'm not 100% sure it's going to hold, but this isn't a bad area. If you're thinking about a long right now for Meta, it's just dropped basically $6 right in now. Obviously, we're holding on to this Oracle short, but we just talked about where our out is. And the other play, we're going to go to Adair in 1 second. I know what I was thinking about, and I just should have done it. I got distracted with Oracle. I was going to say, let's try 74 just real quick on silver. Yeah, it didn't come in. So we tried it there. It did fail a little bit, off 74, right back in. You know, number one P&L name today, number one P&L name on Friday. Hopefully going to be that, hopefully close all week. If we're watching it, we can hit it really well with silver. So good trade there. And you know what? Even though we missed the trade, still great because we definitely had the right idea. So we'll hit it next time if we do want it. $74 there on SLV. What's up, Dara?
What's up, Sean, is we're going to go over Palantir earnings. Those are going to be coming after the bell. And it's funny, Neil, as you mentioned that commercial and government revenue, I was already working on this infographic here. This shows on the left-hand side, there's like two charts here in this infographic. Left-hand side shows U.S. commercial and government revenue each quarter from Q1 24 to Q3 25. The chart on the right shows revenue growth for U.S. commercial and U.S. government revenue on a year-over-year basis. Now, what I find interesting about this is not so much U.S. commercial revenue catching up to U.S. government revenue, but more the slowing in the growth of the U.S. government revenue compared to the increasing growth in U.S. commercial revenue. Again, this is quarterly basis, but interesting look here for PLTR. You can find this infographic on many, many others on Palantir and other companies on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Yeah, but I think, so and that's something we're going to pay attention to. One of the best things about the aftermarket show this week is, well, especially tonight, like we get to focus on Palantir. So we can, it's essentially going to be all focused on Palantir. Apologies to anyone that's interested in Simon Property Group, but they'll report at 4:05. We'll probably let you know how they're doing. Almost nobody's going to be watching it. But at the end of the day, we can look at those line item numbers because it's not just going to be about the top and bottom beat. And as Adara showed you guys, it looks almost better. It's one thing to say the growth. Someone just asked me about BBI, that's why the chart's up here. No, but it's one thing to say the growth in U.S. commercial revenue. It's another to look at it on that chart and see how impressive it has been. Someone had asked me the thoughts about BBAI, and all I'll say is the same thing. This stock had been absolutely so respectful of the 200-period moving average that once it breaks, I would just back it out. If I'm looking at the daily chart, and go from the daily and go to the higher time frame after that. You know, and on the weekly chart, you've got a little support here at 450, but I'd almost look a little deeper. Like the $4 level gives you the 200 SMA on the weekly and then a support level in there. So that feels like the right spot to at least be patient for. Because if you've been buying off the 200-period moving average, it gave you so many wins that the last time, okay, fine, just back off of it until it gives you some kind of a bottom. And for now, it hasn't. So it's not the same as like the all-time low break that we saw in Circle, but it's similar when you lose a major moving average like that.
I want to say, here's our portfolio tracker. We have one person in the green, and it's Adara.
Thank you very much.
I've always said Adara is the smartest one here. And no, Obi's already disqualified, but Obi's done really well, man. Obi's had some good trades, but disqualified Obi. But yeah, Adara, man, Adara's there. And then there's Joe and Sharif, the midday madness holding fort right there. And then Neil and I taking up the rear right now, 10 and 11, and they're fluctuating. It's going back and forth here. The chat with their plays, Brendan Fabian right there with
chat plays.
Chat plays with Tesla, NVIDIA, and BBAI. So they wrote it with me on BBAI there. But yeah, right now this is what's going on. And just to give Adara the dues there, it's the Oracle short. We've been talking about that for a minute. And that's, I mean, I'm in it right now. We're printing, so that's good. So thanks, Adara. But there it is. That's the big one. So basically washing between Boeing and Starbucks, and then it's the Oracle short. And I'll just go over, Obi has some good plays here. Sidhu short and Circle short. So unfortunately, both of you have to be in the S&P 500, I think, to short it is what we decided. And he chose these two, which is fine. But good trades. Both these shorts hitting it. And then I don't even know if he knows what BW is, but he chose it anyways. Actually, I think that's the wrong.
Are you sure? Because I don't remember.
This is not,
I don't remember him saying this stock, to be honest with you.
No, he did say it, but I don't think it was. It might have been. Well, let me ask him. But he did. No.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah.
It was BW Babcock Wilson for sure, or Babcock. Whatever,
Wilcox.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I just thought it was more expensive. I thought, for sure it was the right name. I just wasn't sure if there was another stock, but this is right. I just looked it up. So it's only a $10 name. I thought the one that he chose was a little higher than that. But yeah, so this is fine. So everything's fine. Just, anyways, congrats to Obi, man. This guy right there up 24%. But yeah, nice moves down. And all the rest of us other than Adara right now. Sharif, let me see what Sharif is holding right here. Broadcom, okay, so like Marvell, that's going to be down. And then, so he's basically flat as well, obviously, right there. I did. Oh, stock ranking right here. Okay, here we go. So yeah, nice. Thanks, Fabian. Circle. Yeah. So there's all the shorts right now. I mean, the market's bleeding. Northrop Grumman, IREN. That's Brendo's. That's up 8%. Astis, nice move. Ramin. Oh yeah, Freeport with the copper still holding out there. Nvidia, AG's the silver play there. Eli Lilly. Anyways, once you get into there, now you start to bleed down a little bit. But we'll keep this up and we'll just keep tracking it for you guys, right? I mean, it should be a really fun thing that we decided to do. And thanks to Dara and Fabian and everybody for, working hard on making sure that we keep our sort of tracker up to date and legit there. So yeah, S&P futures now getting a little bit of a pop, so that's a nice story. We already know where we're going to get out of Oracle, but I'm just going to save a little bit of money and see if I can get something out at 85. But if it does break through 164, then we will. We got that, Phil. So there it is. Now we'll take ho-hum. We'll have to take $1 on this one. So here we go, man. We're about to get ready to get out of Oracle. So I see you just got on Intel.
I was in it. I just got some out in the low 20s and then just got a refill in there. We said we're waiting for Intel in front of this prior, like this higher low. It's actually not 49.5. It's about 49, 42, the meaning of life. So if it breaks out above that, it's like the low 40s, then we'll jump out. So 35 short, and inside the range, it's 49 to about 49.2. So just underneath like 1 percentage point is where the range has been the last little bit. And then IBIT, we've been in, pretty much the entire time. GameStop's still not really doing anything, but IBIT's coming back into VWAP. So I might take a reload on this. If it can lose VWAP again, it's like a tick above, then I'll jump back in and reload what we took out. But obviously, the market's ticking higher. I just heard the same thing where they said SPY ticking higher. But then I looked over at the chart. Oh, come on, low chart. And this is, that's the tick higher. It's immediately reversing the move. So
oh my God!
It got to the highs, and then well, a second ago it wasn't big time.
We just got stopped out of
now
Oracle.
Now it's really moving down.
And now Oracle flushes down a little bit, but there it goes, right there to the downside. So the futures just went up and down. I don't, almost as if nothing's working in my ear because I don't hear any updates on what that move just was right there. So we'll just wait. Yeah, I don't think there's any news. So if there is, Adara will hit it. Look just how crazy that was there for Oracle. We just got out at 164. Now it's down to 163. But like I said, we only had 15% left or something. We really emptied out the clip. But there goes Oracle. Wow, see? It's the life of a trader, man, and that's what you do. You just get stopped out. This is literally what happened to me on Tesla. Like we're stopped out at the top again. Like look at this Tesla trade, stopped out at the top of the day. We have the #1 high print. We pretty much have the low print too, so that's okay, but right into there, right? Otherwise, bang, nice move there. But yeah, nice move down there to the downside. And we actually, as we were worrying about our Oracle there, silver kind of came back up to 74, gave you another chance to short that one more time. But yeah, nice move down here in the futures. That's too bad, man. We did have that trade there on Tesla. That's the one that I'm going to be ho-humming about for a minute. And then we did mention Meta as well. That was at VWAP. That's just bounced again nicely off that level, which we sort of mentioned, like, maybe that would be something that could happen off 710. Now you're up to 712 again there for Meta. So that bounced actually quite nicely at those levels as well. So yeah, things kind of, working the way they should here. 78.1
treasury numbers
right now. Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah. 78.1 right there now for crypto. So that continues to fall back in as well. We initially wanted the short. We wrote down 46. We should have just taken 45. How many times you got to see that? All right, what's up, Adara?
Yeah, so as I heard Neil say there, what happened here is U.S. Treasury here with their QRA estimates expected to borrow $574 billion in Q1. They see end cash balance of $850 billion. Again, just U.S. Treasury coming out with its QRA estimates, looking like that's maybe what provided some excitement and volatility to the market because pretty much every stock I'm seeing here had some kind of move on that. Back to you.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, Neil, just wait quickly. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily levered ETFs, featuring, of course, built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Thank you to Global X.
Shout out to Global X. I feel like the move came right before that that treasury number. But either way, if that was the cause of it, I'm just going to throw break even. If you have a spike down on volume like that, if we get back to where you were before, which would be a little bit surprising, then it could have just been like a liquidity grab, and I don't want to reload the shorts again. So Intel, we got the 49 print. Now the stop's at break even. We either get VWAP or we get break even, and I just typed Intel when I was already on it. But IBIT did come down. It also flashed off of VWAP. I'll feel the same way. Like either we, oops, I don't want a 420, I want a 44. Either we get through and get to the lows, or we wait till the volume weighted average price. Like too early on IBIT today, and should have just waited. It's one of those. Actually, what's hilarious is I was going over the plan and like, oh, what was I looking at this morning? And the one thing, there's always stuff that doesn't set up that you just don't do because it never gets to your price. But I liked IBIT at 45, and then it spent some time at 45, and I didn't trade it at 45. Like the same way silver, if you were shorting silver, it was short off VWAP, or ZSL was long off of VWAP. Well, IBIT did the same thing at the 45 level, and I keep waiting till it's at the volume weighted average price, which is fine. But you got to make sure when it's at that level, if you're there and ready and locked and loaded, then you got to at least take the trade. Now, I wasn't there the entire time, but after noon, like right in here, there was a chance to grab it. So I'm going to go break even on at least the other two, IBIT and Intel. Warner Brothers, I'll probably just get out if that cracks above the volume weighted average price itself as we speak. But if you look at, I just saw someone say, Save Man Woman just said, Apple is gold safe play. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, except for the fact that when that market made a little bit of a dip down, Apple basically held the high and then just ran $1. So that dip, the buyers came instantly into Apple and just didn't care. It seems like, and it makes a lot of sense, like Apple had a good quarter, man. And this is what you want to see after a strong quarter, which is instantaneous dip buying, and even a liquidity grab on Friday through the lows. Like anybody that thought this was going to dump in here got trapped when it then eventually held support, and now you're off to the races. Sometimes it just takes a good liquidity grab for something to get going. It's almost like they wanted to run the bottom after earnings before taking this thing to the moon. Sometimes they do it dirty like that. Never really believed this one should have been sold off, but then it is what it is. Apple 3.5 points today, looking incredibly good. Hopefully a sign of things to come the rest of the week. Hopefully my recent Amazon purchase doesn't get schmacked to the downside. Hopefully Amazon does better than some of their new releases. Outside of the Night Manager, they got nothing going on in Prime.
Yeah, well, those are lost causes. You don't ever want to
actually, Fallout's pretty good.
You don't want to hold any of these stocks for streaming, that is for sure. Yeah, no, Amazon I think is definitely in danger because of what every major mega cap stock outside of Meta has done so far, but Apple's nicely rebounded.
Apple's looking pretty good, I think.
Yeah, no, Apple. Yeah, but Apple's on a mode of its own, man. Apple's just a monster. When you have those products and you can just keep on. I mean, the thing about Apple, like Apple and Google are by far my two favorites Mag 7 names. But if you're uncertain about Mag 7 and you're not sure which one you would rather be in, one or the other, this Mags ETF, MAGS, you get all 16% of each of them are in this stock here. So you don't have to, and they reinvest the dividends and then, it makes all sense. There's only two names that will give a dividend in the Mag 7, but, nice move higher there for this name today, up 0.29. So if you ever sort of wondering what the Mag 7 were doing as opposed to everything else, you can get this Mag stock. And if you just look at this is what it's been doing for a little while. We said it's nothing since November. So MAGS just kind of absolutely doing nothing here since November. And that's kind of the whole lot of them, so just be careful, pick and choose your ones. I love Amazon. I'm in all of them, so it's a matter of time. I think the one with the biggest growth potential, in my opinion, would be Tesla. So we'll have to wait to see if that, makes any sense or not. But now trying to rebound a little bit. We talked about maybe getting leaps or something on Tesla for a little bit of a longer period. Starbucks moving around.
It's the only one, Tesla, just to go further in that conversation, like Tesla's the only one where you can see it being something very different from what it is now, and it's a growth industry with a tons of addressable market. Like Google's is like the new Microsoft, where like, okay, well, what's the company that's going to be around? Like Microsoft has gone through like 3 very long cycles being like a top 5 market cap company. So you feel like I feel like Google's the one that has that moat where like you're not really worried about where they're going to be, and then Tesla is the one where when you start thinking about, okay, in the future, automated driving and the robots, if you can picture a world where everyone has a robot in their house, well, who else is going to, at this point, who else is really going to do that? It's not that others couldn't, but no one's really trying to do that humanoid robot the same way that Tesla is. So the first one at the break-even spot at VWAP is going to be IBIT. Intel's not really bouncing as aggressively, but Bitcoin goes back up through the volume-weighted average price. So after that little mini spike to the downside, things are catching right back up. Yeah, if we break, it'll be just the 35. Like I had to stop at like 44, but if it breaks our entry price, I would just get out of this. Just feeling like that little spike down, if it was on that little treasury thing, if we're able to take out the top, just get away from it. Just get away from the shorts at that point. Yeah, and I thought GameStop was going to be a thing this afternoon, but the volume, it dipped, and the volume is decreasing after the dip. It's not even holding steady on volume. It's still decreasing volume, unfortunately. Grant Radcliffe, do I like Marvell off the 200? Marvell, I know Marvell's your baby, but my answer to, not really, like I'm not buying more chip and AI plays right now. Like that's, so like that answer would be no. That being said, any company that I am a fan of, that I am looking to add, I'm a person that adds off the 200 period moving average. Like if I think this company is going to be like part of my core holdings 5 or 10 years from now, and I have money to allocate towards it, then I buy it at the 200 period moving average. Like right now, that stock that I'm not getting continues to forever be G Vernova. But it's like, yeah, if I have money, which I do, like I have money I want to put into this stock, and it just keeps on not wanting to dip at all. But if I was a buyer of Marvell, certainly I'd buy it at the 200 period moving average. If you believe in it for 5 to 10 years and you've got the money to allocate, I do that 90% of the time if those conditions are met. There could be circumstances, like if a stock that I like and I want to add has like bad news that just hit and it happens to be at the 200, I might back off. But if there's nothing wrong with it, then I would add. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
I just want to mention here TTD because it's pushing into low of day more or less, if you kind of excuse this opening candle here. TTD on watch after Adweek reports that Amazon's going to be opening its ad stack to AI agents with its MCP rollout. Again, TTD tends to move to the downside in any kind of AI or in general ad competition, specifically from major companies. So again, TTD pushing lower as Amazon reportedly opens its ad stack to AI agents. Back to you, TTD.
Thank you, Adara. And we have a poll up for the Palantir earnings. So here's my only issue with this is, here's the options. Palantir reports earnings tonight. What is your prediction? Now, to vote in the poll, you have to be a subscriber because it's a subs-only chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, jump in if you're hearing me, if you haven't. And then God candle, which is 160 plus. 160 would be less than the expected move, by the way. That's only $12, and we're expecting a 10% move. So to me, a God candle would need to break 165. You got to be bigger than the expected move. But sell the rip, bearish, flat priced in, just watching. I mean, I'm not trading it, but we should all just be watching. Sell the rip. Here, I want to say sell the rip, because to me that just means less than the expected move. Like it doesn't break out the expected move. I think just God candle should say 165, 170.
Man, God is forever undefeated. That God candle would have to go up to $300 to be a God candle, but I agree with you. Yeah, you got to get going on that.
It's got to do more than $10 for a God candle.
Yeah, if it was like a Jesus candle, maybe. But right into here, I chose sell the rip as well, because it has nothing to do with what I think about the stock. I mean, it would be nice if there was a nice little rip to happen there. And it more has to do with what's been happening in the space. I mean, like I was just saying, like if we rip up tomorrow, for some reason, obviously a good report, I think that's just the right play to do, and sell it and ask questions later. It's not, like whatever, like you said, like hopefully your average cost base on Palantir is a little lower. It hasn't been the greatest stock for a long time, so just be careful with it. I did sell the rip as well, and we'll see if that can come all the way upside on that one. All right, well, here we go, man. New position. You know, your boy's here, so we're going to start trading. I don't know how more is going to go. We just put this on right now. It came right into the 50-period moving average. And I generally speaking, this is not going to be for a long time, man. We're just going to hold this to see what the reaction here is on any kind of move. If there is a move before earnings, if we do come back to the downside, just look at this 50-period moving average, right? It's been fine. So we just get a bid up there, it hits 25s. So my stop out right now is a break of that 25 level. All right, so we're taking, like I said, we're taking very light shares. I normally, and you've heard me say this numerous times on the show, like heading into an earnings call or report, it's not, you know, you have no idea what the positioning of some of these major funds are going to want to have heading into this, whether or not they're dumping their shares today into the report, whether or not they're adding into it, whether or not they're even doing anything with 45 minutes to go. But, you know, I'm just going to hold out. If we're able to scalp a little bit out, first bid is actually, and we just got missed. My first bid was at 86, and it went to 90s flat. So we just got missed there. If we do get one little swipe down, hopefully we'll be able to get picked up there. And then the one-to-one math starts to happen, and then we'll see if we can break lower into earnings and be flat into earnings, right? We do not hold positions past 4 o'clock unless we're waiting for something specific, and tonight, like a rebalance or something. There you go, Neil. Have some fruit salad, man, on the Palantir trade. We'll pay for the fruit salad tomorrow for you, my guy. But there it is, a nice move to the downside right there on Palantir. Now we didn't make that much money. We just got to have a little piece. Now we'll wait to see if Palantir makes that move continued back into the downside right now for PLTR. Just, you know, holding it. Glad we sort of talked about it. It's right there, 21 cents in the money. Like, it's decent, so, you know, it's only $147 stock. We'll see if it gets a little bit lower. We take it, you know what, let's take out another piece right now at 84. Oh, we just stopped the move right there. You might have saw a NASDAQ 2 sort of show up there. All right, let's wait to see what winds up happening. We'll try if we can get up like 5 or 10% down at these levels, but just trying to add a little bit to it, you know. Get that fruit salad thing going on there. Bye-bye GameStop as well.
I checked. It's not really.
No, okay, someone in the chat there, but there it is, man. There's a decent play on Palantir. Let's wait to see what winds up happening, man, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, Palantir. Well, Palantir is certainly moving, but GameStop, we'll see. I mean, it's pulling back into VWAP. That could be a nice little spot. We're about 20 cents away from VWAP, which for GME, that's almost a full percentage point. So you wanted to see the volume-weighted average price before bounce. It's 315, and at the pace that it's moving down, by the time you get to the volume-weighted average price, it actually might be 330. And then we're looking at the early look, looking at the imbalances. The early look has, I mean, Coupang's in there, 9's a penny stock, so no one cares about that. Nothing really too crazy, and we're not expecting any big index actions. The only thing I would add to that is it's the first of the month, so sometimes you might see just some random names pop up first day of the month, last day of the month, that kind of a thing. If we see that, it'll be on, you know, we'll be all over it, but the early look with the New York stocks is pretty much a nothing burger. Right when I got out of IBIT, it turned around. The market's still holding a little bit lower. I might jump into this, but I want to see if there's something in crypto land that's moving a bit more, and I was just double checking BMNR. As you can see, there's a bit of a difference between the chart of BMNR and BTC. Like BTC is just hugging the volume-weighted average price. This is actually trending now. So it's within the space. Obviously, it's an ETH treasury play, but generally speaking, going to follow crypto. So if you see that, we had that big spike at 3 o'clock on that little treasury number. It failed 23. It's got a lower high at 23, so I want to fade this off of the 23 level. Pretty sure I paid for locates this morning because I don't think they're free in this stock. I want to sit in the, oh, maybe I didn't. So I'm going to go pay for them. They're probably going to be like literally nothing. BMNR?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was down 10%.
Well, it's, the way I look at it, if Bitcoin's having a bad day and ETH is having a bad day, then BMNR is having a worse day. Yeah. It's the easy way to think about it. Probably MSTR is probably having a worse day than Bitcoin as well, actually. 78.3. I shouldn't just say that. It's probably, actually, no, it's not.
IBIT's not.
It's actually not that bad. BMNR is just worse. That's why I'm going to it now.
Yeah, IBIT, I thought, like, IBIT's actually, like,
it's
up.
Holding.
Yeah, it's, like, up from the open. So, like, I was not really, like, thinking that this was going to be that today. I thought it was going to be not a big time short, but I thought it was going to be some kind of a short with silver, and I never got into it at all. But yeah, I wrote down 46. It looks like 45 there was the high. We just took another little bit of a low print there in the 70s on Palantir. And like I said, like our stop, this is another one. Like our stop was, what was it, 20 cents or so? And, you know, we're finally starting to get into that. But yeah, we'll see if IBIT, pretty choppy here. I always have Bitcoin down here. So if you're looking to see if there's anything popping off, I'm just looking at different scanners. It's kind of how we found Palantir there. Meta, we looked at Meta again. These are scanners on eSignal. Yeah, so Meta's just VWAP stuff, right? So there's VWAP right there for Meta, Palantir. These are all similar calls that are all near the same levels. PayPal, Qualcomm, ARM, so on and so forth. But okay, so here, whoopsies, here it comes right now. Here comes Palantir back up to the upside again. So a couple washouts. We have half left, but I still want to get a little bit more. Although we just broke, like now we're taking out. It's just doing something now. These are not trades that, like, if you have 0 day, well, you won't have 0 day options today, but this is not, everything's too expensive, right? Heading into earnings today, you don't necessarily want to be even really just scalping this. I'm just looking to see if there's any actionable trades happening. The future's kind of doing its own thing. I still feel like that, still a little bit like, put off by the stop out there on Tesla, but you know, GameStop just came into the 200 period again, so we're still waiting for a VWAP trade on this one, 25.40 to 25.30 potentially for GameStop to come through. So we'll have to wait to see if there's something over there. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, U.S. President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social about the government shutdown. As we know, there is a partial government shutdown, and it will be impacting the release of the economic data on Friday, chiefly the NFP prints. Those are not going to be released on Friday because of the partial shutdown. Either way, I'm mentioning here on this shutdown right now because President Trump on Truth Social saying that he is urging the Senate, or he's urging the House, to pass the Senate-approved funding deal without any changes. He said he will sign it immediately to reopen the government the second he gets it. So again, Trump urging for this partial government shutdown to end. I'll let you guys know if I have any updates, but it's worth noting he is posting about this on Truth Social. Back to you.
Yeah, I think we've gotten to the point where we're not disappointed.
Wait a minute, he's posting stuff?
Well, you know what? I've now been better about the habit of making sure I keep the account up, or at least be ready to see when Adara's not sitting here, because there's been at least a few times where like we'll get crazy action, and then my first thought is, am I hearing something in my ear? Let me jump onto X, and then it's like, well, if there's nothing obvious going on, there's a really decent chance that the president has just said something material, whether it was the Armada that was headed to Iran, and then there was an Iraq headline last week as well. Now again with the shutdown. I feel like the market, we tend to think that the market's going to react huge to government shutdown worries, but realistically, it's been the kind of thing that typically gets settled, and any shocks are short term. And I always feel like if the market's selling off because of that, like if there's no other reason, it's generally a good buying opportunity. But you know, this market has plenty of other reasons going into earnings season, so I don't think you can make that assumption if we sell off on that news. Okay, BMNR is still sliding to the downside. I can't really find I'm still sitting here in the 80s trying to get it in front of the 23 and not really moving the orders at all yet. But if we start breaking down further, I might at least try to chase it a little bit. And I was considering reloading this Intel up here. It's back just in front of the 49 level. Still looking for VWAP. If we can get one more pop and like a third time get into the 30s, that's worth a reload and just play it back into this 49 as well. Silver and gold not doing as much this afternoon. No, not even at all. Like GLD.
We had the one short. GLD was just following silver. We just had the one short there on silver.
It's such a small range on
really
GLD today.
A whole heck of a lot. All right. You guys can vote, right? I mean, you just put in your stocks, and then we have this screener right here that sort of visualizes what you guys have put in. And you can see right here the Minecraft silver right there. So we got to say shout out to Fabian for putting that in there right there as that's going. Obviously SNDK, 90 of you. And then it's Robinhood's down 10%. So that's, you know, been something, Tesla. My second my number 2 stock on the day, Tesla, but too bad we didn't hit that. Oopsies, I said I really like SoFi today as well. At these prices, $22. Wow, down another 3%. That name was $30. Like, month and a half ago or less. I think Google, basically, if you had a portfolio of all of these names, I don't even think you're going that off here. I don't know about Fuse, but Apple, Palantir, AMD, you guys are really hitting mega cap names today. So I don't think there's much, and I heard Sharif mention that as well. There wasn't much going on as far as the trades were concerned, small cap names.
Not really. I've seen that Fuse stock and GameStop, and that's pretty much it. No one's talking about anything else.
We get a little bearish there on Palantir as, silver's back to 72. That 74 was a mistrade. There's no doubt about that one, but here we go, spin the money one more time for me on this one. And there it goes, man. Like I said, oh yeah. Hopefully you guys are in this one as well. There it goes. Nice move to the downside there for Palantir. We just got some, even a little lower. Now it's busted up, but we just got O's and 92s right there off of, again, another short into 40s, right? Breaking. We can switch I've switched it into 50s now just because we've taken some profits. So we'll now wait to see how low can we go on Palantir. Hopefully lower. We'll take another 08. Now we'll just let the rest ride. We're bidding down here 75s. Maybe we get those, and then we'll see if Palantir can go. We put that one again in our pipe and smoked it here. So 2 shorts into the downside there for Palantir, with our outs being just a little bit higher than that one. So yeah, so far so good here as we just keep on going. They're 148.08 right now. Nothing else really, hitting for me today. We had that feed stock on Thursday, Friday. Even
it was
Wednesday,
bouncing at one point
last
today.
week. 250.
Oh, never mind.
Remember how much this was at?
Oh goodness.
Point.
It was bouncing at 9:30, but not.
Yeah, now down to 2, and down 23%. So some of these stocks that go up, do come right back down. So just be careful. We did have the CEO on last week, so you can find out what he's saying about all of this play. But there's the feeding tubes in the hospitals, the GPS for feeding tubes. And nice move to the downside here today, giving a little bit back. But yeah, just be careful with some of these stocks that appear to go up and then just fall right back down. Palantir is now 40 cents, man. So, the money stock is starting to, the money tree here, starting to go. There it is, the money storm, not the money tree. Right back into the 21 period moving average. So, all right, man, we said we're still bidding 76s. So let's see if that comes through. There it is, 78s, 77s. Oh, we got missed. 77s again. 76s, that's the face slapper right there. So I know your stocks obviously with Palantir earning, it's going to be moving around more than Intel and WBD here. But
it's not really.
No, and what?
Intel just went.
Intel's moving? No, I was just going to say Intel's not moving probably, is it? I don't know.
Well, relative to Palantir, it's a third of the price.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
This move is like 30 pennies, so I don't know. It is moving more, respectively. It's up 5% today, so it is moving more.
Intel's a good one, yeah.
But it's all relative. It is absolutely. We got 49.34, 35. The low here was about 50 pennies. Right now, it's about 30 cents in the money, which is the equivalent of a $150 stock moving $1, effectively. So it is moving, but I'm looking VWAP here. We're playing it to the open high, this support at 49 even. It's either breaking 49 and getting down in the volume weighted average price, or I can get a reload at our prior price. It's almost 3:30, so we are getting into that time of day where new positions, I'm more likely to look at, if that DM&R might not get me filled, I'm more likely to look at if something pops in here on the imbalance locator and looks interesting. XLF, I haven't really seen that ever on the locator, but I'm always skeptical of when you have an ETF on the locator, not usually that big of a deal. AXL, I'm actually, what the heck is that? Not a huge, actually do not know this stock, but it's got a pretty decent size and balance, about the same size of the volume. But no, I'm just holding on. We put on 2 trades. One was iBit, which was a slight win, but it came right back through. This one's going to hold as far as I'm concerned. So my goal is to get about 70 pennies on this. The risk now is break even. When I got it, it was 7 cents. So far looking pretty good. And for Holdelicious in the chat asking for an SNDK early look, if I could give it to you, I would, but it's a NASDAQ stock, and we only get the early look on the imbalances if it's a New York stock or an Amex stock. NASDAQ, we see it when everybody sees it at 350. That's just how it is. There is no, as far as we know, there is no early look that's published anywhere for NASDAQ stocks. So all those Mag 7 names, you kind of just find out at 350 whether it's going to be buy or sell, which does make, that's why you see bigger spikes usually in a NASDAQ name at 350 than New York, because some people already know what's coming in New York. And all of you can, because we show it to you.
All right, let's see what winds up happening now with Palantir. Nice move downside here on that name, and now it's $1. So I think we should probably do something there. You know, we got to go to that club every once in a while. So there it goes, 147.20. Downside push happening for Palantir, and all we did was tell you that like our stop bet was about 20 cents away, and there it goes on PLTR. A pretty big move, right? So we'll take that as it just now starts to bleed a little bit lower. Go follow me at TraderTV, Sean. I'm posting these up, and you'll be able to do this. But there it goes. Huge move again to the downside for Palantir. Let's see if it continues. Wow. Okay, now we're starting to get real juicy with it right now. We took like. Again, this is just a story of a couple of different stocks here today. Like, this was a good trade. One, 416 with a 422. That's $6-7 right there. SLV was a pretty good trade. 72 and change down to 68. So that's a little bit more there. And then we got that happening to us. We got in and out of the TQs real early right there. That's going to be the only red stock I have today will be that one. So we'll slap a fail on it, but whatever. Just misread it. I thought it was a short day, but it was obviously a long day. And then we just come in here, we sit down, we put Oracle on, on watch for everybody. That makes the move down. And then now we put Palantir on watch again, and there that goes to the downside here ahead of tonight's earnings. So yeah, I said we would try to hold on to something, so we've got something right now, and there it goes right now to the downside goes PLTR. So what's going to be a very, very green day. We're really happy with it. And then silver, TQs, Tesla, Oracle, Palantir. So kind of we just went through them all for you there, and they all make a lot of sense to me, and I'm happy that they sort of based out properly. And Palantir, honestly, it just came in because of this 50-period moving average. I would have done this play regardless of earnings or not, but the earnings are probably helping it because the futures really aren't doing anything. So we said we didn't know which way the big money wanted to drive this stock, but it looks like for right now, it's downside. So there it goes, move to the downside. We are in the money $1, and good trade there for PMAC. Congratulations, PMAC, there in the chat. You just took your $1 as well. So nice move downside. We'll see where it goes. We're $1.50 on that. And silver, we should have reshorted it at 74 up there. It came a couple times. I'm not going to get involved with this. There's only 30 minutes left. Join us and maybe I'll hold this into earnings. I don't know. I don't have too many shares left. We'll see what happens with Palantir. But good trade there. Join us at 4 o'clock, and we'll be talking about that. So we'll see if valuation eventually matters for Palantir tonight. And well, it matters now. This is the only time it's mattered because right now some of these high-flying P names, are getting hit. So because Palantir's done nothing wrong to deserve this move. So we'll see tonight what winds up happening. We saw Costco get hit on that valuation worry, and we'll see what happens here with PLTR and some of those other names, that have been really high-flying. They just got to put up or shut up, and it's about that guide. So yeah, here goes Palantir. Just $1.30, $1.50, not too bad so far.
And the call, I think they're also the kind of company where the call, like anytime you have like the leadership of the company being like such a strong part of the identity, like we talk about this with Elon often, that it's going to matter. Like you want to have a strong call. And I don't know what time. They report at 4 or 5, so it's probably at like 5 o'clock or something like that. So
4:30, I don't know.
And we said this with Tesla. Regardless of the reaction of Palantir, I'm going to hold my overall opinion until I see price action after the call. So when I come in the morning, one of the first, I'll probably look before I go to bed because that's just how I roll. I usually go over. I'll have like 1 or 2 charts, nothing too crazy. I'll usually look at like the last few days. I'll always want to know in the aftermarket like what the big cap techs are doing. So you look at Blue Ocean or anything like that, see where they're going. But tonight you'll want to look at Palantir if you're not listening to the actual call, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be interested in that. It looks like I finally gave up on WB. I did give up on Warner Brothers going all the way to the bottom. So I was pretty convinced earlier on that it was going to get to 27.40. In my opinion, I don't understand why it's trading as close to the price as it is because Netflix didn't raise the deal. And as far as I'm concerned, you're not getting the $30 Paramount Skydance, and it's going to take months for this thing, if not longer. It might not close until next year. So explain to me how it's worth 30 cents or 1% away from the deal price, considering the time value of money, but whatever. So every time it gets up there, I just keep wanting to fade it over and over again, but it's not falling apart, so it is what it is on this one. But I do believe if you're sitting there and you think, I understood the logic of holding Warner Brothers Discovery when there was a better probability of getting a bidding war, a raised bid by Netflix, or Paramount Skydance actually giving you the $30. At this point, that's not looking very likely. Something's holding it up. Maybe it's just hope and dreams, but it's been sliding down, and I'm going to come in every single day. And if I get a chance to short it off the deal price, I'm going to short it off the deal price every chance that I get. But that's just me. So we're heading down a little bit further towards VWAP. I'm just going to be patient about it. We're past 330. So right now it's just moved about a point in the money, so 50 cents. But I want the volume weighted average price at 48.60. And I just saw a super chat. I don't know if I can throw that one up here. I like this because this is so true on the Rail TV. Sentiment can matter more than fundamentals. That is so very true. The reality is momentum matters so much for stocks. And if you're talking about something like a Palantir, which is not really, let's be real, it's not trading on traditional fundamental metrics whatsoever, which is why when we have the poll up here, like look at the current sentiment in the stock. So my thought was sell the rip, which was technically bearish, and 32%, so 1 in 3 like that. 38% say God candle to 160. My argument is that a God candle would need to do more than 10%, but that's just me. That's the expected move. But if it's been trending down, then sell the rip is what makes sense to me. Flat priced in, almost nobody believes that. I think you're right to say this. Palantir doesn't feel like the kind of stock that's going to do nothing. And then 20% just watching. In fairness, I'm not trading in the aftermarket. None of us do. So I'm just kind of giving you what I feel like is going to be right. It's not like we're going to be sitting there hitting keys trying to short it if there is a bit of a pop. But I do feel a lot of people are watching this thing. Whether you own it or not, because it has been so representative of some of the AI rally and some of the frothiness I think that people look at in the market, you're going to be watching just for that sentiment alone. You know what? I probably want to trail this. So when we had that number, and it was just like this treasury number, we initially bounced around the 49. I'm going to trail this to the 49. I'm not letting it get back up to the top, just to be reasonable about this. Like, there's no point letting it get back through there. So I'll just trail it at 49. That way, we're not going to be able to reload at this point because it's too late in the session. Is what it is. Obviously, a strong day for Intel. Sometimes this is just how the market works. You know, like I had a keystroke on Intel this morning, and I was only looking short, so I wait for my shots, like breaking trend lines, and then it gets like a head and shoulders in the afternoon, and you end up with like your best stock is a short when the stock was going up all day long. And the way I see it is, I always say this is getting away with one, because ultimately, even if you're up doing something or it works for you, I always ask myself the question, was that remotely traded off? Of course it's not. Like, this was a very clean breakout trade today. A breakout through the prior lows, and it was a continuation that never got to VWAP. Traditionally, I usually like to go long off VWAP when it's doing this. It never got there, but there's probably other ways you could have gone long. I had 47.5 as a key price. What happened when it got to 47.5? I was short. I could have gone long there. Is what it is. Like, just because you win doesn't mean you were optimal on the stock, but I'm looking at this bleed in NVIDIA, now 2.5% to the downside and still falling. Ooh, there's something, like you look at the cohorts, AMD, meh, at VWAP. I look at our memory chip names, Micron doing absolutely fine. SNDK, still doing absolutely fine. This is just a problem. It's an NVIDIA problem, and it's NVIDIA alone. And what it comes down to is somebody is in control of this stock when it ticks to the 190 area. And they're in very strong control. When I mean the sellers are in control up here. Like, it just cannot do anything with this price. When it's above, it can't break away, and it's a hard line of resistance at this 190. That's just a trend break on NVIDIA as well. So not looking good for them. Trailing stop in for Intel. We got about 15 minutes less than 15 minutes till the imbalances come in, and we get not just Palantir earnings, but Simon Property. There was somebody else too.
Somebody else.
Not big, but like big enough that we'll probably have a look. I'll have to double check the notes, but it's really going to be 405 Palantir, and then anything else that reports that's interesting, we'll let you guys know. We're going to be covering their numbers.
All right, so we just got 20% left of said Palantir, and yeah, nice move back to the upside. I mean, takes them out at the lows, as we talked about, run that little gauntlet, and there it goes the downside, and boom goes the dynamite. So, yeah, watch out. I think we can, now that we've sort of made this top and we're starting to take out some of these levels right now, I feel like we can easily just absorb that and watch out for this 50 period. So we were always going to use the 50 period. That's kind of what got us into it. So now we're trying to break a little higher. So let's just use 148. We'll make sure we capture 25 cents on our last little piece, and then that will be that. So 140. I want to make sure I put in the right prices here. 148.01. We'll put that in and push offer enter, and hopefully be able to capture that downside play from here. But we'll just give it again 25 cents. So if you like that trade, I don't hate this. That's a huge move back up to the upside. But the problem is it did break that. So generally speaking, if I'd gotten back, I just refilled my water, getting ready for the close tonight. But if we do bounce off of that, that's one thing. But I probably think the short would have been there. And now that we've broken it, we just got our order a little bit higher, and we will see where it goes on this point from here forward. Okay, so that's going to be Palantir. I did want to have a quick look at Netflix. I mean, this name continues to be one in question, right? I mean, there's a lot of traders that want to know what's going on with Netflix. Where do we think this is going to wind up? I mean, we saw already, I know Joe was talking about the fights there on Paramount, and every streaming service is getting more and more excited about live sports. So, UFC, we had the Royal Rumble on the weekend, and I was watching the female one with my daughter, and she really liked watching that. So I already know who won them all. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it. But again, that was in Saudi Arabia. So Royal Rumble is on WWE. That's like the Netflix numbers that they put up for WWE. It's like about 2 million or so viewers every week on Raw, which is their Monday night show. They have not as much of a following for SmackDown, but still some good numbers there. So they're putting up better numbers than a traditional cable did for wrestling. And then we've obviously got to talk about, I'm going to call it up on a different chart because our chart doesn't show the split adjusted. And they have NFL. They have just a bunch of Major League Baseball. They've got, they don't have MLS yet, I don't believe, but a few different deals in the works. This is a weekly chart. Like, just look how bad this is, man. I mean, basically, if we go back here to the week of, it's probably summertime, can't see it exactly. Yeah, so August 9th. So September. So this is the September candle right here. So since September, there has been one up week right after that, so fine. Then you had, obviously, some moves down. So 1, 2, basically 2, maybe 3 weeks if you count this little guy in there. So since September, it's now February, you've had 2, maybe 3 up weeks. So at some point, it's going to have to sort of come into play here. And I think we're doing pretty good now at these levels. So if you did want to dip in here, it's been now 3 weeks that we've held 81 and change. So 82, 81, 80, maybe turn the trigger at 80 if you're wrong. But I think this is a good little hold area that's now been 3 weeks. All these candles there, and if we sort of zoom in just to show you, this has been the bottom. So this is each, remember, weekly candles. So right into there, Netflix not looking that horrible on a weekly chart. So I would say that maybe there, whoopsies, where'd it go? That might be something there. Let's get rid of that as I just zoomed in way too much, and we will correct that. So Netflix, not horrible at that spot at all, okay? Palantir still doing its own thing. Like, I'm not hearing any news about really any other stock. Let's go over and check out GameStop, as I know that's one that you guys are in. And I'm still looking at the visualizer. If there's anything you guys want, cool, we could definitely look at that. GameStop right now doing its own thing as well right now. It's kind of just doing nothing, actually, hovering around these levels. If GameStop were to get, and we've said VWAP for a minute, but if GameStop does get into this area, then maybe something to talk about. But for right now, I don't think that's going to happen. And then we only now do have moments until our imbalances come out. And Axel, 9, I don't know what's going on here, Verizon, TD Bank. So there's really nothing on here that's getting me that excited right now. If there was silver or gold or something, maybe we could have a look at that. These are government bonds. I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know if Guns N' Roses playing later on or something. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see what happens right now.
I just saw LUV there, and they reminded me of something. The travel names, but more specifically, if you haven't taken a look at the chart of some of the cruise lines, CCL's up 8% today, but it's not necessarily that it's up 8%. Okay, whoops, too far. But it is a quintuple top, which is not something you say very often, although I actually call it 6 times. So this is 6 times we've tested just underneath 33. Call it 3280-ish or so. I don't know about you, but anyone sniffing a 33 breakout tomorrow on CCL? I'm thinking it might be the case. Like, that is a pretty distinct level. Obviously, it's resistance till it's not. It's a kind of trade where if it doesn't actually break out some of those highs, then it's probably short from there. But wow, unbelievable rally. And another story of straight up accumulation at the 50-period moving average. Like, look at what it did for an entire week and a half off the 50 period, and then blasted when RCL reported, and now you're going to break out this, I don't know, sextuple top? I don't know. I've never even said that. Like, it's 6 times on the daily that you're at this level, which is ridiculous. No, that's if I'm looking for a trade tomorrow that isn't like an in-play stock. Like, they're not reporting or anything. It's not that, but that stands out as a level. So I'm just going to move my trail's moving down to this wick low on Intel, which is 48.86 or 87, somewhere in there, and still holding for VWAP. But we're just going to look to see, like, if it bounces, the closer we get to 350, it could always come out of buy and bounce, and I just want to make sure that we're trailing this one out. So this prior wick low from our original entry price is going to be the out there. Sextuple is what I'm looking for, and not chewing through it. I like those cruise lines for a trade, just for a trade. I don't know if I'd ever want to own, like, I don't like owning airline. I've never owned an airline stock, not even like a Canadian one, and I've never owned a cruise line. I've never even been on a cruise, so who am I to judge? Maybe that's why I would never own one, because I've never even had the desire to go on a cruise, no matter what anybody says.
No, I don't really want to go on a cruise either. I don't want to be locked.
I just don't get it.
I don't want to be locked on a boat.
Yeah, like, I don't.
Especially with my kids. It drives me crazy at the house, let alone on a boat. So, yeah, we will... We'll pass on that hard. But yeah, I think for me, nothing wrong with cruises. I mean, I like cruises. A lot of people like cruises. I heard Sharif mention he wants to go on a cruise too. So hopefully he'll have that opportunity. Of course, single life, no kids there. Cruise might be fine. Okay, so I mean, there's lots of stuff for kids to do on cruises too. All right, so.
If it's like a Disney thing, maybe.
Yeah. No, Disney would be way worse for me, man.
Wouldn't that be better for the kids, though? Because then they're more occupied?
No, there's lots of stuff for the kids. No, like, I'm not worried about that. It's just you're in one space. I'm not. The kids.
I would get claustrophobic. I just know I would get claustrophobic. That's all. But maybe you don't. I've never done it. No.
I get claustrophobic as well on things. Why is my? I saw Dimitri was crushing the banana bread in there. I was like, I like.
Oh, that was banana bread.
Yeah, it's always been. And what do you mean? They have a banana bread here for like the last.
I try not to eat the pastry off the platter in the morning. Because it's so. There's always like 2 or 3 things that are nice.
Yeah.
And
the banana bread's good.
No, but I won't just eat one piece. If I have one thing from that tray, I'm eating 4 things from that tray. So I know myself.
Yeah. We did take another piece out there on Palantir as it came into the 21 period. So remember, we're going to stop out if this breaks 148. So let's just take another piece of profit there. We had made that decision when it was basically at 148. So just fell back in. We take another piece out in the 65 area. And now we'll wait to see where it goes from here. But yeah, banana bread is one of the best, especially when it's made with home-baked lovin'. Okay, not McLovin. Let's check out Boeing here. Just, again, we're only 3 minutes away until the imbalances, and then we'll be able to talk a little bit about those, and then we'll take you right into 4 o'clock, where Brendan, Dara, and myself will all be joining you with the after-hours show, and it'll, again, today, just go until just after 4 o'clock. We'll be dropping the Palantir earnings. We'll discuss it. We'll see if there's anything else to talk about. Then we'll get out of here, and we're back live tomorrow at 8 a.m. And we decided that every day this week, and if I go over to @TraderTV.
I think except for Friday, obviously.
Except for Friday, yeah. Every day this week, we're going to go over to @TraderTV Research. And if you guys are following anybody on Twitter, hopefully it's me, hopefully it's the show, and hopefully it's Neil, and hopefully it's TraderTV Research, the most important one to follow if you're looking for earnings. I want to find, where's the weekly one? That's what I'm trying to find right here. It's right here. So here's the events calendar. Adair's put this up. Very well done, of course. It has a post-market, pre-market. More importantly, though, has these economic data. We have some good ones coming there. Unemployment, NFP, Michigan sentiment,
PayPal.
initial jobs as well. But we're going to go live. So here tonight, NXP is actually a big stock. So we can definitely take a look at that. Tomorrow we'll be live as well with Supermicro, AMD, and Joe's favorite, Chipotle. Then we do have Enphase there, so we can have a look to see what's going on in the solar space. After hours on Friday, on Wednesday should be big as well. I'm already calling Wednesday Friday, so you know where my head's at. Alphabet, Qualcomm, Snapchat, I think that's going to be an interesting one. Eyes, Lips, Face. Elf, we'll see if that gets going as well. I kind of like that stock. Maybe I'll have another look. ARM. Don't really like ARM, but that's in there. And then here we go, man. It's Amazon and MicroStrategy. Let's see if they... theirs is always boring.
Because MicroStrategy does not move. Earnings are meaningless for them.
Yeah, this one is going to be Roblox. Affirm has really gotten clubbed. So that would be an interesting name to look at. Affirm's down to like $65. That's been a dumpster fire. So you have to wait to see what happens with those ones. So it's going to be like...
And Iron, too.
Yeah, Iran, yeah, whatever. That's okay. We'll have to check that out. That's one of Brendan's plays. And then in the morning times, we got Eli Lilly. I think that's going to be obviously one of the biggest names to look forward to this week in the pre-market. AbbVie, Uber, and Eli Lilly all on Wednesday. So yeah, go over to @TraderTV Research. I tag it all the time, so you'll be able to find that on mine. And on mine as well, I just put up some of the trades I make throughout the day, including this Palantir trade that we're in right now. We talked about Tesla, what we were doing. There's our SLV. And then we have the sticky note here. And I'm putting things up over the weekend as well, fun little things as well. So just check it out and give some love. And make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe to the platform, right? Just go on YouTube, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's get going on that one. I'm going to buy some more SoFi pretty soon, so that would be something. 1 minute left right now before imbalances.
Yeah, 1 minute to go. Tightening up the stops again, because sometimes we do get an imbalance on the name you're trading, and there'll be a bit of a spike. So the prior bar candle is going to be the stop on Intel, which is now 48.80, and we're coming into VWAP anyways. With less than 1 minute to go, obviously the earnings are big. I don't know if you mentioned Uber this week as well, one of those pre-market ones. So I know everyone's excited for the aftermarket earnings, but don't forget, we're here at 8 a.m. every single morning so that we can also react to those early morning moves and the names that are going to decide to have their call in the morning and report in the morning, which is not my favorite, but we're here for you guys anyways, regardless. That's what it's all about. And my goodness, it's also all about Apple. It's Apple's world. I'm looking over the ES and the NASDAQ are both still off the highs. Like neither one is really bouncing or anything. The markets, everything I'm looking at is going downside. Apple just made another high. It's up 4% today going into the earnings. Throw the super chat up. The imbalances are coming out as we speak, and we can get to the super chat just after that. But just to give you the imbalances coming in now, ETHA sell 3 million. For ETHA to the sell side, UiPath 2 million sell, NVIDIA 1.4 million to the sell side. Their Oracle 900,000 sell, Apple small sell 900,000. I would say the big one there, of course, NVIDIA 1.5, and you don't usually see ETH there at 2.8. But Danny's boy is saying HLSCF, silver mining companies, up 12% on the day, and silver is down 6%. What kind of trickery is this?
Wow, individual stocks.
Yeah, I mean, again, like an individual mining company, I don't know anything about them. It's not written in stone that because silver is down that every miner. It's the same thing. GDX doesn't always have to move with gold. And if you're talking a single mining company, certainly it's going to have its own news. Without knowing anything specifically about that one, I couldn't say. But it's not incredibly uncommon. If that were to continue for like a couple of weeks, like if silver goes down for 2 weeks in a row and that stock keeps on going up, that would be a different story.
My son is at home cooking a steak right now because he loves Maddie Matheson. So he's reading the Maddie Matheson cookbook that we have. He watches that Maddie Matheson show online. And I'm just telling him right now, we'll do steaks together one day. So this guy's a monster. He's spooning the butter and everything on the steak like Maddie does. So anyways, this guy's too much. All right, so... I was still looking at Netflix, but I'm out of everything. So Palantir runs the bid there. Like, what a surprise. This is like story of my life, and honestly, every day you'll see me sitting here putting on these trades and then literally getting stopped out at the very top. And so, you know, that's fine. Sometimes it works out for us, sometimes it doesn't. Here it does not again. But take the profit on this. It was only the last 10%, and we started to get some out there already. So I probably only had 7 to 8% left anyways on that name. Really think that tomorrow, as long as the market's kind of doing what it wants to do, either stay flattish or slightly down, whatever it is, I'm going to be all over Apple. I mean, I was very close just to putting Apple as a market buy almost right off the open. But it did fall right back in, almost gave us a nice little opportunity to buy that thing at 260, and it's just been like straight upside ever since. So like Apple, really like put that one in our sort of cap, and remember that for tomorrow, because Apple just continues to extend out. Like I know tomorrow we'll be talking all about Palantir and everything, but like Apple needs to be watched and appreciated. That is for sure. See what I'm saying? So right there's Tesla. That's the top tick right there again. But good thing for us that we do have one of these bottom plays there on Tesla. So what's going to be a nice positive day for us. Could have been better without that trade. And just to check back in, SoFi just hitting the skids again here into the close, down to $22. It'll be at its lowest spot all day. And so, you know, if you were looking to buy something, maybe they get upgraded, maybe they don't. But SoFi right now is kind of just on a day 2 action, right? So there still is lots to go for SoFi, and we'll see what their report looks like. Well, it's already out, but you know, we'll see what's going on with SoFi. Wait, SoFi did report already or no?
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, what was I going to say? Last week, right? Okay. So Nvidia down. We said a tale of two stories today with AMD up, Nvidia down, Broadcom down as well. So it looks like AMD is going to get a lot of the love over there. Tesla's still down that 1.84%, but I just got the note that my car is now charged downstairs. So thank you very much for that one. And then it's energy stocks. We haven't really looked at those today, but this is where the blood is sort of right now today. So whenever there is blood in the streets, you may want to look at this sector for potential rebound off some sort of quell there, which was nice for Iran and everything. So oil
really stands
back down to the downside there today. What stands out?
Nvidia really stands out in a bad way
today. It's a bad one today.
Really?
Too bad for Nvidia. Yeah, and in this space, it's Nvidia, Northrop. I mean, I'm not even sure it should be in this section. KLAC, LHX. So yeah, so I guess they're all, electronic technology. Okay. Anynet, I don't know. So, some of these names in here. Dell, 4% is okay. There's SNDK down here, Western Digital. They're both up 14 and 8% respectively. And then Apple. Yeah, man, this is why. Like, diversify. Get some Apple into your portfolio. If you have the S&P 500, you already own some Apple, so that's going to be a nice little day for them. And NASDAQ going to go out pretty good. I mean, not good on this move down, but still up 0.7, which is nice. 0.7%, and then 0.5% for the ES. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty good day overall to start the month of February. So let's see if we can get a positive month here.
It would be nice to have a positive month, but we have earnings that'll determine that, will help determine that. 20% of the S&P reports this week. So, yeah, we're going to have a good week this week for that to be true, obviously. Easy peasy. Appreciate you. 0.2% today, just in gratitude. Thank you for the super chat. You didn't trade today, as you had, well, I don't know, it says work, so I'm assuming maybe you had work and you got too busy, or maybe just taking a day break, you didn't find anything. But thank you so much, Easy peasy. We appreciate you. And another one from Gulf Franchise.
Yeah.
Mama still in a strong uptrend. How far is she going to go? I should have done like, ooh.
Ooh, mama.
Oh, mama. Actually.
What stock are you talking about?
MAMA. I don't even know what that is. I did get out in front of VWAP here on Intel. It did tag that 48.60, and we're at 355. I meant to go over. Usually 355 imbalances will pair off. ETH got paired off by half, and NVIDIA got paired off totally. Oracle is still there as a sell. So Oracle actually grew by 100,000. Like it went from 900,000 to 1 million to the sell side. NVIDIA's imbalance paired off. ETH imbalance paired by half. And I don't know MAMA. Is that even a stock we know? No, I don't think so. Let us know.
I didn't look up Mama, actually.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a symbol, then I'm not aware of it and I can't track it down. So is what it is. But as I mentioned, the thing about ETHA, or maybe any ETF in general, is typically they don't have huge reactions to the imbalances, so it wasn't doing anything. And then when it paired off, it also didn't do much at all. As far as NVIDIA goes, though, that sell imbalance paired, and it did bounce at 355. That's why you pay attention at 355. because oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes, you will see either major pairing event, or like a stock might flip, might go from a sell to a buy, or just pair off altogether. And if you happen to be riding into the downside on a sell imbalance, 55 is where you might see a bit of a turn. I'm not saying you go long there at that time, but it's a good place to put a good time to put a trailing stop in if you happen to be in the money. That's all.
Yeah, 3 minutes left. We can just have a quick little look at Palantir. Again, Palantir is going to be a good stock for the show today, so we're pretty happy with that one. I think it'll be P&L 3, but I'm not sure. I can check Joe and everybody's trades, but yeah, I think this will be a good trade there. So good job there. I know we don't discuss P&L, but we can always share which stocks have been top P&Ls on the show. So it'd be Palantir today, just making the move, and it was a pretty good move right there back in. So far so good there. Worst P&L today on the show will be TQQs, and that was just right into there. Other than that, man, well, actually, you got to figure out a different one because they'll always be mine. So
the only thing that matters is what your P&L is relative.
Yeah, exactly.
A winning trade relative to a losing trade.
I will always have the biggest winners and
that's
losers.
The only thing that matters. But like if whatever you lose on a given strategy or a given stock, what does it cost? Like what's your relative win on that stock? Like that's all that really matters at the end of the day. So
we don't talk about P&Ls here, so I should use something different because we all use different share sizes. We've talked about
exactly.
That, right? So,
and because your goal is, and the only reason I say that is everybody's goal is to simply be profitable, and that's the simple ticket to be profitable. That said, we have one more super chat. Zen Zombie, should you keep an eye on Fuse tomorrow? My answer would be if you're a small cap trader and a stock does good volume on day one and is up, like it holds VWAP, it holds the gains. It's a 200 million shares. You don't have to trade it, but anyone that doesn't give up the volume weighted average price and holds good volume is worth a look the next day. It doesn't automatically mean Fuse is going to go, but there weren't a lot of small caps going today. So, and this is one of the few ones, and it held up pretty well. So I think if I was a small cap trader exclusively, I would be looking at this come 7, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That said, not my cup of tea.
All right, 1 minute left. We'll flip it over to Adara and to Brendo, and we'll be back with you guys in just a couple of minutes as we get set up with 1 minute left. NASDAQ's going to be positive, so is ES today, so it's all good. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. Put your predictions in the chat now for Palantir. I don't really have one, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening.
Whole pop and drop.
Let's go back. Oh yeah, that's right. I said bearish. Yeah, I said bearish popping, but then bearish tomorrow, I think, for Palantir. All right, 30 seconds ago, we'll flip it around and then we'll figure it out.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, we'll take you into the close here. Dara and I were just staring at this NVIDIA chart, wondering what's the story here. NVIDIA with a sharp right-hand turn about 2:30 this afternoon, straight downside. A little bit of a bounce here into the close. Pretty negative, though. Not only for NVIDIA, but some of the semiconductors going out in the red as a result. The market, though, overall, that's the S&P, looking pretty good here. We are definitely going to close out the day in positive territory, both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ back to the upside right from the word go this morning. We erased that early gap to the downside and then some. Looks pretty good here. About 5 minutes away from Palantir, the main headliner tonight. You have all kinds of data and fun stuff ready, I see.
Always.
Give me your overview here as we head towards Palantir earnings.
That's what I do, Brendan. I also, did you ever see anything on that NVIDIA? Because I could not. Okay, so we do apologize, and if we ever see anything, of course, we'll let you know. I do have 3 Palantir infographics here. Some of them kind of show the same thing, but I think one of the ones that I ended up finding the most interesting, which I know Neil discussed as well, is this U.S. commercial versus U.S. government revenue. So, I mean, as Neil mentioned here, U.S. commercial revenue is certainly catching up with U.S. government revenue, but that's less interesting to me, Brendan, than the left hand of this chart where you see U.S. commercial revenue, which is the minty matcha green. That's accelerating when we have either slowing or declining U.S. government revenue, which is kind of interesting here to me. So interesting look there. Then we also have in general here just growth per segment last quarter. This is minty matcha-ish color will be annual growth, and then sequential growth will be the blue. Either way here, guys, really solid growth across the board, but that U.S. commercial revenue is growing at a pace that the other segments are not even close to. So interesting look.
I was at a coffee shop actually on the weekend that had a banana bread matcha. I'm not a matcha person.
Did you have it?
That sounded horrific to me.
I'm a matcha person, and I'm kind of offended by the presence of this drink. So,
that's how I was kind of leaning anyways.
Yeah.
Banana bread matcha, guys?
I mean, I like matcha, but I'm not sure about the banana bread aspect.
That was a drink.
Right here. So, yeah, no, I'm going to pass on that, but I do like the matcha. And my daughter's getting some sort of a chai oat latte all the time from Starbucks. Man, these kids are too spoiled. All right, Palantir just itching up a little bit, 149 and change right now as we get ready. The earnings should be dropping momentarily, and we're going to have it live for you. So as soon as they come out, Dara will drop those. And yeah, just excited for it. We're looking for 23 cents earnings per share. Hopefully that can come through, and if it does, then I think it won't react. It's going to react to the forward guide. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for better U.S., obviously, commercial revenue. I think that's going to be important. Up over 121% year over year. We'll see if we can get that again. That was last quarter. So 486 million, looking for more than that, everybody. And that's what we're waiting for. So here comes Palantir, nice little move upside now, minutes away before this. And they're the big one, right? I don't think there's too much else. What did we say? It was NXP?
NXPs.
Yeah, so one more today. But Palantir, not a great day today, but better than, it started off. It started off breaking through 150. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just, it was a better day to start with and kind of went to the downside. So let's wait to see what happens to Palantir right now, 149.
I think margins might be a little bit of a story here as well. If you remember last time around or last time out during earnings season, they put up 80%, which is just astronomically high. Whether or not they can hold that 80+% gross margin, 30% operating margin remains to be seen, but going to be a key talking point. This thing's had a couple of days back downside here. We're starting to lean a little bit higher here, guys, right at 150. Not a lot of volume following this, but did you see something?
My news is not on Palantir, guys. Apparently a company memo has shown that SpaceX is confirming a merger with XAI. This is just a report, but it does look like the company memo has confirmed the SpaceX and XAI merger. Will they call it SpaceXAI? Just jokes, I have no idea, but interesting note.
I mean, it was to be expected. I think it was a matter of time. The fact that they haven't rolled the car company into this as well seems a little bit odd. But I mean, let's, just quickly here, guys, reaction to that. Is it more positive or not as positive for the IPO?
Well, I think it plays both ways because obviously if XAI is losing money, you can make the argument that drags down SpaceX, which everyone's excited for. But if you also start to think if Elon wants to bring them all together and you wanted it to be a merger with Tesla, maybe this brings us closer to that. Which could overall be a positive. So it's kind of a nothing for me. I'm not jazzed about it. I think it would be more exciting if we get some news with the Tesla regard. And just even the fact that we're getting this IPO this year for SpaceX, one way or another it's coming to market, whether it's a merger with Tesla or we get the IPO mid-year, we're gonna get this one and we're excited about it. But I still have a couple of minutes to go until Palantir. I don't know if you're excited about this XAI thing. It's kind of a meh for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, both companies are private, right? So there's not too much to think about right now. I mean, maybe he IPOs XAI, like what symbol are they going to take over? Their XAI and Tesla, are they going to come together as well?
Oh, here we go.
Wow, yes, there it goes. Nice move for Palantir, up to 156, 157. Nice move there, initially for PLTR, 159, taking it out. So we're going to get those numbers in a minute, but it's just up to the 200 period. There goes 160 on Palantir. We knew Karp would show up with a number, that's for sure. But that doesn't mean the market won't beat this thing right back down. So there goes Palantir up 8%. You got it, Madera? Let's go.
Yeah, I do have it here. So commercial revenue growth, 137% year over year. That does outpace last quarter. Government revenue, 66% year over year. That's back up to steady growth after kind of stagnating in the mid 50%. Revenue in general here, 70% year over year to a whopping 1.407 billion. I do believe that does beat estimates of 1.35 billion off the top of my head. That's also up 19% sequentially, so on a quarter over quarter basis. Closed a record-setting $4.262 billion of total contract value. That is up 138% year over year. closed a record-setting $1.344 billion in U.S. commercial TCV. That's up 67% year over year. Customer count up 34% year over year. Adjusted income here representing a 57% margin. GAAP income 41% margin. We know margin was going to be on watch for the fiscal year here. They were guiding commercial revenue growth of greater than 104%. They get U.S. commercial revenue growth 109%. So they did beat estimates on that. They did have U.S. revenue grow 75% year over year for the fiscal year. Government revenue in the U.S. up 55% year over year for the fiscal year. And then total revenue up 56% year over year for fiscal 2025.
500, is this the number you had? 570 million for the government side?
Let me just clarify that.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
I was just focusing on the growth.
Yeah, so 570 million on the government side, 507 on the commercial side, both handily beating here, guys, for Palantir.
There is no negative to point to. The only thing that I think would have exploded it more is if you had the commercial come out of nowhere to pass the government. I think that would have been just gigantic for them. But overall, like this, I mean, the Dare was reading, and I'm like, okay, well, that's good, that's good. I don't see anything that we can nitpick on. Unless I'm missing something, I don't see any of the guidance missing. I don't see any of the metrics being slow growth than expected. The only thing that I would say is we're expecting a 10% move, so we do need to break out this 161 at least. We're about 9 points to the upside. We need to go a little bit further because it was already.
Yeah, it's going.
Yeah, it's trying to go, but we just need a couple more points and then we can get that expected move.
Yeah, congratulations to all my carp heads out there. Look, the other thing too is here, man. Listen to this. So they closed record value, 4.26 billion in total contracts. But I just saw here, U.S. commercial remaining deal value, 4.38 billion. So they still got some values and some deals that they still got to, contract with. So that's a good number as well. So U.S. commercial remaining deal value, RDV, they have here a 4.38 billion, up 145% year over year. Palantir, the only thing I got to tell you guys as far as the trading, and I'm going to leave the numbers to Adair and everything, but this is what happened last time. So this is Palantir's earnings day last time. We weren't on the air. I remember watching it at Rip Citied, and then this was the very next day. So we went up to 220, Brendan and everybody, last time, and then basically we just got smoked the next day, and that sort of had started this downside collapse for Palantir, down 30%. So it's nice to get 10 of that 30 back right here, but let's wait to see what happens with Palantir tomorrow, just up to the 200 period moving average. I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. It's not, the numbers are great. I mean, this is literally, and not to just pump Benzinga, but look at this. If you just come over here, this is all green. Like every number on here is green. So, there's not a bad metric here, unless Adara, you found something else. But for right now, Palantir looks like it's clear skies to the upside right there. Glad we still have some of this.
On the revenue side, just real quick on the outlook, full year revenue 7.182 to 7.189 versus 6.2 billion.
Yeah, I saw that.
Handily topping estimates on the full year revenue guide. I'm not seeing anything, as you were just saying, Sean, that is negative whatsoever. Just real quick, pause on that. There's an NVIDIA headline, OpenAI unsatisfied with the speed at which NVIDIA's hardware can spit out answers to ChatGPT users from complex problems. So maybe have a look at NVIDIA. So OpenAI has determined it needs alternatives to NVIDIA's latest AI chips. In some cases, has sought alternatives since last year.
How does that make any sense? How do you need an alternative to the latest NVIDIA chips? Yeah. From what I know, NVIDIA's pumping out the best chips.
Well, that's the thing. We already know that their chips are better than AMD. So you'd think, okay, well, that could be good for AMD, but we already know AMD's cheaper because they're not as good. So I'm not sure what's supposed to get the bump here, unless you try to light a fire under the best. But
yeah, when we came on here, Adara and I both looked at each other and said, what the hell happened to NVIDIA this afternoon? And here we go, now we know. Yeah, somebody knew going into this, definitely. Okay, back to Palantir again, just to recap. EPS 25 cents versus 23, revenue 1.4 versus 1.34 billion. All is well in Palantir's world.
Well, I mean, look, the expecting revenue of 7.18 billion, the street was at 6.2. So they just like smacked all those analysts around a little bit there. But yeah, that's an interesting move on NVIDIA. I don't know. We'll have to wait for that tomorrow. If OpenAI was a stock, I'd be shorting the you-know-what out of it. Blaming NVIDIA for something seems absolutely ridiculous at this point.
Seems cheap.
Sharif's been talking about how slow they've been for a minute. So I just think that maybe they're not computing fast enough. Maybe there's something with their script. Maybe there's something with what they're doing. But I don't know. I think Sam Altman is a little upset here.
But if there was a reasonable alternative that actually provided something similar, I could understand the argument and the complaint. But when you don't, it's like, well, what are we talking about here? Like all of the other, I don't see Gemini complaining, and I've been having, like everyone I know absolutely loves Gemini, and maybe it's Perplexity as well. And they're not having the issues that OpenAI has. And I see it from everybody I know that uses it heavily, and they've been complaining about it for months. And to throw the blame at NVIDIA just seems a little bit cheap. But if we're going right back to, and again, someone in the chat's like, Neil, you're overthinking it. It's entirely possible. Maybe we are overthinking that one. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. If it was the reason why NVIDIA was going down, then the whole tried and true all afternoon, then the whole tried and true somebody knew this was coming out. It can be annoying, but that sometimes it's how the market works. Just one thing on Palantir here, because it seems like a second time we've tried to run 60s, $160 that is, and you're starting to see some sellers start to, I don't want to say be in control, but they're starting to win out a little bit. And I would point, the one thing I would give for, I know, Sean, when you mentioned it made that high previously on those earnings, it had that wick top. The slight difference would be what it was doing going into those earnings. Like you were spiking, you were already trending into the highs. There hadn't been a significant pullback. So this does have a bit of a difference. It went into bear territory going into this report, which does set it up as different. That said, there's nothing, I feel like, remember earlier I was like, well, I want to see what happens on the call because CARP's such a big part of this. What's he going to say to reassure? But there's not a metric or something that he has to reassure us about. So I'm not even sure what the call needs to tell you because there wasn't anything that required our reassurance. Yeah. It's just going to come down to the price action tomorrow morning for me.
I feel like it's going to tank tomorrow, to be honest with you. I feel like because there's nothing wrong with this report, it should be a lot higher than where it is. It's only up 7%. Give away that 1.5%. It's only up like 6% here in the after hours. It is starting to tick downside a little bit right now. So if we can't find anything wrong with the numbers, then what's going on right now? And also another big concern for me, guys, is the fact that they are a $360 billion market cap with $7 billion annual revenue. So that number, $7 billion revenue, 360 billion market cap, still overvalued. I'll probably empty some bags tomorrow on Palantir at these levels and just look for something else. But yeah, good quarter, better than bad.
Definitely. Real quick on NXPI coming across here as well. Initial move was down. We're basically back to where it started. Revenue was 3.34 billion versus 3.31, so a beat. Adjusted EPS 335 versus 327, so a beat. EPS 179. Outlook adjusted Q1 277 to 317, which is higher as far as I can see here. So we're chopping around again. Initial move downside. We're coming back up. Not a lot of volume. Obviously, everyone paying more attention to Palantir as of right now. Let's look long term or longer term for anyone who might be invested in this or holding this long term. What do we think here, guys, where we're at on a higher time frame?
Yeah, I would, like I was just saying, I would sell. I think you got to sell this name. I mean, it's a good trade, but it's right back up here into the 200 period moving average. I would say for a trade, if I were you guys, I think the trade would be, let's wait to see what happens tomorrow. But if you don't take out, if you come to the screen right here, this is 161 to 162. That's sort of the go zone. So if we can get above there, hold these levels and make a move back up to the upside, then fine. But in what's been a pretty typical easy trade so far has been, and that's why I chose it on the chat, was sell the rip. Yeah, so I said that Palantir would put up a good number. I said that at 350. They did put up a good number. Palantir now going to get hit back down to the downside. I hope not, but it's got to hold that 161. If it does not hold 161, then for me it's a sell, and I will be getting out of some of this tomorrow. So, and I do want to thank, right now we did get someone dropping in some memberships. Thank you so much to Farm Trader for dropping in 10 memberships there into the chat. Always great to see you guys staying late with us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Farm Trader. And if you are just joining us for the first time, make sure you hit the subscribe and get into the chat. It is the subs only chat, and that's one way that you can get those 10 free memberships by enabling gifts. Look, I think we both like the pop and fade in the poll. So the thing that would have made me more bullish, as we said earlier, would be if it was up more than the 10% expected move. It failed right in front of that 10% expected move, which could be bullish. But when I look at the weekly chart of Palantir here, like we're bouncing off a pretty significant support level on the weekly, like right in here, the 50 period on the weekly, which gives us a great litmus test because we talk about the 3-day rule. It's going to line up that if this week holds that level, that's pretty solid. If we lose this 147, 148 to end this week, then that's a very bearish candle post earnings, and you've got a gap down. And you look at the chart and it tells you like 120 to 130 in there, but that's just what the weekly chart's telling you. So you give it that 2-3 day rule, it's bouncing off a key level now, but it couldn't push through the 60. So because that didn't happen, I'd come in ultimately thinking that 60-61's a fade, but I'm looking toward the end of the week. Can you hold on to 147? If you cannot do that, then the valuation all of a sudden is going to matter, and we're still in pullback territory.
A little bit of, it tried to actually retest that high right now, but a little bit of a pullback right now once again for Palantir. Best quote of earnings season so far. This is from CEO Alex Karp on the earnings release. Quote unquote, indisputably the best results that I'm aware of in tech in the last decade.
Oh.
Right. He doesn't mix words. Straight to the top for Alex Karp and co. Again, 5 p.m. is going to be the earnings call here. Just to sum it up once again, revenue up 70%, $827.5 million from a year ago for the fiscal year. Sales for the firm totaled $4.48 billion.
Yeah, I mean, nice little look here there for Alex Karp. He is, again, as you said, not the type to mince words and certainly not the type to deflate his ego, I'll put it that way. But I do want to show you guys here, I've already updated, it's already on X. We work quickly over here at X at TTV Research. Here's an updated look at U.S. commercial and government revenue. Now, I alluded to that continued growth, but I think it's crazier when you actually see it. That matcha green line for U.S. commercial revenue growth cannot stop going higher. And even I mentioned, I thought there was a little bit stagnant action there for U.S. government revenue growth. That would be the gray line, but that even got a little nice uptick today. And as Neil mentioned, we're still not seeing U.S. commercial revenue catch up to U.S. government revenue, though it was getting darn close. Again, X at TTV Research. If you guys want to see this infographic, there will be more of these updated Palantir earnings infographics that will be coming out ahead of the earnings call at 5 p.m.
Real quick, more on this Elon, SpaceX, AI story. The move coming this afternoon, again, if you missed it, SpaceX and AI going to join forces. SpaceX is also preparing the IPO, could raise up to $50 billion, value the combined company now at $1.5 trillion. I was just reading as well that Tesla will have an 80 billion, potentially 80 billion stake in that 1.5 trillion, which is to be expected. So at the end of the day, Elon wins.
I mean, that's 80 billion of 1.5. That's a drop in the bucket. Talk to me when there's a merger between Tesla and those two companies. I think a lot of Tesla shareholders can get behind that. One way or another, I mean.
No, I mean, he's just basically, I think the problem with why Sam Altman's all in a little tizzy here is because XAI now doesn't have to worry about anything.
No.
They're going to be linked up with SpaceX. So now all of a sudden, hey, you want to invest in SpaceX? Sure, I'll give you a couple $100 billion. Oh yeah, but by the way, we're going to be spending that all on XAI anyways.
Money.
So he doesn't have to worry about raising capital anymore. Meanwhile, this guy over here, Sam Altman, has Oracle problems, now has NVIDIA problems. And yeah, they're not even a public company. And I'm not sure what even OpenAI's numbers are going to look like. XAI can hide underneath the guise of Tesla and underneath SpaceX. So, you know, the geniuses just keep getting smarter, and that's why I don't want to doubt these guys. Alex Karp and Elon Musk, both founder-led. Look at all the founder-led businesses we're talking about right now. NVIDIA, you know, Palantir, Tesla. You know, these are big businesses, and OpenAI. You know, these are big businesses all being run, you know, by the geniuses that brought them to the market in the first place. So I really like all these names, and we're going to continue to watch out for that 161 level on Palantir. Have your eyes glued to that when this call starts going. When is it, 4:30?
Adair has a potentially bad thing here for Palantir.
Emphasis on potential because it's pretty minor, but you guys know the type of stuff that I notice and pay attention to. So Palantir customer growth is slowing down year over year and quarter over quarter. So this year, or I guess for this quarter here, they're reporting annual growth of 34% for their customer count and then sequential growth here of 5%. But you compare to last quarter, because of course I have an infographic for this, they did have customer count here above 40% year over year and then 7% quarter over quarter. So that's slowing down. That's the only case across the whole Palantir report where I saw a metric that was notably slowing down, both on an annual and sequential basis. So maybe Palantir getting some, I guess, slightly fewer customers. As I said, that is kind of a rough thing to call a blight, but I did want to draw your guys' attention to it because I noticed.
I feel like that would seem worse if not for the fact that commercial revenue is growing at the rate that it is compared to government revenue.
It's almost
so that could have something to do with the types of clients they're getting on the commercial side, which means it doesn't really matter at all. Because you want that to continue going. So if they're just getting bigger clients and fewer of them as they grow on the consumer side, then it's not that big of a deal at all. But again, you have to find something to nitpick in sometimes in the market. As we get right back to 161, it seems like they might actually make a run at this level before the call.
There we go.
It already is breaking 161. I mean, their gap net income just keeps on 79, 214, 327, 476, 609. So I mean, these guys are making money and. Glad to be a shareholder here today in Palantir.
Can we get a rally out of this tomorrow? I was going to check. NVIDIA didn't really do anything on that. Oh, there we go. A little bit of a downtick on that story. Just to recap, if anyone's just coming in on the NVIDIA side of things, OpenAI coming out talking a little bit cautiously, to say the least, about NVIDIA's technology, essentially saying that they are not convinced that NVIDIA's platform and NVIDIA's chips are producing the best results when it comes to the compute power for ChatGPT users and are, quote unquote, seeking alternatives to NVIDIA, maybe AMD, positive on that. Yeah, no downtick anyways, guys, for AMD. So we come in tomorrow, Palantir's up, NVIDIA's lower. Market's probably going to be choppy.
Well, just don't forget the fact that Apple was a rocket ship today. So if we're kind of collecting like, oh, this is up and that's down, we shouldn't be sleeping on the fact that Apple had a good 4% day coming off of some of the lows. They reported and were down, and then all of a sudden now they're right back into the upside. So yeah, I understand NVIDIA is going to be down right now. Palantir is up, but it does matter. We can't ignore a behemoth like Apple having a strong day. All we need is Microsoft, and the market would look even better.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm not even worried about NVIDIA. Let's see what happens. Jensen probably going to have a comment about this, and we'll see where it goes from there. But we saw AMD starting to rip upside today as well. So maybe, we always say that, this market is rigged. And today, maybe you get another look at exactly why, with AMD making moves higher and NVIDIA making moves lower than that story. But you know what? It was a story of all the chip names getting hit there into the afternoon. So it wasn't just NVIDIA that hit to the downside. But this should be a good win for AMD. I mean, if NVIDIA is going to get through the ringer a little bit, maybe AMD and Broadcom and Google with their TPU. I mean, all these names, it just keeps on going. This is another reason why I like Google, is that you have so many different levers to pull with this company when NVIDIA is not a one-trick pony. Remember, don't forget about NVIDIA has a software side. Apparently, that's a hard thing to get around. So once you've sort of built on that software, you can't just all of a sudden throw all that GPUs in the garbage. You need to build on top. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with NVIDIA tomorrow. But yeah, man, sleep well. Should be a fun day tomorrow.
Yeah, good for the market, good for the overall sentiment, I think, for a nice beat here for Palantir. We'll wrap it up at that, guys. Again, earnings call is 5 o'clock. Nothing really on the negative side that we can see right now for Palantir. What Alex Karp and co will mention on the call remains to be seen. Thank you, Ms. Adera, as always, for your tireless efforts on the graphics. Guys, great day, great trading. We'll catch everyone in the AM. Remember, join us at 8 o'clock. We'll see you then.